Chapter 921. Chongshan Domain. Choshan Town has become a bustling place. The unique specialty of Jindan makes this market very lively, and many gold diggers come here. After all, it is not only Xi and Shichen who got the news. Even now, there are a lot of scalpers queuing up every day for the sale of Jindan, and they are almost sold out within a few minutes of opening. The second specialty is Beauty Face. This is a brand new ingredient, although it is currently only spread in the market and restaurants in some surrounding cities. But many chefs are knowledgeable people, and have already set off a lot of waves in the surrounding food circle. Many chefs even took the initiative to come and sign order contracts to deliver to their restaurants. As we all know, restaurants are very profitable. The acquisition of special raw materials is also the core competitive means of restaurants. Even some restaurant managers continue to pay a premium and sign contracts. After all, in the restaurant where he is, if he promotes this unique signature dish and the chef's skills, the price can be increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Outside the market, in a dense forest deep in the mountains, boom, several high-level immortals were beaten and flew out, falling down with incredible looks. A bunch of trash. 3 high-level immortals can siege and defeat the 3 heads of my 9-headed dragon emperor. You are proud enough for your whole life. The 9-headed dragon emperor said lightly, although he only passed 4 of his 7 attributes. But it is also powerful enough, because he has many heads, large capacity, multiple anti-aircraft guns, and is simply powerful. This is a disaster, and Feng Wangyi and others are far inferior to him. Xi and Shichen and the others frowned slightly. There are so many tribulation cultivators in this place. I heard recently that because of the Golden Core incident, it has become very mixed. Feng Wangyi analyzed, but the tribulation cultivators nearby are generally at the level of human immortals. Most tribulation cultivators are human immortals. After all, the realm of human immortals can be improved as long as there are resources, which is a quantitative change process. If you spend money, you can upgrade to the perfect level of the 10th level of human immortal. The celestial immortals are basically the middle and high-level forces in the immortal world. They have to start to comprehend the 10th level of laws in their bodies, and basically will not come to be tribulation cultivators. The celestial immortals are the real division of the strong, and the span is very large. Every time you have an extra level of realm, you have an extra level of laws, and your combat power is a qualitative change. They do have some money in their pockets. The 9-headed dragon emperor packed up their storage bags. With our level, we are basically invincible below the heavenly immortals. Even if it is a human immortal like Josue, who has completed the 3 disasters and 7 calamities, we can fight together. Let's go in and take a look. Soon, Xi and Shichen began to head to the gate of the market and took out the golden elixirs from the storage bags of several calamity cultivators, on which were written the words Shirong. Golden elixir. I didn't expect that there is really a Shirong force in the fairy world. Sure enough, they had an extraordinary origin when they first appeared in Jiuzhou. Feng Huangyi smiled. See, my vision is not bad. Zhao Zai smiled and said, so we came here to see you. Can you marry into Shirong? Give me a definite number. Feng Huangyi rolled her eyes charmingly and joked, just look at my tricks. They walked into the city, and saw a very shocking scene. There was golden light everywhere. A strong smell of heavy metal came towards us, just like the sharp golden air in the blacksmith shop, sharp and fierce, as if pierced by spikes. The whole market has become a huge blacksmith shop. And on the streets, everyone is shining with gold. Some have golden elixir beads hanging around their necks. Some have golden elixir copper bells hanging around their waists. Some have golden elixir bracelets in their hands. It seems that they have used various forging methods to make golden elixir. The whole Chongshan town seems to have become a golden elixir town, and when they approached the famous shop Taoist golden elixir in the market, it was already crowded with people, all queuing up. And there was only one elixir shop nearby, and the surrounding area was basically all blacksmith shops, forging iron in Duong. A group of people were shouting, golden elixir processing, sword pills. A one-time bottom line method, the sword pills are ejected and turned into a sharp sword to destroy the enemy's destiny. Our store processes golden elixir, specializes in golden elixir beads, which are defensive magic tools for destiny, to prevent someone from attacking your destiny, and specifically defend against the sword pills that are ejected in one breath. Our store provides the luck-destroying bell. It is not a one-time method of sword pills, but a slow way to destroy people's destiny, with the ability of resonance across the air and high penetration of protective shields. Even golden elixir beads are not easy to defend against. A group of immortal craftsmen introduced enthusiastically. Zhao Zai and others were silent in the bustling city. This immortal world is indeed terrifyingly involuted. The competition is too fierce, and countless blacksmiths are competing for the golden elixir processing business. Shirong? They were shocked. Shirong is indeed a terrifying blacksmith villa. Look at this situation. Just by selling some Shirong pills, they attracted a group of blacksmiths, who came here for their reputation? They were rushing to forge iron and process pills next to them. How could this not be a holy place for blacksmiths? Feng Huangyai's eyes revealed longing and expectation. Now she felt that she was sitting in a well, and looking at the sky, even 10 or 100 times smaller than the frog in the well. After flying out of the well of Jiuzhou, she found that the Shirong forces outside were unfathomable. She remembered the conversation with the incarnation of the owner of Shirong Villa. I will not marry you, but if you take out the innate magical power of the Phoenix family, I will owe the Phoenix family a favor. The other party's tone was light at that time. But now, this tone is so unfathomable in Feng Huangyai's eyes. A Shirong force that spans the heavens and seems to be a little mysterious in the fairy world, their favors are of great use. Now this gamble is paid off. The Phoenix clan loves peace and is not good at fighting. Their Phoenix fire is more inclined to healing and recovery. They never think there is anything wrong with relying on others. Now Feng Huangyi even began to think about how to rely on this big force called Shirong again. Because she knows that her Phoenix fire is one of the ultimate systems of Jiuzhou Yujin, which can revive Yujin who just died and reborn as the Ghost King. Although this kind of resurrection of the Ghost King is not as complete and perfect as the natural resurrection, it is also against the sky in the eyes of the immortal venerable in the immortal realm. Resurrection. Only Jiuzhou is qualified to do it. Feng Huangyi knows her own value, and she feels that she has the capital to join Shirong. The immortal venerable outside is unreliable, but Shirong has long known the strength and uniqueness of their system. But he did not kidnap their Phoenix clan, but made a fair deal with her and owed her a favor. This is enough to prove that the other party is reliable. At this time, Xi and Shichin on the other side pricked up his ears and listened again, and the voices of those people queuing to buy the golden elixir were all in his ears. This golden elixir is a high-quality forging material. That's right. The price is the same as that of normal immortal luck elixir, but normal elixir is digested after eating, and this golden elixir can be kept as a souvenir after eating, and used to forge weapons, which is extremely cost-effective. Yes, I would rather eat this golden elixir than other luck elixirs. The efficacy is the same, and after eating it to forge weapons, at least 40% of the cost can be recovered, which is a big profit. Xi and Shichin listened to it, and understood it immediately. For rich immortals, the side effects of this golden elixir are extremely great. I have a stomachache after eating it. How can rich people bear this? But poor people can bear it. In order to take advantage, they would rather have a stomachache, and the good medicine is bitter, and they will roll in pain, but they will eat it hard. Because it is cost-effective. This is a cost-effective elixir specially designed for the poor and scattered cultivators at the bottom. In addition, this golden elixir also launched a blind box mode. The color and texture of each golden elixir are different. There are also limited editions of the Tribulation Crossing and the Shangyun Collection, which have been operated by some people and have appeared at a premium. Once this kind of collection of golden elixir is opened in a blind box, a group of vendors will immediately rush to buy it. And it is said that the golden elixir has super prizes printed on it, such as another 1 and another 100. After eating the winning golden elixir, you can come back with this empty golden elixir to exchange for rewards. At this time, in front of the Taoist Golden Elixir store, there is a winning notice board. The names of the winners were written on it, which made a group of cultivators extremely excited. The 9-headed dragon emperor couldn't hold back after seeing this scene, and couldn't help shouting, "Same taste, same blind box, it's them. It's them. They are so rich in Shirong Villa, they are doing business in the heavens, and they came to Jiuzhou to dig up the ancestral graves of my dragon clan." The 9-headed dragon emperor still remembered the deep hatred of Shirong digging up his ancestral graves. Damn Shirong, I'm so angry. These wicked bastards are still the same. They held press conferences in Jiuzhou all day long before. He is too familiar with such similar methods. Chapter 922. Collector's Edition, and a blind box of golden elixir. Phoenix instantly understood some business psychology. In fact, everyone has a collecting habit, and they just take advantage of this. In the words of the players, many elementary school snacks on Earth, instant noodles, come with a card, and then they start to sell well. Students keep the cards for collection, and even some rich students buy some rare cards at high prices for stamp collection. This is the mentality at the moment. After I finished eating, I still had a useful golden elixir, which can be used to make weapons, collect, and hype. It's also out of print like a collectible, and it's overpriced. Everyone feels the breath of taking advantage, and it will come naturally. But what shocked them was not just this. At this time, in the shop, the shopkeeper, Sienran Jukarong, walked out of the shop and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet. To give back to your enthusiasm, today, we will launch a new series. This series is called Dragon Ball." After he said that, he clapped his hands, and the waiter Shigeyama Fong came out behind him, pushing a transparent glass box with golden pills with numbers written on it. Dong dong dong. Hundreds of golden pills were rolling wildly in the glass box. Every day, we randomly select 7 golden pills, with a total of 7 numbers. Friends who have the corresponding golden pill numbers can come and claim the prize. Our Dragon Ball event will be supervised by everyone throughout the process, and there will be no secret operation. As he said that, Shigeyama Fong began to turn the transparent roller, and countless golden pills with dazzling golden light were rolling inside, and soon the first golden pill fell out. The number 31 was written on it in a flamboyant manner. Very quickly. The second, the third. The numbers on the 7 Dragon Balls soon came out as the 7 winning numbers for today. The crowd below was noisy. Another promotion. This time I have to buy. I feel like they might lose money. The cost of refining an elixir like the golden elixir must be very high. I don't know what kind of power this Shirong is from, but he actually has so many benefits. Yes, these 7 Dragon Balls are very interesting. Has no one noticed Chong Sha Fong? She was originally just a casual cultivator selling breakfast in the market, but now she has soared to the sky. I heard that the shopkeeper is responsible for the golden elixir, and Chong Sha Fong is responsible for selling a kind of gourmet raw material. They have already established a small sales group. Everyone is not stupid. In the same store, 2 people are selling golden elixir and gourmet raw materials respectively, and they are both making a lot of money. How can there be no connection behind this? In the eyes of everyone, Chong Sha Fong is lucky. It must be related to the Shirong faction that sells golden elixirs. Of course, more people didn't think so much, but paid attention to this event. Some people looked through the golden elixirs they bought a few days ago, and shouted, "I have a 19 in my hand. Who has others? Let's redeem the prize together. I have a 04 in my hand. What about the others?" A group of people were clamoring and preparing to collect cards and redeem the prizes. This scene made Xian Shichen, who was observing secretly, silent again. Is this really selling elixirs? It's like seeing a lottery shop. This golden elixir. Is it really for eating? But what made him silent even more was the business operation that defied the heavens, and it was the type that could be written into the textbook of golden elixir sales. Ha ha ha, don't worry, this is the first big gift. Give back to the family members who bought the golden elixir. The immortal Jiao Cyrong said, "Don't worry, family members, you each want to collect 7 sets of golden elixir numbers and redeem the prize. We will provide you with a place." Everyone look at the shop next to us. Everyone looked at a newly opened shop next to them. We are the official place for everyone to trade golden elixir. We will not recognize or redeem the golden elixir traded in other places. And our shop is not only a place to exchange golden elixir, but also has other functions. For example, golden elixir table tennis. This is an entertainment and competitive activity. Our golden elixir is very flexible. You can play table tennis and win the golden elixir in the hands of the opponent by your own means. As he said, Jiao Cyrong, the cow of the community, took out a table with the somewhat embarrassed Chongshan Fong and began to demonstrate playing. This table tennis game depends on personal strength. Win your own golden elixir, he said, putting away the table. The first floor of our new store is the table tennis hall. And the second floor is the billiard hall, which is also a competitive game that tests everyone's micro-control and mental arithmetic ability. Those who think they are geniuses can compete. But in this competitive activity, there are more golden elixirs that can be won or lost at one time. As he said, he took out another billiard table, put the golden elixir on it, took out the cue, and started a passionate competitive performance with Shigeyama Yoshi. Golden elixir billiard. And the third floor is our pinball hall, which is full of pinball games. It can also be called pachinko. He took out a pinball machine, which was jingling with cheerful sounds, with colorful light effects, and golden pills spinning inside. We provide many pinball machines to help you get rich and earn golden pills. Every golden pill provided in the pinball machine has real medicinal effects. You can take the pinballs you earn home and take them directly. He introduced various pinball machines one by one, and solemnly introduced the last treasure of the store, Swamp. This is a super large pinball machine called Swamp, which is half the size of a room. As guests play the game again and again, there is a winning pool inside, which gradually accumulates a large number of small steel balls, golden pills, shining in the prize pool. Everyone can imagine how much money they will make if they win this accumulated prize pool at once. This super pinball machine has a couplet written on both sides. One golden pill playing marbles. My fate is in my own hands gives people a sense of lofty ambition and grandeur. Holding the golden pill in hand, one's fate will be decided by oneself from now on. It is indeed Shirong's style. Xian Shichen's eyes suddenly became heavy. This pinball machine called Swamp, if it continues to accumulate, there will be tens of thousands of golden pills in the prize pool. The huge golden pill prize pool brings an extremely shocking visual effect to humans. If someone can clear the prize pool at one time, so many pills are enough for one person to reach the level of a celestial being and change his fate. But this huge swamp pinball machine is also like an invisible beast that devours people, which will inevitably lead to the bankruptcy of countless people. In an instant, he felt the horror of this large pinball machine. The first floor, table tennis hall. The second floor, billiard hall. The third floor, pinball hall. This is clearly a casino that uses gold elixir as a stake. But in the market, such facilities can also be opened, but the share to be collected is also higher, in front of us. Interlocking, forming a huge industry chain that eats people. As long as you come here to buy gold elixir for cheap, you will definitely go to the next door and try to play table tennis and billiard games. Originally, this is nothing. Inviting a few friends to play is also a kind of entertainment. Winning a few gold elixir, losing a few gold elixir, nothing. But if you go to the first and second floors, you will definitely go to the third floor to take a look, then it is easy to cause problems. The colorful machines are fascinating and easy to arouse people's impulse. Let's not talk about anything else. Just in front of us, the 7 Dragon Ball numbers that are drawn every day, the lottery, it is estimated that a lot of people will come every day to see the winning numbers, and buy gold elixir number balls. Can it be eaten and used? Who else can do it? It's going to be a big hit. It's worthy of being Shirong. Xian Shichen showed an admiring look. This method can be called an outstanding commercial art, and it should indeed be written into the business textbook. What about Jukarong? Xian Shichen showed a thoughtful look. Let's go, let's buy a golden elixir, and see what's going on. Can the golden elixir be copied? Feng Wang said. Xian Shichen sighed softly. It can be copied. The system of their golden elixir is the system of Tianming Yeti, which is similar to ours. They are all from the same source, and the difficulty of copying is not high. But I don't plan to forge a golden elixir to redeem the prize. If I win once or twice, I can't play anymore. Shirong will definitely be alert. On the contrary, copying the food material is the normal way of doing business. Next, several people lined up to buy golden elixirs. Fortunately, the other party had a sufficient stock of goods for today's event, and they bought a batch of golden elixirs in the afternoon. Although what made them very disgusted was that there was a purchase limit of 3 per person. Xian Shichen was not stupid. He had learned about their system from Yi Di. The difficulty of producing golden elixirs was much simpler than refining elixirs. It was like metal furniture like stainless steel basins, which could be mass-produced on an assembly line, low cost and high output. As for the Destiny energy, it could be obtained from the Taoist temple in the Destiny world. Then, with mixed feelings, Xian Shichen went to the golden elixir hall next door and played a game of table tennis. Xian Shichen and Jiao Tu Long Di had a passionate battle, but they were quickly defeated. Then Zhao Zai and Jiao Tu Long Di started playing, and then lost again. Jiao Tu Long Di swept everyone. A few people were unhappy, and went to the second floor to play billiards. Billiards are a magical instrument. There are hidden mysteries, various strong winds and gravity fields to increase the difficulty on the table. If you are not skilled, the ball you hit will fly out of the table in an S shape. But after several people competed in turn, this time, it was Xian Shichen who was the strongest and killed Jiao Tu Long Di and others. Xian Shichen was shocked and completely convinced. Shirong is indeed professional in business, and they actually have a deep meaning. What deep meaning? Zhao Zai smiled. Xian Shichen explained his opinion. The table tennis hall is an arena for body. A ball, hitting each other with a racket, tests the nerve reaction and physical fitness of both parties. See who is stronger and reacts faster. Table tennis is an arena for soul. It tests the calculation power and deduction ability of the soul, which is a competition of calculation power between the two sides. Pinball machine is an arena for life. If you are lucky enough, you can also change your winning rate to a certain extent. Xian Shichen couldn't help but sigh. The three-story hall corresponds to the three sources of human nature: body, soul, and life. They Shirong still have obsessive-compulsive disorder of perfection. Chapter 923. Even Xi and Shichen couldn't help but feel that the other party's plan was amazing. With Jindan as the core, a business empire was created. Taking full advantage of Jindan, the core concept of both edible and playable was brought into play. While Xi and Shichen and others were amazed, Ningzheng quietly came to the game room on the third floor. There were no waiters, only pinball machines of various models, emitting joyful and lively sound effects, colorful lights, creating a joyful and warm atmosphere. You can give it a try. Ningzheng sat down in front of a machine. In front of her was a machine with a button ejection mode. Press a red button and then eject marbles one by one, passing through obstacles when falling. At the bottom of the obstacle, there will be several grids for Jindan marbles. The grids are written X0.5, X1, X5, X10, X50, X100 and other magnifications. Of course, in addition to the multiple area of reward marbles, there is also a recycling area with the largest area, and the marbles that fall here are directly recycled. This looks quite interesting. Ningzheng took a batch of golden elixirs and started playing marbles. Bang! 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 Press the button, and the golden elixirs are bounced up by the springs one by one. When they fall, they pass through obstacles one by one. In the end, only 8 of the 10 golden elixirs are taken back. It's okay. Ningzheng deliberately did not open the fortune-telling ability in this area, and deliberately experienced the feelings of ordinary customers. The machine on the left side of Ningzheng's seat seems to be a pinball machine with a push-ball style. Go down, go down, go down. Someone looked at the picture in the pinball machine through the glass, and the golden elixir marbles were clattering and rolling down. I made money. I made 7 golden pills, and it's only this morning. The monk was excited, and took this batch of golden pill marbles, and stuffed them into the grooves of the machine one by one. 1 golden pill swallowed into my stomach, my life is in my own hands. He kept stuffing the golden pills into the belly of the machine, his face excited, ready to start a new round. Push it down. Ding ding dong dong. And a sound came from the machine on Ningzheng's right. 3 years of savings, more than 30 golden pills. It's impossible to do it like this. The monk's face was red, showing a ferocious look, and he began to press a joystick, staring at the screen. Hit it, get in. Ningzheng looked at the monks on the machines one by one, as if he was looking at all kinds of people. He played the pinball machine for a while, and then walked to another area. This area is a doll machine. After throwing a few golden pills, Ningzheng caught a plush doll, which was cute. These dolls should be a batch of small magic weapons purchased from the market. Ningzheng has seen many female monks catching dolls, looking very happy, and accompanied by male monks, who seem to be a couple. Their business is doing well. Ningzheng showed a gratified look. On the opening day, he must experience it as a guest. The 3-story building is mainly for entertainment, and makes people happy. You can't eat too ugly. The guests are not stupid. If you eat ugly, you can't make a long-term profit. It seems that he has to open a new money-making force besides Shirong College and the Bone Demon Dynasty. In the future, the 3-story Jindan Hall in Chongshan Town will treat Jindan as small steel balls and come to the game hall to play. How terrifying the daily flow is. Those who understand will understand. The golden elixir obtained from playing marbles can be taken back and eaten directly. It has the currency attribute of general equivalence and can be circulated naturally. At this rate of making money, Ningzheng estimates that he will soon be able to accumulate enough resources for the 10th level of human immortal. Now, we make a lot of money. Ningzheng sighed softly. I hope the painter knows something and takes out something to invest, so as not to be kicked out by me. Although, now it is through the painter's side, the painter Jiao Tsirong, to open a store Taoist golden elixir. And let the painter in the immortal world sword casting villa, Jian Xian, this process forms a delivery supply chain, continuous delivery. But delivery alone cannot share so much money. I have brought out such an excellent business map and various golden elixir business plans, and you just lie there? He is not stupid, he should come up with something good. Ningzheng was calm in his heart. This is also a test, to see what he wants to do after arranging in Jiuzhou for so long, and he is still using our Shirong villa as a cover. Ningzheng turned around, left the 3-story hall, and then walked to a restaurant across the street from the market. Guest, do you want to order our signature dish? The soup dumplings are very popular recently. A waiter came to promote. No need, let's have some normal traditional food. Ningzheng said lightly. In order to speed up the efficiency, the blacksmiths are not limited to the lowly blacksmiths. There are also a bunch of strong men, joined in the production of raw materials for the dough. Although, the newly added villa daily task has a very generous reward, so Ningzheng has also started to make money from the daily tasks of the fairy world recently. But after seeing the process of the blacksmiths producing raw materials in the cafeteria, Ningzheng didn't want to enjoy it very much. Ningzheng occasionally heard the blacksmiths chatting about some delicious takeouts. Don't watch how they make them in their small workshops, because you can't stand it and can't eat them. These blacksmiths have always been a group of people who hold the truth. You can't watch it, but you think it's delicious. Ningzheng now deeply believes it. Ningzheng pricked up her ears and listened to the noise around her. It tastes really good. It has a sweet fragrance of flowers and plants. I seem to be walking among the flowers, and see the beautiful girl gently wrapping dumplings with her delicate hands. Listening to the voices of the guests talking enthusiastically around her, Ningzheng calmly bought some traditional meals. In fact, the residents of the fairy world are very receptive to the food of Chongwon domain. They don't mind eating the skin of Chongwon people. They even think that this cooking process using the skin of girls as raw materials is very beautiful, and can be appreciated by both the elite and the masses. After all, among the high-level ingredients in the fairy world, spirit beasts, divine beasts, dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Which one can't talk? Only those who eat low-level pure wild beasts will not make a sound, but that is what mortals eat, and immortals look down on it. Chongwon people themselves are just a kind of humanoid spirit beast. They are said to be a group of trees, and then gradually appeared overlapping annual rings, and then evolved into walking wood-based paper people. Formed a paperman society that lasted for millions of years. Then, gradually more anthropomorphic, with hair retracted like the Kyushu ape, and transformed into an upright human posture. In essence, they are humanoid spirit beasts evolved from trees. To put it simply, Kyushu people evolved from hairy apes. Chongwon people evolved from overlapping paper people. It's just that the human form seems to be very suitable for the innate cultivation form, and Xian is the first human form in the world. Therefore, all civilizations will evolve towards the form of Xian in their own world. Other civilizations evolved from stones and fish, and eventually became human civilizations under the guidance of Xian. What an interesting fairyland. Ningzheng has been adapting to the local customs for a long time, and he doesn't think there is a big problem. It's not a big deal for spirit beasts to speak human language. However, the blacksmith seems to say that they eat chickens, ducks, and fish like wild beasts, and they are protected and condemned by people. If those chickens, ducks, and pigs can talk, wouldn't they be crazy? They dare not eat them even more. Ningzheng shook his head. In the world of cultivating immortals, all high-level ingredients can speak a little. At this time, a man sat directly opposite Ningzheng. I also went to the newly opened third floor to experience it. Yu Shirong lineage is really doing well. Ningzheng looked at him. Welcome. What would you like to eat? What you ordered is enough. The man who came was the painter, who smiled and said, you should not reject business cooperation. Jiosue placed an order with you before, and you did a good job. Ningzheng looked at him indifferently. At this time, neither of them was the real body, but a clone. Ningzheng was not surprised by the arrival of the painter. The painter Jiosai Rong, the shopkeeper, and the clerk Chongshan Fong suddenly came up with so many classic Shirong business plans. How could the painter not know? He pretended to be a Shirong villa, originally to lure out Ningzheng, the real owner, and Ningzheng also came to see him tacitly. The two sides were a simple test contact. Ningzheng came here to see the opening of the new store, and naturally guessed that the painter might appear. This is a tacit understanding between the two. As shareholders, how could they not participate in the opening of a new store? The painter smiled and said, I will open a fake Shirong villa and serve as a branch in the fairy world. You won't be angry, right? Ningzheng frowned. Why does this person speak like a blacksmith? Ningzheng finally spoke, we have many branches and institutions. The one that went to Jiuzhou is just one of them. We Shirong are essentially a business force, so we can naturally join. Your Excellency has good means. I can even introduce you to open a real Shirong sword forging villa. Ningzheng said lightly, in this way, your fake sword forging villa will become real, and you will really be the leader of a branch. Join? Become the leader of a branch? I still need to think about it. Can I ask you about the strength of your power? The painter looked calm, and it was hard to tell the depth of his power. Ningzheng smiled. You will know our background once you enter the upper echelons. Since I don't know the depth, I think I need to think about it. I can cooperate with you first. The painter smiled and said, after all, it's a business deal. I'm sure you won't refuse. Chapter 924. After all, according to the painter's analysis, Shirong has indeed cooperated with many people. Jiosui and Xingxikan have made weapons for them. Sini Baishan and Dukuhong have cooperated in business many times. As long as there is profit and corresponding products, and convenience is provided, there is room for negotiation. After all, think about it. How can a commercial force not have cooperation from various forces? Anyone can be a lone ranger, except commercial forces. Now revisiting the whole thing, the painter can basically confirm that the other party came to Jiuzhou for him. You know, in order to prevent the outside world from discovering the abnormality of Jiuzhou, the painter controlled the surrounding world so that the news could not be spread, and let the surrounding world be unknown and deliberately mediocre. In this way, he can hide safely in the world of the heavens like the Ganges sand, and become a black household. Even if an immortal occasionally comes to travel, the surrounding world will form a barrier to detect outsiders at the first time. The immortals controlled by him will personally attack and kill, and then take over the other party. Jiuzhou is a black zone, a forbidden area for gods and demons. Immortal world is forbidden to pass through. After all, low-level immortals are captured when traveling, and high-level immortals will not go out easily. But this Shirong, I don't know where he caught his flaws, and he came to Jiuzhou on purpose to open a Shirong villa. This Shirong villa is powerful and mysterious, and can span many worlds. He even used a magic method to summon a group of blacksmiths from other worlds for use. Each of them has strange ideas, extraordinary skills, is not afraid of death, eats dirt and jumps into the furnace. He is really a strange person. This sword-casting villa. I'm afraid it's the weapon of the immortal venerable, not to mention that there is a living immortal venerable. At least it is a true immortal force inherited by the immortal venerable. I'm afraid that from the beginning, it was aimed at him. However, the other party had been doing business in Jiuzhou before, and it seemed that he had no ill intentions. After discovering him, he just neutralized Jiuzhou to make money. It seems that he wanted to cooperate with him from the beginning. So, he had this test. Cooperation, what can you offer? Ningzheng said softly. My sincerity is naturally enough. The painter said lightly. Chengwan Domain, the descendant of Wanwan Immortal Venerable, the grandson of the contemporary true immortal master, can guarantee your Jindan group. You may have seen your members in Shirong, but it should be inconvenient for them to reveal their identities. How about I provide you with an open umbrella of protection? Ning Zheng's heart moved. This guy killed the grandson of the true immortal. Replaced by a painter? It is worthy of being the disaster of the false people, the ancient false people king, and the master of the human god. This person's movements are terrifyingly fast. The efficiency of the action is full, and this is not an ordinary grandson of a true immortal, but the grandson of the current head of the true immortal of the immortal master, which can be said to be a super second-generation immortal. If a person of this level speaks out to save the golden elixir industry, it will not only save a lot of trouble. It can also quickly expand the territory. At the very least, under the power of this local immortal, the expansion of the entire Chongwan area and the establishment of golden elixir shops everywhere will not be a dream. This is a super large business alliance that will rise in a very short time. Awesome. Ningzheng smiled and said, this sincerity is enough. It is just like timely rain, and it can expand unscrupulously in the future. His own cultivation resources are basically worry-free. The painter smiled faintly and said, and this is just the first preliminary cooperation. If the progress goes smoothly in the future, the other 12 domains can also find a protective umbrella to escort the Jindan Merchant Alliance. Ningzheng suddenly envied the painter. The disaster of fake people is really going to infiltrate everywhere. Is the fairy world full of fake people? The painter is a fierce and even cruel person. Is he going to reproduce the tactics of the human god era? Step by step, he replaced the high level of the fairy world. Finally, the top level was infiltrated. It was all fake people. People are going to start spreading the horror story of the legend of the human ancestor? Ningzheng suddenly realized. I really released a caged monster from Jiuzhou. If there is no painter, it will take at least a long time to deduce this system to perfection, to revive, and to be born. Even if there is no accident, it may be trapped in the same place as a bound earth spirit for the rest of its life. But Ningzheng didn't feel worried. Natural disasters occur, trapped beasts escape from cages, and disasters sweep across the fairy world. The ones who need to worry are the immortals. I am responsible for watching the painter, this peerless fierce man, making trouble everywhere. On the contrary, Ningzheng wants to learn his fake person possession skills. But he can't learn it. After his fake person blacksmith possesses the body, he will lose the memory of the original owner, and the fake person will be discovered in a minute. And the painter will inherit most of the memory. Today's painter seems to have gone a step further after becoming an immortal, and has achieved perfection. Then, happy cooperation. Ningzheng raised his glass. I hope the grandson of the real immortal master will act quickly. Happy cooperation. The painter also smiled, looking at the owner of Shirong Manor with an inexplicable expression. For him, this matter is quite interesting. He does lack resources, and there are many ways to plunder resources. But he still chose this golden elixir as one of the ways to obtain resources. Because he likes to witness and see some interesting things rise. After all, only by witnessing can there be eternal and wonderful scrolls, right? He sighed softly, and suddenly looked at Xian Shichen and others who were doing research in the street below, and smiled. The younger generation of Jiuzhou have misunderstood me too much. I have never thought of being a behind-the-scenes manipulator. I just want to be a witness and witness their growth. Even when necessary, I will help them, such as Xian Shichen and Jiuzhou, who have received my favor. I just want to paint their more wonderful faces and leave that moment of eternity. This is a painter who longs for. I just got a collection of paintings. People misunderstand me a lot. Ningzheng nodded. So that's it. You just want better painting materials. You have no other requirements, no ambition to rule the world, and no desire for power and worldly things. The one who knows me is Shirong. The painter smiled gently. I am a good person. I dream of painting in the countryside and enjoying a quiet life. I am just a painter who simply wants to paint. At this time, I just want to do business with you and earn some money for pigments. After all, you know that pens, ink, paper, and inkstones cost too much money. Ningzheng understood. The painter smiled again and said, I have prepared pens and ink to pave the way for you. I hope that you, Shirong, can also walk out of a different story. I will witness everything for you. Ningzheng suddenly asked, how far do you think our Jindan lineage can go? Fairyland, the 14th domain, how about it? The painter suddenly said, the world of destiny is a domain of its own, integrated into the Taoist priests of the fairyland. How about this situation? Starting from this Jindan, sweeping the fairyland commercial market is the starting point. Shirong, you opened up businesses all over Jiuzhou at a very fast speed, and your business was well known in Jiuzhou. Now, at this speed, you open up businesses all over the fairyland, and everyone knows that your Zhujin Villa is an alchemy giant, which is the right way. Visionary. Ningzheng smiled heartily. Only with speed can Shirong's style be seen. Only with speed can the whole fairy world have golden elixirs to eat. The painter raised his wine glass and said lightly, aren't you good at refining the sun and the moon? What do you think about refining the sun and the fairy world into a huge golden elixir, shining with golden light and constantly emitting medicinal power? Ningzheng pretended to hesitate. This. The painter said, I will provide a large number of protective umbrellas to promote the golden elixir lineage, so that it will be unimpeded and flourish everywhere. Later, the immortals will also ask you to refine elixirs. Whether you can refine the sun golden elixir for them depends on your ability. Sir, it won't be impossible, right? Why does this person speak more and more like a blacksmith? How can a man say no? Ningzheng raised his glass and said confidently with a smile, I will sacrifice my life to accompany a gentleman. Okay. The painter smiled and said, I will accompany you for a while. I hope that when the time comes, you will not shout to retreat when you meet the immortal lord. I will send you up to refine the elixir and refine a sun and moon. I refined the sun and moon for Jiuzhou back then, and now I refine the sun and moon for the immortal lord. Using the immortal realm as a furnace, refining the sun golden elixir, that scene must be brilliant. Just thinking about it makes me want to draw it. Ningzheng laughed. Why should I be afraid of the immortal venerable? I am afraid that when the time comes, the immortal venerable will be angry and jealous of our golden elixir industry, and will be ruthless to us. It is you who are afraid to withdraw. Ha ha ha, let's see the future. The painter drank heavily. Whoever retreats at this time, isn't it saying that he is not good enough? Is my foundation not enough, and I am a paper tiger? The painter dares to be so reckless. How can Ningzheng be afraid? The golden elixir lineage. The painter obviously wants to promote it to become one of the 14 domains, and become one of the giants. It is an attempt to try to share the cake, and even try to be the leader. Now, the times are surging. In recent times, the acceleration technology of 1 day and 100 years has been born, and an unprecedented era is about to begin in the immortal realm. Countless civilizations want to test the immortal realm. The painter wanted to promote the Jindan lineage and become the first civilization to test the immortals. No matter whether it succeeds or not, as long as someone takes the lead in the rebellion, even if it is suppressed, there will be others who will follow. He wants to provoke a chaotic era and kick off its curtain. It can be Jean Dan. It can also be Ian Dan. And he can make a little money by the way. The painter wants the huge waves of the immortal world to come, the gods and demons to appear in the world, and the wind and clouds to rise, so that he can have the opportunity to make a ukiyo-e of the immortal world and fulfill his dream. Same. Ning Zheng is not afraid of playing a big game with the painter. Even if the Jean Dan lineage fails and collapses, it is just abandoning this industry. Ning Zheng also believes that the immortals will not be able to trace him. Ning Zheng has more than 20 billion luck, and he is indeed afraid of being tracked. But the first thing he wants to track is the sword-casting villa server. Ning Zheng is spending a lot of money on this immortal supreme treasure. With a luck value of 2 trillion, immortal supreme treasures are all top level. Are you afraid of tracking them? And the painter is so arrogant, but I don't know what trump card he has. How dare he think that the immortal supreme can't catch him? The mastermind behind the scenes? Dare to be so reckless. It's really a way to die. Don't blame the immortal supreme for starting to take action after Jean Dan made a huge sum of money. When I leave, I push you out as a scapegoat. It's also a good choice to kill the painter while making money. However, the painter at this time is also thinking this way. Thinking about what trump card this Shirong has, a mere business alliance is so arrogant, really dare to take his deal, promote the Jean Dan lineage, and is not afraid of the immortal supreme coming to kill him. This Shirong is really across the heavens, unfathomable? Don't blame me for pushing you out as a scapegoat. The painter smiled in his heart. We will soon know whether the owner of Shirong Manor is really capable or just exaggerating. Let's see if the blacksmiths under the other party will shrink back when the golden elixir is pushed. Although he calls himself a natural disaster, I am afraid he is not as good as the fake natural disaster under my command, who can conquer the fairy world. Chapter 925. Next, Ning Zheng and the painter put aside their plans and started chatting about some content and interests, as if they had met too late. After all, they found that they had some similar interests. Ning Zheng also changed his opinion of the painter. After all, what bad intentions can a painter who only thinks about painting have? He provoked wars and stirred up disturbances everywhere, just wanting to witness all the life and death contests, the blood and epics of the times as a bystander, and then paint a perfect picture. Only by using the dreams, ideals, bravery, resistance and roars of the people as painting materials can he, as a witness, paint a perfect epic chapter. It's like a blacksmith who wants to forge the most perfect magic weapon in the world. It's like a chef who wants to open a top restaurant in the fairy world that even the immortals have to make reservations. What can be wrong with a photographer who records the eternity of a moment? Although in the words of the blacksmith, this may be a fun person who likes to watch people fight, roar, and bloom with the splendid brilliance of life, and then he is responsible for freezing that moment. Perhaps, it is this kind of obsession and persistence that allows the painter to paint an eternal picture scroll. The first ember of Jiuzhou opened the prelude to the mighty Jiuzhou. And then, he even painted the history of the years. He studied hard step by step, and only then did he have so many amazing painting skills. And me, I, Ning Zheng, have a magnificent life. I have experienced many life and death on the road of cultivation, all kinds of 9 deaths and thousands of disasters. I also sacrificed heroically for Jiuzhou once, and lived a second life. It can be said to be heroic and decisive. Where is my sincere heart? Who am I? Ning Zheng couldn't help thinking about it. Research knows that I am me. But he soon felt both amused and sad, thinking that he was worrying too much. Why think so much? What he wanted was nothing more than to be invincible and free. Ning Zheng said goodbye to the painter, and left Chongshan town. He had a meeting with the painter that day, and they both had their own plans, and were ready to boldly stir up a huge wave in the fairy world. It can be said to be a major node that changes the situation. Ning Zheng's expression was complicated, and he sighed softly. 2 immortals who have just ascended dare to calculate the entire fairy world and try to be the mastermind behind the scenes. I'm afraid few people will believe it. At this moment, in Chongshan town, the Jindan Hall opened, and countless people saw the business opportunity. This time, it was no longer a small fight. Countless people were jealous, and saw that the various competitive activities in the Jindan Hall were making a lot of money every day. But soon, just this afternoon, a second-generation immortal from Chongwan Domain personally spoke and guaranteed that this was an industry that he was cooperating with, which saved a lot of trouble. Obviously, after the painter returned, he immediately began to work hard. This man is very reliable, much more reliable than the blacksmith. And the shopkeeper Jiuzai Rong also seized the business opportunity and began to invite franchisees, allowing them to open the Golden Elixir 3-story hall facility in various places, and provided a channel for elixirs. Soon, countless people were extremely excited and frantically consulted about joining. And Jiuzai Rong also announced the franchise fee. Our franchise fee is 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. The equipment fee is 50,000 high-grade immortal stones. The decoration site selection guidance fee is 10,000 high-grade immortal stones, and the management personnel must meet various local standards. After passing the test, we will start to supply regularly and provide golden elixirs. Even so, there are still many local forces who want to join. Everyone knows that this is a golden rooster that lays eggs. After all, for most forces, the immortal stones will depreciate if they are kept in their own treasure house. Investing is the best choice. Money makes money, and only then can you grow stronger. On the other side, watching the golden elixir wave of the time sweeping across Chongshan town, Xi and Shichen and others took root in Chongshan town. After visiting for a day, they also began to study the process of making dough materials. As for the golden elixir, it is not easy for them to make it. And Ningzheng did not want to pull them into the villa to be blacksmiths. Now is not the time. At present, the various exchange rewards of the Fairy World online game Sword Casting Villa are too bad. There is no style. It is okay to scare Chongshanfang, but it is not easy to scare Xi and Shichen and other old six. It feels easy to go wrong to come in and trick them into working as native players. Can't grasp it. It can only be said that after Sword Casting Villa came to the Fairyland, this online game Fairy Weapon had to update the farming version many times, and there was a long way to go. He had more important things to do. Become a fairy. To seek the skin of a tiger, such a bold, arrogant and ostentatious painter forced me, who has always been steady and honest, to board his black ship. I will definitely get into a lot of trouble in the future. Ning Jing's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help sighing. First of all, you have to be strong, otherwise everything is vain. He has completed the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, and it is time to perfect his body. Ordinary people have to spend thousands of years in Xian's body. Ningzheng obviously doesn't want to wait for this time. He plans to go to the time flow speed training area in the Fairyland. There, use the time flow speed plus luck to quickly complete this stage and become a fairy. He had money in his pocket. That night, someone announced that he wanted to join. The first batch of franchise fees arrived, and he split the profits with the painters 50-50, which was also a lot of money. Ningzheng could say that sentence again. I am not interested in money. Money is just a string of numbers. At least, it is an incredible amount of money for a human immortal. With such assets, he could go to the Immortal World practice room. Speaking of which, Mo Mei Jinxian is also in that area now, recontracting a new beast, and has not returned yet. With a clatter, Ningzheng himself quietly entered this Immortal World area. Under the guidance of several beautiful monks, he chose a lower-level cave to retreat. After all, the high-level cave is rich in immortal energy, but it is not very useful for his immortal process of perfecting his body structure. After entering the cave, he checked the surroundings and confirmed that there was no unique monitoring method, so he dropped a batch of high-quality immortal stones, concentrated the immortal energy, and began to break through his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was a month later. -1 billion. Ningzheng slowly opened his eyes. The foundation is too strong, and the breakthrough is a natural result. The body has completely passed that step. The structure of the whole body has evolved, and the small details of the Jiuzhou race have been perfected. It has become a brand new immortal life. The body naturally flows with a natural breath of qualitative change, and it is already the first level of human immortal. The Jiuzhou energy attribute in the body has been completely transformed into immortal energy. The versatility of immortal energy is indeed high. Next, it is the 10th level of human immortal. Since he is here, he naturally wants to break through 10 realms in one breath. A large amount of immortal energy merged into the empty immortal body he just broke through, filling every attribute Dantian house. 1 level. 2 levels. 3 levels. Breaking through the walls layer by layer, overflowing layer by layer. Breaking through the realm, at this moment, is as simple as eating and drinking. Like the tide pouring into a dry river, quickly nourishing the whole body. Ningzheng is practicing attribute circulation. The room is connected in a cycle. The energy injection is actually a few points faster, and the circulation rate of the surrounding energy is several times higher than that of ordinary immortals. The advantage of circulation has begun to become obvious. 1 day later, Ningzheng opened his eyes again, and the majestic aura of his body almost collapsed the entire low-grade cave. He couldn't help but quickly restrain his aura and frowned. Why is this cave a scumbag? I'm afraid there are also a group of termites in the immortal world who are cutting corners. He felt the realm in his body. The 10 major perfections of the human immortal. It's so simple. This time I broke through 10 realms without spending any luck. I broke through purely by my own efforts. I'm a little uncomfortable. Ning Zheng sighed in his heart. 10 levels for free? He was a little speechless. He thought of this and looked at the difficulty of breaking through the next realm. Celestial Immortal, 1 billion per realm. After all, human immortals are 100 million, and celestial immortals are 10 billion. Well, I felt a lot more comforted. This little money is nothing to Ning Zheng now, who earns 25 billion luck points a day. After all, this is 100 years in the world of destiny, and 25 billion is not surprising. Slow down the realm, and then enter the celestial immortal. The celestial immortal needs to comprehend the laws of each attribute, so don't rush. He tidied his clothes and confirmed that there was no residual information in the cave, and then walked out openly. The monk at the reception desk was also stunned. How could this person be so fast? He just went in and came out again. After all, Ning Zheng had been in there for more than a month. According to the flow rate of 100 years a day, she just went in and came out in the blink of an eye, right? Looking at Ning Zheng's back, the monk felt a little strange. It's only 1 month. What's the use of 1 month of practice? It takes thousands or tens of thousands of years for ordinary people to break through the realm. Maybe this is the fun of the rich. Ning Zheng didn't care about the gaze behind him, but thought. The painter found backgrounds everywhere for our Jindan shop and open franchisees. We have to go back to Zhujian Villa to increase the Jindan production line. Chapter 926. Now that he has broken through to the great perfection of human immortal, Ning Zheng, who lacks a sense of security, feels a little comforted. Finally, he is not immortal anymore. For Ning Zheng, who does not like fighting, the biggest impact of this breakthrough is. Finally, he will not be in a hurry in the immortal world. A group of robbery cultivators came out and said, "Hey, there is a stupid mortal traveling outside. It just happens to be a support. Let the disciples practice with him." Ning Zheng's mood suddenly improved. However, in the eyes of most people, this realm is just a starting point. As long as you have money, you can replenish energy and repair the corresponding 10 Dantian houses. There is no technical difficulty at all. Human immortal, most casual cultivators will be stuck in it, especially the human immortal with 1 disaster and 1 disaster, which is 82 times the cultivation resources of Ning Zheng. How terrifying is this super bottomless pit? Except for some small number of mortal-immortal cultivation protagonists, who can forcibly open cheats, various adventurers, earn resources to improve the 5 miscellaneous spiritual routes, and break through the immortal, most people will never break through in their lifetime. The celestial immortal is the starting point for normal immortals. 90% of the immortals in the entire immortal world are stuck at the celestial immortal level. Each level is to comprehend a set of laws, and the combat power of each level is very different. The difficulty of breaking through is a test of one's understanding. The road ahead is long and arduous. Ning Zheng secretly warned herself not to get too arrogant and walked up to the sword-casting villa. When she walked up the mountain, she saw a group of blacksmiths working on the casting assembly line. Jiao Tsirong was supervising from a high place, giving orders loudly, but she didn't know what he was shouting. And the sun in the sky was shining brightly. The scorching midday sun shone on these bricklayers, making them sweat profusely. Obviously, they didn't pay protection fees to Sun Moon Su Yunyang today. Please ask this person to adjust today's villa background weather system. This group of new blacksmiths are really strong. Ning Zheng felt that their perseverance was amazing. They would rather die than turn on the air conditioner, and would rather die of heat than make money for someone. It is worth mentioning that Jiao Tsirong was supervising. But he couldn't manage this large construction site alone, so he threw a bunch of street lamps, and hung them high up to supervise the work of these brick-moving players. Ning Zheng was slightly stunned. There was actually such a trick? The blacksmiths thought that Jiao Tsirong was punishing the capitalists by getting a bunch of street lamps, but they didn't expect that it was punishing themselves now. This boomerang hit their own heads. There were all street lamps of the supervisor on their heads, making them want to cry but not cry. Ning Zheng was amused and thought to herself, they have been having a lot of fun building a new factory these days. Sir, we are building a casting assembly line factory. At this time, Wu Xingjing came over and imitated Zhukarong to show his courtesy. After all, isn't the golden elixir very popular recently? Our Shirong's first product. The golden elixir is popular in the fairy world. So, we are organizing the construction of a golden elixir assembly line and preparing to launch a new style. Ningzheng nodded, well done. It can be seen that they are very skilled now. The previous golden mud production line gave them experience in building factories. Zhukurong in the distance was holding a plan and discussing enthusiastically with Yi Guangxiu, shouting some professional business terms: golden elixir, central kitchen, chain store, supply chain. Ningzheng didn't understand it very well, and didn't want to learn it. As an online game planner, I am only responsible for maintaining the ecological environment of the online game. As for doing business in the game, it's up to them. Wu Xingjing continued, recently, as an excellent blacksmith, I am helping to improve the new golden elixir. There are already some results. Oh! Ningzheng looked at Wu Xingjing. Although management talents such as Zhukurong are important, high-quality products are the core of business. Research talents are what Ningzheng is most worthy of cultivating. Wu Xingjing lived up to expectations, and took out a pill emitting golden soft clouds. First, this one, I call a dream pill. This is the pattern pill that was reproduced after consulting Chong Shanfeng about the food pattern. Taking this pill will stimulate your 5 senses, and illusions will emerge, like a dream bubble, and you will have a dream. Not bad. Ningzheng raised her eyebrows, took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Gurgle, a sharp pain attacked the stomach. But with Ningzheng's super regenerative ability, a little pain is insignificant, and a fantasy appeared in front of her. As expected, Wu Xingjing is a real iron-making genius. We don't have a real iron-making person in Zhujian Mountain Villa, and we have to rely on a fooled native girl to support the facade. The specific effect is good? Ningzheng asked. Actually, the effect is not very good. You have a strong body and a strong immortality in your cultivation system, so you don't feel pain. Wu Xingjing showed a trace of regret. If it were other people, they would feel the cramps and pain in their stomachs while enjoying the beautiful fantasy of delicious food. It would be too conflicting. It would wake them up in pain. But it can barely weaken their pain and divert their attention. It is painful and happy. Ningzheng frowned. This way is not feasible. Only people like us, Jiuzhou people, Tianming people, and Chengwan people can eat it. This limitation is a bit too big. But it is also true that this is just the imagination and brain hole of the blacksmiths. In fact, the severe pain brought by this golden pill can't even suppress you by adding corpse mushrooms crazily, Wu Xingjing said. I took it to those blacksmiths to see, and they said that this dream pill still has great prospects. They said that you can tell stories, and stories in it, such as reproducing the content of the Yin Shuangying detective series. When you eat the golden pill, play a movie. Every time you eat a pill, play an episode, so that those monks who like to chase dramas will be fascinated, and it will also increase the value of the collection of the golden pill series. Ningzheng thought thoughtfully. 1 golden pill for 1 episode. Some obsessive-compulsive people will collect the golden pills of a series of dramas, and put them in a box 1 by 1 for collection. Are they going to enter the film and television industry? Ningzheng frowned. They are taking a big step. As the fairy world develops, all commercial ways to make money have been studied. There are also storytelling professions similar to practicing spiritual magic. When telling stories, illusions will appear, making you feel like you are there. Some storytellers have become big stars in the Kyushu civilization, supported by countless people, and have toured like concerts. After all, every secondary profession that reaches the peak is terrifying. The restaurants opened by top chefs have to be booked by the immortals. Non-combat professions in Kyushu and combat professions have to give face, and the fairy world is naturally the same. Storytellers are one aspect, and there are also some book-writing professions. Every page of the books they write will let you enter the corresponding story chapter. Even more outrageous is that the Little Imperial Uncle is very popular. Every time you turn a page, there will be a different story. Some anonymous authors of the Imperial Uncle may seem inconspicuous, but in fact, they are making a lot of money in the fairy world, and their sales are very terrifying. According to some newspapers and magazines that Ningzheng read, a few years ago, it was revealed that a certain upright and respected and majestic leader was secretly a famous author of the Little Imperial Uncle. The painting style is extremely exquisite, and the routine is very exciting. It is popular throughout the fairy world, with more than 3 billion copies sold, and has entered the wall of masterpieces. It can be seen that the degree of internal competition in the fairy world is fierce. Are they sure they can do it? Ningzheng asked. They said they wanted to give it a try. They competed in stories, and felt that they were not bad. Wu Xingjing said, in addition, the sales of our golden elixir have a unique market advantage. As long as the story is not bad, they will buy similar series when buying golden elixir. The golden elixir is the core, and many additional industries can be extended. Ningzheng also thinks that there is some truth, so why not give it a try? The current golden elixir is already hot enough, and adding a story inside a golden elixir is just a benefit to increase user stickiness. It is specially used to seduce some customers with stamp collecting addiction. I see it's you. You also want to participate in the production? Ningzheng looked at him. Wu Xingjing scratched his head shyly, because ordinary golden elixir can be mass-produced, but the dream elixir plus the array pattern has to be made by me. I want to host this series. You can give it a try and test the sales. Ningzheng said. Don't worry, I will work hard. Wu Xingjing said. They are said to be brewing an amazing plan to absolutely monopolize the movie market. It tells the story of our destiny world. Every golden elixir has the sad story of its owner before his death. Tens of thousands of golden elixirs, multi-line narration of life, and also add some tragic stories and epic colors to us Taoists. Telling stories? Is it making up stories? Ningzheng nodded. Then I wait and see. Chapter 927. After bidding farewell to the excited whooshing whale, Ningzheng walked through the construction sites of the factory and greeted the workers one by one. Then he inspected the sales of goods in various shops in the recently updated occupational areas. After careful study, he discovered that the leak street lamps were the protective shields of the villa hanging upside down in the sky, acting as stars to monitor the earth. This capitalist was strictly watching over the brick-moving workers. The one over there? Is he still slacking off? Malicious sudden death will result in salary deduction. The one lying on the ground, if you can't bear it, jump out of the forging furnace. Our construction site doesn't need any waste that rests for more than 1 minute. The street lamps were shouting, constantly urging the construction. This made Ningzheng speechless. In the past, Jiosui used the stars and the sun and the moon to supervise the world. But now, the times are developing, and our Zhujian villa also has its own stars and the sun and the moon, but it is squeezing the poor workers below. One group of stars is responsible for supervision, and the other sun and moon are responsible for exposure. It's a bit immoral. He wanted to stop this immoral thing. After all, when other natives come in and see this scene, it will damage the image of the villa. But on second thought, it seems useless to stop it. These blacksmiths are laughing and joking. After the native blacksmiths come in, they will have no image after spending 2 days with them. Ningzheng still chose to play badly and let nature take its course. After all, when I become powerful, there will be great scholars to debate for me. Just look at the people in the town of Jiai, and you will know. Jiosai Rong hung street lamps in the sky, and they were praised by these people, and said it was a good idea. Let's just focus on my own business. Ningzheng sighed softly. After becoming an immortal, he deeply felt that his residence was not big enough. He, an immortal, felt like he was living in a small cave. He had to bend over and curl up his body, which was very uncomfortable. The area of the villa is indeed small now. Not to mention, the golden elixir factory has to be expanded now. But with Ningzheng's current perfect human immortality, he disdains to expand the area of the villa. Subspace cave is a good choice. In addition, he has a magical tool that can initially interfere with space, so it will be more convenient to expand in this area. The protective shield of the sword-casting villa is 10,000 meters high, and the mountain is 5,000 meters high. Give me space, Folding. He reached out and grabbed the server of the sword-casting villa. Using the power of space, the entire 5,000-meter mountain was constantly compressed and shrunken. The entire sword-casting villa was only 50 meters high. Ningzheng held the sword-casting villa in his hand and looked down at the little people inside moving bricks. Then his mind moved. He continued to take soil from the outside of Jiuzhou, so that this 50-meter miniature hill would expand in proportion. The final result was that the protective shield of Zhujian Villa was still 10,000 meters, but the space inside was distorted, and Zhujian Mountain was 500,000 meters high. A 10,000-meter high protective shield, with a 500,000-meter high mountain. When you walk into the villa, you will feel that there is another world, and all the space is compressed inside. What's going on? The earth is shaking? Fuck. The place is shrinking. No, it's getting bigger. What a mess. It's shrinking the earth into an inch, and the distance is within reach. A group of people were very shocked and shouted. Is this the cool CG plot of the fairy world version? Is this to make us feel that the power of the immortals is so terrible? They were still building the factory in the villa, and they felt that the world was expanding and shrinking. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on a mountain of 500,000 meters. The distance between the buildings in the villa was stretched all of a sudden. Large tracts of open space reappeared between the densely packed buildings. Countless blacksmiths jumped on the open space, feeling the earth, and even started to dig the soil to eat. A group of people cheered, and at the same time, a thought came up. Playing this time, the update is silent again. That 1,000 billion immortal artifact is really powerful, barely able to use some of the space power of the old era. It's a pity that the laws of heaven and earth in today's era have changed dramatically, and it seems that we can't practice the first level laws of space, life, and time. The immortals of our era can only practice the second level laws, fire, earth, water, yin, and yang. But it's so terrifying to pry some space power slightly. After expanding the villa, Ningzheng was too lazy to care about the golden elixir factory on the mountain. Just build it yourself. Could it be that I still keep an eye on them, and be a contractor? Ningzheng believes in Jiusai Rong. After all, a manager who plays the villain and is despised by others is necessary. Back to the room. Ningzheng sat cross-legged, unfolded a protective shield, and began to feel the strong magic power in his body. I have reached the great perfection of human immortals, and I have broken through 10 realms in a row, and I am still storing energy. I can no longer tell how many times stronger I am than before. The energy reserve of a small ant before, and the energy reserve of a 9-day giant dragon now, who can accurately confirm the difference in size and energy level between the two? After he filled up his body with energy, his magic power reached the limit. He was a perfect human immortal, and he had the urge to blow up Jiuzhou with a single move. He even had a feeling of invincibility, as if a celestial immortal could not last more than a few rounds in his hands. But he also felt that he was inflated. There was a huge gap between any immortals of the same realm. Some geniuses could be thousands of times stronger than immortals of the same level, which was the gap between a small fry and a commander of celestial soldiers. Ningzheng did not inflate to test the quality of a celestial immortal, but silently felt the various magical changes in his body. For example, the yang spiritual root human god flower, the yin spiritual root shadow crocodile. And he found that his 7-colored spiritual roots had a very powerful place. The Dharma image flashed. Before, his Dharma image could be exchanged with the original body at any time, leaving a Dharma image in place. Before, his ability to exchange was only within Jiuzhou, just like the flash of the tree man, flashing again, and leaving a substitute. Now, he has discovered an amazing ability. He can cross boundaries and flash, leave a Dharma image on the Jiuzhou side, and a Dharma image on the Fairyland side, and they can swap bodies at any time. Of course, if he relies solely on his own magic power, he certainly does not have such a long casting distance. He used the spatial turbulence ability of the server. The server is now a treasure of the immortals. It can transmit the materials of the sword-casting villa to the blacksmith Chongshanfeng in Chongshan town in the Fairyland, and naturally it can also transmit his own substitute. His eyes are shining with golden light, revealing an extremely expectant look. This is the cooperation of the immortal weapon. Xi and Shichen plus his sun and moon divine weapon, 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. And now, the functions of my villa server are also increasing. It can provide me with ultra-long distance transmission, which can be matched with my flash. Ningzheng's eyes were bright. With this thing, I can even descend to various worlds at any time, leave a Dharma image, and then shuttle at any time. I can fly freely in many worlds. It has already had the oppressive feeling of the tree man's flash in the past. In Jiuzhou, it can be called an exaggerated magical power to shuttle across the whole map. Sure enough, Jiuzhou has been settled for too long, and the top few special magical powers are also outstanding in the fairy world. For example, this flash is also very valuable in the fairy world. It can be seen that Ningzheng's combination of 7-color magical powers is also the most exaggerated type in the fairy world. And he also forced to it points. Each of the spiritual roots was pulled to the limit in advance, and after 1 or 2 mutations. Who else in this world can kill me? He stood up, and when Ningzheng's thought came out, it was quickly extinguished. There are many who can kill themselves. Divination, cause and effect, no matter where you flash, people can predict your true identity and hunt you down across the network. You still have to be timid. Ningzheng smiled. Even so, he was eager to try. He left a Dharma image in the courtyard at the foot of the mountain of Zhujian Mountain Villa, acting as his NPC brother, and when Ning Jiaojia looked for him, he would switch back. Then he left another Dharma image on the Bronze Emperor vest in the World of Destiny. You can switch to this vest at any time to contact the god craftsman Dao Jiozhou and others here. Finally, he stepped towards the fairyland. Hula la. He was outside the fairyland, looking at this fairyland with a misty air. This is the base camp of my Dharma image army. Anyway, my Dharma image army is idle, so why not send them here to mine and start a second business? Ningzheng muttered. Although it would be uncool for him, the owner of Shirong Manor, to be discovered to be here to form a team to mine, but it's really good to get it for free. Now, I have 39 Dharma images, each of which can be empty. After all, I have just been promoted to the perfection of human immortal, but the Dharma image is still between the great perfection of my realm and the first level of human immortal. I don't have money to pull the Dharma images one by one to the same level of human immortal 10th level as me, so I might as well go mining. The immortal energy over there is rich. Absorbing the immortal energy to practice is equivalent to getting it for free. Chapter 928. Ningzheng thinks this is very cost-effective. If it weren't for the immortal vein domain, which is first-hand space transmission technology, the entire mining area would be protected by a huge high-level precision shield. Space transmission is not allowed to prevent theft. Ningzheng has to use flash, constantly swap the main body and the substitute, send thousands of Dharma phase Ningzheng to mine, and then use flash to transmit the things away. Of course, even if you can't teleport, you can be a miner honestly and get paid for mining. In the future, I will send thousands of miners to work and mine together, and I will make it so that the immortals can't afford to go out and sit on the immortal boat. Mature Dharma phases must learn to be self-reliant, make money for themselves, and give birth to more Dharma phase compatriots. His brain was spinning rapidly, and his thoughts gradually became clear. The money of the golden elixir, the high end, I want to make it. The money of the miners, the low end, I also want to make it. Ningzheng felt that at the speed of upgrading a level every 10 days, this money was probably not enough to spend, and no one would complain about having too much money in their pockets. The only pity is, the minimum guarantee is a miner of immortal level, otherwise at least a group of mortal blacksmiths of Jukaron will land here, and mining here is a bloody profit. Crash! A Dharma image walked out of Ningzheng's shadow, and this soul bubble absorbed the flesh and blood provided by Ningzheng, turned into a physical entity, and entered the gate of the immortal world. Excuse me, is this the immortal world? Name. My name is Li Laosan, and I became an immortal after a disaster. Your name is quite casual. Where are you from? Ice Wave Realm. I major in Yin attributes. Most of them are energy bodies. You see, it is normal that I have a lot of Yin energy. I see. These are the rules and regulations of the fairy world. Write them down and go in. The miner's uniform will be issued. The fairy soldier recorded some information, and did not probe into personal privacy. He waved his hand, and let the fairy in. Okay, thank you, fairy. Ningzheng's Dharma image was very sensible. He stopped a few middle-grade fairy stones given by the elders of the fairy world, and then entered the fairy world. Ningzheng was very happy to see this. It actually worked. He looked at the gate of the fairy world from a distance, and his mind moved. He released another Dharma image from his shadow. My name is Su Sanduo. My name is Zhang Laolu. My name is Lu Juba. The few heavenly soldiers guarding the gate of the fairy world felt that the workload today was a bit too much, and they couldn't help but discuss it. The names of the immortals who ascended today are quite random. It seems that there are many who cultivate Yin attributes. That's right. Speaking of which, the era has exploded recently, and more immortals have ascended. That's right. What's there to discuss? This group of immortals are quite sensible, and know to pay tribute to some immortal stones. Although not much, it is also a considerable number when accumulated. On the other side, Ningzheng's miners put on miners' clothes, put on miners' hats, dressed up as workers, waved hoes, and were assigned to various mining areas. They started mining happily. Duong, even Ningzheng's own body came in, and put on a vest to experience the fun of miners. Sure enough, the biggest benefit of becoming an immortal is that immortal miners can come to mine. Working in the mines every day, getting paid, and working for a long time is also very good. Sure enough, the end of the work is the establishment. Before Ningzheng became an immortal, no matter how strong the combat power of a mere mortal in the Hua realm was, the mining area would not accept him. Now that he has become an immortal, he feels the joy of taking off. Ningzheng waved the hoe, and looked at the luck value in his pocket. Come to the mining area, and see if you can find the mystery of the source of the production of immortal stones. If my Shirong Villa masters the technology of digging immortal stones, we will have real capital and foundation to recruit a group of powerful players to come and move bricks. He wants to get more powerful good things in his resource exchange column, and exchange them for them. Only by making his own Jujian Villa high-end and impressive can we scare these guys in the immortal world. Being a planner of an online game is also very laborious. It is obviously a planner, but during the startup period, you have to secretly mine to support them. At the same time, Ningzheng plans to send his own miner army to dig deep all the way to see what treasures are underneath. However, at this time, a miner next to him was also very familiar with him. "Brother, you are also a new ascender? My name is Sanchi Rong. What's your name?" This miner's appearance and temperament are very similar to Jiosai Rong, and his name is also very casual, as if he is an immortal produced on an assembly line. "This person?" Ning Zheng glanced at him, revealing an extremely strange look. He suddenly felt that he was very lucky and discovered a big secret of the painter. The painter, it turns out, also placed a group of painters here to help with mining and fleece the immortals in the immortal world. After all, it is a waste of resources to leave the painters he painted, and he has to support them himself. It is better to throw them away to earn some extra money, let the immortals help him support this group of painters, and earn some wages. Getting a fixed salary and earning a batch of guaranteed resources is also very good. The painter, as expected, had a lot in common with him, and he also knew the organization of the miners who came here. "Brother, would you like to join our Federation of Trade Unions?" Sanji Rong was very enthusiastic in promoting it at this time. "Do you see the task bulletin board in the distance? We are assigning mining work every day, and we are determined to let every friend have a mine to mine. Now, we have tens of thousands of miner friends who have joined our organization and are mining together. Do you see the big square of the villa task? There are already 7 or 8 such villa squares and villa task boards in various mining areas." Ning Zheng, Next, he went on a tour under the enthusiastic guidance of Sanchi Rong, and he completely discovered that this was already an expanded version of the sword casting villa. A group of sand sculpture player miners were happily mining here, carrying hoes and running around. Looking at the familiar structural style of the sword casting villa, he was completely silent. The painter is a smart man. He must have discovered that these blacksmiths are diligent and fearless, and never slack off when mining. They are the best templates for exploiting workers. Drawing them to mine is very cost-effective. Ning Zheng's face suddenly turned ugly. This pirated sword forging villa has more people and a larger area than the original sword forging villa, and the mining speed is extremely fast. These blacksmiths are mining. Who is the original one? He did what I, the owner of Shirong Manor, have always wanted to do, sending a group of diligent blacksmiths who love mining to work here to make money. His own blacksmiths could not come here without becoming immortals, but he did it. Ning Zheng picked up the hoe, pressed down the safety helmet, looked around, and became a little alert. The painter is really a ruthless person. I don't know how many miners he has brought here to work and make a lot of money. Obviously, he probably wants to crack the secret of the fairy stone. Chapter 929. What a great sword casting villa. Ning Zheng looked strange, and after a look, he found that several mining areas nearby were well managed. This is indeed a very good financial project. The painter has confirmed Ning Zheng's guess in advance, and the profit is very stable if he puts his own people here to mine. It can be seen that this person is also good at farming and management. After all, the development of the sandbox era of civilization before was originally based on this kind of management ability. To be honest, before, he attacked the imperial mausoleum town of Sui-Wisher-Shu, and picked up Jiosai Rong and his group of people. He really took advantage of them. Who doesn't love a hardworking, studious, fearless, not lazy, shameless, flexible, and capable of managing business? "Oh, I've lost a lot," Ning Zheng complained. Although these sand sculpture blacksmiths have some inexplicable bad habits of eating dirt, their advantages are very obvious. But in fact, the painter got this group of people to mine here. Isn't this an opportunity for Ning Zheng? There are all kinds of immortal blacksmiths and miners everywhere. If I catch a few pirated copies and take them back, Jiosai Rong and other genuine copies, can I have the opportunity to seize the bodies of these immortal miners? As long as the secret doors and control methods of these painters are cleared, it will be a great opportunity to seize the bodies of the immortal level self. The reward exchange column that I have been thinking about has also added a first prize. Seek some benefits for the blacksmiths. Ning Zheng was walking in the square of Sword Forging Villa and felt very strange. He stole my people, so he should pay me the copyright fee, right? It should be natural for me to steal a few of his ember miners in return. Although I can't draw, there are ready-made immortal templates. I might be able to steal them back to study, and even clone them. Ning Zheng lowered his miner's hat and walked around to look around. However, I have to study how to avoid alerting the enemy and causing him to accidentally kill a few miners. If I find a way to steal paintings, I can occasionally come to Sword Forging Villa to purchase goods. The current version of painting people is very advanced. The middle-level management of the mining area in the fairy world did not even realize that these immortal miners were mass-produced clones. They did not even realize that they were embers, empty shells of souls without soul turbidity, and a piece of soul logic. Ning Zheng was puzzled at first. Is the inspection system in this fairy world so corrupt? But then he thought, maybe he had too high expectations of the fairy world. The fairy world civilization does not know creatures like embers, and does not know empty shells of souls. It only thinks that you are some special civilization that is good at concealing soul consciousness. Isn't it normal? There are so many civilizations in the world, with various characteristics. They are not omniscient and omnipotent. It is normal to encounter this wave of first-sight killing. Besides, these miners are really mining honestly, and their efficiency has improved. They have harvested a group of Super 996 workers. Why would they check you for no reason? As long as you work honestly and let the immortals make more money, they will not bother to pay attention to you. Which civilization does not have secrets and characteristics? Then Ning Zheng rejected the invitation of Sanji Rong and looked at their sword-casting villa speechlessly as they continued to recruit people to mine. Ning Zheng left directly on the pretext of needing to consider for a few days. Then, applied to transfer to a mining area farther away. After confirming that there were no blacksmiths in this area, Ning Zheng, the real Shirong Manor owner of Zhujin Villa, began to lead the team to start mining. In the mine, Ning Zheng looked coldly at a group of Dharma images, who were constantly waving pickaxes to dig in front. Digging and digging all the way. This ore is indeed ridiculously hard. It cannot be mined without the strength of immortals. But it seems that such a hard special material cannot be used to cast magic tools. It is said that after being taken away from this immortal vein mining area, these black ores will gradually become ordinary stones, and will no longer have such magical effects. Obviously, this immortal vein mining area has some peculiarities. Ning Zheng asked people to keep digging deep into the mine, and pieces of immortal stones were dug out, top grade, medium grade, low grade. Each one was white and bright, and was piled in the corner. Ning Zheng did not covet these immortal stones, because they could not be taken away. You can't teleport them away, and they also have a huge protective shield for real-time monitoring. People allow a certain amount of loss in the process of digging immortal stones. If you absorb them crazily, the passive sensing mechanism of the formation will issue a warning. Ning Zheng continued to dig all the way. He found that the stone was getting harder and harder, and the density was getting higher and higher, and he couldn't even dig it. Getting deeper and deeper, it seems to be getting closer and closer to the source of the vein. Every world has its own offerings. The source of the immortal world's veins, can't it be the offerings of the immortal world? He continued to direct the digging. 3 hours later. Ding! The hole was instantly bounced out, and a spark appeared. And the excavated stone actually only had a tiny white scratch. Among these hard stones, there are some legendary top-grade immortal stones, which are also squeezed into strange shapes by the high-density stones. Ning Zheng frowned and showed a trace of surprise. Surprisingly, even I can't dig it. The deeper you go, the harder it is. Even a strong man like him can't dig it. He thought he could fight with ordinary immortals, but in the end, only a little trace was left. This area is very strange. He personally took the hoe from the Dharma image and waved it a few more times. Sparks flew everywhere, as if he was digging on the hardest gold and stone. In the end, there was still no trace left, and he wanted to retreat on the spot. Sure enough, the core secrets of the fairy world allow so many foreign miners to enter at will. There is a basis for it. I'm not afraid of you coming to explore, because even if you come to dig, you can't dig the source of the fairy stone in my fairy world. The fairy stone is the cornerstone of everything in the fairy world. Everyone wants to replicate a second fairy world. But the immortals are telling us that it is impossible. He felt that only masters at the level of true immortals were qualified to dig to the core of the vein, and see the source of the vein. But unfortunately, only immortals are allowed to work as miners in the entire mining area. I wonder if the painter has any way to do it secretly. Ning Zheng thought that he could see the painter's development when he had time. If the painter succeeds, I will steal his achievements. He looked at the luck gambling table. Maybe, if I'm lucky, I can steal it. A row of words appeared in front of him. The birth technology of immortal stones in the immortal world, 300 trillion luck value. This earth-shattering number made Ning Zheng exclaimed, "Wow! This is definitely not the luck that an individual can have. This exaggerated number must be the immortals of the immortal world, who directly joined forces with their vast luck and united with the 13 giant civilizations of the world to suppress it, right? Even the luck gambling table can't steal their core. In other words, the luck gambling table can only steal the ownerless heritage of those dead immortals." Although this trip was a bit regrettable, Ning Zheng still gained something. It's a pity that it's not convenient to sneak attack the painter's paintings on this trip. After all, fighting is prohibited in the mining area. I have to let my Dharma image observe for a while, and wait for the miners to go out, and then act according to the situation and steal a few back as rewards. As a qualified planner, he still loves his blacksmiths very much and seeks benefits for them. In the afternoon, Ningzheng experienced the work and daily life of mining, and then left quietly. He left behind a group of his own Dharma images, absorbing the immortal energy here to slowly improve his realm, and then mining to earn wages. Chapter 930. Today's trip is to confirm the feasibility of this free logistics training base, so we can speed up the production of Dharma images. Ningzheng is a man of swift action, and he immediately prepared to start the formal assembly line. Speed up the production of a group of clones, go to work in the electronics factory, make the boss cry, and make the giants of the fairy world unable to afford luxury cars when they go out. But producing a Dharma image army. It takes money, a lot of money. After all, energy is not produced out of thin air. Each Dharma image also requires the money of a human immortal, which is an astronomical figure. Hualala. Ningzheng returned to the villa, sat down in the housekeeper's room, and used the internal communication function of the Eye of Appraisal to call Jiao Cairong, who was supervising the construction of the factory. He is very busy, but I am also busy as a planner, so I don't have time to take a break. In the housekeeper's room, Ningzheng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He looked at the golden cakes on the table that looked very good. The golden elixir lion head. He felt that the cakes were very durable, and would not go bad. He had been using them to entertain guests. He thought about it, and did not eat the lion head. Instead, he poured tea and drank it quietly. After a while, Jiao Cairong hurried back to the housekeeper's room. After all, the villa was now larger, and it would take a few minutes to travel. Sir, the villa has expanded 100 times. I was busy with the construction, so I came late. Jiao Cairong clasped his fists. It doesn't matter. Ningzheng smiled. You are also here to share the worries of the villa. How much money do we have now? Jiao Cairong took out a bill. After we split the first batch of golden elixir franchise fees with the painter, we still have about 30 million high-grade fairy stones in our hands. So many? Ningzheng was shocked. When did the money in the fairy world become so easy to make? What about the fairy world business that was so involuted before? Some people may not know what 30 million high-grade fairy stones mean. 100 low-grade fairy stones equal 1 medium-grade fairy stone. 100 medium-grade fairy stones equal 1 high-grade fairy stone. Even though the few immortals Ningzheng met before were very wealthy, the combined financial resources in each person's storage bag were only 2 or 3 high-grade fairy stones. Even for celestial immortals, their personal cultivation expenses are very high. Under normal circumstances, the savings in their pockets are estimated to be only a few hundred high-grade fairy stones as working capital, and the total assets may be only tens of thousands of high-grade fairy stones. This purchasing power is quite high. A celestial being only has tens of thousands of top-grade immortal stones, but now I have more than 30 million in my pocket at the sword-casting villa. How many celestial beings are this worth? According to statistics from the celestial world, the normal true immortal level forces have assets of about 1 billion immortal stones. Don't think it's a lot, they are the center of the world. Isn't it normal for the forces in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou to be rich? They use immortal stones to reap the economy of the world. The true immortal force is a large consortium, just like those big companies on Earth that seem to have a market value of trillions. But in fact, there is not much on the heads of each elder and disciple. And what is the concept of 30 million? The warehouse of the true immortal level sect probably has that much liquid funds, and most of the rest are real estate, shops, mines, restaurants. It's only been a few days, and you've made so much money? Ningzheng was a little shocked and said, this franchise fee seems a bit of a huge profit. Joining is the most profitable. It can be called a business without capital. We can develop because of the right time, right place, and right people. First of all, our golden elixir is really profitable. Secondly, we have a protective umbrella, a solid background, and a big boss to guarantee our reputation. Jiao Cairong said proudly, they are all smart people. They all know that this business is a sure win, so hundreds of franchisees have come in the past 2 days. The franchise fee is hundreds of thousands of high-grade immortal stones. The total assets of ordinary individual immortals are only tens of thousands of high-grade immortal stones. Ordinary immortals are not eligible to enter. Only immortals who join forces are eligible to enter. Most of them are forces above the level of heavenly immortals who have joined. Under the guarantee of a power of Immortal Venerable, the grandson of the current true immortal master, basically half of the forces in Changwon domain have tried the water. So, this sum of money is actually not much. And there will be no franchise fee in the future, because the franchise fee is the sale of the right to monopolize the sale of golden elixir in a large area, and only you can sell it in this place. Next, we will sell golden elixir to each franchise store, and slowly start to make a profit. Ning Zheng understood it immediately. The franchise fee is a wave, and the purchase of regional monopoly rights belongs to the local general distributor. It's a pity that the franchise fee must be divided into half by the painter, otherwise it will be 60 million directly. However, Ning Zheng is very rational, and knows that this is what the painter deserves. Without his protection umbrella, which is so influential in Changwon domain, I am afraid that it will be very troublesome to open this franchise, and it will not cause such a shocking effect at all. And, for the follow-up matters, the painter is responsible for security protection and personal connections. I only need to be responsible for opening the production line and producing. Sir, although the franchise fee is a wave of huge profits, once the franchise store is opened, the golden elixir will make a fortune in the future. Jiao Cairong talked about his professional field with full confidence and brilliance in his eyes. Once our assembly line is built, the production cost of the golden elixir will be only 5%, and the profit can reach a huge profit of 95%. Compared to ordinary elixirs, the profit is exaggerated by more than 10 times. After all, their medicinal materials are all natural treasures, and hundreds of years are rare, and thousands or tens of thousands of years are not often. Jiao Cairong provided a very exaggerated information. The raw materials of the golden elixir are all materials at the level of the one-heart realm and the transformation realm, not even at the level of the immortal. You can purchase them in the immortal world. The painter can provide a safe purchasing channel and help with transportation. These raw materials are not worth anything at all. It is their Midas touch that truly gives these golden elixir raw materials souls. The other core is to inject luck value. This is not difficult. In the world of destiny, there are Taoist temples everywhere. They regularly collect incense, which is a business without capital. Jiao Cairong said proudly, our profits are exaggerated to the extreme. It seems that the side effects are very serious, stomachache, but the cost is low. If the profits are exposed, I guess the immortals will be jealous. Ning Zheng nodded. First, give me 10 million high-quality immortal stones. Okay. Jiao Cairong nodded, without asking anything else. It was so simple and clear. It's the blacksmiths who never asked me what I did with the money. If it was an ordinary big force, a bunch of high-ranking people in power would directly ask about the whereabouts of this huge sum of money. Ning Zheng took the money and sighed in his heart. My blacksmiths are selfless and even skip the forge. They would rather eat dirt than spend money on me. How can I not love this painter? This money really turned into a string of numbers. He left the villa and his figure shook. Hua La La, directly replaced, went to the time flow speed training area of the fairy world and opened another room. A low-grade training cave. Okay. The beautiful monk at the front desk looked puzzled. Why is this person here again? Will he retreat for a few incense sticks and then come out? How can cultivation be a child's play? Which immortal retreats for hundreds of years? Ning Zheng entered the room and began to absorb the immortal stones and cultivate his own Dharma army. Retreat without time. 1, 2, 3. One Dharma continued to appear, began to pile up densely around him, and gradually merged into the shadow. His shadow turned into an extremely dark darkness, giving people a feeling as deep as a black hole, as if there was another quiet world inside. Ning Zheng's cultivation background is relatively high. The energy required for one of his Dharma images is even more than that of most ordinary immortals. On average, one is produced with 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. This is a very exaggerated number. It costs too much, and this is only the level of his energy supply to the early stage of human immortals, but he dare not fill it to the 10th level of human immortals. These Dharma images with empty mana in their bodies are thrown into the mining area to mine and feed themselves. Soon, Ning Zheng raised another 100 Dharma images with kidney deficiency. I'm too good at spending money. He showed a trace of helplessness, then turned to a thoughtful look. Sure enough, everything in the world is about the conservation of energy. To be able to defeat hundreds of geniuses of the same level, he needs hundreds of times the resources of the same level. Such a person must have eaten up the foundation of a sect. General true immortal forces may not be able to support such an invincible monster of the same level. Ning Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Even if I am the son of a true immortal, the big guys in the sect will never let me spend so much money. After all, it is not a sect of one person, and everyone has their own selfish motives. But if such a monster is cultivated, a true immortal can defeat hundreds of true immortals of the same level. This is why ordinary true immortal masters, like Mo Mei Jin Xian, are afraid of the contemporary true immortal masters under the power of the immortal lord. It seems that everyone is a true immortal, but the contemporary masters who come out of the immortal lord are basically the strongest monsters of their generation, and they beat these true immortals without backgrounds to scream. Ning Zheng shook his body and stood up, raising the same level of small fish soldiers in poverty, and raising the same level of immortal lord seedlings in wealth. This seems to be the same realm, but they are not the same creatures at all. As his realm became higher and higher, he realized the importance of sword-casting villa. He was really spending too much money. Without this group of blacksmiths to plan for him, he really didn't know what to do. Chapter 931. At this time, Ning Zheng did not go back to get the remaining 20 million high-grade immortal stones for cultivation. After all, it should be kept as the working capital of the villa, and it should not be exhausted. Moreover, he has now spent all the 10 million high-grade immortal stones, and it is almost at the limit of the number of Dharma images he can control. In the past, the shadow-devouring dragon emperor controlled more than 8,000 Dharma images. But now Ning Zheng's strength can only control more than 100. But the quality of both sides is not the same, so it is naturally not so simple to compare. Each of his Dharma images can play himself out. The ever-changing mask, the spirit and flesh and blood poison of the golden god's Taoist system shadow crocodile, and the human god flower. Very domineering. The Dharma image has half of his strength. To put it bluntly, if you don't equip equipment, everyone will fight in vain. Those so-called geniuses in the outside world, who have gone through 9 tribulations, and are just one step away from perfection, may not be the opponents of Ning Zheng's Dharma. Because after going through the 10th tribulation, it will be 10 times stronger than the 9 tribulations. In other words, Ning Zheng's Dharma has 50% of the combat power of the main body, which is 5 times stronger than those guys. It's so exaggerated. Of course, they must be equipped with 6 divine equipment when they go out. And Ning Zheng can't equip each of his Dharma with various top immortal weapons. If they really fight, the Dharma without equipment will definitely lose. At this time, Ning Zheng fought in his mind for a while, talking about war on paper, and measuring his level. But he didn't dare to really take action. It would be too stupid to really find an opponent to measure. Forget it, why think so much? Ning Zheng is not good at fighting all my life. I am a businessman who runs a villa. I haven't even experienced a few serious battles. He sighed, and kept reflecting honestly. Yesterday I broke through 10 realms, and became 100 times stronger. Today I stacked 100 Dharma images, and became 100 times stronger. My strength is growing exponentially every day, which is a bit bad for my Tao heart. He secretly calmed himself down. I can't break through the immortal, and become 100 times stronger tomorrow. I'd better leave it for next week. I can't be a blacksmith. I will die if I wave. I, Ning Zheng, reflect on myself 3 times a day, so as not to become a blacksmith who jumps into the forge and dies. He looked at his Dharma image army. Most of these people will continue to work in the mining area and the factory, and a small part will be in some surrounding worlds as a springboard for me to switch bodies. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The same is true for Ning Zheng. He even thought about throwing one in each of the 13 domains of the fairy world for easy movement. He spent several hours arranging his Dharma images, and entered the mining area in batches through several entrances to the fairy world before quietly leaving. He was going to rest his mind and calm down. In front of the gate of the fairyland, several guards couldn't help but sigh. Recently, have more immortals entered the fairyland? Yes, there are more. Just in our Chongluanya gate, there have been hundreds of immortals entering this month. I heard that other gates are the same, and they ascend one after another in a month. I heard that the mining area has added thousands of miners at once, and each of them is diligent in mining, not drinking or gambling, and is very fierce. Hiss. It is said that an unprecedented era is coming, but this era will start from the mining area of the fairyland? Has the competition been exaggerated to this extent? Of course, the miners in this fairyland are the most numerous in history, and they are mining like crazy. Forget it, I can't drink with you tonight. I'm going to practice, otherwise I'd be squeezed out of the job of a doorman. Then I should practice too. I got a few golden pills recently. I have a stomachache, but they are cheap. Now I have more than 20 numbers. Maybe tomorrow's Dragon Ball number will be mine. Then I also look at the 7-digit numbers of the daily lottery every day to see if the numbers of the golden pills in my hand match. If not, we can put together the numbers and redeem the prize together. If you ask me, you are a bunch of cowards. It's better to take the golden pills to the lobby on the 3rd floor and have some fun. I had good luck a while ago and made a lot of money. As they said, it was time for several people to take turns. Jiosue, who took over the job as the doorman, frowned slightly. The cost-effectiveness of this golden pill is extremely high, but I don't need it. However, how did Shirong really have a territory in the fairy world? He was a little curious, but it was none of his business. He didn't care about the conspiracies and tricks of the outside world, and had long since looked down on fame and fortune. The outside world had nothing to do with him. He handed over to a few heavenly soldiers, and then started to work as a gatekeeper. This was a position of heavenly soldiers guarding the gate after he married into his father-in-law's family. It can be said that he was quite friendly to him. After all, his qualifications were still highly valued by the family. His cultivation qualifications were not strong, but his ability to farm was repeatedly amazed and shocked by the elders. The Jojo, Magnolia, Roses, a series of acquired spiritual roots in those days were all planted by him, a spiritual farmer. The world only saw him as the most powerful emperor in the world, but they didn't know how terrible it was that he alone opened up the era of spiritual root planting for acquired spiritual roots. He is the first Cunning in history. Planting, cultivating, watching the rice flowers bloom, feeling the green and beauty of life, Jiosue is happy and having a happy family. This is his favorite way to grow and practice. When a non-combat professional monk, farming, keeping healthy, some combat monks come to him, making friends, and being admired by the world. The battles between various forces will not affect his neutral profession. He can just sit back and watch the fire, quietly planting his beloved rice flowers. Moreover, he has recently added a sideline painting. Although he has carefully inquired, the painting business, selling some little uncles is the most profitable, and the author is anonymous, and no one knows. But Jiosue doesn't want to draw these. He sells enlightenment pictures. The realm of the immortal is to cultivate the spiritual roots in the body, comprehend the rules, and evolve the 5 elements, yin and yang, and other great ways in the body. He draws some scrolls to deepen people's enlightenment. Everyone thought he was a high-level immortal, or even a true immortal could have such a high level of understanding of the law, and he immediately had a good vest in the circle. Even if he arrested someone, he would only arrest the painter who temporarily taught him to paint. After all, his painting skills were learned from him. That person loved to cause trouble everywhere, and it was nothing to add a bad debt to him. These years are as I wish. After Jiosue took over, he looked at the beautiful scenery of the fairyland, and sat calmly at the Changlunyi gate, acting as a little heavenly soldier guarding the gate, holding a painting and writing and painting. Recently, his enlightenment paintings have sold well, and he has even become famous in the circle, and even many immortals have asked him to write. His life is quite enjoyable. However, it seems that a mysterious guest has appeared recently, inviting some painters to create some illusion images, and the remuneration is generous. And it is also claimed that their works can be recorded in history and famous in the fairyland. Forget it, I go and take a look after my shift change. He sighed softly. This was the wonderful life he hoped for. Chapter 932. After finishing her work in the factory, Ningzheng returned to the sword-casting villa, her eyes slightly lowered, and she looked at the gains of her luck value in the past few days. Current luck value savings, 215.7 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 22.3 billion, 11.2 billion luck plus 11.1 billion calamity. I haven't recovered from the 1 trillion space dagger I spent a while ago. There is not much money left. But Ningzheng had another evil idea. Now that she has become an immortal, she can travel in many worlds, and she is thinking about whether she can open a second branch of the world of destiny. One more world, double the income. This is very tempting, but Ningzheng rejected this idea soon. The worlds now are basically owned by someone. 1 carrot, 1 pit. Except for our Jojo, the worlds that have developed slowly over the years have at least ascended to the immortal world to become miners. Moreover, once the first miner immortal is found, this miner will first become rich and then help others to become rich. In their hometown, they teach them to grow and practice, help promote civilization, and attract a group of new miners to work in the factory with them. In other words, there is at least a group of miners above every world. The more powerful ones have become small local sects or even celestial sects. There are people above every world. If you do it yourself, it is easy to expose yourself. Especially after the golden elixir is sold. As soon as your Taoist system appears and tries to occupy other worlds, a group of immortals who catch golden elixir will come here. The reason why Jojo is not exposed. The artist spent many years to create a moat around the world. If you can't move the outside world, can you create a moat world around the artist? But Ningzheng only dared to think about it. take his family's assets, and see if the artist will do it. Although Ning Zheng was inflated, he was still very clear about his combat power. Bullying others was okay, but beating the artist was still a little bit off. And the two sides were still in the honeymoon cooperation. If they went back on their words and went to war, it would not be in line with his good reputation as a businessman. So where can I make some money? Ning Zheng actually felt that his destiny world was enough. In more than a month, he could get an immortal treasure worth about 800 billion, and the daily income was very high. In this case, hiding and developing, not causing trouble everywhere is the best choice. But he always wanted to do something. This was his whim, a premonition in the dark. His heart was drawn, as if he felt the existence of some kind of opportunity, suitable for an immortal like him to take. He sat cross-legged, constantly reviewing what he should do now, his brain flashing rapidly, and suddenly he had an idea. The figure that disappeared in ancient times, the space dagger on the throne, is so powerful that it can make my server treasure qualitatively improved. Even if the chair he left behind is not as good as this dagger of his life magic weapon, it is probably a small treasure that is not weak. And that space is probably an ancient relic. If I go to the opposite side and dig up the ancestral tomb of this relic, I am afraid it will be of great benefit. A gleam of light appeared in Ning Zheng's eyes. Yes. Before, I opened the space turbulence again and again to steal the other party's heritage treasures. But I forgot one thing, the space turbulence has the other party's heritage, which is obviously the location of the other party's tomb. I still call myself a native of Jiuzhou, but now I am not worthy of being a Jiuzhou person. I saw the tomb, but I didn't have the sensitivity to rob a tomb. I really deserve to die. I am not a Jiuzhou tomb robber. Ning Zheng found the blind spot, and couldn't help feeling that he had lost hundreds of millions. But then I thought, I hadn't become an immortal before, a mere mortal, to rob the prehistoric immortal tomb, it was directly to his death. Now that I have become an immortal, I have taken that step, and I have such a whim. After becoming an immortal, I have entered the lowest threshold of tomb robbing. He took a deep breath. Based on my experience of stealing several treasures from the legacy of immortals, there must be a lot of these prehistoric cosmic tombs. A lot of them means that it's not just me who goes to rob tombs, there must be true immortals and immortals who go to rob tombs. Ning Zheng had guessed before, where do the true immortals and immortals get their spare time from? It's probably going to this kind of ancient tomb secret realm to look for opportunities. And now that I have just become an immortal, I want to go to this kind of secret realm that only big guys are qualified to go to. It's inflated. But there shouldn't be any problem to go and take a look. Ning Zheng showed a thoughtful look, and a line of words appeared in front of him. Mysterious throne. Ancient emperor throne containing a wisp of space power, 100 billion, as long as you use this space vortex that steals the throne. You can return to the secret palace again. Give it a try? Ning Zheng's eyes flickered, revealing a bit of contemplation. At that time, the mysterious immortal left behind a will that contained a lot of information before his death, which he still remembered vividly. This time, going directly to the tomb opposite should yield a lot of gains. Although Ning Zheng is not a native of Jiuzhou, and has a craving for tomb robbing, it is not impossible for him to go. After all, he may not go in his original form. His mind moved. Minus 100 billion clatter. The space turbulence was slowly opened. An ancient and model jade throne on the opposite side slowly fell in front of Ning Zheng along the turbulence. Ning Zheng didn't care at all, but took advantage of this wave of space turbulence to throw down two shadow crocodile Dharma images. Crash! The two shadow crocodile Dharma images quickly entered the opposite side. Ning Zheng vaguely felt that the connection with his Dharma image was weaker. You know, since he opened the 800 billion amplification range treasure, even the fairy world has a signal. Later, with the addition of the space dagger, the signal was greatly enhanced. But when he went to the other side, the signal was much weaker and intermittent. Perhaps, that place is a bit far away and isolated from the world. Ning Zheng guessed. He sensed that the two shadow crocodile Dharma images on the opposite side did not seem to be attacked, and looked at the luck value and saw no change. Switch flash, he thought, and switched with one of his Dharma images. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to an ancient and old core palace, surrounded by pillars covered with mysterious totem patterns, and the floor tiles were modeled. The throne in the center of the palace, as well as the immortal supreme treasure dagger, had been taken away by Ning Zheng, and it was empty. Ning Zheng squatted down and touched the modeled floor, which felt rough. It's a pity that the good things of the owner of this ancient tomb were all taken away by me in advance. Others go down the tomb and explore step by step from the outside, but I go down the tomb and explore from the inside. and I took away the core treasures of the tomb owner first. He suddenly remembered the treasures of the immortals he had stolen before. He took away the core treasures of the tomb owner first, and then other true immortals and immortals went down the tomb and cut through the thorns and thorns. Finally, when they were ready to take the treasures, they found that the core treasures of the ancient tomb had been taken away. How angry would they be? Ning Zheng was a little scared. I shouldn't leave any traces, right? Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, he must have provoked a group of top true immortals, or even immortals. The ancient immortals' heritage treasures, I believe the immortals of the contemporary fairy world will also be tempted. Those immortal treasures will greatly increase their combat power in their hands. They will also personally rob the tomb. And I stole the achievements of the immortal venerable. When the immortal venerable went to the tomb, he must have come into contact with the system, cultivation, and combat power of the tomb owner, knowing that there is such a magic weapon. When I take out the server at that time, people will definitely find out the clues if they see similar functions, and I will take the immortal venerable's treasure. Will they treat me, Ning Zheng, as a thief and vent their anger on me? Alas, the sudden and unprovoked disaster has caused me great pain. Ning Zheng thought that once her server was discovered, the immortal venerables might directly cut her into pieces. After a second thought, forget it, why think so much? Even if there is no enmity, people will not think of taking away my server treasure when they see it. It is still the law of the jungle. Ning Zheng felt that she was worrying too much. While thinking, he had carefully let his Dharma image explore the surroundings of his palace. There were no remaining treasures in the palace, but the murals were of a special style. After confirming that the main tomb was safe, he let his Dharma image open the door and explore the tunnel outside the tomb. The Dharma image walked out carefully. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and the entire Dharma image died instantly and exploded directly. Ning Zheng frowned, looking at the dark tunnel outside the palace, revealing a trace of heartache, my 100,000 top-grade immortal stones. The combat power obtained from these 100,000 made Ning Zheng feel that the Dharma image could withstand a few moves in front of the celestial being and would not die easily. As a result, he died before he could even see what the other party was. But that thing doesn't seem to enter the palace of the tomb owner. This is a safe zone. Forget it, go back first and come back another day to discuss it. Ning Zheng sighed softly and switched the Dharma image. The whole person appeared in the sword-casting villa again. Feeling the rapidity of the back and forth, Ning Zheng once again marveled at the power of the space dagger. This thing, space shuttle, ignores the material distance. It is really terrible. He pressed his temples, feeling that it was his first time to go to the tomb, and the 100,000 top-grade immortal stones were a bit of a loss. This ancient secret realm was really not something he could handle at his level. Prepare again, and go explore it again in a few days. Ning Zheng's eyes fell on the throne with a luck value of 100 billion, and found that it was a good super-large space storage magic weapon. With a crash, it merged into the server. The server became more square, and there was actually a space built in it. This space can not only serve as a storage transfer station for the blacksmiths of his own faction, but also store resources for Ning Zheng, the owner. Yes. He showed a trace of relief. I knew that this big boss's throne must also have spatial power. It must be a good thing. The luck gambling table has a single function and a mysterious origin. And the server magic weapon that he personally integrated and cultivated step by step is his core fairy treasure, and its functionality is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 933. When Ning Zheng went to the factory to work, and went to the ancient tomb of the immortal, Jujian Mountain Villa was not idle either. Once the chain store opened, a group of forces joined the business alliance and shared the benefits. Hundreds of thousands of high-quality immortal stones are also a considerable investment for many forces. And this group of forces that join the shares are basically within the scope of Chongwan domain. After all, Chongwan talents can barely bear it. But for people from other systems, the side effects of eating golden elixir are a bit big. If other immortal domains invest in joining and open a store in their own place, they may lose all their money, and even have to pay money if they eat people to death. Most of the think tanks of the Chongwan domain forces have done a wave of analysis on this golden elixir. The advantages are obvious, the disadvantages are also obvious, and the limitations are too great. However, in the end, the opinions were unified. Only with great limitations can there be advantages. Only we Chongwan people can eat it, and other people will feel very comfortable after eating it because it is highly poisonous. If this golden elixir develops, they will have a very good exclusive elixir in Chongwan area, and the cultivation speed of the lower-level cultivators can be much faster. In addition, the remaining elixir will form a batch of cheap luck golden elixir instruments, which will be popularized among the lower-level cultivators. In the long run, among the 13 giant civilizations, their Chongwon civilization can move up a few places. This is beneficial to the infrastructure of civilization, so how can they not invest? So, the various Chongwon areas, with the forces of the same spirit, open the door to convenience and prepare to become bigger and stronger. The Taoist Golden Elixir medicine shops in the local markets, and the Golden Elixir Hall next to them, were quickly built in one day. After all, the earth-based cultivators in Jiuzhou can quickly build houses and streets, let alone immortals. The immortal world is even more professional. In the main control room, clear water mirrors reflect the opening of each branch. Open today. I hope the first day sales will be good. We have also promoted it in our area. Representatives of all franchise forces gathered here at this time, preparing to hold a unified opening ceremony. Everyone, our Jindan Merchant Alliance has 223 stores officially open today. The painter Jiuzai Rong was very calm and talked freely, welcome all franchisees to come and watch the ceremony. As his voice fell, fireworks were blooming in the water curtains behind him. Open the door curtain and start selling pills. Good luck in opening. In every store in every place, you can see customers who are curious about the opening activities. And below, business people also applauded. Good. Our Jindan Merchant Alliance will definitely make a lot of money. You are really capable. You have developed such a unique business model. The franchisees participating in the opening ceremony below all praised the business. While they seemed to be praising the painter Jiuzai Rong, they were actually praising a young man who was quietly sitting behind him drinking tea. Wanluan Feng, the grandson of the contemporary true immortal master of Wanluan sect. In today's era, if the immortal lord does not appear, the true immortal is the top combat power in the immortal world. And the combat power gap between the true immortals is very exaggerated. The contemporary master who can become the immortal lord must be the strongest true immortal. And the grandson of the contemporary strongest true immortal, Wanluan Feng, is now only a melting paper realm. That is to say, the transformation of the self-realm in Jiuzhou has not yet become an immortal. But this is normal. The saints of the top sects are basically mortals. The mortal stage before becoming an immortal determines a person's potential after becoming an immortal. And this mortal has a protector behind him, a relatively weak, potential exhausted true immortal, hiding in the dark. Most of the top geniuses will be stuck in this realm of crossing the tribulation for 80% of their first half of life, slowly polishing the 2 disasters and 7 tribulations. Once they break through, they will cross 10 realms in a row and quickly kill into the celestial immortal. Even these saints began to comprehend the laws of their several attribute magical powers when they were mortals. Once they enter the celestial immortal, they can also take 2 or 3 steps in a row and enter the 2nd and 3rd levels of the celestial immortal. It is nothing more than this. He is now more than 30,000 years old, but he is still suppressing his realm. As a mortal, he is ready to go through the last 9th tribulation, the strongest under perfection, and reach the limit of the Chongwon system. Some people say that he can take that step. Some people say that he can't. But no matter what, he is now the 7th son of Wanluan sect, competing with other sons and starting the Sun trial. After all, how can a sect's genius get the sect's resources without competition? The competition for the successor to the headmaster is very cruel. To raise an ordinary true immortal, the resources of the immortal master level are enough. But to raise a true immortal monster with immortal master qualifications, it takes hundreds of times the resources of ordinary true immortals. Even an immortal master force will feel pain. In one era, they will only cultivate one person. That person is the current true immortal master. So, this is a single plank bridge. The saints of each generation fight fiercely to become the successor to the master. The franchisees below, looking at Wanluan Feng who was sitting behind Jiuzai Rong, muttered, "This saint's son has a high chance of winning, and now he got a golden elixir industry from nowhere, so his chances of winning are even higher." Yes, other saints' sons have just reached the 8th calamity, but he is already impacting the 9th calamity. Saint sons cannot use too many resources behind them when competing, otherwise their scores will drop, and they have to rely on their own efforts. Each saint son can only pull in helpers, find followers, and create personal industries. The golden elixir industry in front of them seems to have been opened up by the saint son. Take the opportunity to make friends with him. It seems that he is about to break through to the last level. If he can get out of the last step of the 2 disasters and 7 tribulations, he will have unlimited potential after becoming an immortal. The golden elixir that the other party took out is originally a large industry with great prospects. In the future, when he becomes the next head, he can still earn huge resources for him. A group of people were discussing this little mortal and were in awe. High up, the painter Jiao was still giving a speech, looking at the merchants below kindly. Everyone, the golden elixir is now on sale. Please look at our sales today. Now 1 stick of incense has passed, and 40% has been sold. The scalpers from all over the country are well informed and well prepared, and have already started to grab it. It is estimated that within 3 sticks of incense, your shops will be closed today. The merchants listened to the amazing sales situation and gave face. Sir, your business skills are amazing, and we should communicate more in the future. Yes, let's have a meal later. By the way, do you also want to communicate about that face-saving method? Huan Zhiqirong talked happily with everyone. They didn't care that Wan Wanfeng had been sitting far away without saying anything. After all, business should naturally be handed over to one's business agent. In their eyes, Huan Zhiqirong was his business agent. Soon the two sides had a round of talks, and the result was not surprising, and it ended amicably. Everyone made a lot of money. After the franchisees left, the whole scene became quiet. Since the opening ceremony is over, I have to leave too. Wan Wanfeng glanced at Huan Zhiqirong and said coldly, You handle it yourself from now on. No one dares to provoke you. Okay, sir. Huan Zhiqirong sent this big man off respectfully. The ceremony was over only after the other party left. The painter Jiao sat on the chair side and looked at the various camera images in the central control room. I have to say that this fairy world has indeed reached its peak. They also have a central monitoring formation to check the situation of each branch at any time. He looked at the branches outside the water mirror and felt that his eyes were opened. In the future, he would be the general manager of the Jindan Merchant Alliance, which could be said to be soaring to the sky. Sure enough, with the support of the big boss, he rushed directly to the middle and senior levels in one breath. Everyone has to give you face. It is the stupidest to work honestly. Chapter 934. On the other side. Swordcasting Villa. The blacksmiths watched through the spectator perspective of the painter Jiao. Thousands of people sat in the square and watched the normal opening ceremony. The cutscene CG was also very shocking. Fuck, they built the shop in one day and opened it for business. Super Civil Engineering Saint. It's you, Civil Engineering Immortal. The immortal world is too lucky. There are actually sub-professions specializing in this line. The immortal world is full of smart people. To this day, what profitable industry has not been discovered? Stop arguing. There are decent clan leaders who secretly draw the little emperor's uncle. It can be seen that everyone has lost their moral integrity for a few taels of silver. Ha ha ha, that clan leader will die, nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the immortal world, and discussed every day. Why don't we trick the painter into painting the little uncle, and then expose him and let him die in the history of the fairy world? Ha ha, you peed on someone else's painting before, and were sent to another world. Don't you remember it? Don't you want to live? You don't understand, you cannot live, but you can't not live. Of course, they also think that the painter is really reliable. He is very meticulous in his work. The identity of sending Wan Wanfeng was considered after many considerations. Because of the trial identity of the Son of God, when competing with each other, other forces will not move around, but will make friends. In the housekeeper's room, Jiao saw bystander perspective. Another person hosted the opening ceremony and felt a little speechless. I don't know why, I'm a little used to watching Jiao hosting the press conference. This game is so urinary. Xiao Chai-kun complained. Just treat it as an AI intelligent NPC imitating us. The god of cookery also complained. How do you know that we are not the empty shells of ashes left on the earth after they travel through time, but that we are dead? Jiao rolled his eyes. It's unlucky, you are the one who died. See, as in ashes, you won't say you are dead, you have ironclad evidence. The god of cookery retorted. This game is so sick. The game is full of. How do you know that this is my true self? Outside the game, we also have to be confused every day when we log off. How do you know that this is my true self? I'm addicted to cheating. Suyun Yang nodded heavily. This sword forging villa is too colorful. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. Medical fairy. Okay, I'm here for a meeting. Don't talk about these useless things. Didn't you notice? The painter's move of sneak attacking the son of a fairy sect is not only bold, but also amazing. Sneak attack, cloning and painting a mortal in the transformation realm, simple. But the painter must have killed the real fairy protector behind him. Even if it's the weakest one, the painter is fierce and can fight against the real fairy. The fairy ant nodded heavily. This man has a lot of cards. As the mastermind behind the pseudo-human disaster, he must be more skilled than humans and gods. He knows how to replace the opponent's middle and high level, and find the opponent's weaknesses. What's more, he is a newcomer. In the fairy world, there are no pseudo-humans, painted people, and these terrifying and sticky undead demons who replace identities. You know, the painted person is Yujin's father. The first pseudo-human in the world of Jiuzhou is the painted person drawn by the painter. Yi Guangxiu analyzed. It is estimated that the painter has already broken through to the celestial immortal level, and may have reached the third or fourth level of celestial immortal level, which is why he can cross a major realm and launch a surprise attack to kill the opponent. Everyone nodded. This is the biggest possibility. Monsters that have cultivated to perfection in the 3 calamities and 7 tribulations are already extremely powerful, and coming from Jiuzhou, they can cycle their attributes, making them even more powerful. It seems outrageous that a celestial being can beat a weaker true immortal, but it is actually possible. It's strange. Before becoming an immortal, it is very difficult and rare to kill an enemy across a large realm. But after becoming an immortal, it is normal to kill an enemy across realms. In fact, if you think about it carefully. On the contrary, it is easier to fight across levels when there are more realms. Each realm has a little gap, and 7 or 8 realms together. The gap will become very exaggerated. Su Yunyan also added, he probably drew Jiuzhui to help him besiege and sneak attack this true immortal. That makes sense. A group of people talked about the painter. They discussed the specifics of Jindan joining, and adjusted a wave of plans in detail based on the information from various forces obtained from the live broadcast today. Then, they began to study their next Jindan extension project. Have the people we have called come? We have already notified them, but we are currently notifying the painters and storytellers in Changwon to invite them to write. After all, other people don't care about our Jindan Merchant Alliance. That's right, we have franchisees in Changwon, and they will help us. Then let's start inviting them to write. Well, starting tomorrow, invite them one by one to the Jindan Merchant Alliance headquarters in Chongshan Town for an interview. The first volume we are testing Jiao, and the scholar has a total of more than 1,700 Jindan, and each Jindan tells a person's perspective before his death. By watching the different perspectives of the golden elixirs of more than 1,000 people before their death, a plot will be gathered together, and the ups and downs of the plot of Jiao and the scholar will appear, with reversals, reversals, and reversals again. Then, the main perspective golden elixirs left by Jiaoyu and Li Yuzhu after their death will definitely sell for a high price. After all, they are the protagonists. How pitiful are Jiaoyu and Li Yuzhu, who they feel pity for. How can the golden elixirs they refine after their death not sell for a high price? Isn't it of great collection value? Su Yunyang next to him rolled her eyes. These people are really good at making things happen. So coquettish. Fortunately, Ning Jiao is not here, otherwise you will be dead. They said that her father and mother are dead, and those golden elixirs were refined with their life essence after death. For every person who died, there is a golden elixir. They want every golden elixir to have its own life story. The countless golden pills sold, when gathered together, represent the lives of countless people. The interconnectedness will forge a magnificent Taoist civilization. Some inconspicuous golden pills will have some interconnected Easter eggs and surprises. In short, they want a realistic rich golden pill background. A luxury brand must learn to tell stories. How can it have feelings without telling stories? How can it have connotation without feelings? How can it sell at a high price without connotation? Luxury goods are all like this. My golden pill is a person's life, and it contains this person's life. Are you willing to buy it cheaply? Right, my blacksmith's life is also a life. This will make it look cool and have feelings. Their first adapted story, The Dragon and the Scholar, will use the perspective of more than 1,000 golden pills before they died. It tells a touching love reversal story that is shocking. And this is just a touching story in a small area. Later, it is expected that there will be an adaptation of Su Huan's background story, leaving behind a reversal of the golden elixir. They have been adapting the story and adding fuel to the fire, but they will not reveal the background of Jojo. Instead, it is logical to use the background of the Taoist priests to transform the story. Continuously linking, constantly revealing a corner of the wonderful Taoist world, shocking people. The carrier of this golden elixir will inevitably sweep the entire film and television area. With the unique advantages of the golden elixir, the old traditional carriers of the fairy world, the little emperor uncle, the fantasy book, the photo-taking ball, are definitely not enough for them to fight. This can also add mystery to our Taoist civilization in the fairy world, warm up, and let people know how upright, kind, enthusiastic, and touching our Taoist blacksmiths are. Jiao stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, we are out, and our background and identity are given by ourselves. We have to prepare for the interview, and let a group of people record it for us. I heard that there are a few big guys who can draw scenes with Taoist rhyme. I don't know how much it costs. Chapter 935. At 7 o'clock in the evening. Forum. The top post is, Big Collection, looking for various touching, tragic, and interesting Taoist stories. Those who are selected will be rewarded with an initial character. Obviously, the blacksmiths are ready to start making stories. The Dragon and the Scholar is the first story to test the waters. In fact, the blacksmiths are still very self-aware. In business, they have been beaten many times by shrewd natives. They don't think that their storyline can be more popular than the professionals in the fairy world. But they have an advantage that other books don't have, the golden elixir carrier. Everyone buys my golden elixir, and this is the advantage. If you say, buy a book and give away a golden elixir, it must be more popular than the traditional booksellers and various newspapers in the fairy world. But I say, buy a golden elixir and give away a story. Does it feel like taking advantage? And according to their product settings, the Taoist will leave behind a golden elixir after his death. His golden elixir has the story of this person before his death, and it can also be eaten by you. Isn't it very real and immersive? My story is my personal experience, not fake. The blacksmiths also responded below. I'm submitting a wonderful story about marching and fighting. I want to submit a dark myth story, the legend of the four sisters turning into a golden elixir. I think we can train Jiao, this super intelligence, to artificially generate stories of all living beings, so that each of our golden elixirs has a story. That is, even if we generate ordinary mortal stories, family matters, it is also possible. It is recommended to add some palace fighting when training AI. Add some cuckoldry. Add some neighbor Lao Wang. Add some shivers. The building suddenly went crooked. Ning Zheng scanned the forum and found a group of people chattering. All useless information, which fits Ning Zheng's stereotype of netizens in another world. Only Yi Guangxiu's words were very far-sighted, and he deeply analyzed the strategic connotation of this Jindan story. Yi Guangxiu, you think we are just selling Jindan stories. In fact, this is a newspaper, a media, and a public opinion weapon that controls the mouthpiece of the people. Even the second Jindan version we are about to release must increase the standard story of each Jindan. Even if the selling price of the Jindan is not increased, it is acceptable. Let them develop the habit of reading newspapers, so that people can develop a good impression and curiosity about our Taoist lineage through reading the stories of Taoist priests again and again. This is a layout. Mastering public opinion and the media, let them habitually read stories. No matter what they want to do in the future, they have a voice channel, which is very promising. Ning Zheng showed a thoughtful look. It's interesting. Sometimes I think the blacksmiths are short-sighted, but in fact they are very far-sighted. The gameplay is very dirty. Originally, Ning Zheng just took a look at their business story strategy and didn't want to interfere. Now it seems that the prospects are really great, and it is of great significance to the strategic blueprint of the villa. Perhaps I can help make the content of this golden elixir story more realistic. And how to make it realistic? Ning Zheng touched his chin. Provide a real scene, a background greenhouse, and go to historical relics to collect materials. Don't they want to shoot in an environment full of charm? Real historical relics, ancient tombs of immortals, wild murals, ancient buildings in the universe, how can they not have charm in Taoism? Then, in the endless history of ancient civilizations, before the era as brilliant as the Ganges sand, a fictional history of our Taoist civilization. Shooting in this way will surely be 100 times more realistic. Of course, in order not to attract the attention of the immortals, we can't just brag that we are a prehistoric ancient civilization. We have to proceed step by step, start with a small story, and slowly reveal the vast background worldview setting. He remembered the palace where he went to rob the tomb. That kind of texture, ancient style and charm is a good photography base. Real location shooting. Even the immortals would be confused when they saw it, and give a thumbs up, saying that the picture is real. After all, who else can have the advantage of being able to film in a hidden immortal tomb that has not been developed? The immortals can do it, but will they put down their dignity to make a movie? It has to be Ning Zheng, who is low-key and humble, goes deep into the grassroots, holds the immortal treasure, but gets along well with the masses, and is willing to shoot a small documentary movie. But there is no strategy for the immortal copy. Once you leave the main tomb, you will be in danger and be killed instantly by unknown things. But if it were other people, they would be afraid, but the blacksmiths don't seem to be afraid of death for filming. And The main line of the game sword-casting villa has not had a copy Secret Realm strategy for them for a while. There is another tomb Secret Realm in front of them, which can make them happy. Thinking of this, Ningzheng thinks that she can prepare for a wave of Secret Realm openings. Use the tomb hall as a rebirth point and log into the blacksmith. Even if they can't get out, they can reproduce the Taoist rhyme of those murals and various styles to enrich the filming site. While thinking, he continued to scan the posts, sitting on the chair, looking at the blacksmith's memorials like the emperor. Someone posted, "Is Mo Mei Zhenqian missing? Why is she in seclusion for so long?" After reading this post, Ningzheng finally reacted. Mo Mei Zhenqian has been missing for more than a week, and she is still in the time flow retreat room, perfecting her foundation. In other words, it has been more than 1,000 years. Why is she still changing two beasts? Although removing the beast will hurt the foundation and need to be cultivated and recovered, this time is a bit long. This dignified Zhenqian is a bit unreliable. Ningzheng complained, but she also knew that the cultivation speed of Zhenqian is normal, and her own is abnormal. In fact, it can be inferred from this. Most of the immortals in the fairy world, the real immortals, are also of this style. A few thousand years is simply a blink of an eye. Even if the Taoist golden elixir has appeared for thousands of years, people don't know about it, and are still in seclusion. As long as it does not seriously affect the structure of the fairy world, no one will disturb the immortals. Ningzheng thought about it, and couldn't help laughing. I am fighting wits and courage with others, and I feel that they may find me at any time. It is more likely that they are too lazy to care about the humble ants of my era. Forget it, I will open the Secret Realm tomorrow, and collect the venue for the golden elixir shooting scene. Going down to the Secret Realm of the ancient tomb of the immortal, and opening up the golden elixir market seem to be two things for the development of the villa, but in fact they are one thing. The next morning. Early in the morning, Ningzheng walked into the square of the villa. The entire building complex was towering into the sky, full of classical fairy charm, vast, majestic, and magnificent. I found that the villa has expanded 100 times now. It has been covered with various buildings in just a few days, and it has been built very densely. The iconic building, the giant wooden fish of the Prime Minister Turtle on the square, was also placed on both sides of the entrance of the square at the entrance of the villa. On one side is the daily task bar of the villa, and on the other side is the giant wooden fish of the turtle. Even the street lights are much less, and they are hung in the sky, dotted with stars, and have a more ethereal charm of the fairyland. There are already 7 Jindan factories. It is estimated that there will be 100 Jindan factories, and the production will form an assembly line, which can initially supply the daily consumption of Changwan domain for sale. Anyway, Jindan cannot be sold to other fairy domains at present, and it is a local product with relatively strong restrictions. Ningzheng sent a message on the Eye of Appraisal, calling Josai Rong. Jukarong quickly walked out of the steward's room at the edge of the square, came to Ningzheng, and said, "Sir, you came at the right time. Do you want to go to the fairyland? We are already recruiting today. Today is the first audition. We are looking for a group of powerful painters and storytellers who make fantasy movies. Because the golden elixir is quite popular, those people heard their names and chose to come and try it. After all, the fairyland is also very particular about human relationships and class thresholds. No matter how capable you are, no one will bring you into the circle, and you, a foreigner, can only be despised in front of the locals in the fairyland." In the words of the blacksmith, the locals bully the migrant workers from other places. Of course, there are also a group of migrant workers who are robbers. They not only occupy the jobs of your locals, but also rob and kill people in the wild, and buy all kinds of zero yuan. The conflict between the two sides has become increasingly fierce with the great era opened by the flow of 100 years, and a large number of immortals have ascended. They want them to work and mine, but they are afraid that they will buy for 0 yuan. Are you doing a good job? Ningzheng encouraged. When the owner heard that you were going to do a series of Jindan stories, he remembered some interesting stories, and some ruins of civilizations are just right for you to collect. Jiao eyes lit up. This is our main quest. Has it been triggered? May I ask where are the ruins we filmed? Jiao said. Ningzheng slowly said, this ruin is in the ancient tomb of the immortal lord, and it records the long history and buried in the historical legends of the past. And the owner left his clone in our Zhujian mountain villa to occasionally look after this place. In fact, the original body, while roaming in many worlds, has been exploring ancient ruins. Now, the owner has decided to give you the ancient ruins and tombs of the core treasures of the various immortal lord's secret realms he has explored to explore for this Jindan story. Chapter 936. Jiao was extremely shocked when he heard this. Such a big deal, let us go to the immortal site to shoot? This is too outrageous. How can we be so virtuous? Big brother, in fact, he has already gone to steal the immortal treasure. Our owner is so cruel. Perfectly implement the core concept of tomb robbers? Damn it, why didn't he take us with him when he went to the dungeon alone? We went to the immortal tomb, and even took back a floor tile for you. Guaranteed to pluck feathers from the passing geese and recycle them. Ning Zheng ignored Jiao, who looked distressed, and said lightly, while the owner of the manor took away the core treasure, there are still some treasures in the ancient tomb. If you have the ability, you can take them. Jiao heard this. His eyes flashed with excitement. There are still things? The owner of the manor is so kind that he actually looks down on other treasures besides the immortal treasure of the tomb owner? Ning Zheng complained in his heart. It's not that he looks down on it, but he can't take it, and he was chopped when he went out. However, increasing the mystery and power of the manor owner is beneficial to the rule of the villa. Especially those native players who come in, they can be more intimidated. For example, now, Wu Xingjing, Princess Xine, and the owner of Jiayi Town are hiding in the dark with shocked faces and incredible hearts. Is the owner of Zhujian Villa really that powerful? I thought he was developing business in Jiuzhou, at most in other worlds, or even in the fairy world. Who knew that this person had already started to enter the immortal tomb? Even if they are shallow, they know that finding the immortal tomb is a problem. After finding it, they must be the top-notch immortal giants in the fairy world to have the courage to enter. Ning Zheng smiled and said gently, this can be regarded as your experience. I hope you will not let down the good intentions of the manor owner. Jiao smiled immediately. Old steward, leave it to us with confidence, we are professionals. Ning Zheng nodded, then I will send you there. After that, Ning Zheng opened the login permission. You can log into the new blacksmith in the main palace of the tomb over there, and establish a branch of the sword-casting villa. Walala. The main palace where Ning Zheng took away the throne and space dagger has a wild and ancient tribal style. In a sci-fi style resurrection room sent here, the flesh of the characters is squirming, and the mechanical warehouse with mechanical magic style has a dripping sound of machinery. Welcome back. Your clone number 125 has been successfully resurrected. Such sounds rang out in the mechanical warehouses with a sense of ritual. Then, the hatch was opened, and a group of blacksmiths walked out of the resurrection room. When their feet stepped on the yellow mud bricks, a light dust was raised. It seems that the inside of the immortal tomb will also accumulate dust from the mortal world. It's so disillusioned. What about the immortal style and purity? It turns out that the high and mighty immortal will also poop. Your logic is amazingly beautiful. A group of blacksmiths landed and looked around curiously. There were also a few blacksmiths who were very superstitious. They took out a few incense sticks and burned them, and then took out the wooden fish. Ancient great venerable, no offense, if your dead soul sees it, please forgive me for offending your resting place after death. Obviously, these blacksmiths know how to play the dungeon. According to the nature of this game, the dead soul of the secret realm immortal venerable may still be spying on them in the dark, ready to kill these tomb robbers who desecrated the tomb, so they count out to admit their mistakes first, and promise not to lose, and maybe they could trigger the hidden plot. I saw someone taking the lead in worshipping. The blacksmiths who believed in metaphysics also started the opening ceremony of tomb robbing. Someone also took out the wooden fish and said devoutly, please, senior, bless me to have a smooth trip this time and return with a full load of tomb robbing. Someone took out the second precious lotus lantern that the villa spent a huge amount of money to build, and said mysteriously, people light candles, ghosts blow out the lanterns. If you don't like me disturbing your peace, just blow this lantern. We will just kneel down and count on 9 times and leave, and never disturb you. The light of the precious lotus lantern was swaying and still flashing. The blacksmith holding the lantern was overjoyed. Thank you, senior, thank you. These treasures cannot be brought in life and cannot be taken away in death. We will definitely take over your legacy and benefit our descendants. The natives such as Wu Xingjing also came here, and were shocked when they saw them showing their magical powers and starting the tomb robbing ceremony. So, this is how they robbed tombs? It was very ritualistic. Wu Xingjing was ready to learn it secretly, and thought it made sense. No matter if there were any undead spirits of the Tomb clan, it would never hurt to use this trick first. However, the traditional tomb robbers in Jiuzhou did not learn it before because there must be the undead spirit of the tomb owner in the tomb. Embers. Unlike now, it is not sure whether the tomb owner is alive before worshipping. After the group of people worshipped, they began to discuss. The place is quite big. The painting style is full of charm. Is this mural the Taoist charm left by the immortal? It is shocking. Don't dig it up. If it is damaged, how can we shoot it? Then let's ask those big guys to come here, use local materials, collect information based on the actual situation here, and build a fantasy. Foolish, it's impossible to let them come here. This is our big secret. What should we do? We burn, collect materials, shoot, 3D real-life scan these monuments, and then put them in our environment modeling, and ask them to splice them. Oh, there is this trick. The palace is not big. The blacksmiths can only temporarily build a resurrection point, a small blacksmith shop, a small mountain square, and a small residential area. Then a group of blacksmiths went out shoulder to shoulder, walked into the tunnel, and prepared to explore this immortal secret realm. There is no doubt that the screen went black instantly, and they died suddenly. The blacksmiths were killed for the first time, and they didn't dare to test their lives again. Instead, they threw some long-legged monitoring puppets, but the screen went black instantly. They came up with several plans in succession, and they made relatively static machine monitoring equipment. Only then did they successfully see what was killing in the dark corridor. The killing came from the murals on both sides of the corridor. There is a snake with sharp wings on the mural. The snake will fly out to kill people immediately when it senses movement, and then stick back into the mural. According to the blacksmith's guess, this ancient tomb is so old that there may be no real living things in it. This thing is either a magic weapon spirit or a magic weapon puppet. Brothers, let's take a long-term view. Oh my god, how did the owner of the manor steal things? He didn't even alert the guards outside the door, and took the treasures of the core immortal. He didn't carry the immortal's body away, did he? The immortal's body is a big treasure. He wouldn't carry it away to log in? The only exclusive character for VIP15 for blacksmiths? Your brains are getting more and more abnormal. Please go to the clinic. What do you know? It's because I go to the clinic too many times that my brain is abnormal. Nervous. Are we now going from the main tomb chamber to the entrance of the tomb in reverse? Charge the treasure Lotus Lantern. This ancient tomb has something. It seems to be a different system. It will definitely make our villa explode. Chapter 937. 2 days have passed. There is still no progress in the tomb strategy. The blacksmiths are working hard to conquer it, and they have begun to build a studio in the main tomb and set up a small camp of the sword forging villa, preparing for a protracted war. In the outside world, the golden elixir instantly became popular in the bottom of the entire Chungwon domain. First of all, there are people coming to the lottery every day, surrounding the store, watching the lottery, and exchanging the winning numbers. Some people also call it the monochrome ball, because there is only one color, golden light, which is the color of wealth. Every day there is a group of monks watching the prize, and some old charlatans, talking nonsense, divination monochrome ball winning pattern. A group of people guess the next number together, which digits will be there. Various affiliated divination stalls have begun to fill the Taoist golden elixir shop. Not to mention, there are some experts who can predict the winning numbers with a 40% chance. So these charlatans are sought after by a group of monks every day, asking for tomorrow's winning numbers, and then exchanging the golden elixir with other people in advance. This really pissed off the bosses of the franchisees. How dare you take advantage of me? They invited professional experts to personally shake the winning numbers every day, suppress the luck, and isolate outsiders from predicting. This farce has become popular. Even the civilizations in the neighboring fairyland are extremely curious. How come you start gambling after taking a pill? And you use the golden elixir to play basketball? Is there such a Q elixir in the world? If you use it to play basketball, will the pill not wear out? How sad it would be if it was worn out. Is your golden elixir really poisonous? Is there really anyone who uses metal as an elixir? Interesting. I just want to go to Chungwon domain recently. I heard that the elixir is golden and dazzling, and it can be called the best-looking elixir in the history of the fairy world. It can be used as a lamp bead. I want to go and see it too. The number of tourists began to increase. Chungwon domain and Wanshou domain are originally large travel domains, and there are always many tourists. Many tourists here want to eat the food of Chungwon chefs, and want to study the ever-changing skills of Chungwon beauties. As a result, a group of tourists came. Although they dared not eat golden elixirs, they also got a batch of golden elixirs, experienced a wave of local golden elixir haul, and enjoyed it. Therefore, the passenger flow of the entire Chungwon domain was originally very high. Everyone wanted to come and see the Dai Dai people, and now it has been helped by the wind. It seems that it has become a gambling city by relying on the golden elixir haul. With this as the core industry, it has gradually formed a tourist area. If you don't come to get a few golden elixir chips and play with them, You are embarrassed to say that you are a high-level cultivator. At this time. Golden Elixir Hall. Wan Ping frowned slightly. This place is really lively. Wan Feng, that guy, actually has such a business trick in secret. If there is no accident in this trial, he will probably win if he breaks through again. Originally, the cultivation qualifications of this group of saints and saints are similar. The rest is nothing more than testing a person's talent, business ability, ability to form cliques and factions. These comprehensive qualities. And the opponent is about to win with this trick. Next to him, another saint sighed. I also want to cause him some trouble, so I hinted a group of monks who are good at divination to come to their door to divine the Dragon Ball number, and go to the third-floor lobby. If you are lucky, you can earn their golden elixir. As a result, franchisees from all over the country invited experts to suppress their luck and warn us. Wan Ping could only smile bitterly when he heard this. Yes. The competition between the saints secretly used some dirty means, and outsiders were too lazy to pay attention. However, these means affected their business and directly damaged their interests. This was a crime that angered the public. Who would tolerate you? Then do we really have no way out? Wan Ping showed a trace of bitterness. Taoist Jin Dan, Shirong, who is he? She took the Jin Dan and looked at the two words Shirong on it, hesitating in her heart. Although it was publicized to the outside world that Shirong was a force of the medicine refining lineage. But anyone with a discerning eye could see at a glance that they were clearly a blacksmith. He came here this time to the Jin Dan headquarters to talk to the other party, and see if he could turn the other party over. After all, if your subordinates betray you and join another saint, it is your own incompetence, and you can't blame anyone else. This is the scope of competition allowed by the sect. So, at present, he wanted to contact this mysterious Jin Dan civilization and cooperate with it, so that he could make more profits. If he guessed correctly, according to tradition, the profits of Wanluanfeng and this Jin Dan civilization were 70% and 30% respectively. Wanluanfeng only acted as a protective umbrella, so he took 70%. This is the tyranny of the fairy civilization. You come here to do business, you can't do it if you want to, and you have to hand over most of the profits. And he, Wanluanfeng, tried to contact the other party to see if he could come up with better conditions, 40% and 60%, or even 50% and 50%. As for lower conditions? Let the other party take the majority? This is impossible. First of all, the natives of the fairy world have a stereotyped contempt for outsiders. They originally despised these foreign miners, and thought they were only worthy of mining in the mining area. Even if he really divided the profits like this, the sect would not have a very good evaluation of him. They thought that people like you, who want so little profit, have no ability to control subordinates and enslave other civilizations, are not worthy of being the future headmaster. 40% to 60%, the evaluation of these saints will become very bad. He thought in his heart, but other places can make up for it, such as marrying the daughter of the leader of their Jin Dan forces. They were observing everywhere, and the two of them walked around everywhere, and the more they looked, the more frightened they were. The Jin Dan Hall has become a place for many people to entertain and make money. In order to earn Jin Dan, many cultivators have practiced their ball skills hard, and have reached a level that is unpredictable. Fighting against others is much more exaggerated than the ball skills in those hot-blooded comics. And there is also the painter Jiao Tsirong who takes the lead in guiding the trend. The whole court is gradually becoming prevalent with the trend of pretending to be better. For example, while playing, he said, your backhand is weak, your forehand is not good, your steps are loose, and your reaction is slow. Various pretentious quotes are constantly heard. Some cultivators come here to pick up girls, and pretend to be better. It has become a social occasion. Even when famous players appear on the court, there are a group of fans cheering in the distance. This golden elixir. It seems to allow their Wanluan sect to expand further. Their sect will use the golden elixir industry in Wanluanfeng, the next true immortal sect leader, to further expand its territory and surpass several nearby immortal venerable forces. Those profit-seeking elders will definitely choose to support Wanluanfeng and take the golden elixir industry to ascend to the position of sect leader. How hateful. Is the victory already decided? While thinking, he also called the saint who came with him. Let's play a game. This kind of table tennis is quite interesting. Okay. The saints on both sides had flames in their eyes. Isn't this a competition and a battle? The true immortals behind them will silently record their movements, wins and losses, and performances, and pass them back to the sect for evaluation. This game cannot be lost. Both sides had this thought in their minds for a moment. Throw up the golden elixir. The racket swung. Dang. The golden elixir quickly bounced in front of both sides. Both sides were full of murderous intent, and the golden elixir was ejected in various Z-shapes like lightning, which was dazzling. After a game, one limping won and crushed the other saint who came with him. His originally irritated heart also showed a trace of smile. Let's go, it's almost time, the audition is over. Let's go to the final interview of that illusion, take the opportunity to see the other party's leader and talk to them. Soon, they came to a building. There were already people of all kinds wearing masks, isolating their identities, waiting here. And Josue, who had just finished guarding the gate of the fairyland on the side of Changwon domain, also looked up at them, and seemed to have noticed these two true immortal guardians. This Shirong is really mysterious. Even the core disciples protected by the true immortals have been attracted. Chapter 938. It seems that everyone is very serious. Josue sat on the chair and drank tea lightly, with a comfortable and calm face. At present, this job has a high salary, and is easy to become famous. After all, the golden elixir is very popular recently, and he is quite willing to give it a try. Like a peaceful life is not equal to not making money, and not being famous. Those famous divine craftsmen and divine alchemists in the fairy world, which one is not a free and unrestrained cloud crane? High above, there are countless strong people who beg these industry masters to refine treasures for themselves. Complete a few orders a year, and you will earn enough resources for cultivation. This is the best life. If you don't lick blood on the tip of a knife, you can grow up quickly in the fairy world. But it seems that the fairy world is not peaceful either. Josue's eyes bypassed the two true immortals hidden in the dark and fell on the two saints. He was too lazy to pay attention to the fighting and killing of them. He fell on other competitors and said lightly, "It seems that the level of the guys around is just average. It should be enough to show some strength and get a middle ranking." Just then, another person walked in not far away. This person was dressed in white and full of scholarly temperament. It was Xian Shichen. He looked at the interviewers around him, clasped his hands and said, "Hello, everyone." The people in the other seats nodded one after another. Those who can pass the interviews in these few days and come to the final round are all masters, and naturally they are qualified to respond. Xian Shichen occasionally glanced at Josue, but did not find anything. Now he has perfected the human immortal, and is about to break through to the heavenly immortal. After all, the human immortal is a transition. With resources, you can break through, and where does his resources come from? Of course, it's selling face. With his skills, he used persuasion and creation of galaxies to turn the sun and moon artifact, Dao Yin Yang, into the following spiritual roots. Chengwan, gold, Chengwan, wood, Chengwan, earth, 5 elements Chengwan. More like the genuine version than Chengwan people. Add 2 yin and yang magical powers, giant shells, and stars, forming 2 corresponding fresh, fragrant Taoism. The whole colorful magical power of the Dai food noodle man was born for food. It can be seen that the potential of this colorful and ever-changing fairy weapon is really terrifying. Today, Dao Yin Yang has become a new type of cook, who is frantically producing blacksmith's noodles in the kitchen and then selling them. Even as a pirated version, it sells better than the genuine Chongshan Fong team. Because they secretly advertised, "This is the collector's edition of the dough from the Golden Pill shop, it tastes better, it is only provided to nobles, don't spread it out." In this way, won't the price go up? Other immortals, who are involved in the surrounding industries of the Golden Pill, make a lot of money, but none of them make more than Xian Shichen. So, in just a few days, he produced a large number of dough and sold it to various restaurants. The cost was only 3%, and the profit was as high as 97%. He soon accumulated enough resources for the 10th level of human immortals. Xian Shichen looked at the people around him and thought to himself, "It is not difficult for me, a versatile person, to make money with a heaven-defying artifact in hand. If you really want to make money, once all kinds of industries are copied and the monopoly is broken, even the real immortals may not make as much as I do. Although this dough makes a lot of money now, I am not satisfied with it. Let's see what they want to do with Shirong's golden pill." After all, I began to need the cultivation resources of the celestial immortal level. The celestial immortals want to understand the Tao and begin to comprehend the laws of the immortals. Whether it is the enlightenment pill or the items containing the Tao rhyme, the regular purchase price is too high. If you don't have connections, you will be slaughtered. This is not a matter of money anymore. In today's fairy world, if you don't have connections, what's the point of cultivating immortality? No one really thinks that if you, the human immortal miners, don't become sons-in-law or dogs, our fairy world will give you celestial resources, right? I have celestial resources. Why don't I give them to my native disciples? Clan members? Even if I sell them to other local celestials, I won't sell them to outsiders like you. Unless you are a sucker and spend dozens of times the price to buy them. The class monopoly in the fairy world is already quite serious. After all, if Xian Shichen becomes the emperor himself, he will do the same. You migrant workers are unstable personnel in the dynasty. How can we raise you? Being the bottom productivity of human immortals, and working in the mines is your destiny. In today's fairy world, celestials at this level basically only join local forces, or become robbery cultivators, or demon cultivators, and secretly form a group in the fairy world. Xian Shichen doesn't want to be a demon cultivator, so he is wanted and hunted. Only by becoming a top non-combat professional can one complete the class leap. So he came. He is from the royal family of the Xian family, versatile, and also good at painting. Soon, Xian Shichen chatted enthusiastically with the people around him, and even had a good chat with that Wanluanping. After all, there are real immortals hiding in the dark to protect the way, and it is not simple at first glance. It is probably the son of Shirong's enemy. If this son is beaten by Shirong and cries, and has nowhere to go, I can take advantage of it. If I let the other party invest in me, and do a face business, I can also get access to the channel of the son of the party. When Xian Shichen kept thinking. Everyone, the interview has begun. At this time, the painter Jukarong appeared, looked at a group of monsters, and clapped his hands. Everyone who can make it to the final interview is a capable person. Next, our interview process must be kept confidential throughout the process. Please sign a confidentiality contract first. The confidentiality contract in the fairy world records the original breath of the soul. If you sign this contract with your own hands, but you do not fulfill it and openly breach the contract, then your reputation in the fairy world will be ruined. And this business alliance contract is also guaranteed by the Immortal Lord Alliance. Once there is a suspicion of breach of contract, the Immortal Lords will personally perform divination based on the original breath you left on the contract and capture you. Although it is also a name for collecting protection fees. Few people are so bold as to openly violate the contract and slap the face of the Immortal Lord. No one really thinks that if the Immortal Lord joins hands in divination, you can run away to the ends of the earth, right? Xian Shichen looked at the contract and nodded. I am willing to sign it. I am willing too. Wanluanping also smiled and spoke. Besides, this saint's son who came to the interview was a genius with many talents. He originally followed the path of the illusionary magic. The layers of array patterns on his body were all mazes, overlapping one another, multiple illusions, captivating people, and very terrifying inattributed magical powers. This is also a major category of Chongwon people. The current battle classification of the Chongwon system. There are defense systems with overlapping defense array patterns all over the body. The self-destruction system with overlapping explosion array patterns, which hurts others and oneself. There are psychedelic systems with overlapping illusion array patterns all over the body. The essence of their Chongwon system is the array diagram system. Therefore, it is not surprising that he is good at psychedelic array patterns, and made it all the way to the finals. Especially Wanluanping, the overlapping skin on his body is a book of illusions, and the illusion array spreads out layer by layer, covering the surrounding world, true and false, and even facing weak immortals. At this time, no one on the scene backed down, and they all signed the agreement. After all, signing a confidentiality agreement is a normal means of cooperation. Please look at the PPT. The painter Jukarong pointed to the big screen behind him. This is the direction of our story plot. Chiosue Zinxikan, and the painter who was looking through the scroll at this time, nodded. It still has the taste of Shirong's press conference. The two saints, and even the natives who saw this scene for the first time, just thought it was interesting. On the PPT, Chiosai Rong briefly reflected the image. The story we are going to tell is set in an old civilization that is lingering in an ancient tomb, and its name is Taoist priests. They only know that they are prehistoric survivors, left in an ancient tomb, and they don't remember their origins and life experiences. They have been lingering in dangerous ancient tombs for generations. And our story will start from a broken continent in the ancient tomb. Once upon a time, there was a place called Jialong Town. There was a Jialong named Jiaowuyu. She longed for the outside world, so she tried to walk out of the ancient tomb and enter the only exit of the ancient tomb, a mysterious tunnel, and then was killed by the monster on the mural. So her head was cut off, and the Jialong body and Jialong skull were separated. She instinctively struggled to escape and came to an ancient town. The townspeople prayed for the blessing of the Jiao head, so that the girl in the town could use her strange magical powers to transform into Jialong claws, Jialong body, to complete the body of the Jialong head, and continue the life of this Jialong. At first, the villagers were good, worshipping the dragon for generations, but later they became ambitious and started the dragon feast, sharing the headless bodies that the dragon replaced time and time again. They were even afraid that the headless body of the dragon would come and abandon them, so they led the headless body that came to look for a head to the pigman and grafted a pig head on it. The painter Jiao Tsirong began to nest dolls, slightly modified the background, and told the origin of the story. Everyone nodded repeatedly after listening. The mysterious tomb space, the simple girl who longed to leave and see the outside world, the changes of the villagers, worshipped greed, and even drinking dragon blood and eating dragon meat. They are considered to be exquisite scripts. Even Wanluanping, the son of the saint, pondered for a while. At first glance, it can be regarded as first class. In fact, there are countless excellent scripts in the fairy world. When a script is excellent to a certain extent, next, the competition is about the picture quality and the sense of immersion in the fantasy world. Where are there no good scripts? Just like on Earth, there are many excellent IPs, but how many of them are not criticized after being adapted into movies and TV series? There are many good scripts, but adaptation is the most difficult. This thing is like a big production of 3D movies. Let's see whose production is more refined, and the scenes are more realistic. So these famous painters and book writers were invited. Their paintings and books can bring people into a world in the painting and the world in the book. Even the powerful people have engraved the Tao rhyme in it. It is very beneficial for the immortals to realize the corresponding attributes of the Tao. What do immortals practice? Practice the various magical laws in themselves. At this time, the immortals need to realize the truth. Under normal circumstances, they need to have sudden enlightenment and go out to practice. Many people go down to the mortal world and travel around many worlds. However, with the development of the times, enlightenment pills have appeared, which can deepen understanding. And now that the immortal world has developed to this point, can they go out to practice enlightenment? You can practice without going out. Some powerful people write the laws of their own enlightenment into some books with the rhyme of Taoism, engrave them into pills, and create a secret realm of enlightenment. Let young people enter it to watch and feel another person's life. So, at this stage, immortals will read books. Mortals will feel enlightenment when reading books, various personal biographies, and famous stories. They will understand various truths, improve their cultivation, and give people a kind of scholarly temperament. The same is true for immortals. Reading books is the most cost-effective way to achieve enlightenment, whether for mortals or immortals. Wanluanping was thinking, this mysterious Shirong, who is gathering this group of people, may not be satisfied with the luck of the human immortal level to supply elixirs, and is trying to prepare for the heavenly immortal level enlightenment elixir. They want to reproduce the illusion in the golden elixir, engrave the rhyme of Tao, and give people enlightenment. But it is obvious that they just want to make a simple story first, use the golden elixir as a carrier, and try it out. First go into the ordinary entertainment industry. If the story is not done well, and there is no sense of substitution, how to reproduce the rhyme of Tao, and let people understand another person's life. Everyone, do you have any objections? Looking at everyone, Warren Jukarong said, our interview is a two-way trip. If you have any ideas and suggestions, you can also put them forward. After all, the development of our golden elixir may also be a little insufficient, and need outsiders' guidance. Everyone nodded slightly. This golden elixir shopkeeper is humble, and can't help but make people feel good. Chapter 939. I have an idea. A famous writer suddenly said, using Jindan as a medium is very good. Your Excellency said that each Jindan records the life of a cultivator, which is very interesting. It will greatly increase the sense of substitution, which is very helpful for me to reproduce the Daoyuan. Can you Jindan be used as a paper media platform to serialize my personal Daoyuan books for me? The person who spoke was a celestial being. He was best at replicating a certain fire-attributed Daoyuan, and had a deep understanding of this Dao, and he also studied the method of replicating Daoyuan. In order to exchange for cultivation resources, he wrote some fantasy life that he realized the laws of fire attributes, and brought them into the cultivators to make them realize the Dao. What era is it now? Is there anyone who cares whether the story is real life or fake life? It is a good life if it allows the cultivator to experience another real-life story and gain enlightenment. It is better than going down to the mortal world to experience it yourself. How troublesome is that? As long as you make it look real, even you will shout, I can't tell, I really can't tell, who can say it is fake? And he, a celestial writer, thinks that Jindan is indeed a good carrier. As a new book platform, It provides these writers and painters with serialization, which is very promising. Among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, writers and painters are not very impressive skills, but the profits they earn are actually much more than people outside the circle imagine. The people present couldn't help but discuss. I think so too. Can we serialize on Gene Dan? Yes, the story can help you build it, but we also hope to build our own story. Of course. The painter Jiucai Rong said, but you all know that this is not a normal book medium, and the subject matter can be random. We are Gene Dan. According to the setting, the stories in Gene Dan are all set in the background of the Taoist world. The stories you construct are all set in the background of Taoists, so that they will not be out of place. Of course, even everyone's Taoist background stories can be linked to create a Taoist universe worldview. Something like the Marvel Universe is very promising, and one of the writers below also laughed and agreed. Then I can try to change the background of the story I am writing and turn it into a Taoist story. Okay, everyone, stop here. Let's talk about our first story first. Jiucai Rong pointed to the PPT picture at the back. This is the background we provided, the palace with the tomb background. And the following murals are the murals of the picture after the dragon was beheaded. They secretly showed the materials they collected and shot in the tomb. Providing background and Dalian facilities will facilitate these big guys to refer to and build a real Dalian illusion. For this purpose, the blacksmiths also purchase special Dalian information collection instruments. Holographically collect all aspects of the ancient tomb, which is vivid and retains various information to the maximum extent. This picture? Various pictures made some people present speechless and shocked. Especially the mural with a snake with sharp wings. The Dalian in it is very amazing. The people below suddenly became noisy, showing full creative enthusiasm. Interesting, this can't be true? There is actually that painting in reality. Just the recorded breath can make me feel an ancient murderous intent. Even I, a celestial being, feel a little instinctive fear. With such a real background, people can feel the real murderous intent in it. Fearing the dragon and the scholar is a waste of time. It is even easier to reproduce the Dao rhyme in it. It will be perfect if we add some of our own law perception to some scenes in it. They all started discussing eagerly. To conquer them, it is best to come up with a good enough scene and plot. Now it is obvious that they are greatly shocked by the style of the murals in the ancient tomb of the immortal venerable. After all, who among them is not an artist? You can never imagine how excited, crazy, and full of desire for knowledge these artists will be after seeing the ancient art relics. Even many people have an idea in their minds. Could your story of the dragon and the scholar really happen? Even if it is a fictional story, these patterns are probably real scenes, which have carried a lot of Dao rhyme, and must be related to some ancient historical relics. Shirong must have mastered some historical data. Someone asked, what happens next? You said it's a world view with a Taoist background. At the end of the story, the dragon plotted against the scholar, resurrected and flew away. How did she leave the murderous snake mural? Jiucai Rong smiled. This is the plot of our next story. We temporarily define it as the dragon going to the outside world, but came to another site inside the tomb and saw another group of Taoist civilization. From this, another protagonist of the story, Su Huan, is introduced. It is also a story of twists and turns. As for how the dragon left the mural tunnel, we will not spoil it. You can guess it. Everyone was speechless. These monks who tell stories and construct illusions usually like to break the chapters and tell the story halfway, leaving suspense. And the suspense in front of them made them speechless. According to their professional instincts, they began to discuss with each other and guess the second plot later. Illusions are the most logical, making people think that they are real stories, so the solution to this mural should also be in line with the actual situation. Does anyone know the origin of this mural? At this time, the saint said, that is the space magic. Everyone was shocked. Does the mural involve prehistory? That's right. The Saint Wan Ping exclaimed. They carefully constructed the story. The background of this story takes place in an ancient tomb. This ancient tomb is quite real. In ancient times, people practiced space, life, time and other first-level magic. That was the ancient method. As the world changed, the laws were sound, and the way of heaven was perfected, the first-level magic could not be practiced. Now only the second-level magic, such as the 5 elements and yin and yang, can be practiced. But it is not that the current era is weak. As the world is completed, a deeper law of the world, destiny, is also emerging. Everyone nodded. Many people in the fairy world know this kind of ancient history. I heard from the elder Jinxian about his tomb robbing experience. To break this kind of space-killing mural, we can only use tricks. In the future, we can describe the story like this. To break it with this method, we need to set up a formation and select. After hearing this knowledge, everyone felt that they had learned a lot. This knowledge can be used when writing books in the future. Those who build illusions require extremely high personal knowledge accumulation. If the knowledge is not enough, how can they build a real illusion and make the book more immersive? From the perspective of the bystanders, the blacksmiths were ecstatic when they heard this. It really works. I knew that the tomb robbers in their fairy world are professional. We have no knowledge of tomb robbing, and we have to rely on them to help us rob tombs. Ha ha ha, we are really a group of clever ghosts. Brothers, prepare to set up the formation and pass the level. This game is too fun. Yesterday, someone complained that the painting wall at the exit was too difficult. The mural level of this copy is shit? That's right, you don't know how to play. It's so cool. We just shoot and collect materials step by step, and let these big guys help us rob tombs through these scenes and movies. Once we break the mural and shoot the scene of the dragon coming out of the mural, we will have new filming material. Ha ha, we are like Qin Shi Huang touching the wire, we won. What an excellent planner, he actually designed this innovative version of tomb robbery decryption. Ning Zheng, He was a planner, but he was a little shocked. You actually have such a method? Ning Zheng's Dharma clone's combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary celestial being. I tried it several times, but was killed again, and they conquered it like this? Using this method, they obtained relevant tomb robbery information and successfully broke into the tomb. They are really a group of geniuses. Chapter 940. Ning Zheng was amused and reacted. Even if there is no group of painters to help solve the problem and publish it in series, we can pass the problem to the audience through the plot. If the plot is hot, they will discuss the next plot direction, and we will also get the solution. This trick is very powerful. And this trick is not only powerful, but the most important thing is that it also improves Shirong's status, making people feel that he, the owner of Shirong Manor, is extremely mysterious. Ning Zheng looked at the blacksmiths chatting with a speechless face. At this time, the blacksmiths were all praising the planner. The planner actually set up a unique solution for this tomb mural, which is so cool, but I really didn't set it up. Ning Zheng just gave up. Anyway, it was a great thing. At this time, a meeting ended. Jiuzui had been silent all along, watching silently, and was somewhat surprised in his heart. This Shirong, the origin is ancient and mysterious. They robbed tombs long ago, and dug up prehistoric tombs? He only took a few glances, and he also felt that the murderous intent on the murals was terrifying. The power of ancient space, they, Shirong, have long been walking in the heavens and the worlds. They can take materials from such relics. Obviously, they have conquered this ancient powerful tomb in a certain era. So amazing. Even Wan Luanping next to him frowned. Wan Luanping, there is really a great opportunity. He didn't really make friends with the so-called Taoist clan left in the ancient tomb of the immortal venerable. Is this story true? Maybe the background is true. Otherwise, how could there be the tomb of the immortal venerable? This kind of opportunity is simply infuriating. He was angry and annoyed. After all, for these proud children of heaven, who doesn't have an adventure, there are many opportunities and secret treasures. In his opinion, Wan Luanping accepted this ancient remnant and opened the golden elixir industry. With such a civilization following him, who can stop him from competing for the position of the headmaster in the future? While he was thinking, the painter Jiu Cairong had already prepared the general plot. Then he discussed and negotiated with everyone. After that, everyone began to record the effect of the entire plot according to the plot. Their temporary team began to go to the Immortal Cave area where time flows fast to work overtime. It is expected that it can be completed within 1 day. It is so efficient. Everyone knows that the golden elixir is now hot, and it is the best choice to take the opportunity to launch this Enlightenment Golden Elixir series to test the water. Time passed quickly. Xiao and Scholar began to premiere. Because of the Golden Elixir model, there is only this set of plot Golden Elixir. It is the only limited edition. After all, a person leaves behind a Golden Elixir after death. If there are more Golden Elixirs of Jiao Wuyu and Li Yuzhu, and everyone has a set of DVDs, wouldn't that be a slap in their own face? Things are precious because they are rare. Only when they are unique can they be cherished. This is the best way to sell Golden Elixirs. In addition, there are not many other books with the rhyme of Taoism. They are personally engraved by the author, and they cannot be mass-produced to contain the rhyme of Taoism. They have a series of books in their hands, just like refining unique elixirs. 1 furnace a month is already a normal output. This kind of book is essentially a kind of enlightenment elixir. So, the unique golden elixir is nothing. At this time, Chongshan Town, the golden elixir head office is very lively. Because a new area has been opened, with limited edition golden pills placed in it, a total of more than 1,000, allowing you to watch this life story from the perspective of various NPCs. Experience their lives before they died according to different golden pills? Sure enough, the golden pills are all the essence of the fallen cultivators of a certain civilization. So terrible. I want to see this golden pill civilization, the civilization structure before they died, and their lives. The scene is very popular, and you can experience a life in an hour. Although there are few tourists experiencing it, the word of mouth is spreading. You can bring in the perspective of the villagers' lives, from kindness, to corruption and greed, to the Dragon Night banquet. You can bring in Liuzu and Jiaowu. Even with the switching of perspectives, the perspectives of different people gradually converge, the story begins to become clear, and you will see the reversal of the plot one by one. Moreover, the core golden pills of Jiaowu and Liuzu are also engraved with the rhyme of Tao, which can make people realize the Tao. Those celestial immortals have spent a lot of effort on it. So, the golden pill area is also very popular. The other franchisees also got excited and asked directly, I wonder if our branch can also get a set of golden elixir? Sitting in the store and telling stories to people? Huaring Jiokai Rong. Of course, you can even join our big platform, use the golden elixir as the media, and make stories about the golden elixir monks before their death. The franchisee was stunned. Isn't this bad? Isn't this a fabrication to deceive people? Huaring Jiokai Rong was speechless. Why is this person pretending to be innocent? He couldn't help but persuade him. Your Excellency is kind, and can't stand falsehood, but this is a white lie. This Taoist is civilized. We help to embellish their lives. They will be grateful to us after they die. That's right. The franchisee smiled, and was ready to join the Jindan platform to make a profit. Jindan, it's so delicious, they have realized the huge potential. For example, the core Jindan of Jiaowu and Liuzu are not for sale now, but are on display. But some immortals want to spend a lot of money to buy it for collection. This is the fan effect. When you are moved by the movie, and like the joys and sorrows of the characters in it. If you see the Jindan of your favorite character being watched casually by people after his death, will you choose to buy it for collection? This is the hero in my mind. They plan to make the lie true. The picture in Jindan is the real life of a person after his death. Make up a story together. Even the output of Jindan will increase as a result. After all, every monk who plays small steel balls, holding a Jindan in his hand, and preparing to throw it into the machine, will inadvertently think. Every Jindan is a life. Sales will also increase. In any case, Jindan's premiere was a hit. Chongshan Town has become a major tourist town, and many tourists are discussing it. Jiaowu, from a simple and kind girl, has become full of calculations. This is growing up, but it must be said that it is a kind of tragedy. The villagers are really a group of scum, repaying kindness with hatred. I think the villagers are not wrong. They have no morals because they want to survive. The bottom-level casual cultivators struggle between life and death every day, and are not qualified to have high character. That Liuzu is willing to be deceived. No, it was Liuzu who deceived Jiaowu first. The encounter between the two is very dramatic. A group of people were discussing. The nine-headed dragon emperor was speechless. I recognized Jiaowu and Liuzu, but they don't seem to be dead, right? Feng Huangyai was also a little numb. They Shirong. They do business in our Jiuzhou, and use the story of Jiuzhou to change. Xiaozai smiled. Fortunately, it can't be changed on us. The White Tiger Emperor gritted his teeth. Hee, it will happen to us sooner or later. Everyone, we tried so hard to hide, and you Shirong are going to help us become famous in the fairy world? Shirong, you are so wicked. They could already imagine how confused Liuzu, Jiaowu and others were in the fairy world after they ascended. The premiere of Jiao and Scholar was very popular. The main focus is on reality. Whether you believe it or not, the stories in other books are fake, and our stories of Jindan are all true. You hold the inner elixir of that person and see them when they were alive. In addition, the background inside is very real, with scenes of ancient ruins, which attracted many people. This led to the Jindan starting to get on the right track. Ning Zheng's dividend income has reached more than 3,000 high-grade immortal stones per day. Don't think this is a small amount. It is a long-term trickle, which is already a lot. And the benefits are still increasing. Ning Zheng instead set his sights on the blacksmith's tomb raiding copy strategy. After all, he was still very interested in this immortal tomb, and wanted to see what burial objects were outside the ancient tomb maze. Brothers, start setting up the formation to deceive that mural. In the ancient tomb, a group of blacksmiths got materials, and began to prepare to overcome the first difficulty of the copy. Chapter 941. Ancient Tomb of the Immortal. In the center of the tomb, the entire main hall has been transformed into buildings by blacksmiths as a frontier position. Wait a minute, after the mural is finished, I will be the first to rush out. I wonder what treasures are outside the gate of this copy. A group of blacksmiths sat on the floor chatting and bragging. On the other side, Wu Xingjing and others took the lead in setting up the formation. After all, these blacksmiths got the tomb-robbing methods from others. This space concealment formation is said to be able to avoid the detection and pursuit of the ancient space mural that only has less than 1/10 of its power left. But the blacksmiths themselves can't even set it up. They have to have several professional monks to help set up the formation. They are a bit bad. Wu Xingwei complained, squatted on the ground, and used his own blood to draw the formation diagram. They only know how to brag, but in the end, we have to help set up the formation. I can't stand it. Princess Xine glanced at the bragging blacksmiths in the distance, and was also a little speechless. She laid out the formation diagram at the door, and opened the topic. Ahem, let's talk about something else. The story of Jiao and the scholar with more than 1,000 golden pills is just applauded, but not profitable. The owner of Jiao Town was also using a talisman pen to draw the formation for tomb robbery. He smiled gently and said, there is no way. It is like this that mass production cannot be done. You can only come to the experience store at the headquarters to watch the movie. At this time, Wu Xingwei had been drained of blood and resurrected. He cut his hand again and continued to calmly draw the formation diagram with blood. He said, you have to eat one bite at a time. Let's earn a reputation first, and now make a sample to see the response in the market. The number of golden pill stories in the future will increase with production. Princess Xine thought it made sense. That's right. In the future, each of our golden pills will have a story attached. We will see the development of the AI of Shanzhuang Jiuzhong. We don't ask for a novel story for each golden pill, but only a large number of stories, and each golden pill has one. Now, the business plan of the golden pill is very clear. First-class golden pill stories. Exquisite stories with main plots such as Jiao and the scholar can be placed in franchise stores in various places as treasures of the store, so that people can feel it. Second-class golden pill stories. Outsource branch stories of the next level. Those celestial painters and celestial writers are responsible. You can reproduce the laws and avenues that you are good at, add the rhyme of the Tao, and make your own stories. We provide a golden pill platform, which is called a contracted writer. In the future, these writers will be divided into levels. For example, great writers. Third-class golden pill stories. A large number of random mass-produced ordinary life stories, and each golden pill will have one in the future. For this plan, Wu Xingjing and others think it is very reasonable. If you think about it carefully, the development speed of Shirong is not worse than that of their Jiuzhou. One of the 13 giants in the fairy world, Cunning domain, has been attracted by them as a group of business partners. However, I heard that there seems to be a Qiansheng sect that is ready to cooperate with us. I have heard that they are stronger than AI Jiuzhong. Those cultivators can dream of all living beings at random. Dreaming of different lives can create a large number of low-quality life stories. As expected of the fairy world, there is such a heaven-defying technique. Then shall we cooperate? They are stronger than our AI Jiuzhong. They can load stories on each golden elixir, which seems more convenient. At this time, Su Yunyang next to him came over and said with a smile, what a ghost of cooperation. Our management has been discussing this morning to steal the other party's technology, use the Yin-Yang creation furnace, and good luck to transform it, and we will make a beautiful dream boy ourselves. Every time we jump into the forging furnace, we will enchant a golden elixir life. Awesome. Wu Xingjing gave a thumbs up. Su Yunyang smiled and said, not bad. In all senses, we players are awesome. Nowadays, hundreds of new blacksmiths join every day, and they don't worry about the manpower to jump into the forge. It's been 3 hours. Is it ready? The fairy of medicine also asked. It's done. The owner of the wedding clothes town said quickly, it's also thanks to the purchase of semi-finished array materials, and the introduction of the detailed process that we succeeded. Although Su Yunyang was surprised by the hands-on ability of these new blacksmiths, she didn't think much about it and nodded and said, then let's get started. She inserted a signboard in front of the exit of the mural tunnel, with dragons and phoenixes written on it. The theft hole has been opened. 100 magic coins to enter once. The lotus lantern is blessed. 100 magic coins once. The price list clearly marked the price. The lotus lantern. Now the villa has made a second one. Because this wishing lantern has comprehensive effects and strong logistical capabilities, whether it is farming or ironwork, hanging a treasure lotus lantern next to it is very useful. 100 magic coins? It's a bit expensive. The immortal tomb, ordinary people can't enter at all, and it's expensive. Soon, a group of blacksmiths paid money with some pain and set off. One by one, they tiptoed through the dark mural tunnel. Although they are not afraid of death, they have to spend money, so they don't die if they can. Walking into the corridor, they found that the snake-shaped murals on both sides seemed to be unable to sense their breath and did not attack them. It's useful. Xiao Chai-kun was a little excited walking in the tunnel and whispered, "That is the ancient space spirit root spirit beast, similar to our current fire, earth, and water spirit beasts." Elusive. But now, the world has changed drastically, and the combat power of this space beast is less than 1/10. It can be blocked by a targeted space isolation formation. Obviously, when they often rob tombs, they often encounter similar tomb beasts. Xiao Chai-kun was a little excited, looking at the ancient mythological murals full of quaint ancient myths around him, which seemed to tell an ancient mythological story of the owner of the tomb. I remember the first time I participated in the tomb raiding copy. At that time, I robbed the tomb with the Sher family and pried away every brick. Xiao Chai-kun couldn't help but raise the camera and kept shooting. The god of food next to him was also using Jiuzhong and big data to collect these incomprehensible mural texts, and combined with the language and demeanor of the murals to analyze the ancient texts. Not to mention, it has a sense of archaeological decryption. Looking at the desolate and quaint prehistoric murals, they felt that they had entered a historical time and space and were in ancient times. As they walked along, they found that this mural used some advanced technology such as space folding. The tunnel looked not long, at most 10 meters to the opposite exit. But they could not reach the end. This is an infinitely long mural tunnel. And walking along the infinite tunnel, you can see the life of this ancient great statue, the long corridor of life that led to the throne of God. In the mural, there are hideous monsters, ancient gods and demons, giving people a breath of fangs and claws. A sense of oppression of arrogance and dominance comes, as if it is about to rush out of the mural to kill them at any time. Xiao Chai-kun was shocked. The impact of this picture is simply amazing. It is a prehistoric art. I don't know how many professional immortal craftsmen were used to carve this funerary object. It symbolizes the essence of civilization of an era. Chapter 942. The tombs of emperors have always been of great archaeological value. Because the tombs of emperors often contain the highest civilization technology of that era, various top treasures, skills, and unique skills, which are buried with the dead. If I am not mistaken, according to the layout of the tomb robbery, we were in the main tomb chamber before, and now we have come to the mural corridor outside the main tomb chamber, which is used to record the heroic life of the tomb owner. The god of food analyzed, "This corridor is very long, but it is just right to understand history." They feel that they have made a lot of money. In theory, people conquer the tomb step by step from the entrance, and finally come to the periphery of the tomb owner, and then they can see these glorious histories. And what about them? Walk from the inside to the outside, and get free history. Freebies, it's a bit exciting. The ancient texts of Jiuzhong have been analyzed. Let me see. The god of food looked at the ancient texts on the murals and read, in simple terms, this is a story of a small person's growth. He practiced all the way, cultivated space magic, and grew up, and finally became one of the 3 great immortals in heaven and earth. The god of food looked at the detailed content of the murals behind. One of the 3 great prehistoric immortals, this ancient tomb is not simple. The god of food asked Xiao Chai-kun and other blacksmiths to take pictures and collect materials. These murals are all good things. They are vivid and full of shock. Change some words and plots, and it will be our Taoist ancestors. This mural describes the shocking scene that Jiao Wuyu saw after he secretly plotted against the Yuzu and resurrected himself, and then left the mural corridor. Seeing the murals, Jiao Wuyu was shocked. My ancestor is so terrifying. Click, click. A group of people kept filming, advancing step by step, not missing any corner. The most important thing is that these murals are very precious, containing the rhyme of Taoism and the laws of the Tao of various attributes, which can be used for people to comprehend, and are very precious. Wait, did you notice? We walked the murals backwards, and we should have seen the beginning from the end. The story is in reverse, but now, we are seeing the beginning murals. You mean, no matter which end of this mural corridor you enter, you will see the story growth experience in sequence? It should be like this. Details. This mural corridor is a bit cool. Everyone carefully detected that this ancient tomb was full of details, and they dared not miss any small details this time. The god of food, who was leading the way and holding the lotus lantern, looked at the words along the mural. In ancient times, The great way of heaven and earth was different, and all the ways did not exist. The laws were incomplete, and everything was primitive. This existence was born in an ethereal race. No, the Taoist race, and grew up all the way. Then he created a great country, named the Kingdom of the Sky, the Taoist civilization, and called his people the Sky Clan. No, it was the Taoists. The god of food was shocked, constantly translating ancient history, with a serious look, revealing a deep longing. Great, my Taoist civilization, the ancient times were so terrifying. He continued to walk along the mural, but saw the wars of other races and civilizations. In the first mural, it was a red heat that filled the sky and the earth. A figure who mastered the fire attribute was raging on the earth. The civilization was all broken walls and ruins. A kind of mottled dust of the years penetrated the seal of the murals of history and rushed over. A powerful space figure appeared, holding a space sickle, cutting the fire-attributed figure. The opponent was vulnerable and fell directly into the ground. So strong. The god of food couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly waved his hand to let the blacksmith behind him take a picture. I didn't expect our Taoist ancestor to be so terrible. Xiao Chai-kun nodded heavily and called several blacksmiths behind him. Record this pass with the historical footage of the ancestors that Jiao Wuyu saw, and don't miss any corner. Okay. The blacksmiths all looked solemn, as if they had a great mission. Shooting all the way. They saw the second mural, which subdued a round of immortal gods, who mastered the power of the sun's light. The third mural suppressed a woman who mastered the earth attribute. Murals after murals describe the great life of the tomb owner, who crushed the world with overwhelming force. It can be seen that era was very special. In the words of the people of Jojo, space, life, time, and other variant spiritual roots were the first echelon of that era, and the second echelon was the 5 elements spiritual roots, such as gold and wood. Through the murals, everyone felt that they were emotionally rendered by the Tao rhyme above. There was an indescribable silence in the entire historical corridor. And in this huge silence of the sky and the earth, various gods of the 5 elements and yin and yang attributes began to follow him, and never leave. As the murals progressed, that figure, majestic, domineering, vast, completely stepped into the realm of immortals, and suddenly began to understand the Tao, feel the laws of space, and lost in the endless, multidimensional, vast, and free space. Finally, in the trance of everyone, a terrifying scene appeared in the mural. That figure in space seemed to have crossed countless dimensions, stepped on countless avenues, and descended between heaven and earth, muttering, "The universe is infinite, and the creation is infinite. I should open up multidimensional space, split the universe, complete the way of space, and achieve the great perfection of the immortal." But I saw that figure waved his hand. The space was broken like a mirror, and the fragments, like a mirror, gradually evolved into a space dagger, a space sword, and a space spear. The creation of the world. The original single large space was split into a series of small giant eggs, many worlds. I will prove the heavens, and become one of the 3 great heavens. My Kong clan can become a natural immortal god, in charge of the order of the space dimension. The figure seemed to have achieved perfection, and the sound spanned countless years and rivers, like the true sound of the avenue. The world was completely cut apart, and turned into a vast world of heavens, and spread out. All of a sudden, all the blacksmiths had an indescribable feeling. It was like seeing the origin of the ancient civilization, the creation of the world, the creation of the universe, and the division of dimensions. It made people involuntarily have a strong urge to worship. So the immortal who has cultivated to the extreme is so fierce? When the blacksmiths saw the scene, they all looked like they saw a ghost. They behaved a little out of control. But fortunately, the blacksmiths were all very generous after all, and they immediately recovered from the shocking ancient history. The god of food murmured, "Quick, quick, our ancestors even wrote their own epitaphs wrong, and some of the words in this speech are wrong. Historian, please correct the text." Xiao Chai-kun nodded and took down the words that the god of food said, "I have witnessed the heavens, and become one of the 3 great masters of heaven and earth. My Taoist clan can become a natural immortal god, and be in charge of the order of space dimensions." Ningzheng? Question mark. What are they doing? Carrying cameras and dressed as historians? He was completely stunned and didn't react for a while. Chapter 943. In fact, Ningzheng controlled a Dharma image, secretly hid, followed the blacksmith, walked on the corridor, and kept watching the contents of the mural. I didn't expect the position of the immortal venerable to be so terrifying. One realm, one qualitative change. The celestial immortal began to cultivate the yin-yang and 5 elements laws in himself. The true immortal began to cultivate the field of laws. And when he reached the immortal venerable, he could almost become the spokesperson of this law. This ancient space immortal venerable could actually become the lord of space, and the space dimensions of the world were all under his jurisdiction? What a vast and majestic mythological era is this? The universe was in chaos, and the great Tao was incomplete. That was an era when the gods governed the laws of the universe. Every top existence had amazing power far beyond today, and with the improvement of the times, and the reinforcement of the barriers between heaven and earth, the power of the ancient immortal venerable gradually disappeared. According to Ning Zheng's guess, it should be that in ancient times, the world was a paper house, fragile, so the immortal venerables had stronger power. As the avenue of the times is perfected, the paper house becomes an iron house, and the laws of the world are solidified. So, the ancient cultivation methods of the immortals are no longer effective? This is just my little guess. Ning Zheng pondered. According to the description on the murals, the contemporary immortals are definitely not as strong as the ancient immortals. It's not a matter of talent, but the environment of the times has changed. But they may not be inferior. The immortals in the past all practiced a single attribute, but now everyone practices multiple attributes. With multiple attributes added together, their combat power may not be inferior to that of the ancients. But without actual combat, you have no right to speak. If you don't fight, you don't know how big the gap is between the life, time, and space of our second-level magical powers and the first-level magical powers. Ning Zheng felt that as long as history did not break for some reason, civilization would only become stronger as time went on. There was no saying that the older the method, the more it defied the heavens. Of course, this was just Ning Zheng's personal opinion. He drew the conclusion based on his own experience. It was unclear whether the ancient mythological civilization followed the development law of traditional history. As he walked along, he suddenly saw the blacksmiths, who were helping to explore the way in front of him, who were part of the death squad, began to tamper with the history of the murals and recognize their fathers. He was even more numb. Aren't you afraid that they would chop you to death? No, of course you are not afraid of death. It was them who would chop me, the owner of Shirong Manor, to death. But Ning Zheng thought about it carefully, and suddenly felt relieved. I have dug up the grave of the ancestors a long time ago. If they could chop me, they would have chopped me down long ago. It seems that I am definitely dead. No matter how majestic and invincible the ancient myths are, they will fall in the long river of civilization history. Thinking of this, Ning Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. But the civilization that passed away in prehistoric times is really a vast period of time that makes people look forward to. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Maybe one day in the future, I will disappear in the distant future like those brilliant civilizations of ancient times, for future generations to admire. Can only remember in history? Immortality. How rare. Watching the history of ancient times, the succession of great civilizations, is really a very wonderful experience. Every time I watch it, I feel extremely small. The blacksmiths are so extravagant now. If they want to modify the murals, and claim to be the descendants of that person, it will be too easy to be exposed. Ning Zheng shook his head, thinking that they were too arrogant. He couldn't help but think, why not call the Taoist civilization the collateral descendants of that immortal? As a clan of gravekeepers, it is less likely to be exposed. He felt that he had to warn the blacksmiths not to be so extravagant. Don't brag too much, don't pretend to be fat in one breath, otherwise it will be easy for people to find out that you are fat. Next, the blacksmiths continued to record the ancestral civilization of the Taoists, looking at the murals one by one. The Calm clan, in charge of the shuttle of space dimensions, controls the order of space, turns the world into space bubbles, and creates what later generations call the heavens and the worlds. The murals are full of their heroic achievements. Their civilization claims to be the dominant civilization, the inheritor civilization, maintaining the worlds under its rule, and is the giant of the immortal world of that era. And after the murals, it seems that the majestic figures of the immortal Lord of Time and the immortal Lord of Life appear. However, the figures of the other two immortals recorded on the murals became blurred. It seems that even the mural craftsmen of that era could not remember these existences at all, and did not dare to carefully depict their majestic figures. And I don't know why. In the end, the murals seemed to record the outbreak of a war. On the last mural, only the space figure was seen sighing, "If we lose this battle, you and I will never be able to become a true saint." At the end of the scroll, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The terrifying, ancient, and oppressive atmosphere swept the whole world, as if the eternal era had ended. Endless vicissitudes of time passed, as if they had experienced floods and droughts, and experienced countless changes in the world in the blink of an eye. The rhythm of the vast avenue of destruction, and the mural of the final battle madly penetrated the minds of the blacksmiths, causing them to collapse mentally, and their heads to explode instantly. The blacksmiths died one after another, and were resurrected in the main tomb hall. Fuck. What is this mental shock? It's so scary. The blacksmith screamed. In the distance, more than 10 meters away, Ningjung saw this scene, stopped, and protected the blacksmiths of the death squad who were walking in front of the mural. Sure enough, there is another great horror in front of this mural. Just looking at the mural of the decisive battle will make you die suddenly. This ancient tomb is indeed extraordinary, one of the 3 great ancient masters, too dangerous. He planned to turn back. He was a small human immortal with 10 levels of perfection, but he couldn't stand the tossing of such a forbidden tomb. After the blacksmith stepped on the pit in front of him, he came back to admire the historical relics. After all, you can't sacrifice yourself just to see ancient history, right? Safety is the most important thing. Even if I am now in a state of out-of-body experience, I am controlling a Dharma image. This Dharma image is also worth 100,000 top-grade immortal stones, and has the combat power of an early celestial being. It is very precious, and it would be a pity if it died. Ningjung left decisively, and went home to drink tea. The blacksmiths also suffered heavy losses, and the first day ended in the murals of the ancient tomb. That night, the blacksmiths began to discuss the huge amount of information in the murals today, and each of them was extremely enthusiastic. It's a bit cool. The heavens and the worlds today were actually cut one by this tomb owner. This is the myth and legend, the creation of the world, dimension, space, time. These elements are the real supreme immortals, not those speechless nuclear bomb saints who boasted about it, but the nuclear bomb combat power, as a god, blasted a mountain, which is too outrageous. So cool, an ancient immortal master who has mastered the power of the great Tao. This is my favorite immortal game. Steal. 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 2 of the space grade master, here I come. William Tinzuan, I hope the immortal master will bless me. I will have a safe tomb raid tomorrow, and have a lot of harvest. Does no one think our manor owner is awesome? What tomb did he rob? He went directly into the main tomb quietly. This is a very powerful art of tomb raiding. I would like to call him the strongest tomb raider. Ha 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 ha, our manor owner has a mysterious origin. I guess the immortal masters of the 13 giant civilizations will not be afraid of him. Let's be bolder in the future. With the support of the manor owner, the immortal masters dare to scold them. Let them come to our villa to move bricks, work. Let the sun shine on them. It seems that our villa will soon enter the 13 immortal civilizations to move bricks. A group of people chattered. However, some people also analyzed the progress of the tomb robbery tomorrow. The next level, the mural headshot, is not difficult to overcome in the eyes of the blacksmiths. They don't know how to crack the space, but they have experienced the soul magic, so of course they have ways to deal with it. The next morning, the blacksmiths landed on the copy space immortal tomb and started the strategy journey again with great interest. This time, they didn't look at the murals, brought special amulets to protect their consciousness, and tried to pass through the murals, but they were still shot in the head by the terrifying murals at the end. They were all killed instantly. They discussed it again and felt that the mental shock was too strong, and it might have penetrated through the 5 senses. So this time, they directly closed the consciousness of the whole person, put on special eye masks, earmuffs, blocked their noses, and blocked their touch. As a blind man, the blacksmiths lined up all the way, grabbed a thin and straight iron rod, aimed in the direction, and walked along the corridor. Tap tap tap. They moved forward all the way. As a blind man, he walked crookedly several times while holding the iron rod, accidentally touching the mural, and triggered the space snake-shaped monster lurking on the mural, which killed them all. After several attempts, they finally succeeded. They walked to the other end of the tomb tunnel. The god of food was ecstatic. It's done, it's done, it's really isolated from external perception, walking blind, and not being affected by the mental shock on the mural. Xiao Chai Kun also felt a sense of accomplishment, and solving puzzles always brings joy. Don't worry. The god of food asked the blacksmiths around him to calm down. We will pull a rope along the steel pipe and pull it straight. In the future, we will become blind and walk through this mural tunnel. It will be safe to walk along the rope. They were obviously well prepared. Pulling the rope straight, passing through the mural tunnel, it was like a coordinate, completely solidifying the unstable mural tunnels at both ends. After they solved this problem, they couldn't help but look at the scene outside the tomb. It turned out to be a complex maze, with many routes. And there were some zombies wearing golden armor patrolling. What is this thing? Be careful. He has a patrol range, and it seems that he can't get close to the mural. Well, I guess he's afraid of destroying the mural? What should we do now? Who will try it? I guess we can't test it to any level, and our combat power is not high. Do you think this thing is alive or dead? It looks like a living person, but it's actually a dead body. What do you think? If we throw some ember virus down, will he be completely turned into embers after being poisoned? Resurrect to our era? Everyone turned their heads in shock to see who was so suicidal. As a result, they saw the innocent-looking Wuxing whale. Wu Xingjing blinked and said awkwardly, "Hey, why are you looking at me? I just mentioned it casually. There are embers and tombs in Jojo. It's very uncomfortable to not have embers here." Everyone, Okay, you are not used to the tombs without embers, right? You are worthy of being a Jojo player. You are talking as if you are a native of Jojo and have robbed many ancient tombs of embers in Jojo? Are we still popular with new blacksmiths who log in and pretend to be natives of Jojo? That makes sense. The god of food also had a spirit of seeking death and said, "How about going back and getting a can of the ancestors' ember virus, the kind that produces embers at a 50% chance, and throwing it here to try? We cannot live, but we can't live without life. Maybe this is a way to open the hidden mode of the dungeon?" Everyone was silent. For some reason, a sense of curiosity arose in their hearts. They really wanted to try it. It seemed that it was very interesting to seek death like this. Chapter 944. Deploy the ember virus. Let the immortal tomb be transformed into a Jojo tomb, a bunch of embers of prehistoric civilizations. Act as NPCs here, constantly resurrect, and can also conquer these living logical shells. It was a mural before, in 2D mode. Now it has become an ember tomb. Isn't it a three-dimensional 3D mobile plot RPG mode? Someone murmured. This seems to be quite in line with the Space Immortal. We turned them from two-dimensional murals into three-dimensional tombs. When these words came out, it was as if the magic box was opened, making everyone feel like they were tickled, and they were very excited. It feels like this is not an ordinary excitement. We have no experience in dealing with these mysterious living zombies, but we have experience in dealing with ember tomb robbing. Transform the opponent's tomb into a tomb we are familiar with, and then use the rich Jojo tomb robbing experience to rob the tomb. Of course. The premise is, this patrol soldier who is not sure whether he is dead or alive will be infected with the ember virus. But whether the opponent will be infected with the ember virus, we have to try it. Brothers, I think we can give it a try? Xiao Chai-Kuan looked at the patrolling soldiers outside the dungeon and expressed his feelings. Let me say a few words. Ahem. First of all, where is the body of the immortal venerable? I now seriously suspect that the owner of the manor took it and turned it into ashes. That makes sense. The god of food next to him complained, maybe in a while, we will see the owner of the manor bringing the ashes of the space immortal venerable to our villa as an NPC. Suyun Yang next to him blinked. Do you think there is a possibility that the space immortal venerable has already been in the villa? Wu Xingjing was shocked. You mean, the owner of the manor is the space? It's the old steward beside the owner of the manor. Suyun Yang was firm, as if she had seen it with her own eyes, and added in her mind, based on my many years of experience in playing games, the old steward must not be a simple character, and may be the ember corpse of the ancient immortal. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Okay. It makes sense. I'm afraid that the ancient tombs attacked by the owner of the manor are more than this one. For each tomb, the mechanism of the outer tomb was not touched, and the corpse and magic weapon of the tomb owner were directly taken away. Even if the old steward is not the ancient space immortal, it may be the corpse stolen by the owner of the manor from other tombs, and the ember resurrected, according to the domineering style of our mountain villa, crazy cuckolding. The owner of the manor has always set an example. It turns out that he has been outside, cuckolding other people's tombs. Just like us, we instinctively cuckolded other people's historical murals, and the owner of the manor must be the same. They are using their mean hearts to cross Ning Jing's belly. Ning Zheng was speechless when she saw them discussing here. What the hell are these people thinking about? They think of me as a scumbag manor owner, however. Ning Zheng looked at their eagerness to try, and couldn't help but look at her current luck value to conduct a risk assessment. 25.8 billion luck value. 226.7 billion luck value. 0.1 billion luck value. 425.8 billion luck value. The luck value is jumping back and forth, which is a blessing and a curse. At the lowest point, it is close to zero, and there is a risk of death. At the highest point, it can jump to 600 billion, which is equivalent to the opportunity of the immortal venerable level. This is quite risky. Ning Zheng pondered, however, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, so it's worth a try. No one can rise smoothly, and benefits and crises go hand in hand. The change in luck value can reflect many things from the side. If there is a crisis, it means that something in this tomb may be infected with the Ember virus. It may not be these golden armor patrol soldiers in front of him, but other things may be infected with embers. And the infected person of the Ember virus must be a living person, and then 50% of them will die suddenly and become embers. In other words, there are living people in this tomb? No. Ning Jing's eyes fell on these patrol soldiers. It feels like there is a complex atmosphere of decay and vitality. I wonder what means are used to imprison the living beings here forever to guard the tomb. Although I don't know what ancient technology it is, it may be the living dead, hanging on for a breath, that have the capital to infect the embers? That ancient prehistoric civilization can cultivate the spiritual roots of life. Maybe there are spells such as imprisoning life? He kept thinking and analyzed. First of all, I don't think the current version of the Ember virus can be useful to the masters of the immortal level. At most, it will work on some of the elite buried in this tomb. Guess the worst place? Ember Heavenly Immortal? Ember True Immortal? Besides, this tomb exists in isolation. It is enclosed in an unknown area, so even if an accident occurs, it is within the controllable range and the virus cannot leak out. Enclosed laboratory? Ningjun kept calculating the pros and cons. The most important thing is, if I don't do this experiment, there will definitely be other people in Jiuzhou who will try to do this in the future. For example, the painter. This person will never miss the ancient tombs of immortals to collect his paintings. The painter's cultivation speed is very fast. Maybe he will secretly reach the level of true immortals in a while, and start looking for such ancient tombs. He will definitely try to release the Ember virus in the tomb. In fact, he has a better choice than releasing the Ember virus: painting. The people he painted are the ancestors of the Ember. These terracotta warriors and horses, the ancient army buried with them, may not be infected with the Ember virus. However, his paintings are definitely useful. He painted ancient existences one by one, and the pictures at that time were outrageous. The value of the painter is still rising. So, what kind of terrible monster did I release in Jiuzhou? If the painter grows up, he will draw a real history of time, digging up all kinds of ancestral graves and summoning ancient bosses to appear. What will happen? The immortals also have to fight ancient bosses. In other words, the painter is indeed a big devil who can destroy the world. When he grows up, the immortals will tremble. The best way is to kill him directly before he grows up. Otherwise, it may bring a catastrophe that shakes the world. Although, the immortals practice the rules. He, the painter, wants to draw a celestial being. He not only has to draw his body structure and civilization system, but also the magical laws cultivated in his body. The painter must understand the laws in this aspect before he can draw the celestial being of this law. But the painter has a long life, is knowledgeable, and has firewood in his hand, which helps him burn people to gain knowledge. By burning the immortals and obtaining their structures, he can draw this immortal. So, it is not difficult to draw the rules in the immortals' bodies. Firewood and covering the face are all magical powers that he has evolved in history to assist in painting. Firewood burns people. Covering the face to copy. It allows him to quickly understand the laws of this immortal, and then draw. In summary, sooner or later, the painter will start these ancient tombs. So why don't he try it in advance? If a man does not think about the future, he will have immediate worries. Considering this aspect, Ningjung had to take the initiative. I can start to cause the disaster of embers in the tomb. Although I dare not cause the disaster of embers in the fairy world, I dare not cause the disaster of embers in the ancient tomb of the immortal. If I can't move the living immortal, I will experiment in the tomb of the dead immortal first. Create a new type of ember poison that can infect the immortals. Ningjung felt that he had to make full use of this tomb raiding copy. People's thinking should be flexible, so he was too lazy to pay attention to the actions of the blacksmiths. Chapter 945. The god of cookery and his companions were definitely resolute and swift. They immediately returned to the villa and brought back a batch of the first generation of highly infectious ember viruses. Increase the difficulty of the dungeon. Open the hidden hell plot mode. Just these two classic game words made them extremely excited. Any player knows, hidden dungeons have a lot of rewards. If there is a hidden dungeon, but you don't take the hidden route, what's the point of playing it? Hardcore is done, go go go. However, they are also smart and have brains. Bold but careful. I won't release the Jiuzhou Ember virus to test the waters first. I will release the Jindan mutant Ember virus next door to try it first. I will release the special virus of the world of destiny and condense the life box after death. Jindan, to see if it works. After a while, a group of blacksmiths got rid of the Ember virus and switched roles back here. Have you finished the stuff? Well, I secretly went to the clinic and bought a few virus bottles from the fairy doctor who was doing research on the golden elixir. She didn't even ask what we were doing there, she just sold them to us for money and used the villa's new technology, space material transmission, and brought them here. After all, Ningzheng also opened the two major functions of Game Equipment Bar and Item Mail in silence as usual. Game Equipment Bar can store materials. Such a large storage space was made with the space throne of that immortal. Item Mail can send materials. Sending materials was made with the space dagger, the treasure of that immortal. It can only be said that this space immortal is really full of treasures. Now Ningzheng is also a qualified planner, and of course, he will add a lot of game functions to the server to benefit the little blacksmiths under his command. Humph, I said this shitty clinic is irresponsible, right? Such a dangerous world-destroying virus that can destroy a world civilization. She secretly sold it for money. She doesn't have a medical license. I want to complain about her. We complain about her hanging street lamps later. Let's take a look at this virus first. How to release it? Just smash it, break the bottle, then we can run and check the situation tomorrow. Okay, just in time to go back and check the VCR of today's mural shooting. Well, throw the virus away, go back to organize the scene layout, modify the data, and shoot the ancient film. They nodded seriously. Some people say they are tomb robbers, which is not right. They are archaeologists. They come with cameras to record ancient history and shoot a documentary the origin of Taoist priests. Bang! A series of bottles were thrown out and smashed, attracting patrol guards outside the maze. Let the world feel fear. Let's go back and sort out the plot, restudy the details of the murals one by one, and upload them to the forum. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they went offline directly. There was a big disturbance on the forum. Some players who went to the dungeon acted first and then reported, stealing viruses and infecting, which made Jikarong and others speechless. Medical Fairy, you are crazy. You actually stole the virus from me. I will sue you and hang you on the street lamp. Food God, it's obvious that you sold it yourself, and you still don't admit it. You should be the one who hangs the street lamp. You can sell any virus. Xiao Chai Kuan, don't panic, upgrading to the Ash Tomb is a good thing. We can use the method of attacking the ashes to attack them. Rabbi Xiaoxin, I think it's good. Those gravekeepers who have no IQ only know how to fight. It's hard for us to defeat them with violence. But if they become embers, they have IQ. We can use the way to attack embers. Maybe it's easy to walk on flat ground. After this, everyone felt that it made sense. Embroid's logical flaws, not thinking that he was dead, and still thinking that he was hiding in the tomb, these factors allow them to communicate. At least they are not so arrogant to fight right away, improve their IQ, and then defeat them by crushing them with IQ. Everyone was happy. Could this be the correct way to attack designed by Go Planner? Show. This move is really imaginative, very interesting, and very playful. Soon, after a group of people quarreled and analyzed in detail, their conclusions were the same as Ning Jing's. 1. If we don't do it, the painter will do it. 2. The tomb is closed, and it won't spread if something big happens. 3. Immortal Master Dungeon, Ancient God Start, Ancient Tomb. After the blacksmiths went offline, the Ember's virus was spreading silently. The virus infiltrated the soldiers patrolling around the maze, but there was no reaction at all. Obviously, the Ember's virus at this stage can only target mortals, and it can't react to this group of elite immortal troops at all. But these soldiers were dull and sluggish, and seemed to have very low intelligence. The virus parasitized and spread in their bodies, but they didn't notice it at all, and didn't resist. Wah la la. This special soul toxin was splitting, extracting vitality, using the blood and flesh vitality in their bodies as a seedbed, continuing to spread around, and penetrating into their soul consciousness and integrating into it. Spread all the way. Soon it was outside the entire maze. The blacksmith saw in the corridor that the outside was a huge maze, which was actually a huge palace of the immortal emperor. Outside the imperial palace of this group of patrol guards was a vast kingdom land. Ancient houses stood in rows, and some similar living dead people were walking, with mountains, rivers, small towns and continents, just like a vast ancient world. Never underestimate the burial tomb of an immortal. Jiuzhou can take root in the ashes of one country after another and bury the emperor. How can this immortal not be buried with mountains and rivers? Even this world, which is comparable to the destiny and the size of Jiuzhou, is actually a huge world immortal tomb. Using the world as a tomb is the burial specification of the immortal after death. Crash, the virus spread outward. In the cities of the entire world tomb, many people have not become immortals, but are still in the mortal realm, so they are made into tomb-guarding puppets of the ceremonial sightseeing type, walking stiffly on the streets. However, these unique puppets did not have the resistance of immortal soldiers. They were ordinary people in their previous lives. They began to show parasitic reactions to the virus, and began to be infected. Swish. Some of the weaker zombie puppets, which were already half dead, began to die because the entry of the Ember virus broke the balance and drained their last bit of vitality. These dull and sluggish figures fell down, as if they showed a look of relief, and hit the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Bang, bang, falling to the ground. Then, scattered figures began to stand up and look around in confusion. Kong Jing Hong was one of them. What's wrong with me? He staggered and looked at the surrounding scenes. One by one, the half-dead civilian puppets were wandering back and forth. I'm still alive. But they've all. The long-lost tide of memories began to surge into my heart. Kong Jing Hong is a citizen of the Kingdom of Sky, a disciple of a medium-sized family. They were once one of the greatest civilizations, overlooking the endless years of the common people. Even though he was born in a small sect in this civilization, he did not know the secrets of the top leaders of the civilization, nor did he know the truth of that battle. But he never doubted the origin of their civilization, the power of the immortal venerable. But how could we lose? Immortal venerable made us all tomb-guarding beasts to be buried with us? He looked confused. Chapter 946. Kong Jing Hong and his race specialize in cultivating the strongest mutant attribute in the world, space. And his family is good at frontal attack space /. But now, he felt the power in his body, but was horrified to find his space power was difficult to adapt to the current environment of heaven and earth. In today's era, it seems that only basic space abilities can be used. For example, simple space transmission, space storage, breaking space, and other offensive abilities are almost unusable. The space barrier of this world has become too solid and cannot be pried at all. This made him feel that he was almost beaten down to a mortal. His great power felt far inferior to those who practiced the second-level law of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Weak, too weak, an unprecedented sense of weakness invaded his entire body. How long have I been asleep? He raised his head and looked at the gray world. The sky was red and black, with a broken space galaxy hanging, with a desolate and dilapidated beauty. Are we really defeated? His eyes fell on the people in front of him, revealing a hint of enlightenment. They were all lit up by our immortal Lord with the help of the magical power of life, locked in the body, unable to live or die. This is the method of the burial beast. Lock the life in the body and bury it. It seems to be immortal, but it is actually the most painful torture in the world. Because your core is locked in the body, just to ensure the combat power of your body. You can only watch your body wandering around from a bystander perspective, and guard it in the tomb according to the established logic. Silently watching everything, unable to do anything, this kind of pain and powerlessness can be imagined. He has been in a daze, and gradually lost himself as time passed. Loneliness is the greatest torture. Every citizen wandering around him, their sky lantern soul, has basically lost themselves. Memories are completely erased with the years, becoming a pool of souls. So how did I wake up? As an ember, Kong Jing Hong has a classic reaction, thinking that he is not dead. In fact, he was already a brain-dead living dead before his death, and his consciousness had long been blurred. It was after death that only the logic of the soul's body was left, which allowed his intelligence and thinking to recover. If he was still a living person with a brain-dead consciousness before, then he is now a real dead person, but this dead person has a clear self. Strange. Kong Jing Hong sighed, walking among the wandering puppets. What era is it now? The world has changed. As he walked, he saw the magnificent immortal palace. The palace of our ancestor, Kongwa Immortal. Go and have a look. He wandered over and entered the palace, looking at the golden armored guards patrolling again and again. None of the legendary war gods and gods were seen. And these golden armored guards were also made into tomb-guarding puppets. God died, demons were destroyed, and he was resurrected in this land called the tomb, as if he had lost his soul. Between heaven and earth, there was an indescribable silence. Living people, are there no living people? He felt the fear of loneliness in his heart, and began to run in small steps, faster and faster. Running like crazy, as if he wanted to escape from this lonely and desperate atmosphere by running like crazy. Where are the living people? Among the entire universe, am I the only living person left? The golden armored guards did not stop him from running like crazy, allowing this ordinary family disciple to directly walk into the core area that even a small person like him could not walk through before. The core area of the Immortal Palace. Kong Jinghong toured around, and finally spent several hours to see a corridor full of sacred majesty. Found it. He looked at the corridor, his heart was burning. He remembered his father's face full of admiration and longing when he was a child. He said to him, "This is the mythological corridor outside the Immortal Palace, which records the enemies of the immortal in his growth and the most brilliant achievements of the ancestor." Every time he went to court, the powerful courtiers would pass through this corridor to meet the Supreme Lord. "Lord." He gradually became firm and said in a deep voice, "Where are we now? What era are we in? Who am I? Where am I? Why did I wake up instead of going to eternal perdition with him?" He stumbled closer to the corridor and saw the corridor of years and history, and there was a fresh straight rope pulled. "What is this? Living people, this rope must be a living person." Happiness flashed in his dead eyes, and he grabbed the rope and staggered all the way. The murals along the way, the scenes of decisive battles, impacted his consciousness, making his consciousness more and more blurred. But he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Persist. He was too confused. Looking at this dilapidated hometown, he was too eager to pursue the truth of this world. He wanted to see the one who gave them endless courage. The Supreme Being. Suddenly, at the end of the tunnel, there was light. There were living figures moving. Is that the Supreme Lord and his courtiers? A white light illuminated his eyes, blurring his vision. He burst into tears and couldn't help shouting, Immortal Lord, is that you?" When the light faded, the Immortal Lord Hall at the end of the corridor was also completely visible. A group of strange creatures sitting on the ground, chatting and picking their toes, laughing. Those creatures were also stunned when they looked at him. Some stopped picking their feet. Some stopped forging iron. The blacksmiths all looked over. "Immortal, is that you?" The young man shouted this sentence with a face full of desire and confusion. What did he want to do? But fortunately, Wu Xingjing, as a professional tomb robber, was the first to react. She was very smart and knew how to rob tombs and gain people's trust. Gain the trust of the embers. Clatter. She reached out and grabbed a flower using email. In the eyes of outsiders, she used the power of the space vortex to take a flower remotely. Wu Xingjing handed the flowers to him with a gentle expression. "Child, you have suffered. Now the times have changed. We can only use the power of space in this way." The clever god of food stood up among them, with tears streaming down his face, 3 parts bitterness, 7 parts nostalgia, and a complicated face. It's me, good child, you finally woke up." The god of food sighed in his heart. The other new blacksmiths had not reacted yet. They were too weak. We have to rely on the old blacksmiths. The desire to perform as fake people who have been trained for many years has come up all of a sudden. You guys? Kong Jinghong was shocked and his mind was blank. Chapter 947. Kong Jinghong suspected that he was dreaming, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Could it be that I have not been fully resurrected, and I am in a daze, in a distorted hallucination before death? Several blacksmiths saw Kong Jinghong was shocked and motionless, and they reacted immediately. "It's bad. This guy appeared too abruptly, we messed up. It's their lack of experience. I almost forgot the tomb raiding guide. I want to blend into the ashes and call each other brothers. But most of the people present are new players. Before the dungeon, they boasted a lot, but in fact they were all disciples of the academy. When they really wanted to show their acting skills on the spot, they froze one by one, stammering and unable to fart. On the contrary, Su Yunyang and other old blacksmiths smiled and used email to make a few flowers appear out of thin air in their hands. "Child, you have worked hard. You may know me. I am the reincarnation of the concubine of the Immortal Lord. I was reborn not long ago." Princess Xian also came out and grabbed a flower. "Hello." She was born in the royal family of Xian dynasty. She was weak and sickly during her lifetime. She could not go out and had no experience in tombs. She was also a super talented woman. "Which tribe are you from?" These people reacted very quickly. But Kong Jinghong was not a fool. She was so scared that she stepped back several steps. She was not calm at all and shouted, "Who are you? What kind of monsters are you? How dare you make trouble in the supreme immortal palace of my tribe? How bold! Why don't you show your true form quickly? I am really your brother from the same tribe and ancestor." Xiao Chai-kun stepped forward and tried to make up for the loss, and continued to show a wave of space acquisition. Kong Jinghong showed a sarcastic look. You uncivilized country monsters, do you think I'm a fool? Any sane monk would not believe your lies. Blacksmiths, eh? We acted so human, you actually said we were monsters occupying the palace of the immortal lord. The god of food next to him sighed, turned his head, and looked at the blacksmiths and said, you guys only know how to brag, and your reaction in battle is like this? It really ruined our big plan. Some blacksmiths were ashamed and blushed. Last night, they were still frantically analyzing everything. The dungeon has 2 modes. 1. Combat mode. Outside are all brainless puppets with only instincts left, relying on combat power to win. 2. Battle of Wits mode. Turn the brainless puppets into embers, with the logic of life. Rely on the brain to pass the level. This is the ingenious plot branch designed for them by the planner. They were still shouting about their high IQ and extraordinary acting skills last night, but this is the end. It's over. Isn't this copy going to fail? Fuck, it's all because of you animals, you boasted so loudly, but it ended up being cold at the beginning. A bunch of weaklings. You are as dumbfounded as we are. There was a lot of noise around. You? Who are you? Kong Jinghong's mind was in a mess. How dare they be so confident and chat like this in front of me? This is the hall where the immortal lord and his ministers usually go to court. Now, the immortal lord and the gods have disappeared, and a group of clowns have taken over their place. His mind was in a mess. But the god of food was silent for a while, then he made a decision and said, this file is broken, let's reload it. Suyun Yang next to him said, this is a huge sum of money. This guy is initially judged to be in the realm of transformation, so we have to summon our villa's guardian gods, the sun and the moon, to kill him, root him in the earth veins, and revive him again. The god of food sighed. It's a bit expensive to charge for the sun and moon, but we have to reload the game. Xiao Chai Kun said again, there is no earth vein in this place. We have to prepare artificial earth veins to turn this guy into an earthbound spirit. Kill me, resurrect me, then? Kong Jinghong felt a fear in his heart and his hair stood on end. What kind of future era is this? Space law is no longer suitable. What kind of horrible thing is being cultivated now? The new blacksmiths found that Kong Jinghong looked at them with horror, and they couldn't help but feel evil. One blacksmith took off his head and spun it on the ground, and then took off an arm. Using one arm, he made the head spin on the ground. Gurgle, it started spinning. Ah! Ghost! Ghost! Kong Jinghong looked at such a hellish scene and screamed loudly. She was so scared that her legs went weak, and she quickly retreated. Her expression was about to collapse. Several blacksmiths also looked disgusted and hurriedly ran away. Pervert. The living world is not allowed to do the netherworld operations. There are a few outrageous blacksmiths in every class. It can only be said that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. The game fully demonstrates the diversity of players. The blacksmith, I am a pervert? My species synthesized by the spinning top and the golden boy. What's wrong with it spinning a little? He became even more angry and put his head back. The whole head spun forever like a spinning top. Super spin, spin, spin. He shouted word by word with his spinning head, very imposing. Strange monster. Kong Jinghong fell to the ground in fear, and kept using his hands to support the ground to retreat. The god of food's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, this person is also an academic, and he is a newbie like the blacksmith. We are 2 newbies, who have collided with each other. Everyone has no experience in the first encounter with ghosts. We are not in a hurry to call the sun and moon guardians to go to war. We may win by ourselves. What a good idea. Xiao Chai Kun shouted loudly. Form a formation. No, he wants to run. Brothers, stop him. Go. Artillery team, get ready, kill. The first wave of spells, attack. The first round of intensive artillery attacks directly hit the opponent. IR team, get ready, cooperate with divination curses, and conduct mental attacks, explode. A group of blacksmiths are good at mental attacks. Haha, come back, Brother Jia will show you something nice. Let me touch your thigh. A group of people adjusted their exaggerated facial expressions, like evil villains with a grin, and rushed forward. Now, every verbal mental attack is mixed with curses on luck and soul shocks on Yin attributes. The effect is very good. It's just that Ningxiang, who was observing in the dark, didn't know this group of people. It's so embarrassing, although the effect is really good. A slimy undead with a broken head, waving twisted arms, and all kinds of exaggerated facial expressions, rushing towards you like a weirdo. Are you afraid? Other civilizations have never seen ghost stories. Seeing such a terrifying ghost movie scene, the mind must be sluggish for a few seconds. They invented a triple combination of facial expression attack, bad luck shock, and soul attack, which is very practical. But it's too uncool. If it gets out, how can we live in the sword forging villa? Ning Jiang's expression suddenly turned cold. This ancient ember must die. He knows too many secrets. Let's talk about the blacksmith's battle record. Many of them are now in the 4 organs realm and 3 yuan realm. If they really fight, they find that this Hua realm is so rubbish. First of all, he is only in the Hua realm with a single magical power. Now Jiuzhou's multiple magical powers, and 1 mind state can hang him up and beat him. The combat power level needs to be reduced by 1 level. Secondly, the most important thing is that his magical power can hardly be used, not even as good as the weakest earth and water attributes. Can only open a storage bag? Can only teleport? What is this? Acrobat magical power? There is no frontal combat ability at all, and the combat power needs to be reduced by 1 level. The comprehensive combat power is only the 2nd phase realm, and it is still the kind of rubbish 2nd phase realm that can't open the Dharma phase. After a simple test, the blacksmiths were overjoyed. Ha ha! Young man, don't run. Ha ha ha, you are scared. I grab your thigh. Hee hee. Take the opportunity to touch it. A group of desperate blacksmiths rushed up and launched a crazy mental attack, mainly to make people mentally collapse. They were not afraid of pain or death, and used all kinds of magical powers to rush forward in an orderly manner. In the distance, there was also a group of artillery monks, who took turns to launch various 5-element spells, and even bombarded their own people on the battlefield. What frightened Kong Jinghong the most was that they also held up a powerful fairy lamp. It had mysterious power, and could actually attack some of his life sources. This was the energy of luck that they had never seen in their time. Divination, blessing, curse, all kinds of positive and negative buffs came up all at once. The first sight of luck was very terrifying. It made Kong Jinghong, a young man who had no experience in combat, fall down all at once. Severely injured, on the verge of death. When the commander god of Fu saw this scene, he nodded slightly, although it's very chaotic, but not afraid of death. It's the first battle, and the cooperation in fighting the boss is not bad. After all, as long as you are not afraid of death, teamwork is too simple. The melee team just uses special moves to rush forward. The long-range team just uses skills. It seems dazzling, and there is no cooperation, but it is actually more effective than most indigenous combat teams with cooperation. You. Kong Jinghong screamed, and could only lie on the ground, watching the opposite side holding a compass and rooting something in him. What is this? Kong Jinghong shouted. This compass? It's the brain of our pseudo-humans, the brain nerve in the brain. The blacksmiths didn't care that the villain died because of talking too much. They even like to be the villains and explain, and they laugh hideously from time to time, regardless of whether the other party understands or not. Boy, let's just let you die and understand. In the era of pseudo-humans, brains were everywhere, so the big sects of the ancient dynasty could easily build local ground veins. But now, all the pseudo-humans have been killed. We don't have ground veins, so it's naturally difficult to have earth-binding spirits. But we ourselves are pseudo-humans, and when we jumped into the forge, we collected a lot of brains. He seemed to be telling a horror story, which made people's scalps numb. No, I died without understanding. Kong Jinghong gasped and said in horror, I don't understand at all. Everyone ignored him. Oh, by the way, this kid's body is empty, and now it is filled with his flesh and blood when he was alive. We can take it back as experimental materials to synthesize an ancient race like him. In this way, when he resurrects and enters the door again, he will see his true fellows. That makes sense. Kill him with soul cavitation, prepare for resurrection, and take back the flesh and blood for synthesis. His whole body is really useful. What kind of race is this? Are the future and future time so terrible? How can he be resurrected? In the endless fear and horror, Kong Jinghong was completely beaten to death. Faintly, he heard the blacksmiths discussing. Hurry up and ask the 18 hells of the Destiny world to come over and speed up his resurrection CD. We seem to have the magical power of Feng Wangyi, so we can do it ourselves. That's right. It is estimated that he will be resurrected tomorrow. Rehearse again tomorrow? When he rushes over, everyone will be in position this time. He was horrified and vaguely realized what they meant. Death is not the end. They resurrected me, bewitched me, and then controlled me. No, let me die. His eyes rolled wildly, looking at the ceiling angrily, and died with pain and despair. Puff! A sharp sword suddenly stabbed down, and blood bloomed. This is the fourth natural disaster of the sword forging villa, the first battle in the true sense. With this, the real natural disaster began to kick off. We will start from this immortal Lord's tomb world to practice the attacking techniques of the fourth calamity's army and train soldiers, so that we can invade the entire 13 domains of the immortal realm in the future. Chapter 948. Swordcasting Villa. Jiuzai Rong was supervising the construction of the Jindan factories one by one. He was speechless when he heard the battle report of the frontline dungeon. He looked at the last sentence. This is a military exercise for the rise of Taoist civilization in the fairy world. Please ask Jiuzai Rong of the Ministry of Commerce to continue to expand Jindan, spread the story, and hold high the banner of our Taoist civilization, so that our soldiers of the fourth disaster and the future army can invade the fairy world in large numbers. The battle report ends here. They are just worry-free. Jiuzai Rong complained. Do they really want to get involved in the fairy world through Taoist priests and become one of the giants? Promote the integration of the Destiny world into the fairy world and become the 14th fairyland? He is in charge of economic commerce and trade. Recently, Jindan has been very busy. I believe that the three giants, God of Food, Xiao Chai Kuan, and Su Yunyang, have experience in dungeons. But their current results are a bit speechless. Yi Guangxiu also sighed. Alas, the ending is good anyway. They have taken the flesh and blood in the soul bubble back to synthesize and analyze it. Jiuzai Rong didn't want to say anything more. The mural plot taken from the copy is still being analyzed, so it's not good to expose it. Yes. Yi Guangxiu nodded. For the next chapter of the main plot of the Golden Pill, the content of the mural is almost a long shot. If too much ancient information is exposed, the immortal venerable may pay attention to us. Now they are still an ordinary Golden Pill industry. It is a kind of elixir that is somewhat novel, but has strong side effects. Even the true immortals don't care much. After all, the immortal realm is the first realm in the world. Countless civilizations have erupted here, and new technologies and specialties emerge every year. Almost every few years or more, there will be a technological upgrade. Take the 10,000 beasts domain, which was a long way off. Before, people were still controlling beasts, but not long ago, they had developed to controlling 9 weapons. The golden elixir in front of us is just a small local technological explosion. But if the history of the ancient immortals is exposed, it will be easy to attract attention. Forget it, ignore them, and be busy with our golden elixir business first. Jiuzai Rong was too lazy to ask. With the development of the times, they are more and more like a super large sandbox online game. The number of players is increasing, and various guilds, professions, and branch lines are not something he can manage alone. He is called Jiuzai Rong, the manager who coordinates everything. But do those leaks really listen to him? Especially the heads of various professional areas today, these old blacksmiths divide an area and manage themselves. Many times, he could only pull them all to the manager's room for a meeting. Time quickly came to the next day. The story of the golden elixir in the fairy world has only been fermented for a few days. Although it has a good reputation, it is just a good reputation. The development speed can only be said to be steadily increasing. Franchises in various places have also begun to try to invite people to cooperate to develop the golden elixir story, but their stories are still under development. It will not be completed in 1 or 2 days. The blacksmiths began to log into the dungeon. The resurrected Kong Jinghong was placed outside the corridor of the historical mural, in front of a group of patrolmen. Kong Jinghong, who had just been resurrected, still maintained the logic of the first resurrection, looking around blankly, and showing almost the same psychological activities as before. Lonely and confused, trying to enter the palace of the immortal venerable, and find the immortal venerable. Running like crazy, as if to escape from this lonely and desperate atmosphere by running like crazy. Passing through the mural, there was a light in front of him. Swish, the white light dissipated. He saw the figures inside the fairy palace. A group of figures standing in various cool postures, wearing the costumes and dress of their tribe, with the breath of their race. You are here, tribe member. They looked serious and reached out to grab. The space surged, and every venerable had a knife, a gun, a sword, a halberd, and 18 kinds of weapons in his hand. They were like gods going to war, majestic and cool. This, Kong Jinghong looked at a group of people posing and felt a vague sense of disobedience. He was meticulous and delicate. He watched carefully and suddenly shouted, "False god! Who are you? How dare you pretend to be the true god of my tribe?" Everyone was stunned. That's not right. How did he see it this time? But it doesn't matter. They surrounded him with strange laughter. Boy, you know too much. I can't keep you here. Torture us first to see where our flaws are, and then make up for them next time. Boy, if you don't want to suffer, just tell the truth. Under Kong Jinghong's horrified gaze, a group of blacksmiths surrounded and killed him. The second boss battle begins. Battle buff, open, bloodthirsty pill, eat, golden body technique, open, face art, open. This time they have experience and are familiar with some of the boss's skills. They fought back and forth, and quickly defeated the opponent. This made the god of food next to him nod frequently. Not bad, not bad. After the public beta, the new blacksmiths who come in every day are pampered. They are not like us old blacksmiths, who have gone through repeated dungeon boss battles. Now they are fighting again, and again, to make up for the experience of opening dungeons. Soon, they gained combat experience and prepared to continue to read the file tomorrow. And, they discussed how to act tomorrow without revealing flaws. Finally, they also invited the old steward to participate. Old steward, we need your cooperation tomorrow. Ning Zheng was eating melons and practicing at the foot of the mountain when he received the communication from the blacksmiths. What are you going to do? Ning Zheng frowned. The god of food said, didn't the owner of the manor take the treasure of that immortal? We want to try to see if we can take it out and pretend. By the way, I invite you to sit on the throne, hold the treasure, and perform the role of the space immortal. Ning Zheng, You let the old steward get addicted to playing the emperor, right? He was the Sea Tribe Bone Demon Emperor before, and now he is the ancient immortal lord. In your eyes, the old steward has become a professional actor of the emperor? Ning Zheng pondered for a while, and nodded. Okay. Ning Zheng is still very concerned about this strategy copy, and pays attention to it all the time. Good and bad are interdependent. There is a chance of shocking, but a little carelessness can also be life-threatening. Ning Zheng will of course help if he can. After all, this is not a big deal. This server, although it has absorbed other people's Space Throne and Space Dagger, can still be transformed into a new shape. Ning Zheng promised to appear tomorrow and left. The blacksmiths were discussing excitedly. I have to go back and knock the wooden fish. Please bless us with the master of the tomb tomorrow. Let us succeed in the strategy. Let us return to our roots. You say, when we act as ministers tomorrow, should we shout like this? It's getting cold, the old steward should put on a fairy clothes. Of course we should do this, it's more interesting. Don't make a fuss, according to our guess, the old steward may really be the space fairy. I play myself? Hiss. A group of blacksmiths came up with inexplicable ideas again. In fact, they couldn't tell whether it was true or not, but it was always right to play with the meme. It's cool to link the old steward with the space fairy, isn't it? Those who understand will understand. We just know the old steward's life experience in our hearts. Don't say anything nonsense. I know. Of course, I won't say anything nonsense. We will definitely not reveal that the old steward of our sword-casting villa is the reincarnation of the embers of the space fairy, and has lived a second life. A group of blacksmiths were muttering. This scene, looking at the town master of the wedding dress next to him, he took out his diary and observed them. What on earth do they understand? It's inexplicable. The next morning, a new copy began. Kong Jinghong opened his eyes, and looked around in confusion. Am I not dead? Am I still alive? What era is this? My magic power is suppressed by the era and environment. He started to walk along the space gallery, as he did the previous times. Step, step, running along the mythological wall, the light at the end of the corridor in front was dazzling. When he passed through the light, and came to the end of the corridor, he saw a majestic mythological scene. Bang! The door of the gallery behind him slammed shut. I saw that figure sitting on the mighty space throne. He was wearing a gorgeous robe, and his broad figure seemed to support the endless and vast multidimensional space. With a dance of his sleeves, he opened up the heavens and the worlds. He held a space dagger in his hand, with its sharp edge, and the sharpness seemed to tear the dimension apart, with the wailing of enemies of endless civilization. This scene seemed to be created in the mythological history, and it corresponded to the majestic figure in ancient times. The shocking scene brought by this moment was unforgettable. Bold. The sacred figures grasped the void and grabbed various types of weapons, and shouted together, "You are seeing the immortal lord of the void country, why don't you bow?" Chapter 949. Kong Jinghong trembled all over and looked up. That throne, that space dagger, that cold and indifferent expression, his words and deeds. All of them revealed a sense of affinity in the blood. That vast space road, between the waving of his sleeves, it seemed that the sky was turbulent behind him, and many worlds were like sand and stars in a basin, slowly stirring. I believe that every younger generation who grew up listening to this mythological story can feel that this blood relationship is inseparable. It made him feel an urge to worship in an instant. Greetings to my ancestor. Kong Jinghong bent down, knelt on the ground, and was convinced. Before, he felt that he was surrounded by an indescribable suffocation, and could only run and run. I don't know what era it is. I don't know the birth and death of civilization. I don't know the life and death of parents and relatives. But now, I see the figure of this Ding Haishinjin sitting on the throne. His heart calmed down and was comforted, leaving only endless peace, respect and admiration. He firmly believed that no matter what era they were in, as long as this person was still there, their country would still be there. I know you are confused. Ningzheng sat on the throne, stroking the space dagger in his hand. I just woke up not long ago. When I was alive, I knew that the world would change drastically, and I was afraid of death, so I developed a kind of ember elixir, slept in an ancient tomb, and slept for endless years in order to live a second life. Now I open my eyes again, the world has changed, and the method of space cultivation is no longer in line with the times. My magic power is only 1/1000th of it. But my ember elixir is also alive in everyone's heart. Soon, some cultivators will be resurrected. You can go collect information outside the palace, and count the number of monks who are still alive. Ningzheng kept talking, her voice was gentle, and it was like a spring breeze. So we just woke up not long ago. Most of us are not dead. Kong Jinghong looked determined and excited. Your Majesty, this kind of statistics should indeed be done by me. We will definitely return to assist the Emperor. Go. Ningzheng pulled out his ember roots, and let him leave the palace as a wandering soul, and when he came back, he would take root again. Yes. Kong Jinghong looked excited. Ningzheng sat on the throne, looking at Kong Jinghong's back as he left, revealing a thoughtful look. As an ember, the logic is problematic and has logical flaws. If the deception is successful, then he is the resurrected immortal lord in the ancient tomb. If he can't deceive a group of living cultivators in the immortal world, he can't deceive a group of dead people with only rigid and solidified logic left in the tomb. As long as he can gain the trust of this ancient ember named Kong Jinghong, he can continue to spread outward and gain the trust of the resurrected embers one by one. In this way, he can sit on the throne and play the role of the immortal lord. In theory, he can take the entire tomb world into his pocket without wasting a single soldier. This is the tomb robbing method of embers, however. It is rare in the history of tomb robbing in the whole Kyushu to disguise as the owner of the tomb, steal the entire tomb, and deceive the embers. More often, it is the wives, concubines, parents, children, and the like who disguise themselves as the owner of the tomb. But the effect is really good. This place was once the base camp world of the immortal lord, his hometown, and eventually turned into his imperial tomb. If this world is occupied, the benefits obtained must be extremely terrifying and huge. Countless celestial and real immortals may submit to the sword-forging villa. Thus, the sword-forging villa can soar to the sky. In the eyes of Xian Shichen, the painter, the strong foundation of our Zhutian villa can be confirmed. Now, the virus that can infect immortals has not been developed yet, so let's control this group of mortals first. Ningzheng smiled. Although these celestial and real immortals are behind the times, and their combat power is too weak, their realm is there. If the virus is updated and immortals can be resurrected, they can also live a second life as ghost kings, reshape the foundation of single-space spiritual roots, and turn them into multiple spiritual roots. Add some spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and you can catch up with the combat power of normal real immortals, with extraordinary potential. But I don't know if the Ghost King can reshape the foundation after becoming an immortal, and now he can reshape the immortal foundation. Ningzheng thinks it may be a bit difficult. After all, the foundation of humanity and the foundation of immortals are not of the same difficulty. If it is so easy to complete the immortal foundation, why do so many people in the immortal world have to stay in the mortal realm to survive the immortal tribulation? The further you go, the harder it is to modify your foundation. This is common sense. But you have to give it a try. With the current version of the Ember virus, it is basically impossible to rebuild the immortal foundation after resurrecting as a Ghost King. But what about in the future? The Ember virus should also be upgraded. Ningzheng thought in her heart. Even if this place is completely taken down, the headquarters of the sword forging villa can also be moved away from the Wanzhong Sea abyss in Jiuzhou, and the entire villa can be moved here. Let a group of immortal embers do daily tasks and help forge iron. To be honest, with the ascension, Ningzheng became stronger, and the sword forging villa in Jiuzhou was not very convenient. Ningzheng is fine if there are only immortals. If there are more immortals in the villa, it will be easier to destroy the villa. The sword-forging villa moved to this ancient tomb world, which is self-enclosed and isolated from the outside world. It is definitely a new place for a base camp. We live here, just like the descendants of the ancient immortals, occupying the magpie's nest and cuckolding. It is also in line with the spirit of the sword-forging villa. Ningzheng thought, but this is thinking about the good side. How to completely take over this tomb remains to be studied. After all, Kong Jinghong is a pampered disciple who has never seen the world and is easy to believe. Another main reason is that at his level, he is not qualified to see the real space immortal. So when he saw me, he thought I was real. If any old-timer at the level of heavenly immortals and true immortals has seen the real immortal, I will not be easy to deceive. Ningzheng is still very self-aware. It is not worth being proud of deceiving a simple young man who is ignorant of the world. Ningzheng's thoughts were turning rapidly, but only a moment had passed. At this time, Kong Jinghong had just left, and the left guardian, the god of food, couldn't help but say, now that we have a high status and many franchisees, according to the information we have secretly inquired recently, it seems that the tomb of the space immortal venerable, one of the 3 great ancient venerables, has been dug out several times. I heard that 7 million years ago, the immortal venerables joined forces to capture an ancient tomb of the space immortal venerable, which also contained historical murals, similar layouts, and immortal treasures. Ningzheng nodded. Does this mean that the tomb we are in may be one of the fake tombs? But the space dagger and the space throne are not fake. But it seems reasonable for such an existence to put some personal treasures and weapons in his fake tomb. In any case, it is a bloody profit to capture this tomb. The left guardian, the god of food, said to Ningzheng again, Your Majesty, the explosion rate seems very low. In the past few days, only one Kong Jinghong has appeared. There is definitely no 50% probability. The right guardian, Xiaochai-kun, said, It may be that those mortal guys outside are not dead, but are infected with the virus. They will die and turn into embers before they know the specific situation. Ningzheng pondered for a while. Go and call the group of people from the medical clinic to come over. Put the research and development of the golden elixir on hold in advance and study the localization of the ember virus. Yes. Jiutsirong nodded. Their copy has become very interesting now. As long as they are in this palace, they can constantly attract monsters, spawn monsters, and then besiege and fight bosses one by one. If these bosses do not believe in the authenticity of our immortals, they will kill them and reload the file, and kill them again until they believe us. Chapter 950. Afternoon. A new clinic was built in the Immortal Palace. A group of medical fairies and other doctors were summoned to study the compatibility of the Ember virus with the ancient Kong clan natives, the infection rate of the Kong clan, and the level of realm affected by the Ember. This palace where the ancient immortal held court was their base camp. It was also the combat center, attracting bosses one by one to fight. This is called Waiting for the Rabbit. A tomb-robbing exploration game has become a game of attracting monsters. However, this immortal palace is indeed a good place to fight. After several battles, not even a stone brick in the entire palace was broken, which was obviously very solid. Super Colosseum. The blacksmiths were not without thoughts of going out. The god of food, who was in charge of the command of this battle, had already formed a team for the second outing. He led people through the historical corridor and came to the maze patrol area outside, and found that the soldiers were still catching them. Bang bang bang. Several blacksmiths died instantly. They were so scared that they retreated back into the historical corridor. Looking at the patrolling monsters in the distance, the god of food analyzed from a distance. We still can't get out. Didn't we get the blood of this race? We all became new characters, the empty boys. Why do they still treat us as outsiders? Kong Jinghong can go in and out, but we, the empty boys, can't? Xiaochai-kun rolled his eyes speechlessly. Can we not call it this name? I have never felt empty since I was a child. The god of food sighed. It's a mixed blood of the empty clan. What else do you want? I think the empty boy sounds good. After eating, I feel empty, which shows the essence of our cafeteria's food. He even made fun of himself happily. We can't call him Kidney Deficiency Boy. Maybe it would be cool to call him Saint Ruins Boy. Suyunyang watched the two people bickering and felt that they were not nervous about the next copy. She sighed. Let's talk about business. We can't get out even though we become void boys. It feels like our bloodline is not pure, and people don't recognize us. Our void bloodline can deceive mortals, such as Kong Jinghong. The god of food said, the immortal puppets trained outside look fake at us. Do you want to change them, and try to purify our bloodline? Then don't. They are decisive in killing us now, because they have no brains. Suyunyang said, when we develop a new type of embers, these elite troops of the palace will come alive and have intelligence. We can deceive them, We are mixed blood descendants. Everyone thought it was right. We are fake people. Now we train a wave of technology to deceive mortals first, and then deceive immortals. The entire tomb is our ancestors, but despite this, they really can't go out. They can't get out even if they rush in. They can only wait and see, waiting for that traitor Kong Jinghong to collect data outside, collect information about the tomb copy, and then trick batches of mortals to come. Fight bosses one by one. The initial trial is over, and the exciting tomb robbing activity officially begins. The medical clinic cooperated with Jiuzhong to conduct a wave of Ember research and found that the Ember virus still has a survival rate of nearly 50% in this ancient race, the Kong clan. After confirming that there is no problem, they called Kong Jinghong and asked him to kill the companions infected with the virus. If the companions get up, they will bring him here to see the immortal lord. If the companion does not get up, kill the next one until the companion gets up. So, a strategy process led by an insider began. Kong Jinghong kills people outside, 50% of the embers explode, and the embers are brought here. If the people who come find out that these immortals are fake Little Lane Temple, they will besiege this boss, take root, and save it for tomorrow's reload, even. During the siege, they also shouted the evil slogan of the villain, "What immortal is coming back? Why don't I do it myself?" Full of momentum, and unparalleled domineering. In this way, Kong Jinghong really led the devils into the village, tricking them in one by one to kill. So in just half a day, Kong Jinghong's speed became faster and faster, almost attracting one every half an hour. And the speed of the blacksmiths beating the boss became more and more skilled. At the beginning, it took more than 20 minutes to kill one, and then it took about 10 minutes to kill one. The progress of the strategy for the entire Immortal Emperor Mausoleum dungeon is steadily improving. In the first day of the strategy, a total of 137 bosses came in. Most of them were between the 3 Yuan realm and the My realm, and they were all family disciples from the outer city. Of these 137, 32 saw through that they were fake. So more than 30 boss battles were launched throughout the day. Don't think that this number is small, in fact, it is very tiring to fight. Even the involuntarily blacksmiths couldn't do it after fighting 2 or 3, so they let other newbies go to the dungeon, and they went back to the sword-casting villa to rest and move bricks obediently. In this cycle, a group of blacksmiths took turns to go to this dungeon, and they reaped a lot of rewards in a day. At night, in the game forum, a group of blacksmiths were enthusiastically discussing today's battle dungeon. Ningzheng roughly browsed through it, and it was nothing more than one meaning: fighting. Cool. Farming is certainly comfortable, but fighting bosses is the essence of the game. Fighting, wildness, has always been rooted deep in the genes of the terrifying upright ape. Rabbi Xiaoxin, brothers, I knocked down 3 today, and I was the main force. 9-year-old does not wet the bed. By the way, I think we can reduce the number of personnel tomorrow to practice combat skills. It is a bit unethical to besiege with a large number of people. Human and God are angry. This planner understands us. This dungeon is actually a training ground. The main focus is to have fun. Kill, kill, kill. Cut the grass. Yinhua, nervous, you are being cut by the grass. Su Yunyang, it is estimated that we can fight for several days. Lure monsters into kill. Cool. Medical fairy. By the way, Yinhua, how is your realm in Shirong Academy? It feels like you have disappeared for a long time. Yinhua, I am speechless too. My baby Eugene is very cowardly. I am not a qualified baby at all. I work from 9 to 5 every day. He is obviously going to be in the realm of transformation. But he is still working honestly. I want to write a book. This time traveler Yinhua is obviously very strong and overly cautious. Xian Xioi, transform me so fast. Oh, King Gui, the speed is normal, especially in the current new era of primitive tribes. Medical fairy, it's okay. With Shirong Academy in the rear, we are truly the top of Jojo. A sharp force, no one dares to provoke it. Su Yunyang, TSK. What are you? My sister, Sun Moon Lady, has already reached my realm, and is already overcoming tribulations, and is quite fierce, having already passed 2 or 3 tribulations. Yin Shuangying, so fast. Su Yunyang, our villa has a lot of foundation. What kind of person is Sun Moon? Persuading good deeds, creating galaxies, get the 7 attributes of the 7-colored fire in the body, and conduct enlightenment, the joy of 7 fires, then start to break through the barriers, get the 7 attributes of the phoenix flames, and impact the realm without fear of death. The joy of 7 phoenixes, at the same time, find the precious lotus lantern, spend tens of millions of luck points every day to bless yourself. Do you understand what tens of millions mean? The happiness of 700 million knight emperors. Medical fairy. Wow, so rich. When will my sword fairy start to ascend? Su Yunyang. There is no money, it is a loan, provided by public resources. After all, the villa still needs a sun and moon guardian god. Jiao Tsirong and a few others discussed that the combat power of the new map must keep up. We must first produce a fairy. And it must be the top one. Our obsessive-compulsive disorder makes us perfect. Everyone agreed with this. Even if they are honest and neutral commercial forces, they still need someone to escort them, otherwise they will be devoured by those hungry wolves. Chapter 951. Ning Zheng watched their enthusiastic discussion and thought to himself, every aspect is moving forward in parallel. Sun Moon Su Yunyang, while a realm is going through a tribulation, and is also preparing to ascend, he pondered for a few seconds, then didn't care, but instead focused on the income brought by this tomb today. Now, the Ember virus infects all mortals, and all the mortals are introduced. When the Ember virus is upgraded to the fairy level, it will be different. It costs money. He was undecided, so he looked at the information on the fate gambling table first. Ember virus, human fairy level, can infect human fairy, take root in the depths of the soul, infiltrate your soul shape, and when you die, there is a certain probability that the soul shape will be recorded, and it will become a soul shell and stand up. 30 billion? Ning Zheng thought this price was quite cheap. The income from the world of destiny in just over a day, that's it, and it is worth mentioning that it actually introduced the nature of a wave of ember viruses in detail. A special mental virus. He looked at the next one. Shadow Ember virus, human immortal level, has all the effects of human immortal ember virus. Combined Shadow Crocodile Ember bubble ability, can be spread through Shadow Crocodile. Parasitism. 300 billion. Ning Zheng's eyes lit up. His Shadow Crocodile is essentially very similar to Ember. At the beginning, his Shadow Crocodile just chopped people to drop small Ember bubbles. It is also a soul virus, splitting the entire soul of a person and dropping the person's small soul body. And now, two similar characteristics are combined. This is the Ember virus combined with my Shadow Crocodile magic to specialize, and mutated into a virus that fits me. He pondered. Without any hesitation, he chose the 300 billion. Current luck value savings, 395.9 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 22.3 billion, 11.2 billion luck plus 11.1 billion calamity. After more than 10 days of savings, he naturally had enough money in his pocket. Click it? But after clicking it, there will only be more than 90 billion left on me. If I don't have enough luck, something might go wrong. Ning Zheng pondered and looked at another option. Heavenly Fairyland. 10 billion luck value, he thought. First use 10 billion to break through the realm for a few days, and the luck value will increase by 70 to 80 billion in a few days. Spend the 300 billion again, so that the savings will still have 100 billion guaranteed. After all, there must be 100 billion in the pocket to be used at any time to suppress the luck, which is Ning Zheng's bottom line. Last time, he spent too much luck points, and was ambushed by the painter in the adventure town. He always remembers this lesson. After a few days of rest, it's time to continue to break through the immortals. After all, the higher the realm, the better. The blacksmiths are getting more and more wasteful. Thinking of this, Ning Zheng switched his clones, exchanged positions, and came to the time flow training cave in the immortal world. Here, 1 day is 100 years, which is suitable for breakthrough. After all, his breakthrough speed is getting slower and slower. It takes at least 10 days to break through a realm. 10 days? The blacksmiths may have been wasteful and messed up the tomb. He came out of retreat with a confused look on his face. Therefore, he didn't dare to retreat in the villa, so he might as well come here to speed up. Isn't it just a fairy stone? He and the front desk ordered another low-grade cave, took the key, and walked in. The plump and sexy female monk looked at Ning Zheng a little confused. Why is he here again? He went in for an incense stick and came out, using the practice room for fun? You don't spend money like this. Inside the cave, Ning Zheng used server mail to take out hundreds of high-grade immortal stones, all of which were atomized in the atomization cauldron in the cave. I have to say, this space throne that took out the boss is really useful now. This immortal storage magic weapon bought with 100 billion luck value feels better than the 800 billion immortal treasure, and the main feature is convenience. Now with the material mail system, it is equivalent to blacksmiths having their own space package, and they can also upgrade and expand, trade items, and express mail. It has greatly promoted the development speed of blacksmiths. I can also take out some treasures from the space package pockets of various blacksmiths at any time. Voila! The immortal stone began to mist, and the immortal energy surrounded it. Ning Zheng sat cross-legged and began to retreat, breaking through the great realm, the first level of the Celestial Immortal. Celestial Immortal, practice the law. Ning Zheng decisively chose the first level of the law, being attribute law. After all, practicing his own shadow crocodile magic first can amplify this so-called new ember magic. The immortal in the Tomb of the Immortals should have no problem in transforming the shadow crocodile into embers. Voila! Time passed slowly. Ning Zheng closed his eyes slightly and concentrated. His breakthrough this time was not difficult. It was still the same sentence. His foundation was too perfect. After becoming an immortal, everything went smoothly and his practice came naturally. It was just that his breakthrough process of understanding the law in the celestial realm was very strange, and there was a sense of soul wandering in the sky. He seemed to have entered a wonderful state of enlightenment. He traveled through the heavens and experienced a lifetime in his dreams. After a dream, he traveled through many worlds in his dreams, transforming and understanding everywhere. He once entered the demon world with turbidine energy. He also entered the world of death and destruction that was destroyed and polluted by calamity. He felt the unique aura of each world, experienced countless journeys, walked in the dark, and could not see the sun. Finally, he gradually had an epiphany. One day, Ning Zheng suddenly walked under the sun, feeling the sun shining on his body, and cast a shadow behind him. My way of shadow is not to cultivate pure yin, but the cycle of yin and yang. There is shadow only when there is yang. In the dream, Ning Zheng looked at his shadow in the sun, and suddenly laughed. I have searched for him thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly I looked back and found that person, in the dim light. To realize the Tao, you must not seek extreme yin, but need to go to the extreme yang to shine, and then there will be a shadow. Click. Awakening from a long dream. Returning from enlightenment. In the tomb, it was more than 120 days later. Ning Zheng opened her eyes again, and exhaled a long breath. First level of Celestial Immortal. Yin attribute magical power. What an enlightenment! If it weren't for her good luck to fall into the dark enlightenment, I don't know how long it would take to understand the true meaning of her magical power. I'm afraid that I really have to be like those normal cultivators, taking enlightenment pills, buying privately customized immortal books and picture albums, and comprehending the great way in them. But that's just analogy. After all, the yin attribute avenue provided by others is different from your yin attribute magical power. Unless you are a fellow cultivator with the same spiritual root, a father and son family, you can provide the same magical power law understanding. In any case, comprehension of other people's yin attributes can only be used as a reference. You can't just buy 2 books and comprehend the yin attribute of others in them, and then you can break through. Heavenly Immortal, it's hard. Ning Zheng sighed. It depends too much on sudden enlightenment and personal understanding. Without some life experience, you can't understand it at all. Some people who have reached the great perfection of immortal may not be able to see through the essence of their own magical powers in their lifetime, and turn a magical power into a law. Human Immortal and Heavenly Immortal are the watershed. It's really like the huge gap between man and heaven. Ning Zheng's yin attribute is Shadow Crocodile. Now the Shadow Crocodile magical power is like the advancement to Shadow Crocodile law. It points directly to the root of a certain road. This aspect of shadow magical power feels profound and powerful countless times, but the other 9 magical powers have not changed qualitatively. It can be seen that with each additional magical power, Ning Zheng is theoretically twice as powerful as now. There are huge differences in combat power in each of the 10 levels of Heavenly Immortal. Ning Zheng felt her body become stronger, and while she was delighted, she also felt a little annoyed. My breakthrough was too fast, and my Dharma phase army, which was eating royal food and daily allowances in the mining area, couldn't keep up. Chapter 952. No money means I can't afford to support my own Dharmakaya army. Each Dharmakaya is starving to the point of being skin and bones, and their realm is still around the first level of Human Immortal. There is no energy to replenish and improve their realm. How much money does it cost to train them into an elite army? Forget it, continue to mine, and see how the profit of golden elixir will be in the future. By the way, let's take a look at the ancient tomb of the immortal to see if there are any good treasures to replenish my body. Ning Zheng's more than 100 bodies are too weak. Like him, a cultivator of the clone system is a bottomless pit like a painter. Ning Zheng walked out of the cave, and walked indifferently in front of the female cultivator at the front desk. The female cultivator was used to it. She glanced at Ning Zheng, took a note of the record, and muttered, "It's less than an incense stick before he has to retreat for a while." Isn't it good for him to retreat outside? We have a fast shift here, one shift every 3 years. I feel that I will see this weirdo often in the next 3 years. Ning Zheng glanced at her. In 3 years, I will be a true immortal at least, right? When he left, he suddenly looked at the middle grade cave in the distance. Now that I have become a celestial immortal, I am qualified to go to the middle grade cave. I heard that this middle grade cave has 10 attribute cave classifications. It can help to realize the corresponding laws in this regard. Generally speaking, celestial immortals will eat enlightenment pills and read enlightenment books in it, so that they can easily realize their own attribute avenue. But reading books and renting houses are all money. You think celestial immortals, very elegant, reading books and understanding the Tao in the middle grade cave every day, full of petty bourgeoisie life. The actual celestial being, in order to buy books, similar enlightenment pills, rent caves, and make money, they work hard. And I heard that. The immortal world also discriminates against foreign natives. If you are an outsider, you will buy celestial cultivation resources, enlightenment pills, and enlightenment books. People will add several times the price and cheat you to death. Poor, why do you want to cultivate immortals? To cultivate immortals, you also need background. Even if Ning Zheng really launches a large number of enlightenment movie golden pills in the future, it will not break the monopoly of celestial resources. Promote democracy and freedom, and help those poor foreign immortals to seek welfare? My golden pills are only sold to foreign immortals? Impossible, I won't die. On the contrary, he wants to join the local monopoly business alliance. Ning Zheng is not as stupid as the protagonist in some Guangwei Jingxuo. He is so poor that he cries, and he can't even support himself, but he still holds high the banner for other foreign immortals. If he really holds high the banner for others, it will be when he rises. Only when you have the ability can you speak out. If you don't have the ability, speaking out for the lower class is just being arrogant and courting death. When you have the ability, Ning Zheng doesn't mind doing what the blacksmiths described, leading a group of natives, raising the fourth disaster, and the mighty fourth disaster army to attack the fairy world. It's not impossible. We can occupy the ancient tomb of the immortal venerable, overthrow the ember immortals, and true immortals one by one, and take them as our own. Then we will have our own base camp, our own ancestors and history. At that time, we will ascend to heaven in one step, and we will really have our own foundation and manpower. Ning Zheng's eyes were bright, and she felt that the future was promising. Ember, it's really a good thing. It's great that the Ember Immortals joined our side. We can rise quickly, and have a lot of foundation. Compared with the celestial beings who came out of the middle grade caves, who were full of confusion and sadness, because they had not made any breakthroughs in their retreat, he was already very happy. At least there was hope for hard work. He glanced at the middle grade cave again, and turned to leave. But when he left, he suddenly saw a true immortal coming out of the upper grade cave in the distance. Immortal Mo, she took Ed and his wife out of the cave, introduced the surrounding scenery, and taught them how to practice. These two people were actually first-level celestial beings. It was a bit outrageous. But thinking about it carefully, it should be so. She had been in retreat for nearly a month, more than 3,000 years. The 10th level of human immortals can be achieved as long as you have money. Most of the time in these 3,000 years is probably used to break through the first level of celestial beings. For Immortal Mo, who is a top master among the true immortals, 2 first-level celestial beings and beast-controlling babies are still a bit underwhelming. She seemed to notice Ning Zheng's gaze, and nodded with a slight smile. Ning Zheng also smiled back, and then left decisively, but secretly complained in her heart, I have been in seclusion for several times, and she has only finished one. After Ning Zheng left, Immortal Mo withdrew his gaze from Ning Zheng and said lightly, this person is extraordinary, with a terrifyingly deep foundation, and is a perfect master of the perfect system. And this person is very young. I wonder which generation to generation hidden sect he is the heir of. The perfect system, the theoretical upper limit of the 3 disasters, and 7 calamities perfect practice route. There are many in the fairy world. It's just that the versatility is too low. There is only one heir in each generation. The master has been looking for a genius disciple in countless worlds, and it is easy to break the generation if he can't find one. In the eyes of Immortal Mo, this person is also a descendant of a great sect. After all, he is too young. It is impossible for a wild person to be so young, so rich, and have such a perfect system. The fairy world is turbulent, and the great era is really coming. Immortal Mo turned his head, and looked at the Night Emperor next to him, and said, the flow rate of 100 years a day has only been popularized in the fairy world in recent years. It is said that he found a certain ancient tomb, and obtain the ancient great power residual technology. The world has changed drastically, and most of the ancient cultivation methods are no longer usable, but there are still many good things. Before, we never had this unique time flow cave, which gave us 100 years a day to make up for our foundation. Immortal Imome sighed. Before, everyone's time flow rate was equal. If it was still at that time, even if she saw these two potential babies, she would never dare to damage her foundation and replace the two beasts. Because the weak combat power period of thousands of years is enough for the hostile sect to kill her thousands of times. But now, in the cave, it took more than a month to complete it. As long as she was careful in this sect and avoided leaking the news, the enemy sect would not be able to react for more than a month, and she would pass the weak period. Times are changing. Mo Mei Jinxian said, "We have obtained some ancient time power, which has accelerated the flow of time in the worlds outside the fairyland. More immortals will ascend, and an unprecedented explosion will appear in the fairyland." Yi Di was also excited, and danger was accompanied by opportunities. Mo Mei Jinxian said, "It's time for us to show up." "Where should we show up? Go back to the sect?" Yi Di couldn't help but said. "No, go to the secret realm on the front line." Mo Mei Jinxian said, "The worlds are like sand and gravel, cut by ancient gods and men. Some worlds are well hidden and are ancient tombs. This time, we are going to the tomb of an ancient great master." Yi Di's heart was moved. "We are also going to the secret realm here?" He can now log into the sword forging villa with his trumpet again. Although he is busy practicing, he also knows what happened in the sword forging villa next door. "I feel a little flustered. Go to the tomb with the blacksmith, hit hard, and don't be afraid of death. But it's a bit scary to go to the tomb dungeon with the main body." Chapter 953. Mo Mei Jinxian is actually quite annoying. 9 beast masters mean 9 mouths to feed. Buy enlightenment pills. Buy books of illusions that contain the rhyme of Tao. Ask other masters with similar magical powers to teach the rules in this area personally. It's too difficult. Everyone only sees the powerful combat power of the 10,000 beasts domain, but they don't know how poor they are in cultivating friends. Why is it that her Mo Xianin, which is famous in the 10,000 beasts domain, has only one Jinxian? Even the Great Elder who is the deputy is only a celestial immortal, because they are too short of money. The resources of the entire sect are concentrated on her Mo Jinxian. It turns out that she has 6 Jinxian beast masters and 3 celestial immortals. This is already the top combat power among the Jinxian. 6 sanctions surround and kill you. Can the sanctions of other systems stop them? This is the horror of the 10,000 beasts domain. Even among the 13 giant civilizations, it is one of the strongest civilizations. Now, she alone supports the entire sect. In fact, the structure of the 10,000 beasts civilization is more inclined to have thousands of great powers in one person than other civilizations. Other true immortal sects have several true immortals, but in the 10,000 beasts domain, there is only one true immortal who can fight, and this type is not uncommon. I also want to raise a treasure lotus lantern. This is an embryo with great potential. It needs to be continuously upgraded. Not to mention the true immortal level, at least to the celestial immortal level. It is best to change this treasure lotus lantern for the Great Elder and cultivate it as one of the instrument type beasts. The beast I replaced before can also increase the strength of the Great Elder. She has been stuck in the celestial immortal great perfection for too long. It is time for our sect to have a second true immortal. She was thinking in her heart, worrying about life. It would be even more difficult to have one more true immortal in this sect. She, who came out of the upper grade cave, was actually not much different from those celestial immortals who came out of the middle grade caves. They all looked worried. Forget it, let's see what happened during the days of retreat. She began to look at the recent information outside. First of all, the 10,000 beasts domain. There was no big news. However, a new hot discussion has recently been set off, demanding that other civilizations give them a new name. The 10,000 friends domain. They are making friends instead of controlling beasts. They are still marching and calling loudly, thinking that this is an act of vilification of their civilization. It seriously affects their ability to make friends everywhere, and their circle of friends is very small. Are you protesting again? True immortal Mo Mei is somewhat accustomed to it. In fact, even she herself is very angry. It is obvious that their civilization is making friends sincerely, but it is stigmatized. Her eyes fell on the refining cauldron domain again. I couldn't help but complain. That group of metal lava iron forgers, recently, have they been promoting their tourism industry again? Is there something wrong with their brains? Why do they always want to make friends? Their friends, who approached were melted by your group of human-shaped forging furnaces. The Lianding domain is the most exclusive civilization among the 13 civilization giants. Because as their civilization developed, their world was gradually transformed into a huge cauldron. When the fairyland was established, this cauldron was integrated into the fairyland, forming one of the 13 domains. Although they are very hospitable, and the lowest level of enthusiasm is more than 1,000 degrees, tourists from other civilizations don't really want to become acquaintances. Without some ability, who dares to go? Lianding domain is known as one of the fairy domains with the least tourists. But she saw another message. Lianding domain, the guys there are going to Chongwan domain to learn from the masters? Visit the fairy domain over there, learn the golden elixir forging method, learn the alchemy skills, and then recruit a large number of guests in their own fairy domain? She suspected that she had seen it wrong. What the hell is this golden elixir? You are a group of lava people from the Iron Civilization, going to make elixirs? Become alchemists? Are you sure you are not joking? But she thought quickly, golden elixir? This name, can't it be the same name as the golden metal projectile in the world of destiny? Until she looked at the next report. After seeing the news from Chongwan domain next door, she was shocked. It's really the golden elixir. The mysterious Shirong Villa has popularized the golden elixir? She suddenly remembered that the Taoist only inherited a branch of the ancient civilization of the immortal venerable. That is to say, the heirs of other branches have also been born and started selling golden elixir? Shirong? She fell into deep thought. She was thinking about whether she could benefit from it, and what role she would play. She was so short of money. Maybe, I have to go to the Golden Elixir Merchant Alliance with the fiery monks in the Refining Cauldron domain. However, there is no rush for this matter. I will enter some ancient secret realms first, and after showing my face in front of other true immortals, I can go to the 10,000 Beasts domain. After all, it is not good to not show your face for too long. She is the Dinghaitian of her own sect. She must give confidence to all the affiliated forces under her command, and even to the small families that join the business. True immortals have to show up regularly to show their deterrence and presence. Half a day later, she came to a world barrier in the remote heavens. In the gap of the void space, outside this world, there is a temporary outpost immortal boat. She fell gently, and came to the deck of the immortal boat. Mo May, you are here? How have you been doing in the 10,000 Beasts immortal realm recently? Have you heard that there is a mysterious Taoist civilization in the Chongwan immortal realm that sells golden elixirs? I want to see if I can find a few Taoists to be good friends with. Are your friends collecting again? You know me. Although I only have 10 friends, I want to make far more than 10 friends. I want to build a huge circle of friends, which are all friends from various civilizations. It would be best if there are legendary beasts that have completed the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations in the circle of friends. Mo Mei Zhenxian nodded. Speaking of which, many beast masters in their 10,000 beasts realm are illustration party. Their dream is to build their own back mountain into a huge circle of friends, and strive to have friends in every civilization. Even the beast-controlling immortals are keen on building a circle of friends, and then showing off the number of their friends everywhere. Someone nearby was chatting. I heard that the group of lunatics in the Dharma-ending domain are promoting the idea of annihilation again. Every day is the Dharma-ending era. Don't they want to rise up themselves? When the Dharma-ending era comes, they are the happiest. In the Holy Spirit domain, a new civilization technology has emerged. It is indeed a natural elf with no distractions. Ha ha ha. The group of hot-tempered guys in the Refining Cauldron domain are not making weapons. I heard that the group of blacksmiths are going to learn to make pills. They are going to make pills? I am laughing to death. A group of true immortals were chatting. In the era when the immortal lords did not come out, the true immortals present were the pillars of the immortal world. They were even the future immortal lords. Although there were very few true immortals who took that step, they were the hope of the future immortal world after all. True immortal Mo Mei was also chatting with everyone. While chatting, she suddenly said in advance, that golden elixir is indeed interesting. I will go there when I have time to see if I can discuss cooperation and sell the golden elixir to us. Some of our beast masters have strong physiques, and are also among the many civilizations that are capable of eating golden elixir. Sword Casting Villa. Wow, true immortal Mo Mei came out of retreat and gave me a big gift. Back in the room, Ning Zheng, who was feeling the power of the celestial immortal, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He was secretly observing the social circle of this true immortal through the Night Emperor observer perspective. Sure enough, following the path of immortal Mo Mei is really good. We got a lot of information. He showed a gentle smile and said lightly, Whether it is the real-time intelligence of various domains that she got as soon as she came out of retreat, or the intelligence she chatted with other immortals, they are all things that my class circle can't get at all. Through the perspective of Yi Di, Ning Zheng kept peeking, trying to increase her knowledge. The strong have their own circles. A simple conversation between the leaders of these various forces, and the information accidentally revealed in advance, may make some people earn a lot of money. In fact, Immortal Mo May is still pretty good. Showing this information to Yi Di, and taking him to see some exchanges with the immortals, he also intends to cultivate him. It is said to be a beast tamer. In fact, this relationship is closer than a master and apprentice. Masters and apprentices may betray each other, but friends will not, so they must be cultivated personally. Ning Zheng also benefited from Yi Di's personal disciple, and saw the world and the big scene. This route was right, even he was about to see the immortal venerable. Because in the secret realm opposite, the real immortals seem to be entering the interior of this tomb world. According to their conversation, there should be an incarnation of the immortal venerable sitting inside. I don't know if the spectator perspective of my server can withstand the immortal venerable. Ning Zheng hesitated a little. This seemed to be an adventure. After all, it was only in theory that several immortal venerable treasures stacked together could withstand the detection of the immortal venerable. And it also depends on the type of the opponent. The opponent cannot be an attributed mentally sensitive type, or a fortune-telling type with a luck attribute. These two are the most dangerous. It is easy to be discovered if you spy on them. He looked at his daily luck value of more than 20 billion, and there was no change. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My current daily luck value is too different from that of the immortals. I can't predict the crisis of that level at all. However, Ning Zheng thought about it, and still didn't choose to give up. If it was really the real body, it would be fine. The immortal clone would basically not be able to find it. In addition, even if it was found, it would just think that there was some kind of beast in the beast bag of Mo Mei Xian that was watching him. But Ning Zheng still made the last guarantee. Turn off the communication on the server and let bystander perspective record the video by itself. Then reconnect the signal and pass the information. If others find it, at most they will think it is a recording magic weapon. What's wrong with taking pictures when meeting idols? It's understandable. I guess the immortals will definitely encounter many similar fans, and record and take pictures when they are walking outside. A glimpse of the immortal lord's true appearance. Ning Zheng was looking forward to it. I can even take this opportunity to check out the formal tomb robbing process, which can provide a lot of useful information for my current tomb robbing copy. Chapter 954. On the other side. In the ruins of a certain ancient secret place, Yi Di looked through the beast bag and followed the boss to watch her conversation with the true immortals. We should go in. The calamity outside is too heavy, so thick and oppressive that it almost makes the world look like a giant egg. This kind of ancient tomb world is like this. Listening to the words around him, Yi Di secretly wrote them down. This kind of ancient world is wrapped in huge calamity. If you are not careful, you will be infected with these bad lucks. Even the true immortals don't want to get close. Then, under the watch of Yi Di, everyone split the thick black calamity, opened a black passage in the world barrier, and lined up to enter the tomb of this world. Due to the suppression of the world environment, the combat power of the true immortals of other attributes was quickly suppressed, making it difficult for the various laws in their bodies to be used. In fact, in this kind of ancient immortal tomb, as long as the immortals above the human immortals enter, their power will be suppressed. Just like the previous Mo Mei Xian, the Great Elder, entering a world of destiny of a different system will be suppressed by a large realm. Even if the Zangtians have the ability to overturn a table and destroy a world, it is obviously unrealistic to destroy this ancient tomb ruins full of calamity. If this tomb is destroyed, the violent explosion of the surrounding calamity will be contaminated, and even the immortals may not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the tomb is very dangerous. After all, although the ancient puppets here are no longer adapted to the environment of heaven and earth and their strength is suppressed, their foreign Zangtians will also be suppressed in strength. Before, Ning Zheng led the team into the Xianzuan tomb, and could not sense it because he was a human immortal and had not started to practice the law. How could he be suppressed? But he really couldn't beat this human immortal. Even a real celestial immortal or a true immortal would be in danger if he came in, let alone him, at this time. Immortal Mo may follow the large army into the interior, and soon saw the figure of an immortal. The figure of the immortal was surrounded by a white light, and the whole person was as transparent as glass crystal. He nodded to them, and didn't seem to care about the Night Emperor's prying. Greetings to the immortal. Immortal Mo Mei saluted respectfully. Go. Immortal Holy Spirit smiled faintly. After leaving a distance, Feeling the curiosity of the Night Emperor, Immortal Mo said, "That is the first immortal in the fairy world, the Holy Spirit." "The first in the fairy world?" The Night Emperor was greatly surprised. As soon as he came up, he saw the strongest person in the fairy world, and he looked extremely gentle, friendly, and had no offensive power. Immortal Mo smiled and explained, "The Holy Spirit realm has no entity, they are all natural life in the form of mist and gas. They are a ball of light and a ball of fire. After cultivating the yin-yang and 5 elements, the 7 colors in the body overlap, and the whole figure is like a miniature ecological glass bubble. In the eyes of outsiders, each of their holy spirits is like a gel glass fish tank figure, with a microscopic world of wind, fire, thunder and lightning in the body. They are gentle in nature, and will raise living beings in the transparent microscopic world in their bodies. They are also a race that loves to taming beasts. When they are weak, they will raise small insect groups in the human-shaped glass tank in their bodies. When they are strong, they are like a giant of a 10,000-foot glass fish tank, raising countless ethnic civilizations in their gaseous bodies, and watching the sand table. Some people say that their origin is the emergence of wisdom in nature, a gust of wind, a pool of water, which produced wisdom, and was the spirit of nature. Then, they cultivated the 5 elements and turned into 7 color attributes, forming a celestial world in their bodies. Some people say that their prototype is the super technology of the ancient immortals, which was once used to create the world wall membrane. After the death of the ancient immortals, these world wall membranes developed consciousness and turned into a race, and still maintain the cultivation of bacteria in their bodies. No matter what, the Holy Spirits are the most gentle, greatest, and most peaceful civilization. Their civilization has no deception, no lies, and even no individual will. It is similar to the cluster consciousness of a beehive. Their entire civilization can have only one living being or countless scattered people. Therefore, because of the cluster characteristics of racial consciousness, the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable is recognized as the strongest existence in the fairy world. The Holy Spirit is also the credibility of our 13 giant civilizations. When we encounter conflicts, we always ask the Holy Spirit to be the referee. They are absolutely gentle and kind, and they are a civilization that is not in conflict with the world. They do not have the greed and killing of wild beasts. The Night Emperor kept listening and felt very shocked. Natural elves? Now, the Night Emperor also learned that the 13 domains of the fairy world are Chongshan Domain, Wansho Domain, and Xianmai Domain. Holy Spirit Domain, Mofa Domain, Lianding Domain. Fire Domain, Gold Domain, Earth Domain, Water Domain, Wood Domain, Yang Domain, and Yin Domain. Yin-Yang 5 elements, which fully includes 7 fairy domains. This was the rule established by the immortal realm at the beginning. The Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable personally invited the 7 strongest civilizations of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements to join the immortal realm. After all, unlike the people of Jiuzhou, other immortals have main and secondary attributes, and the strength of their attributes is not balanced. Then the most credible Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable personally corrected the barriers of this world, invited the 7 civilizations, adjusted the 5 elements of Yin and Yang, and truly integrated the immortal world. After all, whether good or evil, they are willing to obey the arrangements of the Holy Spirit civilization. But now, with the change of times, Yin and Yang 5 elements, the throne of the 7 civilization attributes of the immortal realm, in fact, has also experienced several mergers, integrations, and growths. Immortal Mo led them deeper into the cave. I will only take you to the middle level, not the core area. Also, although this ancient tomb is dangerous, you should be more careful with your companions who explore the ruins together. Many immortals died, because they were secretly attacked by other immortals. But don't worry about me. Almost no one will attack the immortals in our 10,000 beasts domain, because we have many people, and are a tough nut to crack. Along the way, Immortal Mo kept explaining some stories to Emperor Yi, so that he could quickly understand the distribution of high-level forces in the fairy world. Here is the 7th tomb of the Immortal of Life that we have discovered. So far, we have discovered 9 ancient tombs of space and 8 ancient tombs of time. Each tomb has almost the same scene, and even the characters, buildings, and ancient masters in it are all the same. Immortal Mo explain some content. These are the 3 great immortals, and there are countless immortal tombs of other attributes. In ancient times, time, space, and life were respected. Yin and Yang, and the 5 elements are secondary laws. In today's era, only Yin and Yang and the 5 elements are cultivated. Yi Di felt his eyes were opened. So many ancient tombs of immortals. Are they all fake tombs? I don't know. Mo Mei Jinshian sighed. I really can't think of it. What's the point of having so many fake tombs? To cover up the existence of real tombs? This is meaningless. I discussed with some friends privately, and I feel that every tomb is real, and every tomb has buried a real-time immortal, space immortal, and life immortal. So outrageous? Yi Di is a conspirator with a big brain and loves to think. He suddenly thought, maybe every tomb is real, according to the routine of traditional sand sculpture blacksmiths. Think, multiple me? There is one me in the multiverse. One certificate forever? Or some messy avatar? What is the truth? Maybe only the immortals know. At this time, Imo Meijinxian seemed to see Yi Di's doubts and said lightly. In fact, although she had some interest in that period of history, it was just a little. This thing is like archaeology. People have long been out of date. They can be seen as relics and dig graves. The dead are gone. Could they be resurrected? This is reality, not a story. Some history is buried in the past, and will never be dug out again. She, Imo Meijinxian, is a practical person. She only cares about how much money she makes, and whether she can become an immortal. Yi Di is interested. There are so many graves. How many immortals were there in ancient times? Of course there are. Imo Meijinxian explained patiently. In that era, the world was not complete, the laws were not complete, and cultivation was easier and faster. Besides, in that era, people cultivated a single system. How could it not be fast? In our era, who doesn't cultivate 10 system attributes at the same time? Our cultivation speed is slow, but it is more stable and more in line with this mature era. Imo Meijinxian said casually, you should concentrate on cultivation and don't care about these ancient histories. No, I care a lot. Based on his keenness from hanging out in Jujin Mountain Villa for many years, Yi Di felt that there must be a conspiracy in history. What about Xian? What is the origin? I don't know. Imo Meijinxian shook his head, but in the world of heavens, every world has a Xian. At the level of Jinqian, you still don't even know the origin of Xian. This is a bit exaggerated. The origin of Xian is probably even greater and more terrifying. Then I have another question. Yi Di said, then the ancient tomb worlds of these immortals are essentially one of the worlds of heavens today. Do you have any Xian? All worlds have Xian, but these ancient tomb worlds have no Xian. Imo Meijinxian said. Yi Di thought for a moment. I have a bold idea. No evidence, no basis, just a joke, but I tell you anyway. Please listen to it, senior. You tell me, there's no need to be so reserved between us. We're all in the same boat. Imo Meijinxian knows Yi Di's talent. In terms of calculation, deduction, and layout, this person is better than him, and his imagination is unconstrained. In fact, most of the natives of the fairy world are celestial dragons, and their household registration in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou makes them born in the fairy world, living at the end of countless people. As long as they are qualified, there will be sects to accept them as disciples, and they can rise quickly. Their cruelty and ability to play tricks are far inferior to those ruthless people who ascended from the lower world. There is a saying that may not be applicable. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. But it can also tell the essence. Because the resources are too scarce, there is only one immortal position in each cycle, and a group of people are scrambling like crazy. Then I will talk about it. I think that with so many immortal tombs, and so many offerings, those immortal sects must know the truth, but we ordinary true immortal forces are unaware. Yi Di said, he did not think that the existence of the immortal level did not know. Even Imo Meijinxian herself did not pay much attention to this aspect, otherwise she might have guessed some clues, and seen some possibilities. Let me first tell you my guess. I have seen the mural you gave me. Yi Di sorted out the history. Space Immortal Venerable described his own process of enlightenment in the historical mural. He cut out countless small gravel worlds, and the heavens, and the worlds appeared. Life Immortal Venerable described his own process of enlightenment, and created and improved the structure of life. Time Immortal Venerable described his own process of enlightenment, and modified the flow rate of the world. The description after that is very vague. Will these three join forces to create a multidimensional timeline? Imo Meijinxian frowned when he heard this. Multidimensional world. Yi Di's mind was originally wild and unconstrained. He had read many novels before crossing over, and he could fit all kinds of worldviews into one. The concept of multiverse, there are a lot of them in Marvel. What is the number of universes? What timelines? And Iron Man in countless worlds. Not to mention novels, there are too many. If we speculate as high as possible, the multi-world is bound to be born. Yi Di's mind is flexible. He doesn't have to take responsibility for his guesses. There are countless parallel universes, countless pasts, futures, and presents. They stand at the end of countless timelines and countless parallel worlds, and exist in the past, present, and future at the same time. But with a war, they traveled through the past, future, and present to fight. The timeline was broken and countless worlds exploded. The heavens and myriad worlds scattered all over the world are actually small worlds that exploded in the long river of time. Yi talked freely, and Xian exists in every world. That means that Xian, once and for all, proves that he is the ultimate existence and has existed in countless futures and pasts. So, after the long river of time exploded and fell, every world has his corpse? And Xian in every world has also become the origin of the post-civilization era. Countless new civilizations began to imitate Xian and embarked on the path of cultivation. Yi kept telling his guesses. Because multiple immortals, multiple Xian selves died in various worlds, people immediately thought of the timeline of the multiverse. Isn't it reasonable? Chapter 955. Interesting guess. Mo Mei Zhenxian smiled. Interesting guess? The past and future of countless parallel worlds? If you have to explain it this way, the multiple tombs of immortals that we have seen have indeed been perfectly explained. Each immortal tomb is the real tomb of the person, but they are tombs of different parallel worlds. They exist in every parallel world line at the same time, each is the person, just in different time periods and different worlds. In this way, then the multiple space immortal tombs can be perfectly explained. The origins of those multiple offerings can also be explained clearly. Each of them exists in multiples because of the multiverse. Their war caused the world to collapse, and the long river of time was washed away, turning into drops of water scattered between heaven and earth now. And with the war, each world fell down, and the current heavens and worlds are actually marbles of different world segments in the past, future, and present, scattered all over the ground. Mo Mei Zhenxian was amazed. If this is true, it is really shocking and desirable. The three ultimate great beings, with their amazing power, once cut the worlds one by one and established countless parallel worlds. They established the structure of the past and the future. They are synonymous with time, space, and life. They are omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent in every corner of the timeline. When they were born in the infancy of the past, the prime of the present, and the old age of the future, they all possessed the same ultimate power. At the moment of enlightenment, they appeared on the timeline of all parallel worlds at the same time, symbolizing the end. Is such an existence really possible? Mo Mei Zhenxian sighed. If so, standing at the source of every small world, offering the existence of the multidimensional universe, what was he? Yi, your guess is very interesting. It's just a guess. Yi nodded. What he hated most was the confusing plot background. When I read novels before, many clues had already appeared, and I could draw conclusions by simply integrating the information. But the protagonist was always confused, and in order to promote the plot, he pretended not to know. And he had experienced a wave of hellish grinding by the dog planner, and the reversal foreshadowing of the crazy brain planner was actually guessed by him many times. Whether it was the Li Yuzhu incident, the Su Huan incident, or the Old Mother incident, there were too many reversals, some of which were guessed in advance, and some were guessed afterwards. This gave him a great boost of confidence, and it is the same now. Guess your background story, and the reversal plot first, and the rest will be easy to deal with. I am not some stupid, slow-witted, Asian protagonist. He said calmly in his heart. It's not against the law to make a guess. No matter whether it's right or wrong, it's always good to be mentally prepared in advance. I think that designing multiple immortals and multiple offerings is related to the multiverse. The Immortal Tomb. The Player Blacksmith Hall. As the old manager, Ning Zheng came here to inspect. He looked at the blacksmiths who were laughing and fighting the boss in the distance, fighting crazily and besieging monsters together. These guys are really enjoying it. The copy is now progressing steadily. It seems that all the mortal NPCs in the Sky Country will be attracted here, and 50% will be turned into ashes. After the mortals are dealt with, Ning Zheng will start to release the human-level ashes and start to attack the immortals at the human level. As for the heavenly immortals? True immortals, sorry. I am a little short of money. The Ember virus can only infect human immortals at present. But it is actually enough. Moreover, Ning Zheng felt the suppression of the realm in this tomb. My body's major attributes have been suppressed by the environment of this world, and my combat power is only 1/10 of it. It feels like I am trapped in the shackles of mud. With my great power, it seems that I can forcibly break the shackles of this world, but I feel that such actions will cause big problems. Although Ning Zheng did not know that the tomb world was wrapped in a strong disaster aura, his luck value was still warning him not to commit suicide and forcibly break the environment here. His mind moved. The appearance of the saints. Copy, space magic. One of the spiritual roots became a space spiritual root, and he felt a lot less pressure. Sure enough, this world is adapted to the space system. He pondered, should we concentrate resources to upgrade a Dharma image first, reach the realm of heavenly immortals, and help me explore the situation outside? But after thinking about it, he decided not to act rashly. If the heavenly immortal Dharma image was destroyed, Ning Zheng, who was already poor, would feel pain. With this energy to condense the Dharma image, he might as well get a few more human immortal Dharma image miners to go to the mine and make money from the immortals. After all, he has just broken through to the heavenly immortal, and now he can control more than 200 Dharma images, so he can start working again. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Now, with the monsters being led again and again, more than 700 NPC natives have been led here. I believe they are the forces under the command of the Immortal Venerable. The problem now is, this palace can't hold so many people. A large open space should be left here to attract monsters and fight monsters. So, the blacksmiths made a decision to honor their ancestors. Bring this group of ancient Kongwa embers back to the villa with the peerless artifact Kongwa Emperor banner. Let this group of prehistoric people in the tombs take root under the Zhujian Villa. After all, there was a huge ghost village at the foot of Zhujian Villa before. There were a bunch of Ning Zheng's elders and villagers in it, who provided him with the first pot of gold to overthrow the Zuelahua family. But as the villa has expanded countless times, the foot of the mountain has also expanded countless times, and the strange village at the foot of the mountain has become sparsely populated, and the population needs to be expanded. Look at my magic lamp. The god of food raised the Balian lantern. The embers of the leek in the lotus lantern glowed with a sacred radiance, which made people believe, dear fellow villagers of the Sky Country, our Sky Country Immortal Lord has established a new base camp, the Sword-Casting Villa. The lotus lantern said with sacred majesty, now we sincerely invite you to live at the foot of the villa and build a home together. By the way, we in the Sky Clan have a family tradition of making storage bags, storage cloths, storage rings. I hope you can make some of these tools while you live at the foot of the mountain, so that we can help the Immortal Lord to rise again and collect funds. The god of food held the lotus lantern high, and everyone was deeply moved when he finished speaking. It should be. We were able to rise in the past, and we can also rise this time. Fight for the rise of the Immortal Lord. Fight for the Kong clan to reign over the world again. These ancient embers of the common people all expressed their willingness to shine for the road to the reemergence of the Immortal Lord. They are such a united race, soon. There are many more neighbors at the foot of the sword-casting villa. Even next to Ning Jing's door, there are many new friends who come to greet and give gifts, saying that they want to settle here and start a new life. Ning Zheng, He went out and took a bunch of messy gifts, and was a little silent. He inexplicably became a little socially anxious. And Ryu Suyunyang and Ning Jiao, the two of them were smiling, and they had many more friends and kept greeting each other. Welcome, welcome, are you eating? Come on, eat our specialty, river monster fried meat. Soon. In the yard, in front of the huge round dining table, watching the two entertaining a bunch of new sisters, Ning Zheng occasionally echoed a few words, feeling a little dazed. These clever little ghosts began to squeeze and build a second ember prison, surrounding the foot of the mountain. Ning Jiao, Suyunyang, continue to be the warden. They still stick to their original intentions. Before, they deceived a group of Wuxinjiao believers, and now they deceive a group of people from the Sky Country? But no matter what, the strange village under the sword-casting villa is being renovated every day, the population is increasing every day, and all kinds of new houses, streets, and downtown areas are appearing, which are extremely lively. It seems that the entire sword-casting villa has entered a brand new expansion pack, the rise of the Sky Country. We are already the sword-casting villa in the shape of people from the Sky Country. Updated, the main line of the new fairy world has been updated, the old fairy master. The old steward, returned to the era. As a group of blacksmiths shouted, Jiao Tsirong came to the square with a wooden sign with a solemn face, which was the update log of the new version. Chapter 956. At this time, Ning Zheng is receiving information about the training from the Night Emperor. In the bystander perspective video, he saw the powerful figure of the Holy Spirit Immortal Venerable, and also obtained a large amount of information data, which opened his eyes. So this is how the regular tomb robbing process is done. When the immortals and true immortals enter those ancient ruins and tombs, they will also be suppressed, and according to this description, is the Immortal Venerable tomb that we are occupying now also wrapped in a thick layer of calamity chi outside the world, This calamity chi belongs to the moat, protecting this tomb. The most intuitive function is, not afraid of being divined. Your divination is positive luck, and my divination is negative luck. Calamity chi will offset your divination power. Therefore, these ancient tombs of the immortals cannot be found by divination. Otherwise, the auspicious beasts under the command of the immortals have such strong divination abilities that they would have divined every ancient tomb long ago, instead of finding one every now and then. And this place cannot be divined. My sword-casting villa is here, but it is safer and qualified to be my base camp. This piece of calamity energy is a moat, which is actually very dangerous for him, but Ningzheng does not go directly through the calamity energy when he goes out. When he goes out, he uses space to move. Therefore, the gold content of the space dagger, the treasure of the immortal, has increased again. No matter what. Ningzheng's peaking this time can be said to be a huge gain. Knowing a lot of information about tomb robbing, I understand how I should deal with this immortal tomb in the future, of course. The conversation between Yi and Mo Mei Zhenxian was a bit outrageous, which made Ningzheng stunned. Ningzheng knew that the crazy guy in the strategic department of the Night Emperor always had a big imagination. He always imagined some messy plot reversals, and tried to imagine things in a dark, evil, and dirty place. Sometimes he guessed right, sometimes he guessed wrong. But I have to admit, now, the plot history guessed by the Night Emperor is very interesting. In this way, it does explain so many offerings, and so many tombs of immortals. They are themselves in countless parallel timelines. The multiverse was blown up, and countless parallel worlds fell down, and now they have become scattered independent worlds. It's like a string of world beads strung together by the timeline. The timeline is broken, the beads are scattered, and the world of the heavens is independent, and has nothing to do with the previous ones. Tianming world, Jiuzhou world. They may have been two similar parallel worlds before, but now they are independent worlds in the post-civilization era of the heavens. It's just that when the world falls, it carries the body of an offering. The Night Emperor, it's a very interesting guess. Ningzheng just commented like this. People can't help but be amazed by this period of history, and yearn for the great power of ancient times. Even Ningzheng's fighting spirit was aroused, continued to rob tombs, dig up the ancient tombs of the immortals, and develop my sword-forging villa. However, his ambition did not last long, and he heard Ningjie shout, "Brother, come out for dinner." The family invited new neighbors, a group of beautiful women. If you like any of them, tell me secretly, and I will help you trick them over. They are all super beautiful, tender, and cute. I especially picked the most beautiful ones to get to know. At noon, Ningzheng, Su Yunyang, Ning Jiaojiao, and the new storage bag neighbor finished lunch. I have to say, Su Yunyang and her partner are indeed experienced. They have gathered a bunch of good sisters, talked about family matters, and are preparing to start a spiritual love mode. It is obvious that they are preparing to trick a group of female ghosts into online love with the blacksmiths, who come up the mountain, and become all kinds of two-dimensional beautiful girls' wives, chatting, bragging, and deceiving them to spend money to brush gifts. The beautiful girl wife card pool is on the stage again, only occasionally, go up the mountain to send some love bento, hold hands, chat, and have a spiritual love. After all, this mountain villa has a strong addiction to castration, and it is impossible to do more. Ningzheng certainly has no objection to the arrangement of these blacksmiths. After all, when they settled down in Guizhuang at the foot of the mountain, these prehistoric ancient people used their magical powers to make storage bags and storage rings, and they could also cheat blacksmiths into paying Krypton gold. It was also considered rent for living in the villa. After dinner, Ningzheng sighed and looked around the yard. Su Yunyang was chattering in the class, teaching them how to cheat blacksmiths in love routines. Her eyes fell on the update bulletin board of Zhujian Villa. Official announcement. This sword casting competition will usher in a major update without going offline. The 1.7 version update log is as follows. The origin of the fairy world, the return of the immortal, my space immortal has returned to the world. When the power is overwhelming, the king comes to control, the king comes to bear, the king comes to promise. This major update also optimizes the following matters. 1. Add a new large-scale dungeon permanent map, the Space Immortal Tomb, and add including but not limited to various mortal embers, immortal embers, ancient treasures, prehistoric cultivation methods, and other tomb materials. 2. Fix a small number of bugs. 3. Optimize some known issues. 4. This expansion pack will open a new faction mode. Currently you can join Space Immortal Faction. 5. The Taoist profession has been greatly updated, and new types of golden elixirs have been added. 6. The trade and business branch has been opened. According to reliable intelligence, the merchants in the Liaoning domain and the Momei merchants in the Wanshou domain will come to have a trade exchange. Please work hard. 7. Add new NPC maps. The strange village community at the foot of the mountain, the people of the empty country. 8. Restart the NPC Taoist couple mode and make significant optimizations. You can use the communication method of the Eye of Appraisal to chat with the ancient country girl at the foot of the mountain through text and video, and start a sweet love in another world. Note 1. Please pay for the girls to buy the Eye of Appraisal, and you need to pay by the hour to chat with them. Whether you can win them depends on your love level. I believe that each of you is a love expert. Note 2. The personality avatar of the Eye of Appraisal is the real appearance of the girl. There is no photo fraud in the video communication. Please rest assured. We strictly guarantee that the opposite side is a sweet and cute girl. Note 3. A large number of beautiful girls are increasing, and it is conservatively estimated that there are tens of thousands of them to meet the needs of every blacksmith's Taoist partner. A shake function is added to randomly shake beautiful girls. 9. Add new login characters such as the Void Boy. 10. The villa is upgrading the level of the Sun and Moon Guardian God to protect the villa and advance to the immortal realm. The resources needed are the public property of the villa. Please inform us. 11. Add a new ranking mode. You can invite male people in the villa to fight. The current levels are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, King, 1 season per month. Each season King. Send the old manager's limited weapon, the new version of the village sword, in front of the bulletin board in the square. A group of people were shocked. This update is so exaggerated. A huge amount of gameplay, so cool. Sure enough, there are few gameplays in the internal test, and after the public test, the gameplay will be greatly updated. The beautiful girl Taoist companion system has restarted again, and I think of the group of wives who died after the outbreak of the Ember virus. Woohoo! Don't say it, I have a nightmare when I think of hundreds of wives fused together, the scary look of sea urchins on their hands and feet. Alas, it's all because of you internal test wastes that you got a bad ending. For these dark games, isn't it normal for wives to die in the bad ending? The new update announcement made many people excited. Some people who want to find a wife in the second dimension have already started to try to use Eye of Appraisal to chat online. Under the powerful blessing of the lucky king of leaks, the Lotus Lantern, the update speed of the blacksmiths in various areas is actually very fast, but Ningzheng doesn't care. After the 9 chapters of the internal fairy weapon of the villa have been updated again and again, the Eye of Appraisal has become a good villa local area network software. The blacksmiths add people to chat online, and they are all very happy. Even some lick dogs use expensive supply mail to send various things to the other party to please the beauty. The beauty claims that she is a love master and brags with other companions. Ningzheng can only watch silently with a speechless face. Don't remember, these blacksmiths will probably be cheated again for their girlfriends. Chapter 957. Ancient Tomb. In the Immortal Hall, the players on the front line are still opening up the dungeon. Another NPC mortal, brought here by the traitor Kong Jinghong, saw the shocking opening scene, and shouted the name of the immortal. After a few days of dungeon process, the blacksmiths found that there were fewer and fewer NPCs who did not believe them, and basically believed that they were the return of the immortal as soon as they came in. There are 2 reasons. 1. After repeated failures in acting, the blacksmiths summarized the flaws, and their acting skills improved, and they basically deceived the mortals who came in. 2. The herd effect. It is basically a 1-to-1 entry mode. This neighbor deceived him, and deceived the neighbor next door. So, the neighbors and friends around him all thought that it was the return of the immortal, and they would naturally believe it. In fact, most of the people are only middle-level cultivators among mortals. They are just ordinary cultivators living in urban areas, without any ambitions and knowledge. Once told, they will believe it, obey the dispatch of the country, join this large group, and even move to the sword-casting villa to live. Ah, so annoying. In the Immortal Palace, the god of food sat on the roof of a medical clinic and looked down. More and more people believe it recently, and no one calls us fakes and fights with us. Well, if we want to fight, isn't the villa now holding a ranking competition? Xiao Chai Kun was a little speechless. It's the same to fight with the villagers under the villa. You don't understand. It doesn't have the flavor of a copy. The god of food looked serious. By the way, is it really okay if we don't manage the cafeteria? Xiao Chai Kun complained. The god of cookery said with a straight face, with our 2 embers, the vegetable washing machine, and the noodle slicing machine, managing the back kitchen of the canteen, how could anything go wrong? We could have been idle for a long time. The god of cookery had placed an order with Dao Jiujiu to turn their embers into 2 kitchen machines. Free your hands from now on. In the later stages of farming management games, automatic vegetable harvesters, automatic seeding machines, and automatic vending machines are often installed. Isn't it just to idle and wait for money? Besides, they also have a new real chef, Chongshan Fong. This makes it seem that their cooking skills are very rubbish, with this real chef cooking in the villa. They ran out to lead the team to play the dungeon. After all, the people in charge of other areas really have serious things to do, such as Dao Jiujio forging iron and On Mujiang farming. Now, these two have been in charge of this dungeon for a week, and the progress of the strategy is satisfactory. And just yesterday, there was a geometric explosion. Every day, more than 6,000 NPCs come in. This number is very shocking, even scary. The number of people is unimaginable. Why? Because they found that the disease can be transmitted from person to person. The number of NPCs deceived to come in is increasing exponentially. Let the 1,000 NPCs deceived to come and go out and kill fellow mortals. 50% of them will produce ashes, and then bring back 1,000. The more people they have, the more ashes they bring back. Several batches have been sent to the village under the villa. According to their big data collection, the entire Tomb world is very large, comparable to the size of the Kyushu world. But it seems that after a war, the population may only be a few million, and 99.9% of the population has been exterminated. But if these millions of people produce 50% of the embers, it also means that there will be a circular town with a population of more than 1 million people under their villa. A village with a population of 1 million actually has great potential. Their average realm is not low, around the 3 yuan realm. There are also many people in the 1 heart realm and the transformation realm. With a little training and deception, this group of people can build various gened and assembly line factories under the villa. As embers, their IQ is not high. But the gened and machinery assembly line factory only needs ordinary operators, and they can do it. What the blacksmiths can foresee is that their sword casting villa will take off completely, a golden elixir factory for millions of workers, and the banner slogans in the factory have been thought of. If you don't do it, I won't do it. How can the immortal lord rebuild the sky country? If the sky country doesn't rise again, no one will be left alive. Either rush forward or die on the road and rebuild a home for your children. With courage first, create a new future for the sky country. Population is power and heritage. This group of people is an asset that can only be obtained through the accumulation of civilization. And now, Sword Casting Villa has transcended the time accumulation of civilization and obtained a group of people who are loyal to them. Embers, awesome. This awesome is really powerful in all senses. A group of blacksmiths discussed crazily on the forum and found that after entering the fairy world, the gold content of the embers was skyrocketing, allowing them to quickly skip the transition period of heritage accumulation. Just then, as NPCs were brought in one by one, a blacksmith suddenly came to the battlefield to pass the message. The god of cookery was stunned when he heard this. I have caught a big fish among these mortal ashes. I have to ask the old steward to come over. What big fish? Xiao Chai Kun leaned over, extremely curious. The god of food did not hide it, and smiled and said, Immortal venerable, direct descendant, grandson of the emperor of Kong country. Fuck. Xiao Chai Kun was stunned. Nowadays, the Ember NPCs in the raid copy are seduced in batches. The first batch is mortal embers. The second batch is human-level embers. But this requires cleaning up all the mortal embers, and Ning Zheng will update the human-level ember virus before attracting those human-level immortals to come. But now it is obviously very lucky, a mere mortal can actually catch a big fish. Originally Ning Zheng thought that he had to reach the level of Ember Heavenly Immortal and Ember True Immortal to catch the ancient big fish of the core layer. When Ning Zheng came, this grandson of the Emperor of Kong country was tied up, showing fear and horror, and it seemed that he was going to be played. Why was he tied up? Because when he came up, he saw that they were fakes. Today's blacksmiths have corrected their acting skills several times, and no one can see through them in the later period. But this grandson of the Kong kingdom said, one look at the fake is enough to prove his value, so the process is very simple. After shouting out the rebellious words, what immortal is coming back? Why don't I do it myself? They began to surround and kill this guy. So, the blacksmiths paid a tragic price of more than a dozen people before they piled up the opponent alive. This record is actually very exaggerated. Today's new blacksmiths, fighting frantically, have learned more effective teamwork, efficient self-explosion, and more than a dozen blacksmiths can surround and kill one. It can be seen that this person has extraordinary combat power. Ning Zheng came over, and saw that the young man had red lips, and white teeth, firm eyes, and had the potential to be an emperor in the future, much like a young mythical hero in a storybook. Sir, he won't confess. The god of food said, we have tried every possible way, including threatening him, even playing Doryman. Ning Jing's expression was a little stiff, but he still nodded in a serious manner. He actually didn't want to care about the man's name, as he was a tough guy. It's fine if he doesn't confess. Such tough guys are ambitious, so just keep them. After that, a ball of fire attacked. The fire burned the boy to death, and he turned into ashes in the air with a look of relief. A ball of fire returned to Ning Jing's body with countless words. And this earthbound spirit will still be resurrected, so it's not a loss. Ning Jing kept pondering the knowledge and inheritance in it. There is very little high-level knowledge and inheritance. After all, this person is immortal, and has not yet become an immortal. It is estimated that he will be taught advanced knowledge after a breakthrough. However, some strange methods made Ning Jing happy. In particular, he also found a hidden surprise. The means of controlling the Mythology Corridor and the Immortal Palace. Mythology Corridor, it is the passage to enter this palace. No matter which direction you enter from, you will enter the direction of the corridor entrance. In fact, this is a powerful magic weapon that can isolate the outside world and prevent strong people from entering. This space corridor will make people lost in the aisle, or even unable to find the entrance. Immortal Palace, it is the palace under your feet. In the previous battles, not a single brick on the ground was broken, which is enough to prove its strangeness and specialness. This palace is actually very strong, and its function is also single. The area can be continuously expanded or reduced. The area can be large or small. Ning Jing showed a hint of joy. Sure enough, this outrageous tomb robbing mode can also get the good things in the tomb step by step, which is really a surprise from Taobao. Successfully got the method of refining 2 immortal treasures. If you rob tombs normally and honestly, you have to fight against the terrifying masters of the heavenly immortals and true immortals to have the opportunity to get this refining method. But even if Mo Mei Jinxian and others come to this tomb and fight head-on, it is estimated that it will not be easy to win against the true immortals of the same level outside under the suppression of the environment of this space world. And what about us? Mo Mei Jinxian may not be able to handle it in a short time, but he was stolen by our tomb robbing method. Ning Jing was very surprised and happy. He looked at the blacksmiths with expectation and felt happy. You did a good job. That's right. The god of food looked proud. Our new version of tomb robbing mode is not simple. Ning Jing began to calculate in his heart. With this refining method, if I refine this palace, expand a palace, and move the sword forging villa into the hall where the immortal venerable holds court, wouldn't it be just right? There is also a long corridor outside as an entrance to ensure the safety of my sword forging villa. Ning Jing's eyes fell on a group of blacksmiths who were diligently attracting monsters and fighting in the distance. If the sword forging villa moved to this palace, they would attract monsters again and again in the future. Wouldn't it be more convenient to enter the corridor? Even if they attract monsters, they can lead them to the villa, which is more interesting. Ning Jing smiled at the god of food and other blacksmiths and said, you have found the hidden characters and triggered the corresponding hidden rewards. Tomorrow, you will see a big surprise. After the walk, the blacksmiths were immediately happy. Big surprise? They were looking forward to it. Sure enough, this tomb raiding copy has rich rewards. Just seducing the Mortal Ember's boss can trigger some hidden NPC treasures. What if I seduce an immortal level Ember boss in the future? Wouldn't it be more profitable to take their personal treasures and inheritance? Chapter 958. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the blacksmiths went offline. The entire immortal palace was quiet, and there were no blacksmiths. Ning Jing sat cross-legged and began to try to refine the palace under his feet. Ning Jing also tried these 2 things to see if they could be integrated into the server. But obviously not. If it could be, there would have been feedback long ago. The information given to him by the server's immortal treasure embryo was only one immortal weapon of the same type of function can be integrated. Obviously, the space palace and space corridor conflict with the space throne and space dagger that have been integrated into the upper level. Although Ning Jing can infer more from this. This server immortal weapon embryo may be similar to the model of Sun and Moon Su Yin Yang, with a bunch of forked grooves that can be equipped with magical powers of different attributes. But only one of the same type can be installed. Can't cheat, can only honestly refine these 2 ancient immortal treasures? Ning Jing felt a little challenging. It takes a lot of years for ordinary immortals to refine immortal treasures. Ning Jing obviously couldn't wait, and she didn't really want to go to the immortal world to practice in the cave and spend time refining magic weapons. Speed up the refining of the real immortal treasure. Space Palace, 30 billion. Speed up the refining of the real immortal treasure. Space Corridor, 25 billion. These two things are only real immortal level. It feels a bit inconsistent with the level of the Immortal Master. Maybe the Immortal Master thinks that this kind of functional thing is enough for the real immortal level. After all, it's just to prevent the invasion of the real immortal. When the Immortal Master comes, except for the Immortal Master of the same level, how can the magic weapon stop it? So, it's not surprising that there are two real immortal magic weapon level magic weapons. It's to prevent gentlemen, but not villains. The palace and the long corridor are mainly used to show the magic weapon of the immortals who come to court. He guessed in his mind, and his eyes fell on the corner of his eyes. Current luck value savings, 485.9 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 22.3 billion, 11.2 billion luck plus 11.1 billion calamity. I am not willing to upgrade the 300 billion embers before. After all, the mortal embers have not been cleaned up by the blacksmiths yet, and the human immortal embers dare not be used to attract monsters, so it is useless to click. Besides, if the human immortal ember boss is attracted, the blacksmith will not be able to beat it. He needs the Villa Guardian God of the level of transformation, like Su Yunyang, to have a chance to fight the immortals. After thinking, he decisively began to refine the palace magic weapon. Minus 30 billion copy and switch, bloodline of the royal grandson of the Sky Kingdom, Sky spiritual root, alien spiritual root, suppressed by the environment cut space, fold dimension. Becoming half of the Sky Kingdom royal family, just to reduce the repulsion of the magic weapon. Puff, Ningzheng cut off his hand. Large pieces of blood gushed out, covering this space hall. The amount of bleeding was so large that it turned into a fountain, and then turned into a sea of blood, with ripples spreading out one by one. Splash. The essence of the heart, large pieces of it rushed out from Chichio Linglong's heart and sprinkled on the ground. Even Ningzheng, who had a shockingly deep magic power and 9 wood-type endurance with 9 spikes of spiritual roots, felt weak. If it weren't for the special system of my 9 provinces, I couldn't refine this immortal weapons even if I was lucky, right? His expression changed drastically. No wonder it takes other immortals so long to refine top immortal weapons, because they really have little blood in their hearts. It has to be our exclusive immortal circulation core. The 7 orifice delicate heart, which has a lot of blood in its heart. Even so, Ningzheng was also very weak, and took out a large number of immortal stones to absorb. After most of the night, the whole palace was soaked in blood. It was also because Ningzheng, a mixed blood of the Kong clan, had impure blood and low efficiency, and forced refining accounted for most of the reasons. But fortunately, it was finally completed before dawn. Crash! The core restriction of the entire palace was infiltrated and infected, giving Ningzheng a sense of intimacy with blood. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the entire immortal palace kept shrinking and was held in his hand. He stretched out his hand, and the entire immortal palace kept expanding. After playing for a while, Ningzheng no longer had the mind to refine another immortal weapon corridor, and felt that he had reached his limit. He pondered calmly, even with my background, I can only refine a top-level immortal weapon at the early stage of the celestial immortal, and it will be full, and I can never refine a second true immortal treasure. On the contrary, the server seems to be my life magic weapon, accompanying me all the way to grow, without this strong sense of load? He thought about it, and simply went back to move the sword-casting villa overnight to give the blacksmiths a surprise. This is a hidden reward. This is to tell them, if you defeat certain special bosses and burn them for the old manager, you will get new rewards. In this way, they can be motivated to continue to attract monsters, and even in the future, conquer human immortals and even celestial immortals. Ningzheng did not consider letting them take action on the embers of the true immortal lurking outside the tomb. There was no possibility. Even the immortals may not win. They'd probably have to use the old tricks before, chopping the ember bubbles of the people at the foot of the mountain and gathering them into the super shadow crocodile giant of the owner of the manor, before they can fight. After one stick of incense. With a clatter, a sword-casting villa was held in Ningzheng's palm, passing through the space vortex, and coming directly to this palace. Now he is in the realm of immortals, with terrifying combat power, and it is easy to shrink the sword-casting villa in his palm. Why? He now has the ability to copy magic, but he is half of the royal blood of the space. It is reasonable to use the power of space to control a sword-casting villa, right? It's just that this is a bit rubbish. In this environment, you can only use space transmission and space storage for 2 magic powers. Ning Zheng felt the power of the blood in his body, and simply tried various applications of it, and he was speechless. No wonder it was eliminated. Even those and other systems can use similar magic tools to perform space transmission and space storage. Now there are storage bags and storage rings everywhere. So, if this thing takes up a magical power, is it a circus? Complaining aside, he put the villa aside and used spatial displacement to adjust various buildings such as the temporary blacksmith shop here. After tidying up the layout, he returned to the villa. For the first time in my life, I feel so empty. It's time to go back and rest. Ning Zheng, who felt like the empty boy in the blacksmith's mouse, went back to rest decisively. The next morning, it was dawn. The blacksmiths logged in and looked at the sky of the villa. Fuck. Ouch. A series of exclamations rang out from their mouths. They stood in the square of the sword-forging villa and looked at the ceiling in the sky. It turned out to be the mural pattern of the fairy palace. Early in the morning, Sun Moon Su Yunyang flew in the sky, illuminating the entire palace, and shouted, "Ha ha ha, last night, the villa suddenly came here." Su Yunyang was very proud. Everyone, the arc protection shield can be withdrawn. The current protection shield is this great immortal palace. Fun, I don't have to protect you guys in the sword forging villa, illuminating you to move bricks for fun. I can also come to the dungeon to fight. Sun Moon Su Yunyang kept chattering, feeling that she could finally leave her post like a god of food. The reward has been delivered. Ning Zheng glanced at the leaks, and continued to start the strategy of the mortal embers, and was too lazy to pay attention. When they get rid of more than 1 million mortal bosses, and start to attack the human immortals, Ning Zheng will be interested. As for now, let them entertain themselves, and they will be happy to fight the boss. You can also train your soldiers. Immortal World. The ancient tomb dungeon strategy is in full swing, and the sale of the golden elixir is also going hand in hand. Because of the backing and a group of franchisees, the various branches and shops of the golden elixir in Changwon domain have also launched their first batch of stories. Using the golden elixir as a platform, it tells the story of a Taoist priest's love life. Before Su Huan's main storyline was released, the blacksmith headquarters also launched a second short story, I Have a Taoist Nun Friend. They also performed the accompanying songs, and invited everyone to play the songs. The response was not small. Overall, it is a high-quality masterpiece for couples in love. Anyway, today's Golden Elixir factory is operating at full capacity, and the daily output of Golden Elixir has reached 100,000 pieces. Ning Zheng's pockets are also starting to get richer. Just when Ning Zheng was about to relax and increase the number of his Dharma miners, he heard a piece of news. The true immortal from the Lianing domain next door, and the MOMA true immortal from the Wanshou domain came to the headquarters of the Chongwan domain, Chongshan town. Chapter 959. Someone is coming. Ning Zheng was just surprised when she heard that someone was coming to inspect. After all, Ning Zheng didn't understand the business of selling golden elixir, and didn't want to understand it. Just leave it to the professional blacksmith. Especially since they just killed a hidden boss, Ning Zheng got the treasure from the tomb. Something that even Mo Mei Zhenxian couldn't do when she robbed the tomb. It made Ning Zheng more confident in them. In addition, the painter Zhou Cairong was the manager of the Golden Elixir Merchant Alliance, and the bridge between Ning Zheng and the painter. According to the agreement, Ning Zheng was responsible for production, and the painter was responsible for escorting. Whatever happened, the painter was responsible. The same was true for the two Zhenxian from the foreign fairyland in front of him. Even Ning Zheng had a little fun. If they made a fuss, could the painter deal with the two top Zhenxian? Could he secretly kill these two and replace them? Ning Zheng was serious about watching the show. He had often watched the fire from the shore when he was in Jiuzhou before, watching the changes of the times, and the various operations of Xian Shichen to rule the world. By the way, Xian Shichen disappeared recently. I wonder where he went. Ning Zheng was thoughtful. Anyway, this guy must be restless. He continued to retreat in the room, easing his state of mind, doing some Dharma phase minors, and added a daily activity to kill time, peeking at the screen. Watching the blacksmiths on the mountain fall in love, and type to each other. Seeing some of their greasy and earthy love words made Ning Zheng very happy. Especially those girls who chat online, who are Ning Zheng's neighbors, are taken to the love class Love is War by Sun Moon Su Yunyang every day. Those originally quite innocent girls were stunned, and added a few online chat routines. But at this moment, Ning Zheng suddenly received a message from Zhou Cairong. The other party made a request for the permission of blacksmith invitation letter, requiring the opening of new indigenous blacksmith quotas in addition to Chongshan Fang. It seems that they are ready to start planning, pretending to be a ghost, pretending to be an ancient boss to trick some indigenous people into the villa, do tasks, and work. Ning Zheng was stunned. They are not trying to trick those visiting immortals into the villa. Are they playing such a big game? Are they actually playing it for real? Ning Zheng thought they were just joking on the forum before. What about immortals forging iron, immortals mining, and immortals farming? Holding a whip to let them farm, and giving them 100 whips when they go online. And the sun must be shining on the immortals' heads, making them sweat profusely. Are they sick again? Ning Zheng's expression changed several times. How can these crazy guys be so active? You should slow down. During the 2 days off, can you date and dig some minerals in the villa, like a death squad? Now that the public beta population has increased, every game guild is crazy about internal competition and crazy about making trouble, trying to get the first kill of various branch and main storylines. The tomb robbing here has not ended yet, and you are proposing to open a new pit? Jiotziron on the opposite side sent a message. Sir, it's like this. It is precisely because the tomb robbing here has not ended, and we are fighting bosses every day that we can open new quotas for indigenous blacksmiths. We have to trick them into going to tomb robbing. The success rate will be high if both sides go hand in hand. And according to our estimates, as long as the development is normal, our success rate is as high as 99%. This is a huge opportunity. Let them fill in the history. We will become the mastermind, become NPC, and let them explore this copy. As the other party continued to tell the story in detail, Ning Zheng listened to the other party's plan. Although it was wild and unrealistic, it was indeed feasible. Moreover, this proposal was voted in favor of all the management of the villa. Forget it, let them try it. Ning Zheng pondered for a while, and did not choose to stop it. Every decision made by the blacksmith seemed outrageous, but in fact, it was in this way that they could quickly rise to a height that ordinary people could not imagine. Chongshan Town. Now the Chongshan family has been hollowed out. As the headquarters of the Jindan Merchant Alliance, more than a month has passed, and the forces in the market are mixed. Many people buy industries here and intervene in the business ecosystem here. After all, the business leaders of various sects may not have good cultivation talents, but their business sense must be sensitive. Business here is booming, and tourists are surging. Buying various restaurants and hotels as soon as possible will make a lot of money in the future, especially for things like Jindan. There are various ancillary industries. If you open them next to them, they will form a linkage. Not only the Jindan headquarters here, but also the Jindan franchise stores in various places have set off a wave of real estate fever in the surrounding areas. Jindan stores in various places will form large and small business circles around them to drive local development. The strategic significance of today is even higher in the eyes of various business leaders. The current Chongshan town market has quickly passed the review of the superiors, and the area has been successfully expanded by 3 times. According to the evaluation of the fairy world, it is a medium-sized market. Don't underestimate the level of a medium-sized market. They are the backbone of a fairyland, and the symbol of a medium-sized market is having its own unique specialty. A large market is basically the top center of a fairyland, such as the core fairy city of the immortal sect. It can be seen that the golden elixir has already gained a lot of fame in Changwon Fairyland, and basically all local forces know about it. At this time, Immortal Mame and Immortal Danding came together. This place is not bad. Immortal Mame showed a trace of curiosity. This is a dazzling golden light, and even the streets along the way are full of golden elixir lamps, which are very local. Immortal Danding. It's okay, it looks very good. This Immortal Danding was wearing a thick bandage isolation suit, and even his eyeballs were not exposed. After all, they are all fire iron lava people in this domain, not normal flesh and blood life forms. The heat emitted is very high. Even if they reach the level of true immortal and can restrain heat, a casual breath of heat is enough to destroy the entire street. So, when they go out, they all wear thick protective clothing to prevent others from becoming acquaintances. And in the words of the Night Emperor, this snakeskin bag bandage humanoid has a delicate and charming body, tempting people to commit crimes. If there is a confidential delivery on the chest, it will be like a doll delivered by a courier company. The Night Emperor kept complaining in his heart. The female monks of this civilization are too rude when they go out. They are wrapped tightly. People who don't know them think they have serious social phobia. Only acquaintances can see their true bodies. The Night Emperor has a big imagination. If the big guys of this civilization go out in a team, a group of bandaged dolls with confidential delivery written on them will fight. The picture must be very cool, but joking aside, Dan Dingshenren is a true immortal in Lianding domain. She is a famous forging master in the fairy world. In the past few days, Yi discovered that Dan Dingjinren and Mo Mei Jinxian are bestie-type friends. But in Yi's eyes, this pair of besties is not simple. After all, a civilization from Wanping domain that loves making friends very much. And the cultivators in Lianding domain are also a civilization that loves making friends. They are very lonely, and live in the high-temperature lava fairyland. Even tourists dare not enter. They have no friends, and want to make friends. Therefore, the people in Lianding domain are very hospitable, and hope to have many acquaintances and friends. And this Dan Dingjinren is even more outrageous. She has a strong forging technology, and has a dream, to become a great alchemist. It's just a pity. The characteristics of their civilization are violent fire, which is suitable for iron making, but it is easy to explode the furnace when refining pills. But for her dream, she still refines pills again, and finally became a human immortal-level alchemist. This Shirong blacksmith finally fulfilled our ironworker's dream of alchemy. Dan Dingjinren looked expectant. Ordinary immortals may look down on him, the side effects are great, but I admire them, so I came. Yes, this kind of technology is very powerful. Mo Mei Jinxian echoed casually. She was a little speechless. Only you can appreciate them, only ironworkers, like you will come here to pursue alchemy. Crazy, but she can actually understand. He doesn't love fighting, he is a native of the fairy world, spoiled, trained to be an ironworker since childhood, and lives in the paradise comfort zone. He has never seen blood a few times in his life, and still maintains the innocence, childishness, and the stage of pursuing hobbies. I can't help but a little envious. Damn, who made me not have the talent for logistics to hide in the rear? I could only fight and kill, however. The auxiliary profession is too competitive. Who wants to go to the secret realm to carry bricks? Who doesn't want to lie at home and make a lot of money? Become a famous person and become rich? There are too many people, and those who can break through the siege are all freaks. For example, alchemy, if the success rate is not more than 80%, you are not worthy of being in this industry, it's just that competitive. Many so-called first alchemists from small worlds came here, and were directly confused, and found themselves to be a waste. You are an excellent student in a small city. Come to my international center, where countless excellent students gather. Isn't it reasonable to be beaten and cry? Yi sighed in his heart. Now he is in the circle of big guys. They are all true immortals. His vision is much higher, and he knows a lot of information. At this time, Dan Dingjinren sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, this golden elixir forging is said to have a 99% success rate, which is very terrifying. It is just right for a fierce fire cultivator like me. No matter how I refine it, there will be no bad elixir. Yes, yes. Mo Mei Jinxian kept agreeing, and two beast heads gradually popped out of her pockets, Yi and Yi Tianai. Like two little hamsters popping out of their pockets, they looked around curiously. Yi ignored the confidentiality of the bandage immortal shipment, and secretly sent a message. It's my first time traveling with you in this way, and it feels pretty good. Yi Tianai sent a message. Yes, the streets here are so lively. Yi, there are also free human mounts to take us shopping. Yi Tianai, husband, let's have another child someday. Yi, I want to see you wearing a bandage suit and write the words confidential shipment. Yi Tianai, hate it, the last time I was asked to wear a Tiga suit, turn into a giant together, and run in the mountains, it was already outrageous. The two people looked at the surrounding environment, constantly appreciating, and showing off their love like crazy. The two of them were at the first level of the heavenly immortal, and their realms had greatly increased. Now they were lying down to get resources, and they were very relaxed. Anyway, it was their friend Mo Mei Immortal who had a headache making money. Chapter 960. Then, Immortal Mo Mei brought the beast, and accompanied the Immortal Dan Ding to look at the storefronts, and then went to the Jinden Hall next door. After trying out the various halls, Immortal Mo Mei just found it interesting, but Immortal Dan Ding became addicted. Because people like Immortal Dan Ding have experienced few secret realms, and still have a childlike innocence, they find this kind of exciting activity very interesting. Immortal Mo Mei just watched and said secretly, according to the survey, most of those who play marbles gambling are these wealthy secondary professional monks. After experiencing it for a while, they experienced the story of Jiaoyu and Li Yuzhu again. After experiencing it, Immortal Mo Mei couldn't help but marvel and praised, it's a good story, with constant reversals. This way of using multiple perspectives to present different stories is very novel for the immortal world. It's novel, but it's not unprecedented. Immortal Dan Ding gave a more rational evaluation. Similar themes have appeared in other business alliances, but the response was too poor. Now the response is good because of the emergence of this story carrier called Jean Dan. Immortal Mo May nodded and felt that it made sense. Because of the uniqueness of Jean Dan, it perfectly fits this multi-angle narrative, and only then can this theme be carried forward. Immortal Dan Ding also said, the background story of their tomb, according to the texture of the mural, is it the ruins of the empty country of the space immortal venerable? You often go to the secret realm, what do you think? Isn't Mo May recalled, 130,000 years ago, I followed the immortal venerable to the tomb of the space immortal venerable, and the style is indeed consistent. Isn't Dan Ding thoughtfully? It seems that this Taoist civilization has at least a real immortal behind it. The only ones who can get the copies of these tomb backgrounds are the true immortals who have been to the tombs. Other celestial immortals? They have no background and are not qualified. To exaggerate a little, it is possible that a certain immortal master is secretly planning behind the scenes. After all, some immortal masters like to play tricks. They are very cunning and secretly support some forces to make money from your family. The 13 immortal realms are just alliances, not a solid block. But no matter what the background is, just the fact that one thing, the contemporary Saint Sun under the command of one immortal master, is a guarantor on the surface is not something they can covet casually. Because now is a special stage of their immortal realm, the Saint Sun trial period. A group of Saint Suns, starting from scratch, recruiting people, and making money through various businesses. Outsiders interfering in their election for the leader is likely to affect the friendship of civilizations. The other party now has a name, and is a business under the command of a certain Saint Sun trial. Cooperation is their normal choice. After traveling around, they chose to meet the legendary head of the business alliance, Huarn Jukarong. At this time, in the room, Huarn Jukarong seemed to be chatting with a mysterious adult. After the chat, the person just walked out of the door. In front of the door, Mo May Jinqian and Dan Ningzhenren passed by this mysterious person. 9-year-old adult, take care. Behind him, Huarn Jukarong said respectfully. Mo May Jinqian frowned slightly and looked at the mysterious persons leaving back. I'm afraid this person is one of the behind the scenes of this Jean Dan force? Not simple, although the realm is only perfect, it is a perfect spiritual root, a system of 3 disasters and 7 calamities. She felt the thick and complete, full of vitality on it. In this era, how come those hidden and unique disciples are everywhere? I met them once in the cave area of the fairyland before, and now I meet them again in the Changwon area. They are everywhere. This is the legendary top beast friend. Even the immortal master in their Wansho area has completely established his position as the number 1 in Wansho area because he cultivated such a top friend. It can be seen that this is the dream of countless beast masters. But I met 2 in one go? Mo May Jinqian's mind is very complicated. Is it really the great era now? From this, she felt more and more. The back of this Jean Dan force is unfathomable. I am afraid it is a hidden sect of a unique system. Seniors, you are here. Please come in. Huarun Jiutsirong smiled. Looking at the 2 immortals whose expressions changed slightly, he thought to himself that the effect was good. The painter said that he would support them, but he actually invited this one to support them. Huarun is 9 years old. It completely increases their background and mystery, which shows that the painter is very generous. When outsiders see that he is 9 years old, they think he is the mastermind behind Shirong Jean Dan. He is powerful, full of strength, unlimited potential, and has the oppressive feeling of a super boss. Sir, you are the legendary Shirong party, right? Dan Dingzhenren couldn't help but ask. Who was that just now? He is a behind-the-scenes figure of our Jean Dan power, and the heir of our power. Jiutsirong was vague and smiling. Dan Dingzhenren is a straightforward person. With his hands folded in front of him, I am very interested in your Jean Dan. I don't care about your origins, identities, or whether you are hostile. Our neutral professions are borderless and noble. Dan Dingzhenren looked expectant. Please allow me to learn your alchemy techniques. I am willing to pay some apprenticeship gifts. Huarun Jiukairong. This person is so sincere. Such a leek who is devoted to learning. It can be seen that this person has been obsessed with alchemy for a long time. Jiukairong was ecstatic. This leek was easier to trick into the villa. The success rate is going to skyrocket. It seems that it will be done today. Ahem. Huarun Jiukairong thought about it, and pretended to hesitate. Learn alchemy. This is not such a simple thing. You know, it requires some of our specialties, and some special abilities of our civilization. Dan Dingzhenren showed a trace of regret. It is understandable that the other party's top-secret technology is not passed on. But it's not impossible. Jiutsirong gritted his teeth and made a hesitant and struggling expression. Forget it. You 2 are franchisees from other regions. I can't neglect you. I will show you the new products we are developing. Several golden pills appeared in front of him. This is a new enlightenment pill we launched, still a test product, not completely completed. It is our strongest golden pill at the bottom of the box. The effect is mysterious and powerful, and has never been exposed to the public. Mo Mei Zhenxian maintained sufficient vigilance, and his mind was radiating, carefully pondering the structure. This golden pill is an illusion pill woven by an illusion dream. Could it be that it contains the second volume of the story of the dragon and the scholar? No. Jiao Cairong answered decisively. The second volume of the story of the ancient history of our Taoist civilization has not been completed yet, and is still being compiled. Then the illusion dream in this golden pill is, Mo Mei Zhenxian said. It's another series of ours, the real dream series. Jiao Cairong said, this dream is a synchronous dream, a network-connected sleepwalking. We call this kind of dream an online game. After taking the golden elixir, you can enter the online game dream and see some ancient background secrets. Jiao Cairong looked serious. Synchronous dream? Online game? Dan Dingzhenren next to him showed a hint of curiosity, the type of dreaming in different beds? Chapter 961. This world also has similar illusionary methods. After taking the elixir, multiple people can enter the same dream. But most of them are elixirs for couples, which allow couples to enter some stimulating illusions together. The leader of the true immortal sect, who was exposed before and left a name in history, has published similar illusionary books. Every time a page is turned, the couple can enter a chapter together. The gameplay routines are unimaginable for mortals in the lower world. Now that it has been exposed, the true immortal sect master has run away with the sect and died in the fairy world. As a result, this kind of dream books are out of print. Every collector's edition has been sold at a very high price on the black market. On the surface, it is shameful to be associated with it, but prices never lie. This thing, isn't that type? Because this type of thing has a bad reputation, Mo Mei Zhenxian couldn't help asking, although we are two women. Of course not. Jiao Cairong was vague. Take this golden pill. You can enter a very real fictional fantasy, in which you can gain enlightenment. And the content of the fantasy story is called The Man of Destiny, Retracing the Journey to the West. Jiao Cairong had a complicated look on his face. Our Taoist civilization was born in the ruins of an ancient tomb. The story of this pill is to retrace the path that Jiaowu, the first person to open the outside world, walked, experienced the relics she set foot on, and walked through the 81 difficulties she went through. It was so mysterious, but in fact this golden pill was a lie. It was just a fake medium to pull them into the villa. And they looked like waves, but in fact there was a fine line in the waves, not directly pulled into the sword-casting villa, but pulled into the temporary palace under the mountain. The blacksmith's dungeon frontline. There are various NPCs, beginner guides, blacksmith shops, and alchemy rooms. Trick them to test the water. My dream is very real, and there is no problem. They certainly cannot understand the power of the server. Suddenly they are brought into a certain character, and when they open their eyes, they find that they are very similar to the illusion. In the words of Chongshan Fang, she originally thought that this sword-casting villa server was some kind of illusion fairy weapon. And my online game pill is very expensive. Every time I want to come into Forge Iron and explore the secret realm of the immortal, I have to buy a golden pill as a ticket. One golden pill can only enter the illusion for one day, which is reasonable, right? They can be tricked into coming in as workers, helping to explore the secret realm, and paying to come in for forging iron and alchemy. This is a small test. I see, your kindness is hard to refuse, so I can give it a try and help you test it. Immortal Mo Mei relaxed her vigilance slightly. Going deep into the illusion, if something unexpected happens, she is confident that she can get out. After all, unless the immortal venerable personally took action, it would be impossible to trap her to death in a dream by taking a pill directly. I agree too. Dan Dingzhenren was very playful and said with a smile, I am still not satisfied with the dream of the dragon and the scholar just now. Please let me enter another dream. Jiao Cairong saw that the two people agreed and took out 2 contracts. Please sign the regular Immortal Venerable Confidentiality business contract. Except for the 2 of you, we cannot disclose our products under development to the outside world. Please understand. Of course. Mo Mei Zhenxian and the 2 signed the contract. Then Jiao Cairong said, after taking the golden pill, please relax your vigilance, because there will be a second confidentiality contract imprinted in your mind. With your strength, you should be able to feel that it is just a confidentiality measure, and nothing will happen. Immortal Mo Mei's heart sank when she heard this. This golden elixir is the means of keeping its secret so high, the private restriction that can be kept secret by the immortals, and not disclosed to the public is probably a means that only the immortals can use. Is there really an ancient immortal behind this golden elixir? She took the golden elixir without hesitation. Gulu, Awil came, as if it was some kind of contract. Immortal Mo sensed it once, and confirmed that it was just some kind of spiritual restriction that was kept secret. There was no secret door, so she relaxed her mind. Then a login screen appeared in front of her. Login. Please choose a role. Free role, Krypton Gold role warning, currently due to geographical reasons, only free role is open, empty boy. Please choose the career direction of Taoist civilization, spiritual farmer, beastmaster, blacksmith, alchemist, embroiderer. Seeing the independent login interface designed by the blacksmiths, using the background management, Immortal Mo was stunned. Taoist civilization, his own Night Emperor came from this place. Could it be that this golden elixir is indeed a branch of inheritance left by another immortal? The Beastmaster synthesis master, and it made her a little excited. She was very curious about the Beastmaster methods of ancient Taoist civilization. It's okay to take a look anyway, even if it's fake. Opening the Beastmaster synthesis master, a detailed career introduction appeared. The Beastmaster inheritance from the ancient Taoist civilization. Using the Taoist civilization's treasure, Yin and Yang creation furnace, you can synthesize and smelt your favorite Beastmaster. Smelting? What kind of ancient civilization inheritance is this? It's so vicious that my friend also uses it to synthesize? It must be criticized. She has chosen her profession and role. She wants to see what kind of dream is contained in this dream elixir. With a crash, a light appeared in front of her eyes. She found herself in a huge palace, and a towering fairy mountain appeared in front of her. There were faint human figures swaying in the fairy mountain, and the sun and the moon were shining, which was extremely mysterious. And she was in an isolated area at the foot of the mountain, with only a few simple houses and halls. Occasionally, a few dull characters walked in front. And when she lowered her head, she found that she had turned into a little girl with simple clothes and no cultivation. It seemed that she had been replaced by a weak character. Is it an immersive illusion? She frowned, vaguely feeling something was wrong. But she didn't know what was wrong. But after a careful feeling, she found that she could indeed exit this illusion at any time, and her consciousness returned to her body, so she was not panicked. Mysterious technology, mysterious illusion. But being able to exit means that I have the initiative, she pondered. And beside her, Dan Dingjiren also came in. She chose the alchemist profession. As a neutral profession, she was fearless. Even the immortal venerable would not attack her neutral alliance group. She was very bold and ran to an alchemy room to ask a lady inside to teach her how to make an alchemy. Young man of destiny, you want to learn to make an alchemy? Of course you can. Wu Xingjing nodded, holding a big iron hammer for blacksmithing, and said seriously. Wu Xingjing was also a little panicked. These animals were too bold. They wanted to deceive the real immortals? There seemed to be a lot of flaws. However, it seemed that the many flaws proved that they were half-finished illusions. There were only 2 or 3 dull and stiff NPCs, and the AI IQ was very low. We were fake, right? She remembered the training course. The same hands and feet, dull faces, and the stiff expressions of the initial pseudo-humans. But Dan Dingjiren obviously didn't care about this. So this is how to make pills? Sure enough, in a dream, at least you can learn to make pills and have fun. And Mo Zhenxian walked to an old man, who looked like the village chief. The old man seemed to have triggered some dialogue. Young man of destiny, I am the village chief Jiao Cyrong. It has been a long time since Jiao Wuyu left our world. She passed through the long corridor in the distance and disappeared in the distance. Mo Zhenxian thought this guy was stupid. Was this illusion really a semi-finished product? But there was still something weird. Chapter 962. Next, Mo Zhenxian listened to the background description of the novice village chief Jiao Cyrong. What kind of destiny, retracing Jiao Wuyu's journey to the west? She pretended to agree, nodding her head, thinking to herself. In other words, this is the plot location of the first act of The Dragon and the Scholar. The texture of the murals here is quite similar to the story. In the distance, that villa, could it be the legendary villa where Jiao Wuyu was imprisoned? A group of ungrateful and unruly people in the mountain village? It's a pity that I can't get in now. It's really a half-finished background board. Her logic is very clear, and she sorted things out in a few words. Murals villa? This is obviously the villa where Jiao Wuyu's head was cut off, and the story of the Dragon's Night Banquet began. The main plot. I don't care. Whether it's true or not, it's other people's history. The joys and sorrows are not connected. Instead, I care about some interesting things here. Next, she and the village chief of the novice village, Jiucai Rong, fought wits and courage and started a dialogue. Jiucai Rong kept reading the lines. Heavenly man, you are here. The villagers back then chilled Jiao Wuyu's heart, and a fire burned down the entire Jiao family villa. Now it can be considered repaired, but if the human heart is burned away, what's the point of repairing a villa? Back then, Jiao Wuyu was a simple person. Ah, daughter? The couple's 2 children are also pitiful people. The son died young, and the daughter was born with a blood disease, and will not live long. 30 lines back and forth. But Mo Mei Zhenxian still tried to communicate repeatedly. This made Jiucai Rong sweat in his heart. Fortunately, the blacksmiths kept secretly using the eye of appraisal to send him private messages one by one, so he did not read the lines wrong. This person is so cruel. Why do you always chat with me? Is it easy for me to guide NPCs in a novice village? I almost memorized the lines wrong. Who can help me? Thank you. After a round of dialogue test, Mo Mei Zhenxian nodded and turned away. I actually sweated secretly after talking for a long time. Some details of the seemingly unreal places are still very real. But it is indeed a semi-finished product. This old village chief, who claims to be a novice village, looks exactly like the manager Jiucai Rong outside. He is not even willing to change his face? Mo Mei Zhenxian complained. She began to look around to see if there were any highlights. According to her speculation, the framework of this illusion has not been built yet. For example, these houses and these characters are very sloppy, but these are not important. What is important is how the core functions are. For example, the so-called empty boy on the login interface and the Beast Master Synthesis Master. Does it contain enough information and knowledge and background? Textbooks are the carriers of civilization history. In the civilized fairyland, any enlightenment pills and enlightenment illusions are essentially extensions of the carriers of book knowledge, and people buy them to gain knowledge. This is the essence of the enlightenment illusion type, but the books in the fairyland are 3D. This golden pill should contain some knowledge of Taoist civilization. After all, we are here to join, and they will definitely show us, their customers, the advantages of the golden pill products. There must be good things here. She came to the beast control room and saw a yin-yang creation furnace. It was brought from the mountain by the blacksmiths to deal with this true immortal. Welcome, are you the destined person who woke up from death and came to study as a beast master? The senior gambling dog synthesis expert, the god of food, as the NPC here, began to introduce the practice rules here. Guest, please choose your synthesis materials. We have the Void Boy, the Money Boy, the Heavy Mountain Boy, the 10,000 Beast Boy, and other races here, which can be synthesized in the field of beast control. After listening to the introduction, Mo Mei Zhenxian was a little shocked and looked at this yin-yang creation furnace. If so, this is the treasure of our 10,000 beasts domain. She had a fiery look in her eyes, and was excited. She took a few materials on the spot, and prepared to try and synthesize a friend. This is something that every friend control cannot refuse, so she started to pick up the materials on the shelf and perform the first synthesis operation. And the god of food had a dull expression on his face next to him. In fact, he was observing secretly and learning secretly. This big guy definitely has a lot of insights in the field of beast control. Immortal Mo Mei kept fiddling with it. It actually worked. No, there's actually a gap. What's going on? Try again. It worked. This is really interesting. The fusion position is wrong. This place is wrong too. This place actually provides some races from Chongwan domain, and even some precious and rare materials from the fairy world races. I must merge them. Even the flesh and blood materials of the ancient Kong clan are available. It's very rare. Immortal Mo Mei gradually immersed herself in it. She seemed to have come to heaven, the origin of the Beastmaster's beast control, and the various special lives of those fairy world giants, could actually be merged. Synthesis. 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 This place is so interesting, with infinite possibilities and an infinite future. Even if it is just a fictional fantasy, it is very attractive to her as a Beastmaster. Moreover, with her vision and understanding of Beastmasters, she vaguely feels that the things here, some of the underlying logic of life synthesized, can also work in reality. After several experiments, she looked at the 4 unlike beasts hatched from a Beastmaster egg, and she was completely enlightened. Treasure, this furnace alone is a super treasure. This furnace contains the Beastmaster heritage of Taoist civilization. Trying here again and again can gain invaluable experience. This synthesis furnace contains a complete set of Taoist Beastmaster heritage. A set of Beastmaster heritage that can be synthesized, improved, and integrated with their 10,000 beasts domain. If the masters of the 10,000 Beasts domain know about this, even the immortals will try to explore the bottom of this place at all costs. No wonder they have to double encrypt and not disclose it to the outside world. The Destiny world is a branch of the Taoist heritage. And here is another branch of the Taoist civilization. No wonder the golden elixir they provide is kept secret and limited, and they dare not let them tell anyone. She instantly understood what these people meant. The other party obviously wanted to win over a group of true immortals to form a loose organization. After all, there are many neutral professional forces that use elixirs and weapons as the hub to win over a group of people to form an organization. A person can not only join one organization, and the social circle of true immortals is very large. Even she, Mo Mei, has the identity of a member of several secret organizations. These various organizations provide black market channels, which can get a lot of good things that are openly prohibited. For example, human trafficking. The cultivators of their 10,000 Beasts domain often rescue their slave friends from the other 12 immortal domains. After all, the friends of each system of the 13 giant immortal domains are of extremely high quality on average. Among the 10 beast masters of her true immortal Mo Mei, several were the prodigies of other giants in the immortal domains, who were captured on the black market and were fortunately rescued by her. Other civilizations saw that their people were regarded as friends by the 10,000 Beasts domain, so they could only turn a blind eye and not go against the cultivators of their 10,000 Beasts domain. Therefore, these civilizations often slandered their reputation as the 10,000 Beasts domain, saying that their friends were beast masters. In summary, on average, a true immortal has joined at least 2 or 3 secret organizations. Who doesn't have some black market channels? Otherwise, where would the cultivation resources come from? Therefore, she was not opposed to joining this secret force of medicine with Jean Dan as the core and becoming a member. What's more, the other party comes from the Taoist heritage, and I have also obtained the world of destiny, which is one of the Taoist heritages. The two sides are born with fate. It's simply wonderful. She looked longing and expectant. This Taoist civilization, in the auxiliary profession, has a unique golden elixir for refining medicine, and a unique synthesis for refining beasts. In the combat profession, there are also systems such as corpse refining, magic, talismans, etc. All professions are very versatile. It is indeed one of the ancient civilizations. Can an ordinary mixed-hair civilization have such a foundation? Obviously impossible. From what I have seen and heard, the Taoist system can already support the basic framework of the 14th fairy world giant. It depends on whether there are masters. And the masters? She remembered the young heir named Jiu Sui, who had great potential and looked like a young immortal. Her eyes lit up. This Jean Dan organization has a promising future. If it develops in the immortal world, it will sooner or later have to fight against the immortals. Regardless of whether it can develop, it is still good to get some resources from it. Even if it loses, it can still steal their yin-yang creation furnace. After all, in her eyes, this thing is sure to exist. Chapter 963. If a fantasy is to be real, it cannot be imagined out of thin air. For example, why did the dragon and the scholar take its material here? Because the murals here have the charm of Taoism, and the scenes have the spirit left by the ancients. Therefore, the scenes of high-end real fantasy are generally reproduced from reality, recording various Taoist rhymes and the spirit of the ancients. And this yin-yang creation furnace, the feedback of various data here is so real, it must exist in reality. I'm afraid it's one of the Taoist treasures. My branch inheritance got a Balian lantern. The branch inheritance over there got the yin-yang creation furnace. Isn't it reasonable? Taoist civilization is really ancient and has many treasures. These inheritors are charging in the front and rising for the revival of Taoist civilization. If they fall, my other descendant will be the backup, taking away their second Taoist treasure and leaving a foundation for them. Mo Mei Zhenxian will not get up early without profit. Jujin Villa. A group of people stood in the square, holding various telescopes and other equipment, looking at the situation below the mountain. Looking at a clearing below the mountain, one was refining pills in the blacksmith shop, and the other was refining beasts in front of the yin-yang creation furnace, and they all seemed to be enjoying it. It's done. The two true immortals are very happy. Great. I said, we can trick them into coming into work. Stop it, this is just the first step of the long journey. We are just using a small map to test it initially, let them think it is an illusion. Don't say it, this is pulling people in, normal people will think it is an illusion, right? Our server is that powerful. The blacksmiths were arrogant, but not stupid, so they didn't want to create a realistic illusion to deceive these real immortals. Because they couldn't be deceived. They would be discovered sooner or later anyway. We did the opposite. We are a fake, unfinished illusion. As franchisees, you came to consult about joining. We invited you to take this online game pill to test our new product. It's reasonable, right? Very reasonable. Once the franchisees must see our research results, they will be hooked, right? If they miss this opportunity to fool people, they don't know when it will appear again, so the blacksmiths decisively applied for action. Even, in order to create the illusion that this is what the illusion looks like. They were very cautious in the first test. They opened a simple and narrow map under a mountain villa, a few simple houses, and a few stupid pseudo-human NPCs. They hinted again and again that the buffs were stacked up. Can you find that we are doing something? Even the real immortal Mo was at a loss, and couldn't find any fault. At this time, Ning Zheng was sitting on the top of the tower of the management office in the square, drinking tea, watching them holding telescopes, secretly observing below, and showing off their skills. This scene is quite interesting. One went to refine pills, and study golden pills. One went to refine beasts, and study pet fusion. As for their experimental materials, they were all provided free of charge by the blacksmiths. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Even the stingy blacksmiths understand this truth. First, they will have a free trial to trick people in, and then one golden pill for 1 day. Are you still worried about not having money? Our special golden pills are very expensive. If you want to come in, you have to buy golden pills. In the later stage, you can also design various maps and wild monster areas to trick them into fighting monsters. It feels like I am creating a game in the game, tricking NPCs into playing the game to open up new land. The dog planner turned out to be me. They have already thought of the beautiful scene in the future. A group of celestial beings and true immortals landed here, starting from low-level small monks to upgrade, and then they were tricked into opening up various ancient secrets. So happy. This game should be played like this. Ning Zheng kept reviewing the blacksmith's operations in her mind, and couldn't help but sigh. They are really cheap. It's the kind of indescribable, coquettish, and unrestrained cheapness. For example, they were holding telescopes, watching the situation at the bottom of the mountain and chatting. 9-year-old does not wet the bed. By the way, what's the point of letting Mo Meijinxian come in? She can only move bricks, and the beast master himself doesn't seem to be very good at fighting. Rabbi Xiaoxin, that's right. Let her control the beast. She didn't bring any beasts in, so she has no fighting power. People and gods are angry. Who said you didn't bring any in? Yi Guangxiu? Your master is here. Go and recognize your ancestors. Yi Guangxiu, nervous. Xiao Chai Kuan, who said it's useless? We can be beast masters. I want to be a beautiful girl's dog. Please step on me. Yin Xuanying, that makes sense. She synthesizes the beasts in there, and we sneak in. Isn't it beautiful? Ning Zheng thought about it, and took out her own plan. It clearly says, Mo Meijinxian, enter the villa. The yin and yang creation furnace is very useful in our hands. This Xinxian level beast master can combine super beasts for us. He breathed a sigh of relief. This is the normal value, allowing experts, who are good at controlling beasts to combine various top landing characters. The knowledge of the true immortal is a treasure trove. A whole afternoon. In the laboratory of the Golden Pill Merchant Alliance. The 2 true immortal testers were immersed in it, testing this semi-finished secret realm. Not to mention Dan Dingshenren, no one dared to attack her as a neutral profession, and she was from one of the 13 domain giants, with an amazing origin. As a neutral blacksmith of the true immortal level, who dared to attack her, would it be a loss of life? As a neutral profession, she was not too wary and seriously learned a lot of knowledge about alchemy. Mo Meijinxian, on the other hand, was in a frenzy, feeling like his heart was tickled, as if he had been interrupted by a broken chapter. Materials. Too few materials. No other materials. You guys should perfect the illusion. NPC got a food next to him. Sorry, we have very few materials, and we need the destiny people to collect them by themselves. Mo Meijinxian was a little crazy and speechless. The inspiration has come, but there are no materials. The formation pattern people in Chunwan, plus the group of magic weapon people in Lianding Domain, definitely have the perfect combination of characteristics. Chunwan Domain, overlapping formation patterns are the essence. Lianding Domain, refining magic weapons is the essence. The cultivators in Lianding Domain will even refine themselves again and again, refining themselves into immortal weapons and becoming weapon spirits. There are several famous schools among them, such as their famous mechanical school, mechanical spaceships, mechanical flying swords, various mechanical magic weapons, etc. In the eyes of Mo Meijinxian, formation pattern people plus magic weapon people, these two are absolutely perfect. As a true immortal pursuing the truth, Her heart for the truth is extremely sincere and burning. The veil of truth is about to be unveiled. The truth is clearly before my eyes. I am about to combine the top-notch divine beast egg. But you actually said that you don't have materials? Asshole. The god of cookery's face was dull, but he was also happy in his heart. I knew that this kind of beast-controlling immortal must be a beast-controlling card-drawing lunatic, just like me who drew 99 garbage cards in the card draw and was about to pay out the guaranteed amount, but I had no money in my pocket. I understand this madness. Mo Mei Zhenxian didn't know the psychological activities of the god of cookery, and he was too lazy to know. If Chongwan and Lianding, I feel that super beasts will appear completely. Mo Mei Zhenxian sighed, and suddenly felt a little incredible. She hasn't been controlled by an illusion for a long time. It was obviously fake, and it was obviously the simplest illusion she had ever experienced, but it brought her the biggest emotional fluctuations. Very interesting. This semi-finished golden elixir has great prospects, and is indeed worth investing in. I can even provide them with some technical references to build this place. For example, provide some technology so that they can make those characters vivid. After all, they are too dull. Click. After logging out, Mo Mei Zhenxian returned to reality. How do you feel? Said the painter Jiu Cairong. Very good. Mo Mei Zhenxian kept commenting, showing a happy look. I am so happy. I agree to become a franchisee of the Jindan Merchant Alliance. Leave the work of opening the one-show domain market to me. Thank you so much. Jiu Cairong showed a happy look. It seems that our secret new product has touched the hearts of the seniors. Yes, after some experience, it feels very good. Mo Mei Zhenxian couldn't wait to discuss this new product. However, I think we can add more materials to the beast control materials. If the channels are not enough, I can help enter some material information. And that guide character didn't do a good job. Not only was he dull, but he also proposed the perverse idea of synthesizing beast control by knocking on a wooden fish. The idea that synthesis depends entirely on luck is too stupid. How can we cultivators rely purely on luck? Then what kind of immortals are we cultivating? We have to master the luck number ourselves. She kept explaining some of her ideas. The painter Jiu Cairong was also very considerate and kept taking notes with a pen and paper. Senior, we will make improvements based on your test experience. After all, you are also one of the franchisees. Chapter 964. While Zhukarong and Mo Mei Zhenxian were discussing how to design and enrich this area, Danding Zhenxian next to him woke up. She listened to the conversation between the two and began to propose. I suggest changing the lead and plot of the Golden Elixir Alchemy Room. The Fourth Sister is too miserable. When I think of every golden elixir I refine, there is the Fourth Sister. I feel uncomfortable. Obviously, Danding Zhenxian on the other side was also experiencing something that made her feel uneasy. Mo Mei Zhenxian was stunned. Leading plot? The Fourth Sister? Yes. Danding Zhenxian, a blacksmith, even if he became a true immortal, has a hot temper. The lead and plot is the story of I have a Taoist friend that was released a while ago. There are a bunch of Taoist friends. The Fourth Sister, made into alchemy materials on the shelf. Mo Mei Zhenxian nodded, thinking. The god of food seemed to be chattering before, as if he wanted to say something about the lead and plot, but he was ignored by himself. So there is also a plot guide? Next, the two discussed the construction for a while, and it was dusk. The two true immortals went back to rest and prepared to discuss again tomorrow. At night, in the guest room, Mo Mei True Immortal and Dan Dingzhiren set up a band to isolate the external environment. Even the Immortal Venerable could not cross the band and eavesdrop on the conversation between the two without being noticed. Mo Mei True Immortal said directly, "How much of the truth did you see?" Although Dan Dingzhiren has a straightforward temper, it does not mean that she is stupid. She smiled and said, "I have a hot temper and am careless, but that is all pretended. Don't you understand me? My real character is as meticulous as silk. I can see at a glance that this mysterious Jindan lineage that emerged is most likely a living immortal venerable." Mo Mei Zhenxian was speechless. You just have a hot temper and are careless, and you still say that you are just pretending? Mo Mei Zhenxian did not point it out to her. They should have the immortal supreme treasure, which can put a sole restriction on us. This kind of restriction can only be broken by the immortal supreme. But the sole restriction is obviously very rigid and stiff. It should be a restriction placed by a true immortal master, with the help of the immortal supreme treasure, not by the immortal supreme himself. Mo Mei Zhenxian, a cultivator with broad knowledge, saw the problem with the restriction at a glance. This kind of confidentiality restriction is very common in various forces. It requires both your willingness to impose the restriction, which only prevents people from revealing information within the organization. Basically, all sects and organizations have it. Otherwise, if you catch any core disciple of your family, won't your family's secrets be leaked? Even the sect disciples under her, Mo Mei Jinxian, have restrictions, and this kind of immortal supreme level restriction, their true immortals really can't leak information, but it is harmless to her, so she doesn't care. It was only a glance to see that behind this Taoist civilization, the other party's background should be only the true immortal level. There is no living immortal lord, but the foundation is deep. There should be a dead immortal lord, holding a powerful immortal lord treasure, and when they first met, a young man with perfect system potential accidentally walked out, obviously deliberately showing them the foundation and potential. But because it was too deliberate. Instead, it gave people a very empty and unconfident feeling. In general, it is a mysterious foreign civilization with unlimited potential, but now there is no real strongman, and it wants to take root in our fairy world. Dan Dingzhenren saw it at a glance. After all, there are many such civilizations. Immortal Mo Mei nodded. What do you think we should do? It's definitely impossible to say it, and there's no need to say it. Immortal Dan Ding said, there are so many secret organizations in this fairy world, what difference does one more make? I'm optimistic about their alchemy. Immortal Mo Mei breathed a sigh of relief. From her perspective, she felt that the mysterious immortal should have inherited the Taoist civilization just like herself. He got the yin-yang creation furnace, so he started to build up his power. And I also got one of the inheritances, the precious lotus lantern. But stuff like the precious lotus lantern is not suitable for building power. Since the other party is going to rise, so wild, so big, I can secretly help, so I want to trick Immortal Dan Ding into joining, but it seems that there is no need to persuade him at all. Immortal Dan Ding has the intention to join. After all, who hasn't joined a few secret organizations? Joining one more is not too much, and joining one less is not too little. Immortal Mo Mei also agreed. Then it's settled. How about we join this secret organization and become one of the elders? Imperial Dan Ding thought for a while. Then we will continue to help them build the Golden Elixir Secret Realm tomorrow. From now on, the Golden Elixir Secret Realm will be the place where members of our true immortal organization can gather every day. After all, it is obviously a show of goodwill, showing the various civilizations and knowledge of Taoism. There are many benefits for members of the organization. Other organizations have various ways to hold regular gatherings. Similar to gatherings and illusions, it can only be said to be a normal means. Immortal Mo Mei suddenly said, but this dream golden elixir is estimated to cover a very small range and cannot cover the entire fairyland. People from other areas may not be able to enter after eating the golden elixir. Immortal Mo Mei calculated according to common sense and did not think that the coverage of this Jin Dan illusion was that large. So what? Said Dan Dingzhenren. Your piece of illusion gold. Why not make an illusion compass? Immortal Mo Mei suggested. Are you crazy? Immortal Dan Ding was speechless. That's my treasure. You want me to forge a signal-type immortal weapon that can amplify their Jin Dan and enter that map anywhere? Immortal Mo Mei thought for a while. Let's discuss it tomorrow. They sell Jin Dan, and one can only enter for one day. It's a huge profit. You provide this immortal weapon that can enter the area in a large range. They sell online game Jin Dan, and can share the money with you. It's definitely a huge profit. Immortal Dan Ding pondered for a moment. I provide the ability to enter that illusion in a large range, and then share the dividends? Let's try it tomorrow. Immortal Mo Mei never isolated the Night Emperor in his pocket from beginning to end. The perspective of the Night Emperor now has a save function. The next morning, the two opened the barrier, and the signal was transmitted. Ningzheng peeked through the Night Emperor's perspective record and got a clear view. Ningzheng sighed. Sure enough, these true immortals are not easy to fool. They saw the essence of my server at a glance. It's just a treasure of the Immortal Lord, and there is no Immortal Lord behind it. It's like a child driving a gun to Mecca, and can't play the true power of the Immortal Lord's treasure. However, this wave of discussion by the other party surprised Ningzheng. The two didn't know that Ningzheng had already made a large-scale 800 billion true immortal treasure, and didn't need this thing at all. The two still wanted to invest, and let the powerful true immortal blacksmith create a range-type immortal weapon to help expand the signal. Mo Mei true immortal is pretty good. Ningzheng smiled. Although I don't need her immortal weapon to expand the range, it is needed on the surface. It can help me cover up. These two true immortals have invested, and the network circle can bring in a group of people. Can't a small organization be formed? Let them help design the map, so they can feel involved. According to the proposals of the two true immortals, we will make the layout, improve the map environment, building facilities, and improve the intelligence of NPCs. Won't this give them a sense of participation? They will feel that this future sword-casting villa, this secret true immortal organization, is designed by themselves. This will greatly reduce their vigilance, and people will always believe in what they have explored and discovered by themselves. This plot map is the same. They designed it by themselves, and when they enter as insiders with other true immortals in the future, they will reduce the vigilance of other true immortals. This illusionary golden elixir was designed by Immortal Mame. The style of this blacksmith shop was designed by Immortal Danding. Then I will design one too, adding my inspiration. Wait! The shopkeepers of these shops have become so treacherous and exploited us. Which immortal designed it? The real blacksmith designer, NPC actor, who hides his merits and fame, seeing that it was a friend who participated in the golden elixir with such thoughts. Wouldn't other immortals fall into the trap? In the immortal realm, there are many secret organizations and associations among the various heavenly immortals. Our secret immortal organization, Sword Casting Villa. The King of Yellow and Green Good Luck Leak Glory. Pull together various immortal members and share information together. Come here to forge iron and synthesize beasts. Chapter 965. The next morning, the two true immortals who had discussed all night came back to Jukarong. This time, they came to start the formal franchise cooperation, as two foreign franchisees, to introduce the Golden Elixir into their fairyland. On the side of the Golden Elixir Merchant Alliance, there were two people who came forward to negotiate. The painter Jukarong, the native blacksmith, the chief chef of the cafeteria, Chongshan Fong. After listening to the painting, Jukarong pretended to be shocked. Sir, are you willing to help us create magic weapons and expand the scope of the illusion of online game Golden Elixir? We originally wanted to do a niche range. After all, our Golden Elixir illusion can only be entered by 3 or 5 nearby cultivators together to connect to the local illusion. That's right, expanding the scope is interesting, Dan Dingjinren said. The painter Jiosai Rong praised. Wonderful, it's simply too wonderful. You are worthy of being a true immortal lord. You allow our illusionary golden elixir to be used by cultivators in more than one house. Dan Dingjinren said, I am a famous forging master in the immortal world, the strongest one under the immortal lord. It is not difficult to forge a true immortal magic weapon for you. She only makes elixirs as a hobby, and ironwork is her main business. But she herself did not expect that she came here to travel for her hobby and learn to make elixirs, but she also took on an ironwork business. If it really works, according to her estimation, she will also have a new stable source of income. Even a very wealthy true immortal like her would appreciate this level of profit. Dan Dingjinren said directly, I suggest that your online game elixir, based on the preliminary estimate, can be sold for 100 top-grade immortal stones. The painter Jiosai Rong said, Isn't this too expensive? 100 top-grade immortal stones equals 10,000 mid-grade immortal stones, which equals 1 million low-grade immortal stones. A golden elixir can only be used for 1 day. This is a bit against the sky. According to their calculations, this thing is a daily consumable. Small profits, but quick turnover, the kind that is used every day. Dan Dingjinren waved his hand. We need to understand our positioning. We only do high-end business, and our target group is the real immortals. It is normal for even the celestial immortals to feel pain. With the two of us here, we can quickly open up the real immortal market. Don't worry too much, and don't think too highly of the real immortals. Chongshan Fong, who was responsible for passing on the message next to him. I am the owner of a small breakfast shop in Fanshire. The adventures I encountered are not that exaggerated, right? It's only been a few months, and I'm chatting with the real immortals on the same stage. I don't even care about the high-ranking celestial immortals. My main customers are the real immortals. Ning Zheng, who is watching from the dark, was also silent for a while. This Dan Dingjinren is probably one of the richest real immortals. He looks like he doesn't care about money. This is a super rich woman. She has real power and connections. This is the power of meeting a noble person to help us. If it is a normal life, even if it is cross-race, there will be many people chasing her, right? What a pity. The beauties in Chongwon domain are the most popular, and the beauties in Lianing domain are the easiest to make people become acquainted. This warm soft rice makes many immortals unable to start. The super real immortal, the rich Dan Dingjinren, continued to speak. I will provide you with an immortal weapon with an amplification range. I want 20% of the profit. This golden elixir can divide a wisp of divine consciousness in various places in the immortal world, and can all enter the same illusion. Don't think that 20% is a lot of profit. In fact, it is not much compared to my previous business. I hope that the remaining profits will be supplemented by me as a member of the management team. I have the right to interfere with the construction of the illusion and various structures, because I provide a wide range of entrances to the illusion secret realm. Then, the two sides began to discuss how to cooperate and distribute profits. Mo Meijinqian did not provide much help. She did not have equity dividends, but she said that she would bring in Jinqian. In this way, the two sides finalized the general cooperation project. In the afternoon, Dan Dingjinren directly took out a blacksmith shop magic weapon, quickly enlarged it, sat in the yard, and went in to cast immortal weapons in person. The main point is a swift and resolute action. Duong duong. The sound of iron hammering came from inside, very crisp, like the sound of immortals. Dan Dingjinren took off the layer of heat-insulating bandage clothes, revealing a delicate body as hot as lava, and her fist was her best immortal hammer. She kept hitting the embryo, and took out various heat-insulating flowing liquid metal materials from her body, without heating, just forging iron directly. It's so convenient. The cultivators in their Ding refining domain are all hollow inside, hiding various melted liquid divine materials and heat preservation. It's normal, right? If it's not hollow in the middle, how can it be called a Ding? She kept knocking, thinking to herself, after I finish this immortal weapon, I will have invested in another small force, the 137th one. Investing in this force, making money is only secondary. Money is just a string of numbers for me now. If I don't have opportunities, I will never be a fairy master in my life. The main thing is to learn alchemy skills in this Jin Dan force. Once I have mastered the core authority, it will be convenient to learn Jin Dan. She thought so. It is very difficult for ordinary people to ask her to work as an ironsmith. Many times, after helping some sects and big forces to create top-notch immortal tools, she did not ask for immortal stones directly, but for equity dividends. Now, it is the same. Duong duong, at the door of the blacksmith shop where Dan Dingjinren is working. Chong Shanfang, who was watching from the outside, was stunned. It's done, it's done. Such an outrageous plan actually worked. 2 immortals joined us. Those sand sculpture blacksmiths are really gods. In the future, the price of this golden elixir will be so expensive that even the celestial immortals will feel pain if they eat too much. 100 high-quality immortal stones a day, you can buy golden elixir to come in. Celestial immortals are the backbone of the immortal world. Even in the sect of Mo Meijinqian, the top immortal in the domain, the second strongest person is only a celestial immortal. It can be seen how high the gold content is. And what about me? I, Chong Shanfang, don't need to spend money. I am free, which is equivalent to making money, earning 100 high-quality immortal stones every day. I earn more money every day than I can earn in my entire life. I am just a canteen pastry chef for those fake people. It turns out that those blacksmiths are not bragging when they come to the canteen to eat every day. They said, after coming to our villa, a dog tied to the villa will have more dignity than the immortals who come here to work and move bricks. You, the canteen pastry chef NPC, will have to kneel down and beg you to issue daily canteen tasks to wash dishes and mop the floor. Originally, Shigeyama Fong thought that those stupid blacksmiths were crazy and sick every day. Not a single word of truth. Now who knows they are really not bragging. I have to listen to the blacksmiths, otherwise they will kick me out, and I will not be a fixed NPC canteen chef, and I have to pay the entrance fee every day. Chong Shan Fong felt an urgency in her heart. When she thought about being able to get something for free every day, having a group of immortals and true immortals come to the cafeteria to eat, and seeing the faces of a small stall owner like her, she trembled all over. My golden dream, a famous chef in the fairy world, has come true? The immortals and true immortals have to line up to eat the delicious food I made myself. Although they lined up to eat in the cafeteria, they would not have any objections no matter how bad my food was, but the dream has come true. Although it was in the name of the cafeteria ant. An hour later, Mo Meijinqian began to discuss with the painter Jiao Tsirong and Chongshan Fong how to complete this semi-finished fantasy map. In addition, she made some modifications to the login character. The painter Jiao Tsirong was also very generous. Your Excellency creates a character in it. In the future, when the true immortal visitor logs into the patented character you designed, you will get a commission. How about it? Mo Meijinqian nodded, yes, but it's not enough. I know you must have that yin-yang creation furnace in reality. I painstakingly designed the characters in the illusion, and you can copy my hard work in reality, and my loss is huge. Mo Meijinqian is not stupid. Naturally guessed that the other party created this illusion to get free technology. Then I can give you a higher commission for each patented character. The painter Jiao Tsirong pretended to think. I don't need more commission. Mo Meijinqian said, I want an authority. Every time I research a new powerful race, you can send me a pair in reality. Chong Fong next to him showed an embarrassment. Supply mail system, they are not ready to officially open it. Although after opening, the gold content of the entire illusion will increase significantly. Because the true immortals will be shocked to find that all the virtual items in the illusion can be taken out. Chapter 966. However, it is obviously not the time to open it yet. Give it to an individual to develop in advance? Chong Shenfeng's happiness came too suddenly now, and she was worried about gains and losses, fearing that the blacksmiths would kick her out. She quickly logged in and humbly discussed with the blacksmiths of the villa before agreeing to this suggestion. Ahem. Chong Shenfeng acted a bit tough. Okay, but for each powerful synthetic character race, only one pair will be given, and they will be secretly sent to your sect. Momei Jinxian smiled. I accept. In the next day, Momei Jinxian took out his storage ring, took out various beast control materials from it, and gave them to Chong Shenfeng to enter the information. After all, the beast control synthesis material is too little, not fun. The function of this semi-finished product needs to be updated. After Chong Shenfeng took the materials, he did not enter the information from the data, but physically sent it back by email. Next, Immortal Momei swallowed the pill again, entered the illusion, and re-entered the crude and sloppy mud beast controlling room. On the shelf, there were a batch of beast controlling synthetic materials that she had just put in. Not bad, not bad. The input was very fast. Immortal Momei showed a look of relief, picked up a piece of material and looked at it. This information is input very completely, not a single cent is wrong. Even the edges and corners of this piece of meat and bones are exactly the same in details. It seems that the other party has a very accurate input magic tool. She began to try to synthesize, and she was completely fascinated. There was no way. The thought of being able to cash out the hard work of synthesizing her friends made her full of motivation. Like Chong Fong, her dream of a golden friend will also be realized in the villa. The illusion map outside the house began to be built, and various buildings were improved. Many new NPC workers appeared to build houses. The blacksmiths planned the map according to the requirements, trying to make the two true immortals feel that this is the map environment they asked to build. Hey! Hey! Chong Fong waved a hoe to build. Awesome, they really cheated the true immortals. It's like a street beggar at the bottom, cheating a sophisticated and shrewd top-tier tycoon. There is a strong sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. She felt the joy of being a blacksmith. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Dan Dingzhenren also came out of seclusion. She took out the wide area immortal weapon she promised, and after the two parties signed the contract, she handed it over to the other party. Dan Dingzhenren believed that the other party would not dare to break his promise. The contract signed by both parties cannot be enforced by the other party. But this magic instrument contract paper jointly produced by the immortal venerables has great credibility in the immortal world. No one dares to violate it, and I believe this Jindan force is the same. If the other party violates the contract, show the contract yourself and go to the immortal venerable. Violate the contract? The rogue immortal venerables of the 13 civilization giants can legitimately divide up your family's power. Dan Dingzhenren has more than 100 contracts in her hands, which are the proof that she has invested in more than 100 forces. So far, no force has dared to violate the paper agreement. I believe this force is the same. The thing is made. Take this real immortal level immortal weapon, and it will be yours in the future. It will expand the scope of entry into the illusion. It will be a treasure in those illusion-type sects. Dan Dingzhenren shook the contract and put it into the storage bag, sighing in his heart. I am really busy. It's rare for me to travel. I originally wanted to learn the technology of alchemy, but I got involved in a big business for no reason. After the immortal weapon was ready, the blacksmiths took out a batch of special fantasy golden pills to test the range of online game golden pills. Dan Dingzhenren and Momei Jinxian spent a few days traveling to various fairyland to test whether they could log into the fantasy after taking golden pills in other places. The result is feasible. After all, humans on Earth have various signal networks, so how can the fairyland not have them? It's just that their signal transmission is more special. It belongs to a kind of divine thought network. Afterwards, the golden pill itself did all kinds of messy super encryption, and Dan Dingzhenren, the master of weapon making, also helped to make various suggestions. In short, the whole entrepreneurial process is complicated. Under the leadership of two senior immortals, the difficulty of this matter is 90% simpler. Various relationships, commercial unspoken rules, can't be explained in a few words. Fortunately, the two of them work together to finally finish the work. The first batch of online game golden pills is done. Dan Ding Jinxian smiled. Mo Mei Jinxian also nodded. I'm done here too. I created a new race, combining some of the abilities of Chongwan people and Lianding civilization, and can be named Luanding Boy. The two of them looked relieved. They looked at each other, full of the hardships and sweat of starting a business. They ran around these days, checking for omissions and filling in the gaps, and felt a little too busy. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and seemed to remember something. Wait, we seemed to come here to travel and join in the beginning. How come after just a few days, they suddenly started to invest in various ways, including money, immortal tools, resources, and technology? Something is wrong. Forget it, start the process. Each of you take a batch of online game golden elixirs, and return to your own areas. The two looked at each other, and decided to break up. The special model of the true immortal level enlightenment illusion golden elixir will be sold soon. Sword Casting Villa. Ning Zheng sat in the boss chair in the manager's office, and couldn't help complaining. They are making Jiaoyu go back to the westward journey like this? My second batch of blacksmiths are going to bring in Jiaoyu, Li Yuzhu, and Su Huan. Jiaoyu has been made into a main character in the history of our Taoist civilization. How dare I let them enter the villa? Ning Zheng was speechless. Although the true immortals don't pay attention to the background of the story, they don't care about Jiaoyu or Jiaohua, they only care about practicality. They only care about your secret organization. What are the fixed benefits for members after joining? How are the black market resources? How are the channels? Is the background strong? But after all, there is still a story about Jiaoyu that is famous. It's messed up. The plan has been disrupted. Now I dare not let Jiaoyu and others into the villa. And this is only a temporary relief. Jiuzhou has been stuck in the realm for too long, and waves of ascension crazes have appeared one after another. Jiaoyu, Li Yuzhu, and Su Huan were originally cultivators of the younger generation. All of them were ghost kings in the transformation realm. Now they are probably enduring the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, preparing to ascend to the immortal world. After ascending, they will hear that the immortal world is famous before they ascend, and everyone is discussing their story. How will Jiaoyu feel? Their story of the dragon, being publicly executed? Death in the immortal world. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Ning Zheng sighed. The blacksmith is not a human being. I am a little embarrassed to go home and face Ning Jiazhu. Chapter 967. Ning Zheng was holding a recent golden elixir business development report at this time, looking at the recent development. At present, they sell 3 levels of golden elixir. Human immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal. Human immortal golden elixir. It is the lowest level of golden elixir that has been sold before, and it is promoted by Dragon Ball and Golden Elixir Competition Hall. The output is large, and the profit is only 48%, which can be called small profits but quick turnover. After all, the original profit is 99%, and the painter takes half. Isn't it 48%? Anyway, the profit of the blacksmiths in the villa is calculated in that way. But it is acceptable. The painter did provide a lot of help. With a Saint Sun as the backstage, the true immortal dare not mess with us casually, and we also got a 9-year-old to bluff people. There is sincerity. Heavenly immortal golden elixir. This level of golden elixir must have the rhyme of Tao. The heavenly immortal eats the golden elixir mainly to comprehend the story with the rhyme of Tao. Ning Zheng cannot produce this immortal level golden elixir with Tao rhyme by himself. Currently, we rely on various franchisees to invite various professional masters under our command to make immortal level Tao rhyme golden elixir. They buy semi-finished blank golden elixir from us, and then use it as a platform to create. We don't make any money from immortal level golden elixir. We just make a lot of noise, and provide a platform for franchisees to make a lot of money. In addition, in the immortal market, the painter seems to be ready to start recruiting a bunch of authors to help him make Tao rhyme golden elixir. He is the real assembly line factory, mass-producing immortal golden elixir. Ning Zheng thinks this person is simply outrageous. He recruits a group of people to mine in the factory, and a group of people to refine golden elixir in the factory. He also recruited a group of people to replace the various forces and classes that invaded the fairy world. This person was busy in full swing. He must have a great plan to infiltrate the fairy world. He felt that he was ready to sound the clarion call of the uprising. His career was very hot. If the painter rebelled, I would hide in the dark and watch the turmoil in the fairy world and the coming of the chaotic world. My sword casting villa sells a lot of arms and weapons, and the market for golden elixirs will definitely expand. In the chaotic world, the comprehensive cost effectiveness of golden elixirs is absolutely high. It can be used to hit people, practice, and melt into weapons. Ningzheng thought and looked at the next grade. True fairy level golden elixir. They have also started to produce it. Online game golden elixir. It is not for them to practice, but a special kind of golden elixir. Similar to the black market and the market, it is a place for the true immortals to enter anonymously to exchange information. And there are also Taoist golden elixir and Yin-Yang creation furnace, these two attractive points. Let them come in. But there are obviously not enough attractive places. Ningzheng sighed. In the final analysis, the foundation of my secret organization is too weak, it is not attractive, and the rewards are small. However, the true immortal level elixir is estimated to be the most profitable product in the future. Moreover, the profit in this area has reached 80%, which is very high. 20% was given to the nominal Dan Dingzhenren, because this rich iron-making woman looks much richer than Mo Meizhenxian, a poor man who keeps pets. Because true immortal level elixirs do not need to be distributed to someone. My series is independently produced. The sales channel does not follow the traditional channel. Let the two true immortals be distributors, and the painter can be kicked away. After all, the painter made his own Tianqian level golden elixir, and did not give me any dividends. But considering that doing so is not very good, Ningzheng was still prepared, and provided him with a batch of online game golden pills for free on a regular basis for sale. Let him make money from selling golden pills. Why? First, online game golden pills are cheap. Second, you can try to trick the painter into using online game golden pills to come in here. Third, the painter, I don't know how many fake high-level people he has secretly created. His channels are too powerful, and it is very convenient to use them to sell golden pills. However, the style is getting more and more unruly. Sooner or later, the immortals will target Taoist civilization. It's still the same for me and the painter. Let's see who will give up first. Anyway, it's used to test the immortal world and earn some resources. I can also abandon this vest at any time. I'm afraid that I can run away, but the painter can't run away. That would be funny. Ningzheng put down the information in his hand and looked at Jiao Cairong with satisfaction. Well done, I didn't expect that you actually dragged the two real mortals into the water this time. Thanks to the blessing of the owner of the manor. Jiao Cairong said seriously, this is how immortal cultivation works. If you practice honestly, you will never have any chance to stand out in your life. You must learn to take a different approach. If we honestly forge iron and develop the golden elixir business, how long will it take to develop? With our current calculations, our theoretical ultimate goal, to deceive the immortals and have the real immortals come in to forge iron, is theoretically about to be realized. Ningzheng nodded, feeling very emotional. Taking advantage of the situation and pulling people in is the kingly way. Then Jukarong brought out a new character, Old Steward. Please look, this is the beast taming character that Mo Meizhenxian spent several days synthesizing, Luanding Tongzi. It is a combination of the overlapping man and the iron tripod man, and it is an overlapping iron man. You can tell at a glance that this is a race born to forge iron. We would rather call him Blacksmith Boy. Ningzheng showed curiosity. A new character? Mo Meizhenxian. What a big surprise for me. Mo Meizhenxian is definitely one of the top beast controllers in the fairy world. Only below the beast control Immortal Venerable and other top sanctions. She came up with this character. It's a bit exciting. Sure enough, a horse can't get fat without night grass, and a man can't get rich without windfall. Then, Ningzheng tested this new character and felt that it was a bit too advanced and hard to play. He still had to wait for Mo Meizhenxian, or even other sanctions to log in to see the specific potential. His knowledge of beast control is a bit behind. After all, he has broken through dozens of realms in a row, and his connotation is a bit poor, and his knowledge can't keep up. No matter what, these blacksmiths are too good at dealing with things, and I love them too much. But Ningzheng didn't want to give all the credit to them, and also wanted to give herself some credit. Without my luck to back them up, they would have been defeated by the two true immortals long ago. What capital do they have to talk to them? To go to the negotiation table, you need capital. Without capital, what can you bring to the table? Let the true immortals look at you straight in the eye. The two true immortals must have divined the luck and tried to arrest people. But Ningzheng's super immortal treasure has trillions of luck. What can a mere true immortal use to divine? What's more? My sword-casting villa is still in the immortal tomb, wrapped in a layer of tribulation, and their divination cannot penetrate it. On the other side, the refining cauldron domain, here is a huge circular forging furnace. In the immortal realm continent, where the 13 domains merge, the shape is like a sunken basin teapot, with lava flowing and extremely high temperature. This civilization was born in fire, and it is almost impossible for outsiders to approach. Dan Dingjinren returned to his house, happily took out a golden elixir, and began to log in and enter the illusion. Click! She opened her eyes again and entered the login screen. She found that there was one more character to choose from. Is this the character that Emome said she researched? A fusion of our Chonwon people and Lianding people? She decisively chose to log in. Feeling the iron structure of her body, she was a little surprised and very novel. Then she quickly found Emome Jinxian, who was combining pets, and chatted with her for a while. Seeing that she was immersed in it, and couldn't extricate herself, she was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, many Xingtians are like this, retreating and immersed in cultivation, studying spells, and developing beasts, and don't care about external things. I heard that a combat system has been added, you can try it. But, practice first. The Taoist practice method? She started her journey with great interest, and challenged some small bosses comparable to the 5-body realm and 4-organ realm level. Now it is divided into several small maps, which are full of embers. Killing these monsters will regenerate. Look, there is a wild monster resurrection mechanism, isn't it? After a wave of exciting battles, she felt that her body was a bit useless, and she had to practice. So she decisively chose to recultivate her realm. The cultivation realm of the Lianding domain is very special. They are not traditional cultivators, who practice step by step, meditate, and comprehend the body meridians. They are ironworkers. Through ironwork and forging, they improve their bodies. Treat themselves as immortal weapons. As long as there is knowledge and enough materials, they can quickly forge furnaces again and improve their realm. As a true immortal, it is not difficult to rebuild to the level of the 4 organs realm in 1 day, and the 3 yuan realm in 2 days. The next day, under the astonishment of the blacksmiths, Dan Dingjinren's rebuilding speed was extremely outrageous, comparable to the 3 yuan realm cultivators. Then, there was no material to upgrade the body. She went to find the old village chief, but he asked her to take risks and earn resources. You still want to do this? She tried to walk out of the mural, but soon died suddenly. I have to ask my friends to come. She silently sent a message to a few good friends. I have a special secret organization, and sincerely invite you to join. Soon, several true immortal friends signed the built-in spiritual confidentiality contract, ate the golden elixir, and began to log in. Although they were shocked by some of the technologies of this golden elixir, their eyes were quickly attracted by this place. Interesting, Marbody, who made the stitching monster? They were shocked, definitely those bastards, who synthesized beast control. This body structure has their smell. On the other side, several masters also came in from the 10,000 Beasts domain. The two groups looked at each other. You people from the 10,000 Beasts domain have also come in? This mysterious new secret organization looks interesting. When we meet, it's like we're going to the secret realm together. Is it another illusion-type method? Entering through the air. It's better than some secret groups that can't keep up with the times. They always wear black cloaks and rush to a certain fairyland to trade on the black market regularly, and conduct various exchanges and cooperation. It's too stupid. Such old-fashioned things should have died long ago. This enters through a wisp of consciousness illusion and covers the entire fairyland. This foundation is not small. Covering the fairyland is nothing. What era is it now? The communication signal has been fully covered. Whether the foundation is strong or not depends on the benefits of the fixed members of this group. There are many secret societies that are born and die every year. If there is no benefit, I will quit. They chatted and looked around. As senior true immortal masters, each of them is the head of the sect or even the elder level, and they have some strong interest in this immortal tomb. At this time, an old man emerged from the ground, shaking his head. Jaya's high territory. Welcome the people of destiny. Burn some incense. This is your rebirth point. Chapter 968. The old man leaned on his cane and sighed. Everyone, you can set up a branch of the old man's temple every time you advance. In this way, you can quickly reborn in those areas after you die. What happened on this land of ancient tombs? You can explore it yourself. After that, the old man finished his opening words and disappeared quickly, leaving only these true immortals. The adventure plot does not intend to do anything weird. The main feature is an open world. The NPC in the novice village guides a few words, and then explore by yourself. No tricks. Conservative is victory. After all, the true immortals are not easy to deceive, and it is easy to make things worse. Then the true immortals began to explore. They did not explore the tomb outside the gallery, nor did they play the Resurrection Ember map. These things are not monopolistic and attractive in their eyes. To join an organization, you must first see if they have enough member benefits. The cultivators from the Liaoning domain first came to an alchemy room under the enthusiastic introduction of Danning Shenren. Look, this is where we realize our dreams. Danning Shenren smiled and raised a golden pill. Golden pill. Many people present saw the golden pill and suddenly had the novel idea of becoming an alchemist. They found it interesting and watched the refining process of the golden pill. After watching it, they are very sincere. They exposed their trump cards and showed the process of refining the golden pill. Gold, mercury, and silver are the materials we use to make iron. In their civilization, they can actually be used for alchemy. It's a pity that the specific source of the raw materials for the processing of this golden elixir is still unknown. Is it a special fortune metal? Is it really the material after the Taoist priest dies? One Taoist priest, one golden elixir, is it really like this? They kept evaluating the golden elixir, and didn't know the core secret of turning stone into gold. To be honest, it's also fortunate that we characters are logged in here. Otherwise, if they come here in person, with their deep background in the fairy world, they will have various means to steal your things. Golden God, spiritual scanning, similar magical power replication. Although it is difficult to make a similar golden god, it is not impossible. On the other side, the cultivators of the 10,000 beasts domain went to study beast control with Mo Mei Jinxian. After seeing the synthesis of the pet egg, a group of Jinxian were also shocked, and felt that the power behind the golden elixir was very mysterious. This secret organization really has fixed benefits to attract members. A beast control immortal looks solemn. Synthesizing friends is really a good method. Another white-haired immortal felt greedy. They should really have this yin-yang creation furnace in reality. It's a good thing. It can prosper the sect and last forever. They began to synthesize beasts with great interest. After half a day, the two groups of immortals who came in tacitly agreed to join this secret organization and become one of the members. The reason is still so simple. The fixed member benefits impressed them. Even after confirming the potential of this organization, they are also interested in taking a look at those trivial things. For example, the background story of Taoist civilization. For example, explore the opposite side of the mural corridor. For example, go to the wild monster map to take a look. Of course, after they step into the mural corridor, the small characters they control will be attacked and killed by the snake-like creatures in the mural. Is it a void snake? It's just an ancient creature. Get some materials, build a fairy weapon, shield the perception, or set up a formation. No, high-level materials are too troublesome. Synthesize a pure void life character, and you won't be attacked. Yes, we are all knowledgeable and powerful here. We should use our brains instead of brute force. Now we can try to use the yin-yang creation furnace to synthesize a local character that is not attacked by the murals, and solve the puzzle. They were also happy to discuss it. And they also commented on the wanting boy synthesized by Mo Mei Jinxian. The structure of the creature is excellent, and the advantages are obvious. It can grow rapidly and improve its cultivation by forging iron again and again as a fairy weapon body. Even as long as there is money, this race can quickly become immortals. The disadvantages are also obvious. Too stupid and stupid. As a fast-growing race, the upper limit is only one disaster and one disaster. However, they are not surprised by the characteristics of this race. There are many such pig races in the fairy world. Otherwise, how do the immortal world get many medicines, alchemy, iron making, and talisman materials? It is to raise pigs, fast-growing species in captivity. The grazing industry of major sects often raises this kind of immortal beast. This kind of race has the characteristics of quickly cultivating into immortal beasts, but the limit is not high. Basically, a group of weakest immortal beasts can be raised in a few hundred years to decompose materials. In the rear bases of their various large sects, some of these creatures are grazing, and they are continuously delivered to various cultivators as immortal materials. The cultivators in Jiuzhou all raise a group of sinners as consumables for producing various mineral veins, let alone the immortal world. In fact, this is no different from humans raising pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep in captivity. China kills hundreds of millions of pigs every year, which is cruel from their perspective. And this wanting boy is very convenient to use as iron material, jumping into the forging furnace, and is a good forging material. This pig race has good economic benefits. Immortal Mame, if you can bring it to reality, you will make a lot of money. Do you want to discuss it, and let the other party use the yin-yang creation furnace to synthesize it in reality? An immortal directly tested? Immortal Mame just smiled and didn't comment. I have discussed it a long time ago. If I can secretly bring it to reality, well, I tell you, secretly monopolizing it yourself is the kingly way. There was a true immortal next to him trying to smooth things over. How can true immortal Mo make money? He will be condemned by those hypocritical cultivators. Why? This fast-growing species is too sensitive. Chongwan people and Lianding people, the hybrids of the two giants of the fairy world, are being used as pigs? There was a true immortal who was playful and had a bad taste in his heart. He laughed and said, TSK, you don't understand. It's okay to sell it secretly. Some cultivators like this, and like to trample on the high-ranking giant civilizations of the fairy world. In any case, everyone had a very good experience. The yin-yang creation furnace is strong, and in theory it can synthesize a super-race civilization with infinite potential. But it's just theory. In reality, no matter how high the potential of a race is, it must develop various civilization technologies and corresponding supporting foundations. Who has the time to do this? If you are not one of the giant civilizations, why bother to pursue the trivial? In their eyes, the biggest short-term benefit of this yin-yang creation furnace is to cultivate fast-growing species. In the words of the mortal world, it is to improve rice, improve pigs and sheep breeds, so that they can generate more economic benefits. Ning Zheng was in the dark, constantly observing and listening to their conversation. Sure enough, the immortals have a broad vision. The development method they are talking about is beyond my imagination. Improve the planting industry and grazing industry? It's worth a try. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the immortals experienced it carefully and felt good. It was time to go offline. Immortal Mo looked up and said, since you have established this secret organization, as the leader of this organization, you should show up and talk to the immortal members. Before, it was a time for everyone to visit and tour freely. Mainly to see if you can keep people in this place. But now that people have stayed, if you, the host, don't show up, it would be a bit too much to look down on them, the immortals. Wow! The next second, Ning Zheng's figure appeared in front of him. He waved his hand, and a round long table and chairs appeared in front of him. Friends, please take a seat. Ning Zheng sat on the main seat with a gentle look. This is the first time I meet all of you true immortals. Our organization is called Shirong, which symbolizes the morning light and dawn. You can call it the Shi Organization. Chapter 969. Shi Organization. Originally, the blacksmiths wanted to call it Akatsuki Organization. After all, morning light and dawn, they mean the same thing. Akatsuki Organization is also a secret organization in the dark. But it was rejected by Ning Zheng, who always felt that they were thinking of something messy. At this time, the true immortals nodded and slowly sat down. They are now controlling a small character, without the earth-shaking cultivation of the main body, and cannot see the specific clues of Ning Zheng. But those who can master such a background are at least true immortals of the same level as them. Your business alliance is good. A true immortal said slowly. I remind you that any secret organization will give more benefits to its members when it is founded to retain people. Another true immortal showed a bit of arrogance and said with a smile, my friend, we can also join your Jindan business alliance, but you should have a yin-yang creation furnace in reality, right? Lend it to us? Ning Zheng listened to their various voices and just smiled. These true immortals, who seemed to be high above and overlooking countless forces and civilizations, were essentially living beings. They were calculating and greedy. They still wanted to bully us. Ning Zheng, who was a first-level celestial immortal, who was not qualified to see them in reality, was not afraid at all. There will be. Please rest assured, we are a neutral business organization. Everyone who becomes a member will join our business alliance and become a franchisee. Everyone will make money together. This fantasy is the headquarters of the business alliance. You can come here to chat every day. There are also some interesting things here. I hope you like it. Ning Zheng has learned about it. Most underground organizations hold regular meetings, but their membership is loose. At the same time, most secret organizations are not as complicated as outsiders think. In fact, many of them are hobby clubs and interest groups. For example, for a certain hobby, tomb robbing, archaeology, aesthetics, research on a certain talisman direction, a certain weather change. For example, Dan Dingzhenren, a famous blacksmith, joined several secret forging organizations and became one of them. He regularly carried out forging projects with a group of like-minded friends. Now Ning Zheng's organization is intended to be a member organization of the Merchant Alliance. Ning Zheng saw that the expressions of the immortals had calmed down a little, and continued to say, to be honest with you, our organization has just been established and has just started to sell the golden elixir industry. You are the first batch of strong people to enter, And many things are waiting to be done. Our initial core is the membership system, which is divided into 10 levels, with a total of VIP 1 to 10 levels. The rest is still being improved, and I hope you can add to it. I wonder what you think of the test version of the illusion just now. Ningzheng said this very modestly. It made the immortals present a little stunned. So sincere? This business alliance in front of them is so simple that they directly asked them to give their opinions. Aren't they afraid that the real immortals will give some messy suggestions? A beautiful and charming real immortal thought for a while, and said tentatively, since this is the case, Your Excellency is a business enthusiasts association, not an underground killer organization, but a business organization that mainly sells golden elixirs. I suggest that you increase the benefits of franchise members, and give us franchisees some benefits. Okay. Ningzheng thought for a while. Do you think we need to increase the benefits? One true immortal said, first of all, there is nothing here lacking knowledge. I think that as long as the members provide certain books here, they can improve the so-called contribution VIP level. The owner of Shirong Manor nodded and smiled. Yes, after all, it is a club of like-minded people. The library here needs to be enriched. You can supplement your knowledge in exchange for contributions, but repeated knowledge cannot get contribution points. Let's temporarily set the price. A knowledge book of regular thickness can be exchanged for 1 point. Several true immortals were surprised. Really? This range is too wide, and the operability is too great. Which sect does not have a library? Precious knowledge will not be contributed, but there are too many books on various fairy world experiences and common sense. What a fool. Excuse me, what is the value of VIP points? A true immortal said, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. It can't be that the currency in the organization has no value, so it is so generous. Ningzheng smiled and said, according to our settings, 1 VIP point can be equivalent to 1 top-grade immortal stone, which can be used to purchase golden pills directly from our business alliance. When this was said, 1 pin drop could be heard. 1 point is equal to 1 top-grade immortal stone? What level of sucker is this? Wouldn't it be possible to get a batch of online game golden pills by contributing a batch of useless regular books? You know, the current price is that 1 online game golden pill can be sold for 100 top-grade immortal stones, which is equal to 100 VIP points. 100 top-grade immortal stones are only the price of daily elixirs of the celestial fairy level, which doesn't look expensive. But if one can only be used for 1 day, even the celestial fairy will feel the pain. Some true immortals were immediately tempted. Their sect's knowledge bases must have at least tens of millions of books. Tens of millions of top-grade immortal stones? Can they be exchanged for the equivalent of golden elixirs? What kind of sucker is this? This is obviously a benefit for this group of true immortals. Some true immortals looked at each other. It seems that they all thought of the same thing. They have to exchange the books quickly to avoid being preempted by others. Tens of millions. Most of the regular books are overlapping, so they have to be 1 step ahead. Excuse me, how do you upgrade the VIP level? A true immortal asked. Ningzheng replied, in the 100-point system, as long as there is a consumption record, it is VIP 1, and if you spend 100 points, it is VIP 2, and so on. Another true immortal smiled and said, I think the flow rate can be increased here, and a flow rate cave needs to be established in the illusion. If you Shirong don't have the corresponding flow rate cave data, enter it into the illusion, then there must be a real flow rate cave in reality. If you need it, I can provide a cave order for true immortal level magic tools in this regard. This person is obviously trying to attract business for himself and get an order for a flow rate cave. It can be considered. Ningzheng thought about it and nodded seriously. Another true immortal said, I suggest that every time you attract a new member, you can get a certain number of VIP points. Ningzheng replied, that's fine. Next, everyone spoke up and began to make crazy suggestions, all of which were beneficial to them, and even became bolder and bolder, appearing very greedy, as if they had seen a big grudge. Ningzheng agreed to most of them, pretending not to notice their greed and rude temptations, and gave them the maximum benefits. Anyway, only the exchange of golden elixir is allowed. The cost of golden elixir is very low, and it is profitable with the support of various benefits. At this time, a true immortal couldn't help asking, can you really make back your money by spending wealth like this? To be honest, I smell blood in your golden elixir materials. Is it really a Taoist who refines a golden elixir? This is also the focus of everyone's mind. Catch the monks of your own civilization to refine elixirs and use them to give us free benefits? We do tasks in the virtual world here, exchange some books, forge some iron, do some research, and then we can exchange VIP points, and then we can exchange for golden elixir in reality? How many people do you have to toss like this? And Ningzheng sighed in his heart when he looked at the hesitant eyes of the crowd. You are really moving bricks, working and forging iron here. This is not a virtual fantasy. Isn't it normal to pay wages? These people are too kind. Isn't it common sense to pay wages when you come to work here? And spend 100 VIP points every day to come in and work in the villa, and you can earn back 100 VIP points. This is like a point card timer game. You can earn back your point card fee by working in the game every day. Besides, your own people are really worthless, jumping into the alchemy furnace every day. The cost of the golden elixir is terribly low, and you can still make a lot of money. Ningzheng certainly won't reveal the core secrets, but stood up. You can see our sincerity. Now some external ascending forces always want to pretend to be the mastermind behind the scenes, pretending to be the descendants of the immortal lord, and playing tricks here. I believe you have seen a lot of it, right? This statement was like stirring up a hornet's nest. It is true that some immortals, who have ascended to heaven, always think that they are the protagonists in the storybook. They may have spent the first half of their lives in their own little world, just like the storybook. But after ascending to heaven, they are full of arrogance and want to deceive us real immortals. What behind-the-scenes business flow, playing tricks, riddlers. It is really speechless. They are not real immortals in the storybook. Their IQ has been lowered. Indeed, I have also met a few. This is the land of immortals. Who has not seen all kinds of geniuses who have ascended to heaven? Those people are just sitting in the well and looking at the sky. Everyone began to complain with examples. Your Excellency is still sincere. A real immortal praised. Yes, explain your advantages clearly. A true immortal said, if those ignorant guys were in your position, they would definitely take the yin-yang creation furnace, use the information gap we don't know, synthesize our blood, pretend to be our ancestors, and play tricks to fool us. That's right, they will definitely pretend to be our ancestors to deceive us. This is not open and honest, thinking about crooked ways, not a good person. The true immortals laughed and said, their good impression of Shirong's power suddenly increased. This Shirong can deceive us, play tricks, but he didn't cheat. This is interesting. From the perspective of the bystander. Some blacksmiths also began to complain. You are talking about Uchiha Obito, playing tricks everywhere. The blacksmiths also loved to play tricks before, but they were beaten several times, and now they focus on sincerity. I took out my 2 core technologies, 1 Jindan, 2 Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. To be honest, if you want to join, come. When doing business, both parties are sincere and everyone is happy. Facts have proved that the crazy money and benefits of the blacksmiths have also completely moved these true immortals. After all, interests are the core of everything, not pretending to be powerful and playing tricks. Being honest will not lay mines and future troubles. Ningzheng continued, I believe you have seen it too. Our organization will provide whatever benefits we can. Whatever bonuses you want to propose, we can give them to the greatest extent at our discretion. We Shirong are businessmen in the fairy world, and our core creed is sincerity, sincerity, sincerity. In business, honesty is the basis. We mainly make small profits, but quick turnover. Excluding the expensive manufacturing cost of the golden elixir and daily marketing, we guarantee to make only 10%, and the rest will be passed on to everyone. Then, Ningzheng continued to drop a heavy bomb. Since we have shown our sincerity, we will expose the last hidden trump card to all friends. Since everyone wants to see how the raw materials of our golden elixir come from, then please come. After that, Ningzheng waved gently. The crowd teleported to the inside of a factory with a golden elixir assembly line on the villa. Everyone, please don't spread what you saw today, Ningzheng said. Everyone came to their senses and found that there was a huge furnace in front of them. One by one, the money boys lined up to jump into the forge, and their expressions were a little crazy, a little complicated, and a little desperate. There were thousands of faces, with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Plop! Plop! They jumped into the forge one by one and matured rapidly. Chapter 970. In the assembly line, they saw the bodies of blacksmiths who jumped off the forge furnace being melted and flowing out along the lava grooves below, like the raw materials of the golden elixir. Our golden elixir is indeed refined by the cultivators in the civilization, Ningzheng said lightly. It seems that our golden elixir production is large, but in fact our people are also very happy. We only produce a batch of golden elixir every 100 years, and on average, it is just a group of people who die of old age. Several true immortals stepped forward, picked up a piece of metal corpse, scraped out a little residue, and observed it carefully, No problem, it is indeed the original material containing the luck container, exactly the same as the golden elixir we saw. Ningjung smiled. How could he lie? Ningjung dare not lie to these true immortals. As they saw, there is no killing without buying and selling. For every golden elixir, a blacksmith died. Originally, refining golden elixir did not need to jump into the forge, just facing the metal directly, turning stone into gold. But now, with the reform of each version of the golden elixir, our golden elixir of Zhujian Mountain Villa chooses to use better real materials to give back to customers. Now it is the living money boy, who turns stones into gold, accompanied by severe pain, and opens up the cavity of the luck container in the body, and then jumps into the forging furnace. This solid raw material is better, more authentic. This also led to many true immortals being shocked, confused, and complicated after seeing it. Plop! A group of blacksmiths jumped into the forging furnace, feeling very heroic. At the same time, a thought came up. Is this force exposing its core secrets? Their Taoist civilization race is actually a civilization of auspicious beasts. You know, in the eyes of outsiders, Shirong has only sold golden elixirs so far, and they don't know their specific identities and backgrounds. Now, their true identity is exposed, the auspicious beast system. Isn't this too sincere? It's simply too sincere, too naive. This is an auspicious beast. Can this thing be exposed casually? Aren't you afraid that the immortals will capture your civilization and keep it in captivity? If it were them, no matter how sincere they were, they would not expose these things. Money can move people's hearts, Dan Dingzhenxian said. I have long guessed that the race behind the cultivation of the golden elixir is a natural auspicious beast race, and it is also the strongest one. Opening up the storage space of luck in the body is also the top batch among the auspicious beasts. Whether it is strategic, functional, or commercial, it has extremely high value. According to the existing information, your Taoist civilization has crushed 90% of the auspicious beasts under the command of the immortals. Listening to the analysis, Ningjung nodded solemnly. That's the fact. This is the whole foundation of our Taoist civilization. This sincerity is fully revealed. What do you think? This sincerity is admirable. A kind-hearted Jinqian reminded, although we have signed a contract, we will not disclose the information here, but if the power expands in the future, the immortals will definitely find it. Ningjung nodded. Discovery, that is a matter of time. It was fine if I was operating on a small scale, but now that we are pulling in people on a large scale, with so many people, there will be a mix of good and bad people. Even if there are restrictions that cannot be disclosed to the outside world, they will be easily exposed. But the Taoist priests? It's just a race system under Ningjung, not his. He makes short-term profits, so he can make a lot of money. Long-term business? He doesn't consider this. Everyone, we are the civilization of auspicious beasts. Ningjung bowed his hands, looked around and said, every immortal has his own powerful beast race to monopolize. And we don't want to succumb to the immortals, don't want to be dogs. We are willing to cooperate with you frankly. The immortals have monopolized the auspicious beasts. I believe you are also distressed? There are no auspicious beasts in the true immortal sex present. And we are willing to be the auspicious beast friends of the true immortals. The immortals have auspicious beast friends, and you true immortals also have them. The true immortals were shocked. It turned out that their real goal was to be frank again and again. The immortals have auspicious beasts. We also have auspicious beasts. If they are discovered by the immortals, how can they have a share of the Taoist auspicious beasts? Now we all share a species of auspicious beasts. Actually, it's not bad. This Taoist civilization, speaking of this, is obviously waiting for us true immortals to join forces to protect them from being discovered by the immortals. This has formed a natural alliance of interests. The monopoly of auspicious beasts has made the true immortals jealous for a long time. It takes a huge opportunity to break through to become an immortal. Only with the help of the huge auspicious luck of the auspicious beasts, there is a high probability of finding the corresponding opportunity to break through. In a sense, this auspicious beast is one of their opportunities to break through to become an immortal. How can they be willing to let it go? Ningjung said the trump card and said lightly, friends, you don't want a Shirong to be discovered by the high and mighty immortals, right? True immortals, Why is this a bit wrong? You are the ones who are afraid of being discovered. So why are you threatening us? Finally, the first meeting ended in silence. This time the copy went smoothly. The true immortals began to act, indicating that this will be a natural super-secret organization. In a sense, it is also a true immortal alliance against the immortal lord. Protect their common property, the auspicious beast. Even. They began to be serious, discuss frantically, and decisively join forces. took out their own good things, and joined forces to add a second level of mental restrictions. Absolutely can't let outsiders leak the secrets here. According to their estimates, with double restrictions, it will take at least 10,000 years for the Immortal Lord to discover their organization. Because there are too many secret organizations and small groups in the fairy world. On average, there are about 5 underground organizations that a celestial immortal and true immortal join. It is a black zone that no one cares about. This Shirong organization is hidden in countless underground organizations of all sizes. As long as they don't wander around, they will not be discovered. Ning Zheng was very moved and smiled. Everyone, thank you for this second-level restriction plan to encrypt our organization. We will upgrade all the veteran members to VIP 5 in one go based on their contributions, with more rights and discounts. After Ning Zheng's frank talk, the true immortals completely felt a sense of participation and a sense of sharing honor and disgrace. Guard our auspicious beasts. Guard our property. And what about our blacksmiths? As auspicious beasts, as long as they are treasures, let the true immortals guard them. After all, the auspicious beasts in the fairy world are of this character. 7 o'clock in the evening. In the refining cauldron domain, a blazing fire burned. The true immortals went offline, ending the first day of login, and took a deep breath. Dan Dingjinren looked at his immortal friend and pressed his temple. What a wonderful day. It is indeed wonderful. A true immortal smiled and said, great opportunity, amazing benefits. Although it is a budding organization, there is a lot to be done, but the future is promising. We build together and feel a sense of participation. Suddenly, a true immortal reacted. Something is wrong. It is obvious that we join the organization for the benefits of the immortals, and we're ready to take advantage of this new organization. How did it turn out that we have to pay for it, contribute manpower, help maintain the security of the organization, and set up a second layer of encryption restrictions? The immortals looked at each other, all because they were too sincere and made it clear that there was a stake. In order to protect our auspicious beasts, we had to invest. Who made the immortals and the world suffer from the immortal master for so long? Chapter 971. Night. The blacksmith's forum was extremely popular, with all kinds of posts full of fancy stuff. The iron sauce operation plan was a great success. Today we jumped into the forge and successfully performed as iron sauce in front of the true immortal. On development, after tricking the true immortal in, have we taken off? Will we be opened by the big guys? Main story. After Jiaoyu ascended to the immortal realm, what kind of expression would you show when you saw her become a celebrity in the immortal realm? Ning Zheng browsed the posts. The forum's popularity tonight was the highest since the public beta. After all, it was a historic moment for the sword-casting villa. The true immortal entered the sword-casting villa. Whether it was gameplay or potential, all aspects of the gameplay had crossed a class. And the opening of the Immortal 2 map outside would invite this group of free workers to appear on the stage and earn resources for us. No one knew how the future would change. Even Ning Zheng herself didn't know. Anyway, if something unexpected happened, Ning Zheng would just shut down the server and run away. It's not easy to open the box. The Jia outside will block divination. Ning Zheng's tens of trillions of luck value of the Immortal Lord server will also block divination, and his own daily luck value of a few billion will also block divination. Yi Guangxiu posted as usual, the development theory of Zhujian Villa. We are businessmen. Hello everyone, I am Yi Guangxiu. Today, the legendary true immortal entered the game, and we finally realized the theoretical gameplay. We are NPCs, the natives are players, and we take on tasks, work, open up wasteland, and fight monsters. On the contrary, Tian Gang. You can experience the specific fun points yourself. Anyway, it is not open to you now. At this stage, only a few blacksmith NPCs are allowed to go to the map below the villa, receive the real immortals, and be potion merchants, blacksmith shop merchants, hotel merchants, and canteen merchants to prevent you people from messing around. Starting tomorrow, most blacksmiths can hold telescopes and look at the real immortal city below the mountain, which will serve as the new background board of the villa. Seeing this, many players were a little angry and said, we can only watch from a distance? Scratching the itch through the boots? Assholes, you only let high-end players go to the new map to play? Damn, I also want to hug the real immortal thigh. But unfortunately, Jiozai Rong saw that they like to make trouble and will definitely lick those big guys, so he didn't let them go. Store NPCs should have style, lick back. What's the matter? There is no future for licking dogs, and the spirit of the villa is the talent. Now, after a few days, the novice village under the villa has been built almost. The NPCs of each novice village have officially joined the job, and they are all the original heads of each area. In addition, maps of wild monsters of various levels outside the novice village were built, and there is also a mural passage leading to the super secret world. This is very much like a traditional online game. Yi Quanqiu's post continued, based on today's communication with the true immortals, it is enough to prove that our core development idea is correct. Make many friends and fewer enemies. It is stupid to cheat the true immortals. Each of these true immortals is a smart super old monster. They can kill 1 in a billion. They are insidious and cunning. Cheating them is like hanging an old man. But now, these old monsters will use their amazing wisdom and calculations, insidious and cunning, to protect their and Shirong's interests. Friends, you don't want Shirong to be discovered by the immortals, right? Sure, kill. This is the best way to fight in Pure Love Villa. They are more afraid of being discovered by the immortals than we are. In fact, I don't want to say more. For the specific gameplay and game development content, please go online tomorrow and experience it yourself. A new big update is here, but it was just updated not long ago, so I won't write an update log now. The post ends here. Ning Zheng stretched lazily. The blacksmiths were very enthusiastic, because their long-cherished dream came true. And Ning Zheng's dream was also realized. Recruiting indigenous players was his wish a long time ago. Originally, he wanted to recruit indigenous players Li Yuzhu and Jiaowu. But plans can't keep up with changes. This change is also good. His own indigenous players are even better. Recruiting blacksmiths, cool. Opening up a new map, cool. In order to celebrate the victory of today's first battle, Ning Zheng decided to work hard to break through a realm. After all, in front of the true immortal boss, the first level of the heavenly immortal is not enough. It is necessary to be prepared for danger in times of peace. After a week of relaxation, I have basically adapted to this realm. I have to continue to improve my realm tonight. After all, we are officially welcoming the true immortals to join the organization, and a higher realm is always good. Ning Zheng has always been hardworking and diligent in his practice, which makes his rhythm of improving his cultivation very regular. Using the convenient and fast Dharma image switching, he changed the Dharma image position in the fairy world, and went straight to the fairy world cave with a high time flow rate. Welcome guests, is it you? In the silence of the beautiful receptionist, Ning Zheng chose the lower grade cave and entered directly. He has now become a celestial being, and can choose a top grade cave, which can help him comprehend the power of the law. But Ning Zheng didn't want to attract attention. After all, he was a human immortal not long ago. If he changed to a cave, people would find that there was a little problem with his breakthrough speed. In the cave, the immortal aura was ethereal, and various auxiliary formations were running perfectly. Ning Zheng sat cross-legged on the futon, and clicked on the luck gambling table. Current luck value savings, 645.9 billion. Daily income, 350 minus 102 is equal to 24.9 billion. Daily luck value consumption, 22.3 billion, 11.2 billion luck plus 11.1 billion calamity. The 300 billion of the human immortal embers before seemed not to be clicked. Ning Zheng thought about it, and decisively clicked it. Minus 300 billion. Ning Zheng felt that the ember virus rooted in his body was a little different, becoming colder and more evil, and it seemed that some dead creatures were staring at him in the deep shadows. But how exactly? I have to kill a human immortal to see if I will be poisoned and turn into a human immortal ember. And there should be a difference between my own mutated shadow embers? Maybe it's similar to the embers mutating into metal embers in the Destiny world? Embers are really adaptable. As long as the base number of infections is large enough, the virus will mutate and evolve? It seems reasonable. He thought about it, too lazy to pay attention, and directly started to point out the realm of the immortal. Second level of immortal, 20 billion. Ning Zheng frowned. Why is the price still rising? According to reason, the realm of immortal is 10 billion. Although Ning Zheng is now making 25 billion a day, he doesn't care much about this luck. But this abnormal change is ultimately an unstable factor. Is there something wrong with my breakthrough? He thought about it carefully, and decided to click 20 billion first, breakthrough first, and then see what the situation is. Minus 20 billion after breaking through the Yin attribute, his second attribute, Yang. As the huge fortune began to flow into his body, Ning Zheng entered a super epiphany moment that was rare in the ages. He began to comprehend the laws of the Yang attribute magical power, and his consciousness was deeply trapped in a dream, as if he was wandering in the sky. Zhuangzhou had a dream. Dream. It is the subconscious activity of living things. At the immortal level, dreams are rare, but if an immortal starts to dream, it is equivalent to epiphany, a dream of Nanku. Real dream. Because of his powerful thinking and soul ability, subconscious activities will construct a fairly complete real dream. Some exercises are specifically designed to increase the probability of dreaming. For example, the random illusion sect that was preparing to cooperate with Ning Zheng to make a golden elixir before, is mainly engaged in random dreaming and enlightenment of life. In a dream, Ning Zheng traveled everywhere, traveling around the worlds of the heavens, and comprehended the various Yang-attributed magical powers unique to the local area. Constantly comprehending, constantly honing. He was stuck in the first level of the celestial immortal for more than 3,000 years, and he could not comprehend the Yang-attributed magical power of the human god flower in his body. He even bathed in the sun of each world and dozed off in the lava. In a world of golden light, he fought with a sun god. Honing. Comprehending. Practicing hard, but he was still stuck in the realm and could not achieve enlightenment. After another long 3,000 years, he wandered on the earth like an ascetic monk. Ning Zheng, who was unable to find the right method, suddenly gave up on himself and began to use the human god flower to control a world in his travels, treating them as puppets. Walala, the overwhelming for threads filled the entire world sky. Ning Zheng became the mastermind behind the scenes, controlling a brand new fur era. Countless young heroes resisted, struggled, and refused to be puppets, but were eventually defeated by him one by one. He turned the people of those times into puppets, manipulated them with silk threads, and gradually began to study the tendons of organisms. He modified the patterns and structures of the meridians in the bodies of the common people, like an old weaving grandmother, holding a needle and thread to weave dolls one stitch at a time. A giant appeared in the sky. The giant held a needle and thread, and sewed the dolls one stitch at a time. Gradually, the era was controlled by him, the common people became puppets, the world became a woven world, and turned into a Ponzi cave. He became a new human god, and surpassed the human god. Occasionally, he grew fur all over his body, and turned into an ape, and the whole world gradually became a toy world. Ning Zheng became the largest distributor in the fairy world, selling doll toys one by one to the fairy world, and they were extremely popular. Ning Zheng sat on the huge toy factory, quietly watching the puppet soldiers. With a sigh on her face, I remembered my childhood opponent 10,000 years ago, the existence called the human god, who played with the ancestors of mankind, manipulated future generations, and turned apes into humans. He once appeared in a stunning manner, and amazed me for a period of time in my childhood. But he was stuck in the realm of transformation by Jiuzhou. No matter how amazing he was, he could not become an immortal. In the end, he entered the ancient tomb and tried to live a second life, but still failed. Now, I am already a human god at the level of an immortal, and I have fully demonstrated the terrifying potential of that human god after the breakthrough. However, Ning Zheng has walked out of the path of the immortal level human god, but still cannot break through. Difficult, difficult, difficult. It was as if something was stuck in his body. Ning Zheng had a premonition that he should have been able to break through to the second level of the celestial immortal at this time, but because of some reason of the Jiuzhou circulation system, he was stuck. The circulation system made it extremely difficult for him to practice as a celestial immortal. Another 60,000 years passed. Ning Zheng turned the whole world into a doll, a fairy tale world. There were cute knitted dolls everywhere, colorful knitted trees, houses, grass, puppets, birds, and cats. The whole world was full of cute textile creatures. Their eyes were beautiful gems, and their fingernails were emeralds. This fairy tale world became the largest amusement park world for immortal travel. Countless cultivators came to visit, and Ning Zheng made a lot of money. At this time, Ning Zheng chose to join the immortal master, marry into the family, and become a toy merchant. He had given up breaking through the second level of the celestial immortal, and began to muddle through, and sorted out his previous realm. He restudied the shadow crocodile with Yin attributes, and the human god with Yang attributes. It was on this day that he suddenly realized. In other systems, there is a distinction between primary and secondary in cultivation, but in our cultivation of circulation, there is no primary and secondary. To break the realm of Yang attribute, you need to flow from the realm of Yin attribute. Flow. Only by practicing Yin and Yang together, and balancing them can you enter the second level. On this day, Ning Zheng suddenly realized the great way. After tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation, he finally broke through, circulated Yin and Yang, and entered the second level of the celestial immortal. Yang doll, shadow crocodile. Every cute doll in the entire toy world suddenly had a shadow. The shadows behind each cute doll were as black as ink, with evil and coldness, corresponding to their doll bodies. One Yin and one Yang, looking at each other from afar. The two magical laws of yin and yang began to flow, circulate, combine, and become one. Ning Jing Shadow Crocodile Dharma image also suddenly changed, turning into a doll Dharma image army. Each doll is knitted and sewn, and it is natural. There is a touch of perfection and flow, spirituality and intelligence. And the father-in-law of the immortal venerable could not help but exclaimed, "Good aptitude, the perfect system is 10 times stronger and 10 times more difficult." In less than 100,000 years, he actually broke through the second level of the celestial immortal. Click. In reality, Ningjin woke up from the cave, and a trace of vicissitudes and a trace of speechlessness flashed in his eyes. What good aptitude? It takes me nearly 100,000 years to break through the first level of the celestial immortal. Wouldn't it take 1,000,000 years for the celestial immortal to be perfect? But thinking carefully, it is also because I have less experience. The celestial immortal is enlightenment, the basis of perception, and requires rich knowledge and experience. After all, I have less years of precipitation than ordinary cultivators. The people in Jiuzhou are all old antiques with years of accumulation. Even the youngest Xian Shichen is hundreds of thousands of years old. Jiusui, a painter, has lived for the entire Jiuzhou human race, and his lifespan is the same as that of the immortal lord. I can't compare with him, so I can only rely on a little bit of luck. He silently felt the power in his body, shook his head and sighed. But he smiled. I am the second level of the celestial immortal, and I have completed the law of yin and yang magical powers. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. A dense strand of meridians in his hand seeped out and turned into a doll. The magical power of the human god flower has also been completely advanced. From the magical power level to the law level. Now, I can even turn the whole world into dolls, like the assimilation world in the dream, and open the largest toy factory in the fairy world. But Ning Zheng would not do that. Now the reason for the 20 billion is clear. Sure enough, the perfect system, when it reaches the immortal realm, is more difficult to break through than other defective systems in the same realm. After all, the more solid the foundation, the higher the difficulty, which is reasonable. But his combat power is many times stronger. Their yin-yang magical powers are two isolated magical powers. But what about Ning Zheng? It has formed a magical power cycle. Moreover, Ning Jing Shadow Crocodile Dharma Army has a yang doll entity, becoming a woven doll army. This style of painting is a bit outrageous. But I should have thought that the human god's spiritual root is originally engaged in needlework. He shook his sleeves and walked out of the cave. And the front desk beauty looked at Ning Zheng, shook her head, and continued to work with her head down. Chapter 972. On the other side. In the 10,000 beasts domain, somewhere in the wilderness. Damn it! Damn it! The cultivators in the immortal realm are so rude. Bai Pingtian ran frantically, his face showing despair. He was a prodigy who ascended to heaven. In their world, he became an immortal in 3,000 years, which was unprecedented and amazing. He opened up the Pingtian method, swept through the major ancient forbidden areas, and was called the Emperor Pingtian. After ascending to heaven, he stayed in the mining area for a while, and then ran out to make money on his own. He was not stupid, but had a skill. His painting skills were very superb. After inquiring about the market, he heard that a real immortal boss became famous in the immortal world by drawing pornographic books, so he was ready to imitate his predecessor. He made a name for himself in the immortal world, and also drew various special books hand-painted by himself on the black market. As a result, he earned the resources of the 10th level of human immortals, and successfully mixed into the first level of heavenly immortals. Unfortunately, the good days didn't last long. Some of his fellow painters didn't follow the moral code of martial arts and hired assassins to hunt him down. How hateful. He kept running. Behind him, two powerful immortals drew an arc of light in the sky and quickly chased him. Boy, if you don't want to die, stop immediately. If you run again, I tear off your legs and eat them with wine. Don't ask for trouble. A potential stock like you who is good at painting and has good fighting power is also a top-notch item at the auction. Naturally, someone will buy you as a friend. Boom, the two sides fought again. Bai Pingtian kept resisting, but he was in danger. At this moment, suddenly a stream of light shot from the sky, and the majestic aura pressed down the two immortal killers. Get out. The two immortal killers were pressed to the point of being unable to move, and they knelt down quickly. I don't know which true immortal. The immortal ignored him, and reached out to grab Bai Pingtian away. Demon Charm Immortal Sect. Mo May Immortal threw Bai Pingtian down. I heard that you are good at painting and creating illusions? Yes, sir. Bai Pingtian could only answer honestly. That's it. Mo May Immortal said coldly. From today on, You are a disciple of our sect and manage the library. Go and memorize the books in the library, understand? Bai Pingtian looked confused, but did not dare to resist. He began to browse the books in the sect, reading with relish. It must be said that there is no way out for the wild way in the fairy world, because there are too many basic common sense in the fairy world, and it is difficult to learn all the wild ways systematically. Meanwhile, Yi Di had also been reading and studying here. He looked up at Bai Pingtian and said, "Friend, are you new here?" "Yes." Bai Pingtian's face was not very good. The fairy world was too cruel. Anyone who earned a little resource would be targeted by others. It was simply not a place for people to live. "Were you also captured by someone?" Bai Pingtian said. "Almost." Yi Di said, "I am also reading." Soon, the two began to flip through the book silently. "Have you memorized it?" The next morning, Mo Mei Zhenxian came. "I memorized 37 books and can reproduce them. After all, I used to pirate Huan books." Bai Pingtian replied, "Take this golden pill." Mo Mei Zhenxian said, "This is an opportunity." Bai Pingtian picked up the golden pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His stomach began to cramp. Luckily, he was a celestial fairy. If he was a human fairy, he would have been in trouble. After a while, he signed the contract and entered the illusion. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight in the sky sprinkled on the villa. A group of true immortals came online on the simple map of the villa and started their working life. Tap, tap, tap. Many true immortals began to log in and asked their trusted heavenly immortals to come in and input various basic knowledge and information books of the immortal world. Remember, copy the books for me. Copy carefully. Move quickly, lest others get ahead. A book is a top-grade immortal stone. We have to copy at least 10 million books. A group of true immortals commanded their heavenly immortals to come in and move bricks and move books. Mo Mei True Immortal commanded by Pingtian Yi Di, and Yi Tianai copy books. Do you understand? Move quickly. Copy the books we see in our sect here. None of these true immortals are stupid. The next morning, they began to catch a group of working heavenly immortals to copy books, earn currency, and come here to help them make money. Bai Pingtian looked around with a shocked face. Yi Di also sighed. Copying books is also his experience. After all, he has yin and yang magical powers. The yin attributes cover is a magical power that can be reproduced. But studying illusions can improve the perception of yin attributes in this aspect. If he wants to break through this aspect of yin attributes and enter the law level, he must find experience in copying books and honing illusion soul spells. This recording of books is not simple. These books are like the jade slips of power transmission in traditional cultivation novels, focusing on a consciousness transmission. And these true immortals are also very smart. They did not choose to make new books one by one, but directly used the ready-made golden elixir as a jade slip to record books. Hula la, the blacksmith shop was in full swing. A group of immortals who were pulled in to work were frantically forging iron, forging golden elixirs, and recording books. One morning, one by one, the golden pills were quickly put into the library of the villa. A large number of golden pills were piled up like a mountain, and one by one was placed on the shelf. Bai Pingtian was also very shocked. What kind of secret realm is this? The money in this place is really easy to make. This true immortal brought me into this secret fantasy, which is so mysterious and powerful. It is also a great opportunity. Recording a book is equivalent to a top-grade fairy stone. This is simply a huge bargain. But the entry fee is also expensive. 100 books a day are enough to make back the cost, and then you can make money. He kept calculating and felt that the future was promising. This is a mysterious underground organization of true immortals, with powerful members and mysterious background. But the profit from recording books by himself does not belong to him, and he worked for nothing. In the library, Ning Zheng's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he picked up a golden pill to look at it. He found that the Jindan books recorded here really have all kinds of books, including pornographic books. I don't know who recorded them. Our villa is sterilized. Can we read this? Isn't this like picking a fire but not letting people put it out? Ning Zheng thought about it. It's time to add restrictions to the villa's library. Most books are not open, and a few books are paid for reading. Blacksmiths have to pay to read books. Theoretically, Ning Zheng would have to spend tens of millions of high-grade immortal stones for tens of millions of public basic books. This is a huge amount of money that even the true immortal dare not afford. But in fact, the cost of exchanging for an equivalent Jindan is at most 1 million high-grade immortal stones. It is worth exchanging these books to increase the foundation of power. Moreover, the landing gened and they exchanged for tens of millions of high-grade immortal stones. In the end, weren't they sold to people to land? This is a disguised way of helping yourself to attract people. In summary, this promotion is cheap and has a very high cost effectiveness. You really don't spend a penny. Do you really think that the real immortals are fools? Come to work for you for free, then. Ningzheng walked around a few more times. The potion shop, canteen, and weapon shop are all good, and the NPC mentors in various positions are very responsible. And in the low-level wild monster map in the wild, there are also a group of immortals who were pulled in to work and fight monsters. A week passed in the blink of an eye, but nothing big happened. These 7 days were all crazy to move, and the piles of golden elixir books have reached tens of millions of volumes. Ningzheng's power foundation can be compared with ordinary real immortal forces, which can be said to have spanned millions of years of development and accumulation in one breath. And Ningzheng also practiced steadily. Just yesterday, he went to the cave and broke through the 3rd level, gold attribute. The magical power of the golden god has been greatly enhanced, and the 3rd level of the immortal has been broken through. It is worth mentioning that the cost of Ningzheng's breakthrough has returned to 10 billion luck points, which is very cheap. Moreover, the difficulty of Ningzheng's breakthrough has become simpler this time. Ningzheng speculated. When the attribute flow is needed, the difficulty of one's own cultivation increases, and only then do you need additional luck points. When I was cultivating the 5 elements, I estimated that the second 5 elements would start to cost more money. The second attribute of the 5 elements will be as difficult as before, but he didn't care about it. Rich. But I still have to open up a pasture in the second world. Originally, the other worlds in the heavens were all owned, so it was not easy to start, and one move would affect the whole body. But this immortal tomb world wrapped in robbery is isolated from the world, and it can completely become my second pasture, providing me with a second 25 billion per day. Secret land reclamation. It is imperative to completely master this tomb world. But Ningzheng, a 3rd level celestial being, obviously couldn't conquer this tomb and couldn't open up the wasteland independently. She had a mountain of treasures, but couldn't conquer it. She had to rely on those knowledgeable super bosses who used their precious experience of tomb robbing, risking their lives time and time again to help her open up the wasteland. Chapter 973. After a few days, a gathering place has been formed here. Even some trusted immortals often come here to communicate with people and learn alchemy. They have even started to improve the race character, Luanding Boy. How terrible is the foundation and knowledge of the true immortals? This character's cultivation speed is faster and more outrageous. And for this character, a special upgrade shop has been opened. As long as you come here to spend VIP points, people can use a hammer to forge iron for you to upgrade your realm. You can become a human immortal within 1 day. This made the blacksmiths in the villa dumbfounded. The boss has played with our yin-yang creation furnace. He even created a specialized race that can upgrade quickly. Sure enough, asking the real immortal boss to personally create the character is the right way to play. With this character, won't everyone be a human immortal soon? What are you thinking? This race is essentially a puppet character at the human immortal level. Our control is too bad to control a human immortal puppet. It seems that we have to study the intelligent combat system. The previous combat headbands must continue to be developed to assist us in combat. Soon, a group of human immortals appeared. They began to attack the corridor. But most of these people are celestial immortals in reality. Coming here can also increase the secret realm experience of the immortal tomb. They used the isolation formation to pass through the murderous corridor, bypassed a group of elite guards in the palace, looked at the outside world, and began a great exploration. This ancient prehistoric tomb world that has been closed for countless thousands of years retains its structure before death. It is a big world. There are many large sects, secret realms, and towns that can be explored. They set up various land temple resurrection points again, and enthusiastically relied on technology and perfect skills to open the restrictions of some sects again, and enter them to steal. Cooperation. Do you know how to cooperate? I have a team of 5 people, and I am still short of one. Come quickly. With the addition of this group of celestial beings, some resources of ancient prehistoric sects were quickly brought back. They are not those blacksmiths. Each of them is a super warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles, fighting out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and has rich experience in the secret realm. They keep going out for training, and cherish this opportunity very much. Combat experience is very rare. This is something you can only encounter outside. After all, who really wants to risk their life? And here, the free benefits of the organization members, they don't even have to pay, and they are given free access to the ancient secret realm again and again. Free access to the ancient secret realm. The owner of Shirong Manor is too kind. This organization is full of benefits. They go out again and return rolling up the sky, and use these resources to continue to upgrade the shop, asking the true immortals to forge iron and help them upgrade. A brand new race system began to mature under the cooperation of the vigorous and resolute big guys, forging iron and upgrading. The true immortals also entered the research scholar mode, and began to gradually study the group, discussing and studying the synthesis of this race character together, busy and enjoying it. At this time, they discovered another huge problem. This secret realm copy is not that simple. After leaving the palace area, they found that the tomb sects outside were all dangerous ancient secret realms. Let's go kill Rob. By Pingtian Yi and Yi Tianai formed a raiding team under Mo Mei and were driven into the tomb to gain combat experience. They specifically looked for lone immortals in the wild to attack. After all, the highest combat power of the villa can only break through to the human immortal realm. The celestial immortals in the future cannot be easily dealt with by blacksmithing skills. Kill! We won. This is too easy. Just a tomb beast at the human immortal level. Wait! What is this? The corpses are crawling up, and some terrifying creatures have exploded. Crazy! Crazy! They still think they are alive, and not dead? Bai Pingtian showed fear. It was too terrifying. Especially when he saw those funeral puppets resurrected, looking around with a blank face, vivid and lifelike. He was terrified. Obviously. It was Ning Zheng who was not a human being. He was very wicked, and spread his shadow ash virus to the human immortals in the entire tomb. They helped him kill human immortals, and 50% of them were resurrected as ashes. Anyway, these people now can only surround human immortals at most, and Ning Zheng does not need to point out the celestial immortal level virus at present. Kill! No matter what, kill him first. He's become more agile. Help! After much difficulty, they defeated the Ember. Crash! But the dying Ember suddenly disappeared. Obviously, Ning Zheng secretly captured him with the Dharmakaya army following them. After all, how could they really kill him? These are all treasures. Soon, Bai Pingtian's team advanced all the way, and it became more and more difficult. Ning Zheng's Dharmakaya followed every team that went out, fished behind their backs, and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. When they were almost done fighting, he secretly captured them, and took away their spoils of war embers for free. And the immortals suffered. They joined forces with other teams, resurrected again and again, ran corpses, picked up the corpses of the blacksmiths, and took them back to forge. Constantly tried and failed, resurrected, and re-attacked. Bypassing the celestial immortals, avoiding the true immortals, using all kinds of new technologies beyond the ancient times, and all kinds of loopholes, they finally reached the core. Conquered a large ancient immortal gate outside the palace, overcoming all difficulties and obstacles along the way. There was an immortal with a different attribute of the law of gravity sitting inside. The ancient figure, sitting on the throne, left a last word. We lost. It's just a matter of success or failure. I will die in every world in the battle, and no one can escape. The world is annihilated, the multiverse explodes, time and space jumps down, dusk stays forever, and the true law of destiny in the interweaving appears. The timeline can no longer be restored, and the condensed destiny is used as a tombstone to penetrate the entire broken world. Puff! At this moment, a mysterious creature suddenly attacked. All the monks who attacked the copy were killed. Resurrection point. The immortals who had conquered the dungeon resurrected one by one. Some people showed a look of horror. There are terrifying ancient creatures and ancient taboos sleeping in the tomb. It's okay for a corpse to be resurrected, but it seems to be an ancient virus. But what just attacked us? What is that thing in the depths? Everyone showed a horrified look. This is too scary. After all, the disgusting level of the Jiuzhou tomb model transformed by Ning Zheng shocked them. When the news reached the ears of the true immortals who were doing experiments, the true immortals were also shocked and put down the characters in their hands to study. This immortal tomb is actually real. The owner of Shirong Manor of this organization has built a real immortal tomb. They looked at each other in shock. Then, their expressions showed a bit of greed and excitement. If it really has ancient information, then the tomb outside must be taken seriously. We can't be so perfunctory anymore and let those immortals go to experience. The knowledge and information in it can break the monopoly of the immortals and reveal the truth of ancient history. What do the immortals want to hide? Chapter 974. Beast Control Room. Dan Dingzhenqian looked calm, with his hands behind his back, standing proudly in front of the yin-yang creation furnace, listening to the report of the celestial immortal, who was kneeling on one knee behind him. My lord, the ancient immortal gate beside the imperial city. Chongxian Gate. We fought our way through, and after repeated death trials and errors, we found the rules and cracking methods, bypassed the two guarding beasts of the celestial immortal and the true immortal, and came to the 73rd peak, the residence of the immortal venerable, and saw the phantom left by the immortal venerable before his death. And we were attacked by a terrifying ancient taboo living deep in the depths. It was a creeping evil unknown life, and we couldn't be sure what it was. We killed our way through this time and found that the creatures in the entire tomb world died, and there was a 50% chance of inexplicable resurrection, which was very scary. After resurrection, they are no longer dull. The puppet tomb beasts are more agile and have wisdom. They killed us many times. We died 17 times on this trip. We ran back and forth and brought back the bodies of our companions. If it weren't for the immortals who studied this immortal puppet body for us and forged and repaired it like a weapon, we would have to start from scratch after our rebirth. Dan Dingzhenren couldn't help but smile faintly after listening to the praise. This is natural. The body race I created for you is to allow you to explore this illusion and practice quickly. After death, you can pick up the body and resurrect without much loss. You are worthy of being an adult. The fairy looked admiring. Dan Dingzhenren looked proud. Looking at the entire Lianding domain, my weapon forging skills are also the strongest among the immortals. She and Mo Meijinxian have been friends for many years, so naturally she has no airs behind her back. But on the surface, she is a cold and aloof fairy that no one dares to approach, although she is physically fiery. She puts on airs and acts with dignity, so that the cultivators below dare not act presumptuously. This is the art of the Emperor. Tap, tap, tap. In the laboratories behind each other, the true immortals listened to the report and walked out. They all showed solemn expressions. There is a 50% chance that the corpse outside will be resurrected? What on earth is this? Dan Ding, it seems that our Tianxian team has gained a lot. A true immortal came back to his senses and smiled. The space immortal in this ancient tomb has disappeared, but outside the palace, the other immortal sects under the command of this one of the three supreme space immortals, their defense capabilities are even more terrifying than the palace. Another true immortal became interested. We can go out and find the truth of the ancient times. We don't have to worry about the research of the yin-yang creation furnace. It's also relaxing to explore the secret realm together. Everyone nodded. In the present world, the immortals of the 13 giants personally swept the core area of the immortal tomb before letting the true immortals enter to explore, saying that they would handle some crises for us. Immortals eat meat, and true immortals drink soup. When it was the turn of the true immortals to enter, some things disappeared. The immortals have always deliberately concealed history, but here, you can really know history. The laws of heaven and earth have changed drastically. Now, it is not the mythical years of the past, and you can't go back to the past. But they are still very interested in history. At this time, they found that it was not just the yin-yang creation furnace that attracted people. This secret business alliance organization, the Immortal Secret Realm Illusion, is also a huge opportunity. It seems that this Taoist Shirong really gave a lot of free fixed benefits. This allows us to explore history for free. Let alone the current celestial beings exploring together. Even if the true immortals present here go there personally, they may have to die hundreds of times before they can conquer the secret realm. After all, we are now at the level of human immortals at best. The crowd kept discussing with great interest. At this moment, an old true immortal with white hair smiled and said, "If you ask me, this lineage of Taoist priests may not be lying. They are the prehistoric descendants born in the ancient tomb of the immortal lord, and Jiaowu is their historical ancient. They are very lucky. They took risks all the way, and walked out of the immortal lord's tomb before going out of the fairyland. The immortal lord's tomb left in their current illusion is drawn by the adventure scenes they have experienced." Everyone nodded involuntarily. It makes sense. How can you describe so many illusions without personal experience? Ningzheng listened to their chat in the dark and couldn't help shaking her head and smiling. They still have no doubt that this is not a dream, but reality. But it's also true. The illusion technology of the fairy world is too advanced. High-end illusions are so realistic that you can't tell the difference. This one in front of me can't tell the difference either. No matter how real you act, people just think your technology is pretty good. They even think I'm offering free adventures and free exploration of this world. It's a benefit given to them by the owner of Shirong Manor, and they're very happy. This is a win-win situation. Both sides are very happy. Playing games is for this fun, isn't it? However, there are also true immortals who hold objections. What's there to study in history? You cooperated with us to study the yin-yang creation furnace, and now you give up? That's right, If you don't cooperate, then you can quit, and we will do our own research. Soon, a group of true immortals split into two groups. Some of them, who like fighting, want to go out and have a good fight to see if there are any enemies worth fighting. As high-level monks, many of them are battle maniacs. After a debate, the true immortals also split into two groups. One group continued to study, and the other group went out for adventure. If we use the game's occupations to divide, one group is the secondary occupation life players, who stayed in the novice village. One group is the combat players, who went out to fight monsters. After a while, after the true immortals left, the true immortals in the alchemy room began to continue their research work. Continue to organize materials and purify reagents at the table. Now that they have just joined this organization, it is a new time period, so of course they come every day. And according to the other party's award, VIP 5 and above, every time you upgrade a level, you can let the Yin and Yang creation furnace in reality personally help you synthesize a certain race in the fantasy world and give it to you in reality as a reward. VIP 5 is 100 million high-grade immortal stones, and even the major true immortal forces cannot come up with that much liquidity. So, they plan to jointly build a VIP 5 first, then get a pair of synthetic races, and then reproduce. Is it worth it to buy a cub of a race with 100 million high-grade immortal stones? Of course it is worth it. Just like improved pigs and hybrid rice, they are confident that the synthesized characters can dominate the market. It can open up a vast trillion-dollar market. Therefore, they, the true immortals, plan to jointly build one, and then make money in reality. Engage in breeding. So, they have been very busy here. This lasted for 2 or 3 days, and each of them was conducting research at a super high efficiency. Even after logging off at 7 o'clock, they formed a team and met in reality, went to the high-flow cave, and worked together for decades, and then ran out to continue the research the next day. In order to research a meat pig character with strong potential and exchange it in reality, they were so eager that Ning Zheng was stunned. Sand sculpture blacksmiths, you are going to fall behind. There are actually people who are more eager than you. If you put a forging furnace in the blacksmith shop, they can jump in. Too cruel. In just these 2 or 3 days, a group of true immortals also went out to attack the dungeon and suffered heavy losses. The players have developed the habit of stacking lives, and are developing towards the 4th disaster. And the earth blacksmiths in the villa are also numb. Oh my god, you're doing crazy in-house research while you're going out to raid dungeons to help our owner build his kingdom? It's over. Isn't this a high-end version of the Fairy Doctor and a high-end version of the Tomb Raider? Owner, kick them out. We don't want to play anymore. Turn off this function. In Zhujian Villa, a group of blacksmiths were holding telescopes, crying without tears. At present, only Sun Yu Su Yunyang and Night Emperor in the villa can blend into this group of players and pretend to be immortals. Accompany them to fight monsters and fight. As for Yin Xuanying, God of Food, Xiao Chai Kun and other blacksmiths, these old players also tried to blend into these immortal pioneering teams and pretend to be immortals, but they were teamed up after a while. The other party was still cursing. Where did this trash come from? I'm afraid it's those non-combat monks who want to satisfy their addiction to combat monks? Friend, our team doesn't welcome you. Your combat skills are too poor. You are so stupid. You just know how to rush forward and die. This won't work. The blacksmiths felt that their status was tested. So they began to activate the precious Lotus Lantern and tried to research an automatic headband fairy weapon for auxiliary combat. But obviously, their progress was too slow. So the blacksmiths learned to be smart. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang disguised herself as a celestial being and mixed into this group of big guys, wanting to spend contribution points to invite the big guys to help build a top-notch automatic combat magic weapon. As a result, Lian Dingzhenren was very busy, and was at a critical moment in his research, so he was too lazy to pay attention to her. In desperation, Sun and Moon Su Yunyang ran around again, and finally found a celestial blacksmith, who was willing to help. The blacksmith was speechless. We are all non-combat monks. Why do we have to fight? Sun Moon Su Yunyang. Sorry, I want to have fun here. Forget it, I help you. The blacksmith was easy to talk to. After paying a lot of VIP points, he began to take orders and help make a combat headband magic weapon. So, in the next few days, the villa was busy, mainly divided into 3 forces. 1. The True Immortal Research Scholar Team, researching a new genetically modified pig race, preparing to breed it out and make money together. 2. The True Immortal Combat Archaeology Team, that group of combat bosses, got itchy hands and started working. 3. The The Earth Blacksmith Evolution Team invited the Celestial Immortal to help them make a super combat auxiliary device. Over the past few days, the forces of all parties in the villa have been steadily improving, and there have been no major changes. Instead, Ningzheng has been idle, sitting at the foot of the villa and drinking tea. This is a good life, without any magnificent and chaotic unexpected changes, steady development, and winning instability. He occasionally raised his head and looked at the sand sculpture blacksmiths in the villa, who were making money in full swing and setting up alchemy assembly line factories. Occasionally lowered his head and looked at the friends who joined the real immortals in the villa, who were helping him study various technologies. Both sides are doing well. Ningzheng was happy in his heart, and silently opened a huge map. There are mountains and rivers, mountains and valleys, and the locations of various large and small forces are also written. The Space Immortal, one of the 3 great immortals in ancient times, also has a group of immortals under his command, stationed in sects in various places, and now it has become a tomb. All of them are tough, not easy to deal with. The real immortals led the team personally, and the speed of advancing the map was also very slow. At present, only 11% has been advanced. Ningzheng didn't think they were useless. After all, this was the most advanced map in the fairy world. If they came in person, they might be in danger. It's okay if it's slow. Anyway, I have my Dharma image behind all the teams now, collecting 50% of their human immortal embers. He smiled. The previous mortal embers were almost cleared by the blacksmiths, and a town with a population of more than 1 million people had gathered at the foot of the villa. A town with a population of 1 million, surrounding the foot of the mountain, was not a large number for the already expanded sword-forging villa. Now, the human immortal embers were being taken, and these immortal embers could not be placed casually. There are already more than 3,000 human immortals. They are too powerful, and the speed of advancing and killing monsters is too fast. But how should these human immortals be placed? Thinking of this, he took out the ember-containing magic weapon forged by the blacksmiths. The Human Emperor Banner. Although I don't know why the blacksmiths called it this name, maybe it's a beautiful vision for the reincarnation of the old steward, the Space Immortal? I hope that the old steward's banner of the Human Emperor is full of people from the empty country. It's impossible to release these human immortals at present. Maybe it will really become the so-called Human Emperor Banner, and be used to fight the enemy? Ningzheng touched his chin, thinking. Anyway, these days are getting better. Steady and steady, open up this ancient tomb world. Chapter 975. The next morning. East of the city, blacksmith room number 2. Sun Moon Su Yunyang looked at the immortal blacksmith. This is the order you requested. According to your name, it is named the Tightening Curse. As the blacksmith spoke, a golden tide hoop was taken out. This thing has the ability to imitate the flow of mana of its own kind. Self-learning, fully automated combat, although a little dull, but the effect is good. This is an immortal weapon. If it were placed in the mortal world, it would be fought for by countless major sects. Sun Moon Su Yunyang rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to pay attention to the sales pitch of this immortal. Human immortals are cattle and horses that have just ascended to heaven. If they have money, they can quickly become immortals. Immortals are the backbone of the real immortal world. These immortals are too eager to make money, just like real estate salesmen. There is no style at all. Since this batch of celestial beings were brought in by the true immortals, their idle feelings were shattered and disillusioned. It is true that distance creates beauty. Very quickly. After testing with the tide hoop, Sun Moon Su Yunyang was very satisfied and nodded. Then I will officially place an order. I will order 10 first, 100 VIP points each. Okay. The celestial blacksmith nodded. 100 points equals 100 top-grade immortal stones equals 1 online game pill. As long as one is made, it will be recovered today, and the rest will be bloody profits. It seems that many lifestyle monks want to experience the addiction of combat monks here. Maybe they can cast and sell such magic tools in large quantities, which may make more money than taking orders for ironwork outside. Soon, with the emergence of automated combat instruments, a group of old blacksmiths began to quietly blend into these big guys and open up new land with them. I Legend 4. Rabbi Xiaoxian 3. Su Yunyang, Fairy Doctor, Fairy Auntie. Soon, as they dispersed and joined the team at noon and entered the new land phase, they caused quite a stir among a group of immortals who were adventuring in the secret realm. Why does this guy who joined my team today look a little crazy, looking around like he has never seen the secret realm, and even studied a tree for a long time? Maybe his brain is not working well. He looks stupid. A group of crazy guys happily joined the team and mixed into the crowd. The battle is automatically controlled, but the mouth is not automatic. Their mouths began to speak in a pseudo-human style, blending in with them, pretending to be immortals, being familiar with people, and bragging to people everywhere. The third day. The god of food, Xiao Chai Kuan, pretended to be immortal players, and mixed into the immortal adventure team again. After a battle, it was fair, and the two of them fought fully automatically, which was barely qualified. After joining the team, Shirshin was happy. We can go to the dungeon, it's great. Xiao Chai Kuan, I guess other blacksmiths will also mix in. We want to fight monsters with them, brag together, and have fun together. Both of them were eager to try. The next dungeon journey officially began. This time, the three-person team of Bai Pingtian, Shirshin, and Xiao Chai Kuan's target was the ancient sect located in the western mountains, Jiumu sect. The group fought monsters, and killed many immortals along the way, and the occasional embers disappeared. It was obviously stolen by the villa itself. But the blacksmiths knew, but did not remind them, and came all the way to this Jiumu sect. They burned, killed, and looted all the way, and came to the door. Set up the resurrection point, the land temple. Then they began to try to attack, and they killed several times, but they fell in front of the mountain gate because there were masters of the celestial level guarding the gate. After running corpses several times and resurrecting, the leader by Pingtian said, "We must take a long-term view. If it is a living immortal, we will definitely not be able to get through, but they are tomb-guarding beasts who have lost their minds." Can't kill them? Xiao Chai Kuan couldn't help but said, becoming a tomb-guarding beast, the combat power should be reduced when they were alive. We human immortals may be able to surround and kill them. Encircling and killing is seeking death. Bai Pingtian said, according to our experience, 50% of them are completely resurrected as rational lives. If the celestial immortals are completely resurrected, then we are dead. We dare not kill them even if we can, and we will bypass them. In fact, they didn't know that killing celestial immortals would not explode embers at present. Because Ningzheng did not point out the ember virus of this level. They used tricks to bypass the gate and quietly entered a palace. Let's not go to the main hall, let's go to the mine, there should be a lot of good things in it, and then go to the Sutra library to have a look. Ancient books are also treasures. This sect was very famous in ancient times, producing a kind of natural treasure that only existed in prehistoric times, Jiumiyuanjin. It is said that it is the source of fairy gold in the world, the mother of all gold. What a treasure, I have to pull a cart back. The god of food heard it, his eyes lit up. It's good to go to the dungeon, bring it back to the sword-casting villa, I will be the richest player. Soon. A group of people kept fighting monsters, and quietly killing their way in. Several people died several times in the process, but they also entered the mine. Digging deep all the way, all kinds of divine gold filled the mine, and Bai Pingtian's eyes widened. Damn, this is an illusion. If it were real, we would really have so many good treasures, enough for me to practice all the realms of the immortals. And Xiao Chai Kuan next to him was full of superiority. Sorry. This is true. Take it back, our villa will be rich. As expected, there are many good things in the dungeon. They dug all the way, filled the storage ring, and returned with a full load, and also came to the deepest part. A bronze divine coffin made of Jiumu gold stayed in the deepest part of the mine. What is this? It looks like a good thing. Xiao Chai Kuan was delighted, and was about to open the coffin. Bai Pingtian hurriedly stopped him. No, be careful, this place is weird. What are you afraid of? It's just an illusion, you won't die. Xiao Chai Kuan waved his hand, suddenly remembered something, and knocked on the coffin lid. Is there anyone inside? Dong dong. He knocked twice, very politely. If he hadn't brought incense and wooden fish, he would have to do a ceremony before opening the coffin to draw cards. But a weird scene appeared. There seemed to be something in the coffin. Dong dong. He also knocked twice in response. Fuck, it's a dead body. The god of food was a little shocked. After countless epochs of death, there will be knocks in the coffin? You are the one who died. The voice of the god of food came from the coffin. Inside, speaking with my voice, the god of food was completely confused and then angry. He has been a player for so many years, and he is always scary. Before, your embers were scared to tears by our arms playing with spinning tops. Now, someone is trying to scare him in the coffin. It's Tian Gang. It's unacceptable. I am a Jojo coffin man. How can I be afraid of you guys? The god of food was angry and slammed the coffin again. Old ding inside. What the hell are you? The voice of the god of food came from inside the coffin. I am the god of food, who is outside. Let me out quickly. The god of food suddenly got scared again. Xiao Chai Kuan next to him also knocked on the coffin. Friend, are you the god of food? Who is outside? I am Xiao Chai Kun. Xiao Chai Kun's voice came from inside the coffin, very anxious. Let me out quickly. Xiao Chai Kun was also numb. What the hell is in it? Whoever talks to him, he will become what kind of person? No matter who comes, the body of that person is buried in the coffin. It's a bit weird. Open the coffin and do an autopsy. The god of food sneered. Wait, brother, you are so powerful. Bai Pingtian next to him was shocked. You can see that you have a lot of experience. Not bad. The god of food said, when we trust each other, we can meet offline to see if you are from the faction of Imomasian Qian? Yes. Bai Pingtian said a little depressed. I have no choice but to be caught here to copy books, but fortunately I have made a lot of money. What level of celestial being are you? The god of food asked. I am the 6th level of celestial being, and I have never been able to break through the 7th level. It's uncomfortable. Bai Pingtian shook his head. Brother, follow me in the future. I am a celestial being with great perfection. You have little experience. Listen to me. Open this coffin here. There are good treasures inside. The god of food said. Bai Pingtian was silent for a while. Just you, a celestial being with great perfection, this fighting technique. The god of food was not embarrassed. I am a daily life person. I came here to learn fighting, to satisfy my addiction. My fighting technique is not good, but I have a deep knowledge base. We will definitely make money if we open this coffin together. Bai Pingtian was a little shaken by the other party's firm tone and serious expression. So he began to study how to open the coffin. There were many sealing arrays on the coffin board, which seemed to seal something terrible. Open. Soon, the coffin was opened by Bai Pingtian. A dark shadow in the coffin quickly condensed and turned into a black light that shot out of the sky. Countless whales and black air flew out of the mountains and appeared above the entire tomb world. Ha ha ha, my god of food is resurrected. With an evil and sinister voice, a shadow soared into the sky. Thousands of evil spirits quickly surged out of the coffin, like a spring was opened, and countless sealed ancient evil armies rushed out of the band. On the other side, countless adventure teams looked up and looked at the sky. What is that? It looks extremely evil. The direction over there seems to be the direction where Bai Pingtian's team is heading, called Jiumu's sect? Countless teams stopped. Ning Zheng was in the room at Zhujin Villa. From his perspective, he also saw the entire black fog rising into the sky. He lowered his head. Current daily luck value, 24.9 billion, 24.1 billion, 23.7 billion. Ning Zheng was confused. Hasn't it been a few days since the good development? Why is there a crisis of the destruction of Zhujin Villa? He switched the perspective to the god of food, and found that they had released some ghost things. Moreover, there are many immortals in the creatures, and even the leader is a great perfection of the true immortal. In the library, a certain true immortal contributed to the ancient books of strange stories, and Ning Zheng seemed to have seen a passage in it. A certain ancient sect practiced a special spell to separate its own malice and constantly suppress it. It seems to be similar to what is in front of me. A wave of evil spirits is coming. Ning Zheng felt a little numb in her heart. That thing is coming towards us. After all, we are the only tomb robbers in this tomb world. It seems to be attracted by the vitality of the living people in the entire tomb. It is going to attack our sword forging villa. Sure enough, this ancient tomb is full of risks. If the tomb robbers are not careful, they will cause some terrible attacks and chase them all the way. Now the headquarters of the sword forging villa has been moved to the center of this tomb. If it is attacked, it will suffer heavy losses. And running away now, Ning Zheng will not move away from the sword forging villa unless it is absolutely necessary. Because after moving away from the sword forging villa, this place will definitely be occupied by evil spirits, and there will be no place to stay. After leaving, I can't come back. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Ning Zheng will not completely abandon this tomb. This immortal tomb is full of resources. He took a deep breath and issued the first announcement in his life. Because of the destiny of the human food god, Xiao Chai Kun, Bai Pingtian, the ancient sect prohibitions were uncovered, and the forbidden creatures sealed in ancient times were forcibly released. It will cause a huge wave of Yin spirits, sweeping through the tombs and attacking the village where our Taoist priests are located. Please protect the village. Each successful killing of a mortal Yin spirit will earn 1 point, 100 points for human immortal Yin spirits, 1,000 points for heavenly immortal Yin spirits, and 10,000 points for true immortal Yin spirits. This is the history of Taoist civilization living in tombs in ancient times. You will experience the miserable time of our Taoist priests struggling in the tombs in ancient times. The sudden appearance of the monster siege made the true immortals, who were doing experiments, dumbfounded. We came to this illusion as a member to study the yin-yang creation furnace. How come enemies suddenly attacked? Your illusion focuses on reality, but this kind of reality is unnecessary. In the village of Tianmingren, a certain immortal, god of food, Xiaochai Kuan by Pingtian? These people are abnormal at first glance. Are they causing us to be attacked? Yi Tianai, what should we do? This is the first time we have been attacked. Yi Di, don't panic. Friends from various civilizations have experienced similar monster sieges. Everyone has experience. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang, who invited those 3 people in. They just want to cause trouble. Now we have to get busy. Swollen eyes, don't be afraid, my immortal friends, this is just an illusion. They will be resurrected. We just need to treat it as an exciting event. In fact, these blacksmith players were speechless. Aren't the god of food and his men too reckless? This is the immortal's tomb, which contains all kinds of ancient horrors. If you cause any trouble, you will be doomed. You are really not afraid at all, but this may not be an opportunity. When monsters attack the city, they will definitely drop a lot of equipment. Wouldn't our villa have a lot of resources to earn again? They thought they were fighting monsters in the illusion, but in fact they were fighting monsters in reality, working hard to make money for us, at this time. Many immortals were also very angry, and angrily wanted these 3 troublemakers. Issued a wanted order, and killing them once would reward 10 contribution points. Killing the 3 of them made them dare not enter this illusion. Run. On the other side, the god of food ran wildly with 2 people, and ran out of the range of the Een spirit army along the way. He was so frightened that he was stunned, and the message secretly sent back by the blacksmiths of the villa made him burst into tears. We are wanted by the true immortals. He was speechless. The 3 of us have become red-named players? True immortals, that's it? They can't even afford to offend us? They are worse than our villa owner, who can even offend the immortal lord. Chapter 976. Hua la la. Countless black calamity lingers and flows, enveloping a world of immortal tombs in an unknown area. The center of the tomb. At the foot of the mountain of Zhujian Villa, countless tomb exploration teams quickly retreated to the novice village at the foot of Zhujian Villa. As experienced tomb robbers, many of them have rich experience in emergency response. Even some true immortals, when they went to the tombs of true immortals in reality, encountered similar frenzy attacks, and they could only hide together. Now, it is the same. They sighed at the reality of this illusion, and there was such a classic plot. They skillfully organized the various monks to shrink in this palace, and turned on the defense mode. Kill! Kill! They guarded the entire mural passage, and one man could not open the pass. Those void snakes, without distinguishing between enemies and friends, were also constantly strangling the army of Een spirits that entered. But the good times did not last long. Some immortals with perfect Een spirits confronted and fought with those void snakes, and let a large number of immortals come in. It's a big trouble. The immortals also looked solemn, and they also took action personally, using the resources obtained from the tomb robbery in the past few days to create magic tools, refine elixirs, and provide various assistance to the front line. Some people with destiny were constantly killed, resurrected, and charged. The bloody smell began to spread, and the corpses piled up densely, and then they were picked up and resurrected again. And under this oppression, these immortals also completely stopped the creation of characters, and began to study how to make this iron character break through the immortal. After a day of fighting, the first batch of immortal weapon characters were born. The battle situation is getting better. Jiumu Mountains. The god of food and 2 people carefully huddled in a corner. Anyway, they didn't dare to go back now. If nothing else, the Yinling tide attacking the city is very dangerous. According to the battle report of the Tianmingren blacksmith on the front line, they are still fighting frantically, and are besieging 3 Yinlings of the true immortal level. A group of great masters, who have broken through the early stage of the heavenly immortal set up various ambushes and arrays to besiege these true immortals. The mortality rate is extremely high. They die and resurrect, and then come back to join the group. Pile up with your life. Generally speaking, it is difficult to fight across a large realm. But these Yinlings are the will split from some immortals after all, and the ancient system is relatively weak. As heavenly immortals, they can barely hold on. It's too scary. We can stay away from that battlefield. Xiaochai Kuan said. I think we can stay away from this thing first. The god of food pointed to a ghost thing lying on his back. This was brought out of the coffin, and it seemed to be some kind of unique creature. A cute little baby made the sound of the god of food. Help, help. I'm going to go back to cook. I killed him today. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, today is so cool. This baby made the sound of the god of food. The god of food has discovered that this little baby can read the consciousness waves they emit and learn to speak like them. It turns out that the big scary mysterious creature that has been imitating his voice is this thing? How come it's a little cute? The god of food has secretly sent a private message to the sand sculpture blacksmiths to apply for identification with the library. After a while, news about this thing came. The god of food was shocked when he saw it. This thing is actually a living being refined by the immortal venerable with his own inner demon? Is it a ray of extremely young spirit brewed by that group of spirit army? The god of food was extremely surprised. Damn, grave robbing is really cool. Isn't this the protagonist's adventure coming? The god of food studied the use of this thing, the legendary Jomu source spirit. It can infect metal and transform into Jomu or vein. This is a super treasure. It is a walking ginseng doll, a treasure that even the immortal venerable rarely wants. After all, this thing was originally the source of the evil thoughts of the Jomu immortal venerable, as well as the various evil thoughts of the Jomu sect disciples, sealed in the coffin and cultivated for countless years. If it weren't for the sudden change, this coffin would have been open long ago. This baby was originally the future Holy Son, the heir of the sect, and a freak with the potential to become an immortal. After eating it, you can get a super strong physique. The body can also turn into the supreme bones of Jomu, and the whole skeleton turns into bronze Jomu god gold. The god of food was ecstatic. Then I am a tin-skinned man with metal bones all over my body, so won't my whole body turn into Jomu god gold? When he thought of this, he was ready to swallow the Yinling doll lying behind him. The doll was scared and cried, "Woo woo woo, don't eat me, don't eat me, the doll is not delicious." The god of food, you are so cute. It makes me look very sinful. Xiao Chai Kuan looked upright and coaxed the baby. Baby, don't be afraid, Jiomu source spirit little friend, you were born to be eaten by people. Jiomu source spirit made the voice of Xiao Chai Kuan and cried, I am not delicious, not delicious. The god of food then comforted him, be good, little friend, it hurts a little when you are eaten for the first time, just bear with it. The Jiomu Yuanling cried loudly. Bai Pingtian was shocked. Are these two people from evil cultivation? So vicious, but the next second, the god of food hid the Jiomu Yuanling, Daddy won't eat you, be a good baby. How could I bear to eat this good baby? The mother of all gold in ancient times, the source of divine gold, I, the god of food, don't deserve to be eaten. Well, at least this pig character's body is not worthy, the potential is too poor. I talk about it after I change my account. Jiomu Yuanling blinked innocently. Really? You won't eat me? Of course. The god of food pointed at the two people around him. Can you change the physique of the three of us into the structure of Jiomu Yuanjin? Jiomu Yuanling thought for a while, you have to go back to the mine, and use the metal in the mine to help you transform. Then we will go back secretly. I guess those ghosts have gone to the novice village. Xiao Chai Kunling flew up and waved to Bai Pingtian, who looked confused. Brother, let's go and make a big opportunity. Bai Pingtian felt so tired. This fairy world is too cruel, and there are too many perverts. I originally thought about joining this secret organization, opening up here, and then secretly continuing his pornographic book business here, selling books to big customers here, and making money is very safe. After all, this is a fantasy, and no one in reality can chase him. As a result, he was wanted right away. Can I go back to the novice village? My business of selling books. The tricks of this fairy world are too deep. How can such a kind and upright person, who only wants to make money, survive? Brother, hurry up and catch up. The god of food shouted. Gulu, Bai Pingtian got on the pirate ship and couldn't get off. He was depressed and could only catch up all the way. I'm coming right away. Chapter 977. Swordcasting Villa. The Jindan assembly line factories are arranged like terraces. The current swordcasting villa is a factory that does whatever assembly line makes money. A group of blacksmiths cooperate with the Ember workers to manage 100 automated Jindan factories in an orderly manner every day. 100 seems like a lot? You don't know the power of infrastructure in the world of immortal cultivation. One person can build a city with bare hands. So what's the big deal about building a factory? At this moment, the god of food and Xiao Chai Kuan switched game characters, and after returning, they showed an awkward smile. Hang the street lamp yourself. Seppuku. Catch it yourself, don't force us. You really dared to die. The players surrounded the two people, ready to let them experience a new wave of social death. The god of cookery was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Brothers, to be fair, you saw a treasure chest deep in the mine, and you could resist opening it. Xiao Chai Kuan was angry and sad. We can only blame our bad luck. Think about it, if there is a good treasure inside, you should praise us for doing a good job. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be right. If this treasure chest is not opened, who knows whether it is a treasure or an opportunity? Wait, these two guys are full of crooked logic. The players suddenly reacted. The god of cookery shouted, "We have made contributions to the villa. We have shed blood for the villa. This is the stolen money we earned. A full 10 storage rings. We will hand it over. Their other account for the dungeon is still hiding in the mountains. However, they can use supply mail to send things back." Xiao Chai-kun also shouted, "And that baby is also here with us. We brought back the immortal level treasure for the villa, a super mascot." As he said that, he took out a small box and took out the Jiumi Yuanling inside. "We are the heroes of the villa, great heroes. You can't hang us on the street lights." This cute baby is like the soul gel of a slime, very sticky and very cute. In an instant, it seemed to read the thoughts of the people around it, and hundreds of words came out of its mouth. The baby is so cute. Kawaii. Too cute. The blacksmith Lolita rounded shining eyes. The Jiumi Yuanling read the thoughts of the people around it, and said proudly, "I think I am cute too." Everyone, This baby in the ancient tomb is too magical. Jiao Tsirong piled the ore brought back by the two people on the square, turning it into a small hill. If this kind of precious divine gold from ancient times is placed in the fairyland outside, countless people can't help but snatch it. It's too precious. Most of them are forging materials of the fairy level, containing the law rhythm. A small number of them are even the true immortal level Jiumu Yuan Jin. And there is also one immortal venerable level, that baby. It can only be said that stealing an immortal venerable's ancient tomb is really rich. No wonder those immortal venerables often take people to dig ancient tombs, which shows that they are rich and have received a lot of prehistoric heritage. At this time, Ning Zheng, as the old steward, strode over, just punished the two of them according to the previous rules. After all, the main responsibility this time is not on these two people. Jiao Tsirong was stunned. Then what the steward means is. Ning Zheng looked solemn and said directly, that Bai Pingtian is a bit unlucky. After we normal cultivators become immortals, we cultivate good luck, but after he became an immortal, he cultivated the dark and overwhelming calamity. Ah, everyone was stunned. In fact, Ning Zheng carefully traced the cause of this siege. The combination of the powerful true immortals, heavenly immortals, and himself, will form a certain degree of strong luck. Although the tomb is extremely dangerous, this strong luck can also avoid most crises, which is a lot for an individual. This time is a bit strange. So after Ning Zheng observed for a while, he found that Bai Pingtian was actually a super plague god. The super unlucky guy who has nothing going his way. Although the god of food and Xiao Chai-kun are both wild, they are implicated by Bai Pingtian. But Bai Pingtian himself didn't seem to notice his abnormality. Ning Zheng said, Bai Pingtian has a big problem. Maybe there are some secrets. We will discuss this later. There are too many anecdotes in the fairy world. Anyway, the tragedy has already happened. Let the novice village at the foot of the mountain resist the monster invasion first. Collect these ores first. They will be very useful for us to cast weapons. And this ancient Yamling doll. Ning Zheng pondered for a while. Give it to a reliable blacksmith to take a look and see what the situation is. Yamling Jin Yuan Kai Wei. Study it carefully. Okay. Jiao Tsirong nodded immediately. Amid the screams of the god of food, Xiao Chai-kun, he was dragged down to hang the street lamp. And these ores are collected, and they will be raw materials for casting various fairy weapons in the future. As expected, the resources of the immortal tomb are very rich. After Ning Zheng finished explaining a wave and left, the blacksmiths began to discuss it. Some blacksmiths discussed this new doll, and felt that it would be the next mascot of the Shaobiao mine spirit. Some blacksmiths were discussing Bai Pingtian. Yi Quanxiu spoke first. As a veteran conspiracy theorist, he immediately thought it was a conspiracy. Brothers, Bai Pingtian's origin is mysterious, which reminds me of an old friend. The fairy doctor widened her eyes. Who? Bai Xingling. Yi Quanxiu said, this Bai Xingling is in charge of good luck, and this Bai Pingtian is in charge of bad luck. They will bring bad luck to people wherever they go. They both have the surname Bai. I'm afraid they are Bai Xingling's twins? Everyone looked solemn. I'm afraid the painter is playing tricks in the fairy world again. He created a bunch of plague gods that eat calamity, and placed them everywhere to trap various immortal gates. He was used to being the mastermind behind the scenes in Jiuzhou to manipulate human history. Now he is also the mastermind behind the scenes in the immortal world to manipulate the history of the immortal world? Could it be that the painter randomly set up a trap, and was captured by immortal Mame, who then casually threw it to our sword-casting villa, so it trapped our own people? There won't be many models of Bipinction. I don't know. This Bipinction is simply terrible. He dug out a disaster right away. Didn't the god of food dig it? The god of food is a plague god like him. Brothers, how about we burn Bipinction's body and do some research? You think too much. His body is with Immortal Mame. Can't we still contact ED? Everyone discussed it. They felt that if this Bipinction was really the work of the painter, then the immortal world would be in chaos soon. A bunch of plague gods are rampaging around in the fairy world. Who can withstand it? War is about to start. In addition, the painter may have the ability to construct virtual memories on a large scale, making Bipinction feel that he has a decent background. Of course. No matter how chaotic the fairy world is, it is none of our business. Our main focus is still on tomb robbing, and we will completely occupy this copy of the ancient tomb of the Immortal Venerable, the village of the Heavenly Mandate. Outside the long corridor with painted walls, the ground is stained with blood and evil spirits are spreading. This is the best geographical location for defense. Once the enemy rushes in from the passage, they will be besieged by various formations and constantly attacked. There are constantly heavenly mandates falling down, and there are also heavenly mandates joining the battlefield. In the distance, Mo Meijinxian raised his eyebrows. This degree of reality reminds me of the secret realm of nothingness managed by the Immortal Venerables themselves. In the fairy world, there are secret realms opened up by the Immortal Venerables themselves, which are mainly inattributed illusions. It allows people to hone themselves, and it is a world of its own. In this kind of illusion, the internal operation is carried out with super logic, allowing people to hone themselves to their heart's content. In front of us, I am afraid that only the Immortal Venerable's treasure can be so real. It is indeed very similar, and has become a world of its own. Dan Dingzhenren said, they may have more than one immortal treasure in their hands. One is to construct an illusory world. The other is to set mental restrictions. Two immortal treasures, it seems that this Taoist system really came out of the tomb. Because only the ancient immortal tombs, like the one in front of us, can get so many secret realms. And the yin-yang creation furnace is also the embryo of the immortal treasure. In fact, they really guessed it almost. Ning Jing's pockets were all stolen from the ancient tomb. Do you think there is a possibility that this is a real tomb? Dan Dingzhenren suddenly laughed. This is not an illusion, but a real tomb? Mo Meijinxian was surprised for a few times, and then said, if it is true, then the origin of Taoist civilization is even more mysterious. Let us descend on another life through the air. Only the treasure legacy of the Life Immortal Venerable can make it happen. The other party stole the legacy of the Life Immortal Venerable. And this too must be very far away. It is not within the coverage of the thing refined by you, the Dan Dingzhenren. It can pass through calamity and still transmit. It must have stolen the legacy of the Space Immortal Venerable. And that's not enough. There are so many treasures of the immortals that can be integrated into this thing. Mo Meijinxian's words were amazing. So, the probability of illusion is higher. After all, when you are at the mortal level, you can still distinguish these illusions. When you reach the level of true immortal and immortal venerable, this thing can no longer be easily distinguished between true and false. Celestial immortal, advance the magical power to the law. True immortal, advance the law to the field. The yin attribute magical power of some cultivators is originally good at creating illusions. When they reach the level of true immortal, they form a yin attribute illusion field, which is a spiritual illusion world field. How can ordinary people find it? To put it bluntly, when the immortals in this kind of illusion fight, they spread out this spiritual realm, and even you, the immortal, may fall into it, and can't tell the real from the fake. It's like a dream within a dream, multiple dreams. You think you are awake, but in fact you are not awake. You may have been sinking in the dream. Become a puppet of that immortal. The immortal world is the same as Jiuzhou. The battle of the five elements is more direct, and the yin and yang magic is a bit weird, and hard to guard against. Forget it. I'm too lazy to guess these. This illusion has increased. Their Taoist civilization, they have a lot of immortal treasures in their pockets. At least they have dug up an ancient tomb of the immortal, which is much richer than us immortals. Dan Dingzhenren also had a headache. If I can also dig an immortal ancestral tomb independently, I can be as rich as the immortal. You think too much. Mo Meijinxian smiled and said, unless in reality, we can also be resurrected like this, otherwise one person can push through an ancient tomb? Even a single immortal himself is at risk of death. Reality is not a game. Some people kill for the first time. There are some taboos in ancient tombs. Even the immortals have to avoid them. This is not a joke. The two chatted, and Dan Dingzhenren couldn't help but sighed. I secretly checked the library of our immortal majesty. Jiumu Immortal was a very strong immortal in the ancient times, only below the three great immortals. This coffin was released in front of me. In addition to countless spirit armies, there must be some precious and rare treasure in the coffin, Jiumu Yuanling. So, the three guys who opened the coffin must have stolen Jiumu Yuanling. Chapter 978. Actually, they have opened many space tombs. Because most of the space tombs are similar, many geographical locations, sex structure distribution, and ancient characters have been encountered before. For example, when the Immortals stole the space tomb of the Immortal, they encountered another Jiumu source spirit. What is the specific effect of this Jiumu source spirit? Mo Mei Zhenxian asked curiously. Mo Mei Zhenxian is a wild way, but Dan Ding Zhenxian is one of the leaders of the Immortals in Lian Ding domain and can directly meet the Immortal. I don't know either. Dan Dingzhenren sighed. The Immortal's books are very taboo about it. It seems that even the Immortal is unwilling to mention that experience. I'm afraid there is something wrong behind the Jiumu source spirit. Is there a problem? Mo Mei Zhenxian felt a little headache. Then are there any ambiguities in other records about this space tomb? That's not the case. Lian Dingzhenren shook his head. Mo Mei Zhenxian was speechless. The records of other sects are all correct, but the records of Jiumu's sect are vague. This proves that in this space ancient tomb, the Immortal Venerable encountered a lot of trouble in Jiumu's sect. It is definitely not a coincidence that the most risky thing in the Immortal Venerable's tomb can be directly dug out. I am afraid that there is a plague god among those three people. Mo Mei Zhenxian felt helpless, and was ready to kick someone away. Don't think that the Immortals, who have become immortals, are so superstitious. Do they also believe in feng shui, believe in the star of fate, and believe in those who are unlucky in their lives? But in the immortal world, there is really such a famous plague god. Some people are just so unlucky. I heard that there are many unlucky disciples in other sects recently. It seems that there is a trend of plague gods coming. This Bai Pingtian should be kicked out of the sect after a while. She pondered for a while. I don't know what civilization is secretly stirring up trouble again. The fairy world is like this. Every once in a while, there will be a group of brainless careerists who are not afraid of anything and think they can calculate the fairy world and stir up trouble secretly. They have never seen the power of the immortals, like frogs at the bottom of a well. Jiumu sect. Deep inside. Crack, the silk thread cicada pupa broke. A 7-meter-tall woman made of pure copper slowly opened her eyes. I am. She is now a human immortal, obviously infected by the human immortal virus, and then awakened. At this time, the woman stared at the surrounding world blankly as an ember, and said after a while, "What year is it now? I am alive?" She still remembers the horrible scene. The timeline was broken, all the immortals were defeated, forced to merge into the world. They all died, but they didn't die. They became ruthless and cold, washed away by the huge and turbid will of heaven and earth, and lost themselves. They mastered the rules of the Great Way, and completely became the rules themselves. They are omnipresent in today's world, but they are also completely absent. No immortal can escape. And the immortal Jiumu, because of her special race and asexual reproduction, can cultivate the Jiumu source spirit as her own child by cutting off the origin. And she, Jiumu Qing, is both the clone of the immortal and the child of the immortal. With the help of the immortal before his death, she quickly cut off her own realm, fell into the realm of the true immortal, and the heavenly immortal, turned into source gold, returned to her original form, and fell into a deep sleep. Did I escape? She pondered, then walked out of the palace and looked at this desolate and chaotic world. The prosperous days that were still at their peak have become a desolate and silent ruin. Mother! She seemed to see the past in her eyes. In this prosperous palace complex, a gentle and lovely immortal held her hand and walked all the way in the fresh garden. Click! Thoughts turned back. She looked up and looked at the blacking energy in the sky and the crazy surging army in the distance. Suddenly, a trace of anger appeared. Who opened the coffin first and took away the backup for Mother's resurrection? Who took away the Jiumu source spirit prepared to carry Mother's will? Although the mother died, her consciousness was split, and there was still a backup. As long as the Jiumu source spirit was cultivated and reached the realm of the immortal, and the backup consciousness was injected, the mother could be resurrected. Although it was another mother, this was also the only way for the mother to survive. She showed anger, her eyes fell on the mountains in the distance, and seemed to see a group of hateful tomb robbers. How long have we been asleep, and there are future monks invading? Unforgivable. She turned around and returned to the immortal palace. Opened the immortal treasure house. Took out various treasures of the immortal, elixirs, magic weapons, and a group of Jiumu puppet giant beasts. Invaders, I will personally put an end to you. Evil spirits, my former tribesmen, all come back. The evil spirit invasion suddenly ended, and a large amount of tide receded. The other immortals in the battle were also stunned. Is it over? It's been a long time since I fought like this. It's quite interesting. A bunch of monks began to sort out the spoils. The prehistoric Jiomu civilization is said to be a metal-shaped monster that reproduces asexually. It can reproduce by cutting a small piece of metal from its body. In addition, they also like to accumulate their evil thoughts on a certain piece of metal, and then cut it off to cultivate the Een spirit material for some kind of spell. In front of my eyes. When these defeated Een spirits fall, they will drop a fingernail-sized Jiomu Een gold. It's a good thing worth studying. So, a group of true immortals started their research journey again. And they continued their previous research. In less than a day, the meat pig race they studied before was completely formed. Well, this race, Dan Shu Taekwon, is simply excellent. As long as their brains are injected with memory, every layer of their skin that falls off will form a fixed book-like page with Tao rhyme. With this race, the entire history will definitely be overturned. The true immortals smiled. In the immortal realm, reading is difficult and expensive, because books are difficult to make. What about now? It is equivalent to inventing movable type printing, popularizing books to the people. This is a big step in history for the immortal realm. This seems incredible, but in fact it is also because the true immortals present have a very terrible background. How many immortal venerables are there? No one expects the immortal venerables to promote the times. The immortal venerables are basically the most capable ones, and the true immortals under the immortal venerables are the civil servants responsible for studying history and promoting the immortal realm. Most of the civilization reforms in the immortal realm were researched by the true immortals in a team. Now that they have researched it privately, the huge profits will make any true immortal excited. Soon, with the joint efforts of everyone, Dan Dingzhenren rushed to a VIP5, which cost a full 100 million high-grade immortal stones. Then let the Yin Yang creation furnace and reality synthesize this Dan Shu Taekwon race, and bring it to reality. Immortal Mo Mei was also a little jealous. I discussed with the people of Shirong Villa that I could bring my own synthetic race for free, which saved this money, but now I am afraid that these immortals will encircle me, so I dare not take out my synthetic race. And my own synthetic race is not as good as theirs. Immortal Mo Mei was very entangled. But no matter what, she also invested in this group. Blacksmith shop. Ning Zheng was invited. Everyone, you have made such an achievement. Seeing that they paid a high price, Ning Zheng quickly sent their race to reality, and then designated a location for them to pick up. Ning Zheng also had no intention of interfering with their business. This group of immortals, using my villa as a platform, will make money offline before they truly recognize their organization. Chapter 979. 3 more days have passed. The true immortal groups have not been online for these 3 days. They have found a world offline and herded their synthetic race for 300 years. The first batch of sales has begun. It has started to make a profit. Every true immortal has personally invested in it. After seeing the profit, they are very happy. The immortal world is undercurrent. In the tea house, many people are chatting. Have you heard that recently several true immortals have joined forces to establish a brand new book alliance and set the price of Dalian books? The world has changed drastically. The world has changed drastically. Not only that, I heard recently that a group of strange plague gods have appeared, scattered in the 13 domains, provoking disasters. You may not believe it. We cultivate luck, they cultivate disasters. Cultivate disasters, how is it possible? The immortal world is turbulent. Sword casting villa. At this time, the tide of Een Ling receded, and there was no more attack. People speculated that those wise true immortal Een Lings were afraid, lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move. No one paid any attention. Ning Zheng also sat on the chair, counting the 100 million high-grade immortal stones that the big guys had raised together. Even a single true immortal sect can't come up with it. It has to be a joint venture of the true immortals. Ning Zheng, who became a wealthy man, was pleasantly surprised. This sum of money was enough for Ning Zheng to continue to support his own Dharma Image army. He really didn't want to get involved in the true immortal business. After all, a long-term income was not very suitable for Ning Zheng. He reached a new realm every 7 or 8 days, which required too many resources. What was the use of a long-term income? Making quick money is the best. When I rise and become rich, I will start robbing directly. The true immortals are the granary of my 4th disaster. Begin to create the Dharma image. Ning Zheng took a deep breath and began to work silently. And he studied the new version of the embers. Shadow embers. He discovered it. This thing can take root in Ningjing's shadow, and use Ningjing's shadow as a ground vein to revive. Ningjing's shadow seemed to have turned into the netherworld. This new ember made Ningjing feel that there were many ways to play. But the next second, his eyes suddenly fell on the 3 plague gods in the distance, revealing a hint of surprise. Jiumu Mountains. The god of food, Cunning, had just encountered a wave of tragic social death in the villa. I dare not go back to the villa in a short time, so it is better to switch accounts and continue to adventure and explore here. But it can be said that these 3 people are unlucky enough. When they were hiding in the ravine and discussing how to go in the future, a bronze figure suddenly descended from the sky. Where did you hide my Jiumu source spirit? The woman came up and strangled the god of food's neck. God of food? ? I am so unlucky. I am really screwed to meet you, by Pingtian. My lord, he was robbed. Cunning was very smart and said quickly, we are willing to surrender. Actually secretly sent an email. Help, we triggered the hidden plot. Jiumu nodded. Despicable tomb robber, tell me the information outside, and tell me how they were resurrected and how I was resurrected. God of food, your majesty, the space immortal has developed a resurrection virus, so there is a certain probability of resurrection. It took several hours. Under the introduction of the god of food, the woman who was resurrected from the ancient tomb frowned slightly, a little unbelieving. But she pondered for a while, thinking to herself, it's interesting to resurrect the dead, but this virus can only work on human immortals. I have to find a way to improve the level of the virus. In this way, the heavenly immortals and true immortals in the tomb can be resurrected. She did it as she said, threw the 3 into the prison, and went to the ancient sect next door. The treasure of the hard water sect has the power of evolution, and the ember virus will definitely evolve if thrown in. As she said, she went directly to the hard water sect. This once immortal sect was also in ruins. She got the treasure without any effort, and spent most of the day to evolve Ningjing's specialized shadow ember virus to the true immortal level. It's a pity that the hard water accumulated for many years has dried up, but it's good that the work is done. She waved her hand, and the shadow ember virus began to spread silently in the tomb, spreading wildly. In just 3 days, it covered every corner of the tomb. Next, it's killing, with a 50% chance of resurrection. Friends from the ancient times, all resurrect to welcome our new era. She ran around, a chill flashed through her mind. Kill those tomb robbers, then leave this tomb world, and go to the so-called fairyland. The god of food hiding in the dark was bewildered. All the immortals and true immortals in the entire tomb are going to be resurrected. The new version of the Ember's tomb is coming. Darkness. Jiumu was about to gather people, and suddenly the air ripples vibrated. Hua la la. The power of space surged rapidly. Who? Jiumu showed a solemn look. She took back the cultivation that was cut off again and again, and the various metal bodies. Although it was far from the peak moment, it was also at the level of a beginner true immortal. Ningjing smiled and said, I am the descendant of the space immortal venerable, and I have come to recruit my old subordinates. Jiumu sneered, fake. You know too much. Ningjing looked calm and pulled the bow. 1 arrow. Puff. In the shadow behind him, more than 100 clones also pulled arrows at the same time. Just Ningjing's normal attack, which was more than 100 times stronger, directly beat Jiumu to pieces. That's it? Ningjing was surprised. Why don't you resist? Jiumu's eyes were full of shock and anger. Who are you? In this future era, are cultivators, who have cultivated countless attributes at the same time so strong? She had no power to fight back with a single attribute. Damn it, if I hadn't replied just now, Jiumu took out the real immortal puppet she had kept in the bottom of the box. But Ningjing didn't give her a chance, and shot her alive with another arrow. Then he left a trace of embers, and rooted her in his own shadow. Fire! Burn! Get her knowledge. The vast knowledge is too complicated. Ningjing is afraid that she will pollute her personality. After all, she has lived as an ember for the second life until now, and she is only a few years old. Her long memory will affect her personality. She only selected some of the memories for observation. The next second, Ningjing urged the magical power of a doctor in the chaotic era that she copied to accelerate the resurrection of embers. Clatter. A large amount of resources fell, and Jiumu was resurrected as an ember, losing her previous memories. The next moment, Jiumu sat on the throne with a blank face. What happened? Ningjing appeared again and smiled. I am the descendant of the space immortal venerable, and I came to collect old subordinates. Jiumu observed carefully and sneered, fake. Is it still wrong? Ningjing bent his bow and shot an arrow, killing the man. Once. 10 times. 30 times. Ning Zheng continued to burn with fire, obtain memories, and make adjustments. Finally, 31st time. Ning Zheng appeared again and said with a smile, I am the descendant of Space Immortal Venerable, and I have come to collect old subordinates. Jumyuking observed for a while and confirmed that there was no problem, but he was still vigilant and sneered. You are the hidden hand left by Space Immortal Venerable, and you put the resurrection poison? It was me. Ning Zheng smiled gently. This time I am resurrected. I hope that all the ancient sects, celestial immortals, and true immortals in the entire tomb will follow me. I will not treat you unfairly. Our ancient kingdom will be revived today. Jumyuking snorted coldly. Now it is a new era. I don't have to surrender to you, the original suzerain power. You have to show your strength to subdue me, or something that makes me excited. Chapter 980. Even though Jumyuking admitted that Ning Zheng was not a pretending descendant of the Immortal Lord, she still did not want to surrender. In today's era, the cultivators of the space magic lineage are almost useless. But her gold-attributed magic is still in line with the version. It's just that the current cultivators all cultivate 7-color spiritual roots, and her single spiritual root is far inferior to those true immortals of the same level today. But it is still much stronger than your more useless space magic, right? Why should I surrender to you? Boy, you should surrender to me. Jumyuking showed a hint of coldness. Space magic. Can it beat my gold-attributed magic now? Yes, in prehistoric times, our sect made Kongwa a vassal state for you. And now, it's your turn to be my subordinate. Although your combat power is too weak, it's still feasible to be a logistic storage, transmission and transportation. After saying that, she flashed a playful look and stretched out her hand to grab. Boom! The golden energy suddenly burst out and attacked fiercely. The huge metallic energy encompasses countless metallic magical powers. Her magical power is the source of all gold and can absorb the characteristics of all metals. The mother of all gold, with thousands of sharp metallic energy, attacks and kills. Ning Zheng sighed softly. It seems that I still have to beat you hard to make you subdue. Kill. This woman would rather die than surrender, and was beaten to death. Kill. Still would rather die than surrender. Ning Zheng resurrected her more than a dozen times, and found that this person was quite stubborn and refused to surrender. But think about it. At their level, their minds are tough and their hearts are clear, and they cannot be easily shaken. Then, Ning Zheng gave up taming and tried cooperation after defeating the opponent. And at coercion and inducement. By threatening you don't want your mother to not be resurrected, do you? Your sister will be miserable later and so on. After several attempts, I gradually found the other party's humiliation, despair, anger, and reached the psychological limit of endurance. After repeated trial and error, I completely took him in as a subordinate and cooperated with him. I have to say, now Ning Zheng has learned some tricks from the blacksmiths, and is very good at using them. Very good. After the 67th replay, Ning Zheng nodded. Jiumu clan, as our former vassal state, has returned to my Kong country. I will not treat you unfairly. Since you have met the descendants of Kong country, why don't you pay homage? Ning Zheng spoke lightly, with space fluctuations around her. Jumyuking showed a look of resentment, but still bowed obediently. Greetings, master. Ning Zheng nodded, showing a look of relief. Yes, I'm back again. With you, a great general of the true immortal, my plan to rise in the empty country can be accomplished. Jumyuking became more and more angry, but did not dare to refute. Ning Zheng also smiled in her heart. Thanks to me now, I blocked her door and beat her. If she found a way to restore her spiritual roots and cultivate to a true immortal of the current era, I, a celestial immortal, would be beaten by her and run away. Celestial immortals can only defeat some trash when fighting above their level. For example, this trash true immortal who has suffered one disaster after another. Ning Zheng will never bully the same level of Tinjio and powerful true immortals. But Ning Zheng bullies the poor girl. Thank you, sir. Jumyuking was in a bad mood and couldn't help saying, then our Jumyu engine spirit. The child is in my hands. I will return it to you after you do something for me. Ning Zheng said calmly. Whether to return it or not, we will talk about it later. But then, she is my sister. Jiu Muqing was furious. This bastard. This guy is just a mere immortal now, and he was humiliated by such a guy if he hadn't blocked the door and given her another 10 days or even a week to develop. She continued to pull people everywhere, resurrecting the immortals and the embers of the real immortals. What a terrifying number it is to resurrect 50% of the population of the entire tomb. If she found a way to complete her spiritual roots, she could bring a large number of Yinling troops and attack Ning Jing's sword-casting villa again. she could even get out of the ancient tomb and bring a group of ancient immortals and real immortals to try to practice the current skills. She could also be a chess player in the fairy world and lay out the fairy world, after all. As the daughter of an ancient immortal. Now that she has developed, she is likely to become an immortal. After the trapped dragon ascended to heaven, he was also the protagonist of a storybook. Let's go, meet the group of immortals you resurrected, and return to my Kong kingdom. Ning Zheng smiled faintly. This tomb world, once again completely conquered, can be considered our new team now. This smile was very evil in Jumuking's eyes, making her furious. Okay. Submission to the royal family of Kong kingdom is what we should do. Jumuking gritted his teeth and said word by word. Ning Zheng nodded, ignoring her little thoughts. At most she could reload the file, and said, "How many people are there in the direct lineage of immortals like you?" "There is no one like my level," Jumuking said. "That's a pity." Ning Zheng had known about it in the other party's memory. Her Jiomu clan has a special identity, and is a metal form. They are honeycomb structures, and are actually genderless. After all, what gender can metal have? Perhaps metal is the fourth gender. It's just that people call this mythical origin metal Jiomu source gold. Jiomu Immortal Venerable is even more of a loving mother. In ancient times, she repaired the sky and was called the mother of the earth. Cutting off a child body is a clone, and it is also through this reproduction. The laws of heaven and earth in ancient times were very special. Each Immortal Venerable could only prove one seat. There are only 3 pits for the 3 major Immortal Venerables: space, life, and time. The true immortal descendants of other Immortal Venerables are all in the realm of true immortal perfection, and can never break through to the level of Immortal Venerable. But after the Immortal Venerables merged into the Tao, the seat was vacant. The descendants of the perfect true immortal will passively break through the realm and forcefully prove the Tao, and then become a new Immortal Venerable and integrate into the world. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the direct descendants, like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, were forced to break through the Immortal Venerable and continuously transform into Tao. So, there are almost no true immortals. Jiomu Qing, with the help of the special characteristics of the Jiomu race, quickly killed a large number of offspring at that time, and cut down his realm to the human immortal realm, so as to avoid transformation into Tao. Those guys were all mere Taoists back then, and died miserably. Ning Zheng sighed. They once enjoyed the grace of the Immortal Venerable, and they also have to transform into Tao with the Immortal Venerables. Jiomu Qing said, "Now there are so many parallel worlds that have fallen, and they have all broken into normal independent worlds. There are probably other Jiomu Qings in other space tombs. The other me is in the tomb. Originally, every parallel time and space I was my true self, but now, the world has changed drastically." She shook her head. It was a glorious era. When you reach the level of a true immortal, you can cross the world line, jump to parallel worlds, and become a true immortal. The immortals of that era were very majestic. The laws and divine power they used were much higher than now. The heavenly immortals at that time had the combat power of the current true immortals, which was very terrifying. "Oh!" Ning Zheng smiled. "What do you want to express?" "The vast force you secretly established. The group of cultivators in the Lianing domain at the foot of the mountain in Zhujian Villa. I smelled the breath of my clan." Jiomu Qing whispered. Maybe it was another me who walked out of another space tomb in the early years, became the Lianing Immortal Venerable, and established the Lianing Immortal Domain, which has the smell of my Jiomu clan. Ning Zheng? ? He was extremely shocked. Is this such a powerful secret right at the beginning? He suddenly remembered the words of Dan Dingzhenren. The Jiomu sect recorded in ancient books was very vague. Jiomu Qing said calmly, "I originally wanted to kill those damn tomb robbers, then leave the tomb and explore the background of the cultivators in Lianing domain." She glanced at Ning Zheng. "Maybe you in another space tomb also came out and became a certain immortal. You should also be careful." "I didn't, don't worry." Ning Zheng took a deep breath and felt that her sneak attack was indeed the wisest move. "I thought I blocked a small boss. Who knew I blocked a future immortal? No. Not in the future, but now. Maybe I blocked the current immortal. Lianing Immortal, another parallel space-time body." Chapter 981. For some reason, Ning Zheng suddenly felt excited. "I beat up an immortal dozens of times, and he still had to bow down to me." He glanced at Jiomu Qing, who was leading the way obediently. The young cub of the current Lian Ding immortal, he was indeed a little weak when he appeared, and couldn't withstand a single blow. Jumuking glanced at Ning Zheng, but didn't notice the strange look in her eyes. "What about the future? What should we do in Kanwa? Our tombs are too slow to appear, and this fairy world can't tolerate us. Even if Lianing Immortal Venerable of Lianing Domain, Even if it's not me, Jumyuking, there must be 1,000 connections. Born in our Jyomu sect, as a subsidiary sect, it will never allow the upper sect of immortals, Kongwa, to reappear and rise again. Once our Kongwa appears, it will inevitably be targeted by Lianding Immortal Venerable. Ningzheng came back to her senses. It was true. Although it was very cool to block the boss's door, it was even more cool to put on the vest of Kongwa Immortal Venerable and accept his old subordinates and inheritance, but putting on the vest would get you beaten. How to develop in the future is indeed a problem. I found that Jumyuking had a problem. Do other Immortal Venerables also have problems? To be honest, according to historical calculations, the fairy world was established by 13 giants more than 15 million years ago. What era was it more than 15 million years ago? It was the prehistoric era. It was the era of the 3 great immortals before the great changes. That era had just ended when the immortal world was established. How many descendants of the immortals who escaped from the 13 immortal worlds mixed into the tombs? There is a question mark here. You know, when you find a cockroach called Lian Ding Xianzun, the number of them in secret will only increase. Ningzheng suddenly laughed. Forget it, why think so much? What is the origin and life experience of the Xianzun? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, it is still too far away from Ningzheng now. At most, I can enjoy the dividends of the Kong Kingdom and leave directly. However, Ningzheng also learned a lot of interesting things through Jiu Qing. Prehistoric period. The world is very small, only the size of Jiuzhou, similar to a planet, called the Holy Star. But this planet with a small area is actually very large, because it has many parallel worlds. This reminds Ningzheng of the Marvel Universe mentioned by the blacksmiths, which is also an Earth, but many parallel world lines happen together. Moreover, the ancient world is very interesting. The 3 great Xianzun will not govern a planet together. Each planet has only one king. Some kings in parallel worlds are space Xianzun. Some kings in parallel worlds are time Xianzun. Some are life immortals. The territory they fought for was the world line on the planet. Then, a brand new immortal was born. He kept plundering the territory and encroaching on the world lines of the 3 immortals, and finally a decisive battle took place. Ningzheng thought, they were fighting in every world line. And in the end, the immortals were defeated step by step, and the few parallel worlds left became their own tombs? That is, the current space, time, and life tombs. And most of the worlds in the heavens were occupied by that mysterious immortal, and in the end, that mysterious immortal also died, and countless worlds, 9 states, and destiny became tombs for sacrifices. So there is Xian in every world. This history is quite interesting. Xian in every world has the same personality, gentle, kind, and a scholar. It turns out that they are the same person in parallel time and space. In other words, the painter was also born from the corpse of that immortal. All the heavens in the world are tombs. The tombs of the 3 great immortals account for less than 1%, and the tombs of Xian account for as much as 99%, which is very scary. Ningzheng wanted to ask Jiu Qing about the specific battle situation of the immortals' decisive battle that year. But Jumyuking also shook her head. We also know about the affairs of the immortal lord. Even you, the descendant of the Void Kingdom, don't know. What do we, the vassal states, know? Her eyes flashed with a trace of vicissitudes. Time is the greatest thing, making all the strong men in our history pass away as dust in the past. Under this eternity, even time itself will disappear, life itself will completely wither, and space will be broken into gravel. Are you done sighing? Ningzheng ignored the sadness of this 15-million-year-old antique. Take a walk and see if there are any immortal treasures left nearby. You are so greedy that you only know how to grab the heritage of our vassal states. Jumyuking dared not speak. Do you have any sympathy? I am a descendant of the Void Kingdom. It is my own family that was destroyed. You are all retainers. How can I, as a master, not have sympathy? But I have a strong character. Ningzheng ignored her and walked around, talking to the resurrected Ember Celestial Immortals and true immortal cultivators of various vassal sects one by one, asking them to surrender. I am willing to surrender. I do not surrender. It's just a space. What era is this? How dare you now? Of course, there were also stubborn ones, but they were all defeated by Ningzheng one by one. Let's fight now, so that these true immortals with kidney deficiency can recover their strength and I can't beat them. But think about it carefully. When these true immortals recover their strength, can I beat them? I reach a new realm every few days, so it will take at least 1 or 2 years for them to recover their strength. By then, I will also be a true immortal. Ningzheng was very calm. Of course, for some true immortals who would rather die than surrender, Ningzheng directly locked them in a brand new special Human Emperor banner, and found a time to read the files again and again, kill, revive, and test the opponent's bottom line. Use methods similar to geomuching's, you don't want to. Techniques to continuously break down these hard bones. After all, these true immortals are alive, they have things to fear, and they have thoughts and ideas. Why do I feel that I have been led astray by the blacksmiths? Ningzheng reflected secretly. This way of tomb robbing is simply a bloody profit, not to mention the treasures inside, even the people inside are mine. However, Jumuking also had objections to Ningzheng. Why did you lock up those who refused to obey? This banner. This is the Human Emperor banner. Ningzheng patiently explained, it is a treasure forged by the masters under my command. It symbolizes the flag of our space lineage. You can see on the flag that it is the national emblem of my calm country. This is the Human Emperor banner that will lead the army of my calm country in the future. Sir, why is your Human Emperor banner emitting black smoke? Jumuking was a little confused. The imprisoned retainers are being roasted inside. Ningzheng kindly explained. In this way, Ningzheng spent 4 or 5 days walking around and began to count the harvest in a very good mood. He worked hard and secretly strangled a crisis in the Monster Siege copy of the sword-casting villa in the cradle, and used the blacksmith's crazy reading and saving methods to defraud a wave of these prehistoric antiques. The boss leads the team, and the monsters attack the city? What are they attacking? Do you really think this is a story from a storybook, where you can grow up? Then you fight a hardy battle, survive a near-death experience, and break through on the battlefield? You kill them directly with your own unique skills. Old dings in ancient times, all come to be my subordinates, and the boss behind the scenes will capture you to be my little secretary. Chapter 982. Ningzheng walked around and counted the number of people. There were only 7 affiliated immortal sects, and 64 true immortals in this place. This number was considered small, after all, it was just a parallel world. Moreover, all the perfect true immortals were sucked away, and forced to merge with the Tao. These 64 true immortals were all new seedlings, who had just broken through, so they were made into tomb burial beasts. What a pity. These true immortals are still somewhat behind the times. Unless they are resurrected as ghost kings and live a second life, they are just wastes with only the realm of true immortals. The limitations of the dead are still too great. The real combat power is only used as 60 for heavenly immortal masters. Ningzheng can kill a group of these heavenly immortal masters of the same level with one hand. But another huge benefit is the inheritance of the immortal treasure. After Ningzheng's surprise attack on the entire tomb and subdued geomuching, under the guidance of this inner ghost, the real ghosts entered the village and took away every needle and thread crazily. And there are 10 treasures of the immortal lord. Ningzheng looked at them, and found that most of them were not main combat magic weapons, but various auxiliary treasures. This is normal. The new secretary Geomuching explained calmly. When the immortal lords fought, their main weapons were all destroyed. How could they be left behind? However, there are some disposable big weapons here. If caught off guard, even the immortal lords will be in danger. I didn't move those restrictions, and I didn't dare to move them. Are there some disposable things that threaten the immortal lord? The correct answer is not to move them. In fact, when Ningzheng used the space turbulence to take the immortal lord's heritage one by one, he found that the throne, cloak, black fog palace were not combat magic weapons. The only space dagger he took was probably the functional magic weapon that the boss usually used to cut the world. When the boss didn't use it to cut the world, he probably cut fruits at home or something. It was just a small dagger. A spare weapon among the secondary weapons. When Ningzheng got the news, he couldn't help but secretly review in his heart. It seems that my server has melted a lot of treasures, but in fact, it melted all the appliances, brooms, mops, fruit knives, tables, chairs, and nightgowns in the home of the immortal master. This pile of magic weapons that assist the immortal master, assist in cultivation, assist in enlightenment, assist in formation, and also magic weapons for illusion training. Ningzheng counted them, and immediately felt that the blacksmiths were blessed. Throw them to the server for integration, and new functions such as practice room, enlightenment room, and self-questioning office were added at once. Ningzheng didn't care what the specific functions were, and left it to the blacksmiths to explore. Anyway, Ningzheng was very talented and practiced very quickly, so he didn't plan to use these functions to practice. Of course, the novice village maps opened by the true immortals can also be opened to them, as a welfare to attract people. The only thing that Ningzheng cares about is the immortal treasure of a certain Shinshui sect, the Heartwater Life Pool. It can evolve the life structure, repair hidden injuries, and enhance the origin, Muqing used this thing to turn the human immortal shadow into the heavenly immortal shadow, and then into the true immortal shadow. Crossed 2 major realms in one breath. Originally, Ningzheng wanted to accumulate the luck value to improve. This wave of hers at least saved Ningzheng a huge consumption of 1 trillion luck value. Unfortunately, people have consumed all the hard water accumulated in the entire pool day and night. I have to study how to store water again. Ningzheng ran around like a rich second-generation CEO who inherited a big company, going around in various departments and institutions, and it took a whole week to solve the problem. At this time, Jujian Villa. In the manager's room, Ningzheng sat on the chair and looked at the map handed over by Muqing, which showed the distribution of various mineral veins, races, creatures, etc. It was like Jujian Villa suddenly had a super large game adventure map. The speed is faster than I thought. Sure enough, plans cannot keep up with changes. Now, we have completely conquered an ancient tomb and gained a huge harvest. But I can't get too arrogant. In human history, the immortals have opened many ancient tombs of the 3 great immortals. I only opened one. The immortals in the fairy world have gained more than me. And in front of the real strong, no matter how lucky I am or how deep my blessings are, I am just another Bai Xingling, someone's granary, the kind that can be robbed at any time. Don't get too arrogant. Ningzheng was reading the report and secretly warned herself that if the blacksmiths got too arrogant, they would die at the speed of light and lose their self-recognition. And Muqing, who was standing silently behind Ningzheng, was using her divine consciousness to secretly sense the situation outside the steward's room and listen to their conversation. Wow, I saw the old steward coming in with a bronze beauty. There must be a new plot. Of course, that beauty, according to the god of food, Xiaochai Kuan, is the ancient boss who strangled him before. Has she been captured by the old steward? As expected of our sword-forging villa, awesome. 7 meters, a full 7 meters high. Fortunately, the door of our steward's office is big enough. The old steward is going to drive the car to bring people in. Pass it on. The old steward is already driving. Pass it on. The old steward is really the reincarnation of the space immortal. He came up and asked his old subordinates to sleep with him. It seems that it is urgent to reproduce and strengthen the race again. Is there any brother who can draw this book? Find the immortals under the villa. They have recently entered various golden elixir fantasy books. Let them make a similar imperial fantasy. I'd love to see the scene. Go find that by Pingtian, he is a professional in drawing 2 people's books. Ah! What? I don't want to hang the street lamp. I don't want to hang the street lamp. You are guilty. The old steward just sent a message, saying that you affect his reception of guests, arrest you to be put in solitary confinement, and torture. Woo 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 no woo woo. I don't want to die. The 7-meter-tall Muqing almost reached the ceiling, wearing an ancient robe with great charm, listening with ears erect, shocked. These guys actually know that this old steward is the descendant of the space immortal venerable, however. The reincarnation of the space immortal venerable is too outrageous. This is impossible. The immortal venerables are doomed to die. At most, they are cloned immortal venerables, who cut out their memories, and let someone live with his memories. The one in front of him is at most a descendant. Moreover, this old steward is really patient and tolerant. She glanced at Ningzheng, who was looking at the data intelligence. These mentally ill guys are treated as subordinates. It seems that they have endured a lot for the rise of the Sky Country. I have to take care of them. I don't know how much suffering they have to endure when they develop to this level. She kept thinking about it. And Muqing got a shocking news. This person, as the descendant of the Kong Kingdom, was actually inferior to others, and became the manager of a villa. Then who is the mysterious owner of the villa? She thought carefully. The amount of information in the future is too much. Moreover, in order to rise, the current Kong Kingdom has changed its appearance on the surface, changed the business alliance vest of Shirong Villa, and attracted a group of Shirong members. And sold golden elixirs, which are popular in the fairy world. It attracted a group of true immortals, and formed a commercial interest alliance. The plan is very big. Muqing stood obediently by the side, constantly thinking, and felt very shocked by the existence of this sword-making villa. Especially those structures. Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, Login Character Rebirth and Resurrection, Space Transmission Mail. Not simple. Ningzheng continued to look at the information collected recently, occasionally looking up at Muqing. Looking at her expression changes, I guess she is thinking about a lot of things. But it doesn't matter. If she found any problems or flaws, she could just reload the game and restart. She was in Ningding's hands. As a shadow ember rooted in Ningxing's shadow and resurrected, How could she escape from Ning Jing's palm? She was just a tool to help her control and manage the entire territory of the old army of the Empty Kingdom. So, there was no fear of bringing her to the sword-forging villa. If there was any problem, she could just kill her and revive her and refresh her memory. Ember, it was such a convenient thing. After reading the general information, Ning Zheng looked up at Jiu Muqing. How do you think the forces outside the sword-forging villa should develop? Please tell me clearly, sir. Jiu Muqing didn't care much about this. Instead, his eyes fell on the baby in the villa, and he kept observing secretly. The sect monks outside can continue to be NPCs. Now that you have listened to the blacksmiths, you should know what NPC means. Ning Zheng said lightly. The maps outside will continue to be NPCs, abide by the rules, and continue to operate according to the previous lifestyle. They are not needed now. After all, a group of embers have no flexibility, and we have to find a way to improve their potential. This is another troublesome matter. Ning Zheng reminded. You should know that those Shirong celestial immortals and true immortals who come in are the groups we serve. Yes. Jiu Muqing nodded. It has not been long since the membership mechanism was opened. We still need to improve it. If you need anything, just tell us NPCs. Chapter 983. In the housekeeper's room. From now on, most of the major sects and world bases outside the sword-casting villa will be under your management. Ning Zheng showed a relieved look. I believe you can redevelop our calm country. You should also know that if the immortal venerable in the refining cauldron domain is really another Jimuking, we will definitely be targeted if we are discovered. Not to mention that there may be another me, the heir of calm country, who may also become one of the 13 giants of the immortal venerable. Jimuking nodded. She was a little scared. Ning Zheng continued to exaggerate. I heard that the immortal venerable in the 10,000 beasts domain has a good relationship with the refining cauldron domain. Maybe the immortal venerable in the 10,000 beasts domain may be me in another parallel time and space. Jimuking was shocked. The immortal venerable in the 10,000 beasts domain may be you in another time and space? That is one of the top giants in the fairy world. It's just possible. Maybe the situation is not that bad. Ning Zheng was crazy about Jimuking. To deal with such a hard-headed person, you have to do this. First of all, I am a descendant of the Kong Kingdom. If you submit to me, you are recognizing your ancestors and returning to your roots. It is orthodox. Otherwise, this person would not obey even if he would rather die. Only because he is a descendant of the Kong Kingdom, he is reluctant to surrender temporarily. He is still a rebellious person. Secondly, it means that we are grasshoppers on the same rope. It is very dangerous outside. The immortal venerable wants to target us. Only then will she be willing to obey and join forces. This is Ning Zheng's complete grasp of her psychology after reading the files again and again. Ning Zheng continued to exaggerate. I heard that the immortal venerable of the 10,000 beasts domain has a very powerful perfect system beast control. Maybe it is another Jiu Muqing caught from the tomb. Jiu Muqing was a little flustered by Ning Zheng's combination of punches. It's possible that if I am discovered, I may be the second perfect beast of the immortal lord and be enslaved. She knows her own character. Cold and cruel, ruthless, and will attack another self. In the original world rules, the mythological era of the multidimensional world line, everyone is the same person, and has achieved multidimensional true immortality. But now the parallel time and space have collapsed, and each of me is independent, which is equivalent to a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits, scattered and falling out. Each one is myself. But many people hate to have another self, and they are disgusted with each other. If there is a chance to capture it directly, whether it is used for various evil spells, imprisoned as a substitute, or enslaved as a beast, it is a very good choice. Reconcile with yourself and support each other. Maybe some immortals can really do it and cultivate another self. But it is definitely not her Jiu Muqing. She, Jiu Muqing, only wanted to become stronger and revive her mother. Moreover, she brought her mother's backup and wanted to revive her mother. It was not only out of family affection, but also out of selfishness. If the Lianding Immortal Venerable was really another Jiu Muqing, he might have been studying how to revive his mother. I wonder if he succeeded. She took a deep breath. My lord, I understand. Ning Zheng showed a relieved look. It's good that you understand. We are walking on thin ice. If we are not careful, even death is a luxury. Seeing that the young Immortal Venerable had been completely appeased, Ning Zheng began to speak gently. Come on, I will take you to Tianming village at the foot of the mountain, and you hide your identity. Ning Zheng took Jiu Muqing out of the steward's room. In the square of the villa, a group of blacksmiths did not dare to brag in person, and hid in the corners, windows, and gaps of various buildings to peek. Wow, the old steward took the boss out. What is he going to do? I don't know. Maybe it's a cutscene CG, a foreshadowing? Last night, didn't Yi Guangxiu post on the forum that in the future, there must be a super big plot in Zhujin Villa? Monsters attack the city. This woman is most likely the boss behind the attack? How come she brought it back directly? That's right. The god of food and Xiao Chai Kun were both pinched by the neck by this mysterious woman and asked frantically where her baby was. The two gods of food swore that Bo SS will definitely attack the villa. Ha ha, I guess the boss blocked the door himself and caught the boss who was preparing to attack the city. It's so funny. I think the boss wants to use another method to attack the old manager. Why attack the city? Break through your heart. Are you going to die? Ning Zheng took Jumuking around the square and visited the golden elixir factories in various places under the secret gaze of the blacksmiths. He painted a big picture and talked about the bright future of our golden elixir industry. Then, he walked out of the mountain gate directly. Jumuking was speechless. After a long silence, he said, "These people are quite lively. It's okay. You will be colleagues in the future." Ningzheng said, "You have to learn how to control them, and often hang them on street lamps to show your majesty." I give it a try. Jumuking was very respectful. This golden elixir is indeed good and has great prospects. My Jiomu clan is good at metal, and can also help improve it. Ningzheng was very satisfied. No matter what ambition she had, as long as she was obedient and useful now, that was enough. Even if this quiet period was only 1 or 2 months. If she had any ambitions in the future and did something weird, she would just reload the game and reset to this obedient stage. She would always be obedient. To be honest, ever since Ningzheng discovered the Shadow Cinder virus, which could allow Shadow Cinder to take root in his own shadow and revive, he wanted to get a group of obedient assistants. After all, his own Dharma army was a bit dull and more formulaic, and many things were not suitable for them to do. Let's look at it from another angle. Ningzheng's enemies were so miserable that there was a 50% chance that they would become Ningzheng's dogs after death. Isn't that even more exciting? It was a super practical combination of magical powers, and with his own Shadow Crocodile magical power, he had a better army. What's more, Ningzheng came up with a brand new way to play. Walala, densely knitted needles and threads covered Jumuking's body. Woo woo woo, amid Jiomuching sobs and humiliated and angry expressions, silk threads lifted her up in the air, binding her like a tortoise shell. With a large amount of needles and threads densely covering her, she was finally turned into a knitted doll. And a dark and deep shadow crocodile appeared in her shadow, slowly floating and circling. What did you do to me? Jiomuching was shocked and felt a little horrified. A large amount of needles and threads were stuffed into her soul bubble, mixed with the original Jiomu metal. This is my gift to you. Ningzheng said lightly. This Yang doll body gives you an extra layer of armor. Your shadow hides the shadow crocodile Dharma, which has 50% of my combat power. You should know how powerful this amulet is. Jumuking's expression changed slightly. Amulet, it is indeed amulet, but it is also a cage you set for me. Ningzheng ignored her emotional changes, and just treated her as an experimental subject. She thought to herself, the ember itself can be resurrected, and it is not afraid of death. It is a very good combination to merge with my doll army. It's just that this earth-binding spirit cannot be too far away from my main body shadow earth vein, but it is enough for now. As a true immortal level earth-binding spirit, she can walk back and forth in a world. Ignoring Jumuking's resistance, Ningzheng took her down the mountain road. Jumuking, a woven plush doll, also began to study the woven things stuffed in her ember bubble and the shadow behind her. She discovered she could actually mobilize a small part of the power of the Shadow Dharma. After she felt the power of Ningzheng's Dharma image, she was extremely shocked. The power he left in my shadow is stronger than me. This person is obviously a celestial being, and a half-powered clone is so terrifying. She was completely moved. A person as ambitious as her would only succumb to power, and fear a powerful and domineering leader. She looked at the back of Ningzheng walking in front of her. Is this the foundation of the empty country? The strength of the heir who revived after the great destruction. Chapter 984. The foot of the sword-forging villa. It is a bustling villa, where the people of the empty kingdom live, and it is very lively. There are vegetable markets, restaurants, shops, people who listen to music, people who play Jindan marbles. Everything is available. Now the embers can eat food. For example, Shadow Spirit Rice and Shadow Spirit Rice Wine are also good consumption. In fact, as a bound earth spirit, the embers will eat people and grow by killing people, but the growth efficiency is relatively low. Now these strange villagers have good rice and good meat to supply, and the growth rate is not too slow. As for where the meat comes from, the sword forging villa has a large number of high-level meat fields. Where is this? Jiao Muqing looked at the prosperous scene here and couldn't help but speak. There are more than 1 million people from the empty kingdom here. Ning Zheng showed a hint of tenderness and smiled. This is our rebuilt home. In normal times, they only need to use their obsolete spatial magical powers to make some simple storage instruments to make a living. Then you are pretty good, Zhu Muqing said, but she felt a little sad in her heart. This is the royal family of the ancient empty kingdom, the legendary royal family. The blood of that immortal flows in their bodies, and they are extremely noble at birth. They have the power of space, one of the 3 supreme laws. But now, these people have fallen to the point where they can only make a living by making storage bags and storage rings. You are too miserable. Zhu Muqing looked at Ning Zheng with some sympathy. Ning Zheng took her through the town. It's a pity that your race is special and the number of people is small. Otherwise I can bring you here to live. Thank you so much. There are only a few hundred of my people. There is no need to bring them here. Zhu Muqing's eyes flickered, and she silently memorized the location here. This is the home of the people of Kongwa, maybe this person's weak spot. When I rebel, I can use the lives of these people as a threat. If nothing else, at least I can exchange it for my own departure. Ning Zheng saw her expression change a little, but she didn't care. Sometimes, as a leader, you will be trusted only if you have flaws in family, right? A leader who doesn't even take care of his relatives, how can he be good to his subordinates? A leader without worries will make his subordinates afraid. As for Zhu Muqing using these people to threaten me, that's not bad. When she wants to rebel and threaten me, she will think of these people. Her actions against these people provide a signal that it is time for me to restart her. Anyway, it's just to make the people of Kongwa suffer. Ning Zheng still attaches great importance to this true immortal who joined. Especially, this person may be the parallel isotope of Lianding Immortal Venerable, one of the 13 giants today, and has extraordinary strategic significance. In addition, her own cultivation potential is also extremely terrifying. If it were not for the limitations of the times, only one Immortal Venerable could be born from the same type of true Immortal Great Perfection. This true Immortal Great Perfection could have broken through to Immortal Venerable long ago. And what about now? If this guy is completely defeated and suppressed, maybe he can secretly help him break through and step out of the true Immortal Great Perfection. Zhu Muqing will become the first Immortal Venerable under Ning Zheng, although this idea is a bit outrageous. But this idea is outrageous, not because Zhu Muqing cannot break through to Immortal Venerable, but because Ning Zheng cannot suppress the fighting power of this Immortal Venerable. Of course. Another prerequisite is that the Ember of Zhu Muqing must awaken, otherwise the Ember cannot break through. Or in other words, once she awakens and rebuilds her foundation, as a Ghost King, she will break through a realm, and she will most likely become an immortal. Awakening means becoming an immortal. In summary, Zhu Muqing's strategic significance is very strong. It can be said that this behind-the-scenes boss, Ning Zheng, got the best treasure in this ancient immortal tomb. If it weren't for the crazy reload, restart, and threats countless times, Ning Zheng would not be able to create a miracle to bring this boss under his command. After all, the value of the living people in the tomb is much higher than those immortal heritages, pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and other furniture. When Ning Zheng breaks through the immortal himself, he can probably make those pots, bowls, and basins with a little effort. For ordinary people, precious things may really be just furniture made casually for the immortal. Soon, after showing the operation logic of the villa, including the Jinden factory on the mountain, the various occupational divisions for meat fields, and the common people's town at the foot of the mountain, Ning Zheng took her to the last stop, Tianmingren town. Zhu Muqing, who had changed her appearance, came here with Ning Zheng. The people coming and going on the street were all kinds of immortal cultivators, and occasionally there were real immortal cultivators, all gathered in the yin-yang creation furnace. It's also a lack of foundation. Ning Zheng sighed. In a secret organization, there is only one treasure that attracts everyone. The hard water pool can be used. Zhu Muqing said, it's just that it's a bit troublesome to gather some hard water. Hard water needs pious and pure people to pray and offer. It is the dream of the pure heart. Need to worship to gather your heart? Ning Zheng frowned slightly. This thing is complicated. I wonder if the embers are useful. Catch a group of innocent embers, who are not afraid of death or tiredness and pray every day. You can try it when you have time. The world of destiny is full of Taoist temples, and worship is popular. It doesn't seem to be difficult to find some innocent young girls and boys who died young. If successful, the functionality of the embers will rise again. And according to Ning Zhang's guess, it is likely to succeed. After all, the embers still have a luck value that can be reduced by 2, so how can they not exploit the spiritual power? After taking Jiu Muqing for a walk, he observed the synthetic creations of a group of true immortal masters in the synthetic laboratory, the raw materials of the synthetic races of the 13 Giants civilization. Jiu Muqing looked solemn. It feels like most civilizations have predecessors. I recognize at least 7 with similar auras. For example, Chungwan domain seems to be a faction of wood-type immortals in prehistoric civilization. Ning Zheng understood and added with a smile. But in fact, there may be more than 7. Some have changed so much that they are unrecognizable. Indeed, her Jiumu clan is the origin of metal, the mother of all gold. And what about Liaoning domain? It is a race of gold attributes, with changes in other attributes. The main gold, the secondary fire. And the lava fireman in this Liaoning domain? She also smelled a familiar smell in the fire, the inheritance of a fire-attributed alchemy immortal. The Liaoning domain has merged the races of 2 immortals. From this perspective, the damning true man who is doing the experiment in front of me may also be my younger generation. Jiu Muqing showed a strange look. Oh! Ning Zheng was very interested. Jiu Muqing opened the storage ring and took out a metal stone. This may be her original body. The metal frequency of our Jiumu clan is unique. It may be another me, who cultivated this metal heirloom from the family. Ning Zheng, He didn't understand it very well, but it really looked like it. If he took this metal stone and said to Dan Dingzhenren, the richest alchemist in the immortal world, your original body is here. What do you think you should take out to redeem your original body? Ning Zheng retracted his scattered thoughts and suddenly felt that he was completely led astray by the blacksmiths. Why is this thinking mode getting weirder and weirder? This is normal. Ning Zheng smiled and said, after the new era begins, we, the descendants of the immortals, will definitely have a first-mover advantage over those poor and low-level cultivators. It is normal to rebuild the immortal world. That's right. Jiu Muqing showed a look of emotion. The timeline has disappeared. Now time cannot interfere. If I am born late, I will be beaten if I fall behind. She was now completely panicked under the confirmation led by Ning Zheng. She could grow quietly under the leadership of this outspoken person, and it would be good for him to bear these crises for me. She planned to be patient and develop secretly first. Next, Ning Zheng let her leave. Let her continue to manage the old members of the various sects outside, and clear out a piece of open space. It was convenient for Ning Zheng to prepare to buy some people and enrich her tomb world. After all, the Destiny world made 25 billion every day, which felt a little insufficient. This tomb world also had to build a second luck ranch. Chapter 985. Farewell to Ning Zheng. Jiu Muqing returned to the wild map, Jiumu sect. She sat on the throne, thinking about Ning Zheng's words. Today's experience brought her enough shock. Sword casting villa. Golden pill business. Illusionary trading platform to attract true immortals. 13 giants of the immortal world, maybe one of them is me. She was proud and terrified when she thought of another self who successfully realized her dream, becoming an immortal master. If it weren't for the descendant of the Calm Kingdom, she might have become another contemporary immortal master. With her pride, she would rather die than obey a waste who didn't become an immortal master. But he is really strong. She stroked her arm. The flesh on it was very tender and soft. It was obviously a woven doll, but when the fineness of the thread can be comparable to muscle fibers, then the creature formed is already a muscular humanoid. This textile doll is no different from a normal flesh and blood human at first glance. Being a flesh and blood human being made Jiu Muqing feel very new, without that rigid feeling. Forget it. She thought for a moment, I'm not familiar with the outside world, so I just listened to him for now. She immediately called in the disciples of various sects who had surrendered, held a general meeting, and managed the entire tomb. As a true immortal level master, she was also an outstanding management talent, and quickly used the Emperor's mind to pull a group and suppress a group. With Ning Zheng's orthodox identity as the heir of Konghua, she took advantage of the power of the tiger and secured her position. Ning Zheng has always been vigorous and resolute, and immediately asked where she could buy people. Black market, but now, as a ground vein, he should not leave his earth-binding spirit too far. That earth-binding spirit not only bound Jiu Muqing, but also Ning Zheng. I can only control my Dharma image to go to the black market. Speaking of which, my magical power has not yet developed the corresponding immortal art. I need to enlighten myself when I have time, develop my shadow crocodile ground vein art, and expand the range of my earth-binding spirit. He kept sorting out his plans. Also, This human emperor banner also needs to be transformed. In the future, it will also be a ground vein, with a bunch of collected tomb immortals rooted in it. In the future, when the human emperor banner is waved, it will be a heavenly soldier and general, and it is also a good killing weapon, at least it can be used by subordinates. Immortal world? Ning Jing's Dharma image is no longer the same as before. It is no longer so stiff and easy for people to see the flaws. Not to mention the same level of immortals, even ordinary immortals, without taking action and scanning with divine consciousness, will not find Ning Jing's abnormality. I just thought it was an immortal from a special civilization, with a special skin structure and a dark shadow. Ning Jing quickly bought the information of the black market through some means, and selected an underground organization among them, Deep Water Country. Because this organization is not only a killer organization, it has its own black market, but also a structure similar to Ning Jing, with its own illusion entry. It is not the kind of antique black market structure, which explodes a mobile coordinate black market and allows you to go there by yourself in a black cloak. Hula la. Ning Jing held a seal in his hand and entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had entered a wide area illusion, which read Chongshan District, Deep Water Country. A fairyland, a fantasy? Ning Jing stood on the street, looking around. This fantasy was very realistic, with restaurants and all kinds of treasures for sale. And in the restaurant, there were all kinds of rare delicacies, the lowest of which were true fairy-level delicacies, and there were even rare treasures that only the immortal level could eat. And the prices were very cheap. "Sir, is this your first time here?" The waiter came up to greet him, very good at observing his expression. "What would you like to order?" Ning Jing did not think it was shameful to know nothing, nor did she pretend to know everything. Introduce it. "Okay." The waiter was a little chatty and introduced. "Our ingredients are only 1/10,000th of the price outside, very cheap. Although it is not eaten in reality, and there is no effect of the fairy food in the illusion, at least you can satisfy your appetite and broaden your horizons. Lest you really eat this good thing in reality in the future, you will be cheated by someone using fakes. We provide a real experience here." The waiter smiled and introduced. "Our restaurant also provides various genuine elixirs, both real immortal level and immortal master level. This kind of elixir is expensive in reality, and inexperienced cultivators may be cheated. Try it here first. After spending all your money to buy elixirs in reality, you will not be cheated when you taste it." Ning Jing nodded when he heard it. This illusion has developed very maturely in the fairy world, and it has been played with in many ways. However, Ning Jing's illusion does not intend to open this restaurant, because it is not an illusion. It cannot do such things. Then, the waiter introduced the other functions of this illusion. 1. Brothel, those who know. 2. Black market. 3. Purchase of intelligence. 4. Bounty on heads, there are assassins here, and there are people who sell their lives for orders. Ning Jing ordered a table of dishes after hearing this. Bring 1 portion of everything, and 1 portion of various elixirs. Okay. The waiter was not surprised. Many cultivators would order a family bucket to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, if you have never seen or tasted it in real life, you will be cheated of more than just a little money. Ning Jing said again, "Buy a piece of intelligence, as detailed as possible." The waiter's eyes lit up. "This is a local rich man, sir. The recent detailed intelligence of the 13 regions requires 1,000 high-grade immortal stones, which may not be affordable for individuals." Ning Jing understood. 1,000 high-grade immortal stones, if purchased regularly, must be purchased by the sect. Ning Jing still chose to buy it, and said, "Does this black market sell people?" "Yes." The waiter took out a list. "There is an auction recently, and there are several friends with strong qualifications from the refining cauldron domain, the fire domain, and the gold domain who need to be rescued." Ning Jing looked strange. It is obviously a capture of the geniuses for auction. You black market people can also talk. Friends need to be rescued. Ning Jing has no feelings for these geniuses, but still has to go to the auction. And this black market is very advanced. After buying things in this fantasy, people have special couriers from this fairyland to deliver to your door, guaranteeing absolute safety. Sure enough, the business development of the fairyland is too aggressive. Then, Ning Jing tasted all kinds of natural treasures, immortal pills, precious medicines, spiritual teas, and divine fruits, and finally got rid of the title of a country bumpkin in the lower world. At least I have eaten it myself, so I can pretend to be a big boss in the future without being exposed. When chatting with other true immortals, drinking tea together, I can also tell the taste. However, It seems that the country bumpkins who ordered the whole family bucket in other restaurants probably thought the same as Ning Zheng. This restaurant has firmly grasped the psychology of people like us, profiteers. Ning Zheng complained and went to the auction to join in the fun. The auction lasted for half a day, and Ning Zheng was also knowledgeable and occasionally greeted the immortals next to him. As for why the illusion does not allow human immortals to enter, sorry. In the eyes of some organizations, human immortals are not immortals. As long as you have money, you can break through the first level of the immortal. Without money, why do you enter the illusion? At this time, as the host opened his mouth, various natural treasures appeared on the stage, and then Ning Zheng saw the various true immortal bosses bidding against each other, buying various magic tools, and even friends came on the stage to sell them in the end. It can be regarded as an eye-opener. The true immortals spent tens of thousands of top-grade immortal stones, and spent money like water. This made the group of celestial immortals sitting next to Ning Zheng extremely surprised and envious. We celestial immortals, after working hard to save up, probably only have a few thousand top-grade immortal stones. I'm poorer, a few hundred top-grade immortal stones. Ning Zheng felt a sense of superiority. The true immortals joined forces to get 100 million top-grade immortal stones for her, which is definitely a huge amount of money that can only be paid out by more than a dozen large sects. There is no doubt. These last few friends, who appeared on the stage were sold for more than 100,000 top-grade immortal stones. What made Ning Zheng look strange was that these friends looked a little familiar. A bit like by Pingtian. Why is he everywhere? The painter's hand has reached out to this side, and several painters are auctioned as friends. Ning Zheng was extremely alert. He really just occasionally joined my Jindan. The painter's other industries seemed to be more profitable. Ning Zheng was a little envious. There was no way. Ning Zheng, who had a shallow foundation, had made a Jindan. What about the painter? The painter has been preparing for his ascension for a long time. Before the ascension, he must have spent millions of years studying how to make money, how to develop, and how to break through after his ascension. How could he be like Ning Zheng who had no plan? After the auction, Ning Zheng spent 3,000 high-quality fairy stones to buy 300 billion ordinary people from the bottom of a certain world, which was worth the money. The magic cultivators in this world also need some population to do some magic skills. It can only be said that human life is really worthless in the fairy world. Some people are born to be kept in captivity and sold. After leaving the auction, Ning Zheng went to the restaurant and continued to sit down to eat something. Before he had sat down for a while, there was a commotion next door. Murder. Help! How come there are robbery cultivators in this place? Crazy, all crazy. Ning Zheng put down the book and looked at the waiter next to him. The waiter also broke out in a cold sweat. Sir, recently in the illusions of various places, there has been a madman, who is a robbery cultivator in the illusion, constantly attacking and killing people. You said that being a robbery cultivator in reality is fine, but what is the purpose of killing people in this illusion? Ning Zheng raised his eyebrows. Who are the dead? Most of them are true immortals, and a few are perfect celestial immortals. The waiter said, killing them will not kill them in reality. At most, they will lose a trace of divine consciousness, and they will be wanted by us. There are indeed many madmen. Ning Zheng nodded. What means did they use to kill them? Flame, killed by the magical power of flame. The waiter said. Ning Zheng was thoughtful. Xian Shichen is also starting a business? A versatile person like him must have a way to make money in reality, and he has no shortage of immortal stones. Why did he come here to burn people? Because the real immortals and heavenly immortals here are weak. Burning a trace of their divine thoughts, they will get their knowledge for free. It's over. Xian Shichen really got stuck with a bug. In reality, he dares to burn real immortals? Which real immortal doesn't have a trump card in the bottom of the box, a bunch of immortal tools, and is fully armed? Ning Zheng sighed, and was shocked. These giants, who ascended from Jiuzhou, are too aggressive in the immortal world now, making it difficult for me to be lazy. Ning Zheng decisively left the illusion and exited with the information. After a while, in a street in reality, a hurried vendor passed by Ning Zheng and quietly handed her a storage ring. Ning Zheng checked the supplies in the storage ring and found that there was no problem, so she prepared to take the 300 billion people back, fill the land, and build a wild town map of the sword-casting villa, and she also rolled up with them. Chapter 986. Not long after Ning Zheng left, in the illusion, a number of beings appeared in the alley at the scene of the murder. They all showed an angry look. Obviously they had failed again. The repeated attacks on their illusion customers have caused a group of old customers to complain. If they don't catch the person, where will their black market face be? Damn it, failed again? The login point in reality is not wrong. The person should have been here before, but we can't catch him. This group of robbery cultivators has a special ability called Dharma Image. They can separate a Dharma image to attack, escape far away, and even control across half of the fairyland. Their Dharma image is a soul, and can also enter the illusion and kill people. Let the Dharma image enter? This guy is a bit difficult to kill. Several worshippers showed resentment. These foreign civilizations are too rude. Especially this disgusting system that can separate part of the self, it is very troublesome to catch. The Dharma image went out, and the main body hit it home. When they thought about it, their faces were full of bitterness. Why did they attack when it was my turn to be on duty as a worshipper? Couldn't they wait until I changed shifts? Bitter. Too bitter. Is divination useless? We have asked the true immortal to do divination, but the other party seems to have found some kind of isolation method. The other party is also a lucky beast system. They said that we have to ask for a higher level true immortal lucky beast. The higher price is the level of the immortal venerable sect. The group of lucky beasts under the immortal venerable are ruthless. We can't afford it. We have to apply to the headquarters. In the immortal world, there are few people who can do divination. After all, most people start to complete their luck after becoming immortals, and their luck ability can only be used passively. Only auspicious beasts can be used for divination. And most of the core auspicious beasts are under the command of the immortal venerable. After all, you are an ordinary cultivator. How can you do divination randomly? Knowing too many secrets can easily lead to sudden death. For example, strong men of the same level as Mo Mei Xian can only buy mixed blood and mixed-haired auspicious beasts under the command of the immortal venerable. The fortune-telling ability in this area can only be said to be fooling people. Otherwise, Mo Mei Xian would not be so happy after discovering the Taoist civilization. Damn it, the higher-ups are reluctant to spend money on divination, and they ask me to arrest people. It is really embarrassing for us worshippers. Go and squat for a while. On the other side. In Changwan Domain, Xi and Shichen and others digested their harvest in a room. They joined forces to use the Dharma image to sneak attack some real immortals in the illusion. It's not that they don't have the ability to fight alone, but it's more cost-effective to surround and kill. If the speed is not fast, the patrolling worshippers will come to arrest people. Hula la. Xi and Shichen lit the fire in his hand, and covered Xiao Zai, Feng Wangyi and others. Knowledge is being passed on. The flame is burning. After a while, the golden flame of the text burned out. Xi and Shichen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Through the inheritance of the flame, the true immortal perception has been obtained. I believe everyone has gained something. It feels good. Feng Wangyi smiled. Xi and Shichen's flame is actually not as powerful as Ning Zheng thought. Or rather, burning only a trace of the true immortal's consciousness entering the illusion cannot obtain all the knowledge of this true immortal. They just regard these true immortals as cheap and easy to use enlightenment pills, burn them once, and use their law perception to achieve enlightenment. Aren't the true immortal enlightenment pills much cheaper than buying them outside, and the fairy world is too dark? They, the outsiders, will be targeted by them, and the enlightenment pills and books will be crazy overpriced. It is better to burn the real immortals and achieve enlightenment again and again. So, in the few months when Ning Zheng was busy, they were not idle. Burn the real immortal enlightenment pill, and then go to the time flow cave to achieve enlightenment. This cycle. They have been in seclusion in the cave for thousands of years. And each of them has a very high experience and a deep accumulation. Now it can be said that they have accumulated a lot. At this stage of the heavenly immortal realm, there should be no worries. Burn these real immortal card bugs and pass through them quickly with their more advanced knowledge. And you don't have to worry. Xi and Shichen smiled and said, when I become a true immortal, I will upgrade the Xinhua law to the Xinhua domain. After covering an area, it will be stronger, and I can take you to continue practicing. Yes, very good. Xiao Zai smiled and said, and with me in charge of destiny, ordinary divination is worry-free. After I became an immortal, my method has undergone a qualitative change. The method I invented, Xiao Zai, has absorbed some disaster energy, and can isolate most divination methods. Even true immortals are afraid of disasters. Unfortunately, the painter secretly saw it a few days ago and learned it. Recently, a group of painters with the version of Xiao Zai have appeared, and they are very vicious. Xiao Zai said this with anger. The method I worked hard to research, just because you, the painter, looked at me more in the crowd. A bunch of disaster people were created to cause trouble everywhere in the immortal world. It's bitter. It's too bitter. I have spent my whole life saving people from suffering and building a peaceful country for the ashes of the dead, But I never thought that you, a painter, would be such a despicable person. I have no merits in history, but I have worked hard. You created a bunch of people like me, so I have to take the blame. The real secret of his magical power to attract disasters is now known to Xian Shichen and others. One of the ancestors of the ancient encirclement and suppression, he became the Gui King after his death, the first sun in history, the sun Jinwu that absorbs the turbid air of heaven and earth, Enya. After getting these historical titles, he completely realized himself and lived a second life. With the opportunity to change his foundation, he, the Gui King, became a lucky magic power with bad luck attributes. In essence, he is one of the two auspicious beasts of the post-era, on par with Josue, but he, the auspicious beast, cannot predict the future. And now that he has become an immortal, with his background and wisdom of living for more than 15 million years, he has developed a new alternative auspicious beast method, the robbery beast. Others absorb luck, he absorbs robbery. After all, which of the antiques, who can live for more than 15 million years is simple? His age is comparable to that of the immortal. Only people in Jojo will not die of old age. Before becoming immortals, their lifespans are so long that they form another kind of immortality. In fact, they have had a wonderful life these days. They have fought with the painter several times in secret, but they stopped when they were done. Then they were copied by the painter again. It was only Ning Zheng who was robbing tombs in the dark, so she didn't pay attention to them, and didn't see the wonderful fight between them, otherwise she would have sat by and watched the show. Now you don't have to be afraid of the painter. After suffering a big loss, I have re-encrypted the band for you. Xian Shichen said coldly. Originally, I thought that after ascending, I would not meet the guy, so I planned to postpone the encryption and put my energy into cultivation, and then update the encrypted version of the fairy world. But who knew that the fairy world was full of the painter's minions? He spread in geometric multiples in the form of natural disasters, and soon found us, and hid in the dark to draw our struggle history. Xian Shichen's face looked very bad. I have to say, Xinhua is the strongest cultivation plugin. Xian Shichen has the potential to become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, he even wants to put the entire immortal world on the grill and burn it like Jojo. Become the emperor of Xinhua, burn the immortal world, and promote the development and explosion of the immortal world. I, Xian Shichen, was born with the appearance of an immortal emperor, the great supreme of the immortal world, and the peerless talent of the common leader of all immortals. Xian Shichen is not satisfied with having a lack of foundation. He died once before to complete his foundation, and he plans to die again in the future to complete a new perfect foundation. Catch up with Josue. According to his observations during this period of time, the immortal embers did have a chance to complete their foundation after their death and resurrection. As long as your system itself has a perfect foundation, and there is a surplus of upper limits, you can continue to complete your foundation after you die. But how difficult is it for an immortal to fulfill his obsession? The stronger the strong, the harder it is to awaken, because the stronger the obsession. For example, some immortals are obsessed with ruling the entire immortal world. Can they accomplish it? Very difficult. It is extremely difficult for an immortal to awaken. If he succeeds, it is like a trapped dragon ascending to heaven. Huh? Xian Shichen took a deep breath. Back then, I, the Xinhua Emperor, was able to survive from death, and I can do it again in the future. My obsession is to become the common master of the immortal world, the real Xinhua Emperor. Rule the world. Above all people, step by step to the highest. When I am close to becoming an emperor, I will commit suicide, and then ascend to the throne as an ember. I will awaken instantly because I have fulfilled my dream, and take the opportunity to complete my foundation, and become the emperor of the Xinhua civilization of the immortal world, the first knowledge civilization in the world, from ancient times to the present. Xian Shichen planned his future very well. He made a quick breakthrough, and will be able to overtake others in the future, and be on par with Josue. I just don't know what the painter is doing, Zhao Zai said. They knew the outside world better than Ning Zheng, who was hiding, and they also realized that the painter had begun to infiltrate the fairy world from more than a dozen aspects. The auction sold the painter's friends. The painter took over the bodies of the senior members. The mining area worked as a painter-miner. The painting made the beauty marry some dignitaries. And the most outrageous thing is that they found that the ember virus in the painter's hand may have been promoted to the level of the celestial fairy. Perhaps, he still has the real fairy virus in his hand. Xiao Zai looked calm. I know him. He wants to start a war. He is crazy. He just wants to paint the most beautiful picture in the blood and brilliant fireworks of civilization, to prove his great way, and to bring down the immortals. Feng Wangye looked cold. So he is provoking a war. to quietly turn the fairyland into another Jojo, there is no doubt that he is preparing to spread the Ember virus all at once. Xi and Shichen was silent. The painter's thoughts may not be as complicated as they think. The painter came to the fairyland just to spread the specialty of Jojo, embers. Let the cultivators in the fairyland also maintain an eternal smile, and keep the most beautiful face. Let all the loves, joys, and sorrows stay, so that the cultivators in the fairyland can keep the people they cherish. As for keeping the embers secret, the painter does not think that the embers need to be kept secret at all. He thinks they need to be shared. Xi and Shichen smiled and said, according to the model I deduced, the crazy painter may be basically prepared for a full-scale virus outbreak in another month. 1 month? Feng Wangyi took a deep breath. Do you think that in the fairy world, the immortal venerable has the ability to contain the embers? I don't know. It depends on what the immortal venerable does. Xi and Shichen shook his head, but after spreading over a large area, with a large population base, the ember virus will evolve, and no one knows to what level the ember will evolve. There are 2 reasons why the ember virus in Jojo has not evolved for so many years. 1. The ember virus has become stable over the years. 2. The evolution of the ember virus is based on the species of organisms, and it has adapted to the people of Jojo. For example, when the embers spread to the world of destiny, they were localized and turned into metal embers according to the structural mutation of the parasitic life. And what about the fairy world? Countless civilizations, countless races, a big pot of hodgepodge. What kind of embers will be raised? The entire fairy world is afraid to become the next Jojo, with ancestral graves everywhere. People live in besieged cities, and dare not go to the wilderness. Of course, this is based on testing the immortal venerable. No one knows what the immortal venerable's trump card is. Even if this virus fails, it fails. The real trump card of the painter is his own painting of people, never the batch automation extended from his brush. Automatic painting, embers. Humph, so, we must frantically gather resources to fight against the end of the world. In another month, the immortal venerables of the entire 13 domains of the immortal realm will know the painter's name and his great terror. The painter is declaring war. A strong sense of urgency rose in the hearts of the people. Prepare to hunt another wave of true immortals. Chapter 987. Sword Casting Villa. Ning Zheng sat in the room, checking the recent information of the 13 immortal realms that she'd bought with 1,000 high-grade immortal stones. The information was very detailed, and even divided into several pages, such as the talent list, the divine weapon list, the merchant alliance list. And Ning Zheng also found a problem. Jinden has been selling hot recently, and franchisees have promoted it to Chongwan Domain, Lianding Domain, and Shumling Domain. This black market information gave Ning Zheng a lot of face. Shirong won the headline of the intelligence dealer, and was placed in the most eye-catching position. What virtue do I have to be paid so much attention? Ning Zheng looked at this information, and couldn't help but sighed. They have even found out that our Jinden Merchant Alliance has established a mysterious fantasy black market for transactions. In fact, it is normal to be discovered. After all, although internal members cannot say, they cannot say. But other people observing you, a celestial being, will find that you log into a secret organization from time to time. Once all aspects of celestial intelligence are collected, it can be found that it is a secret organization created by you, Shirong. This is just the first layer of disguise. It's easy to find you. It's also easy to find the ticket and enter the illusion of your organization. But after you come in, it's hard to tell others. For external members, they only know that you have this black market, but don't know what you do inside. But the intelligence says, this mysterious foreign Taoist civilization, the confidentiality of this organization can be called the immortal level, with double-layer prohibition protection, extremely high confidentiality, and extremely strict entry threshold. According to intelligence, a few days ago, more than a dozen true immortals suddenly formed an alliance and jointly launched the bookseller industry. The price was low, and the profit was considerable in just a few days. It was suspected to be from the black market of golden elixir. These dozen, or so true immortals are all members of the Taoist civilization's illusion realm. This new book must be related to Shirong. Ning Zheng raised her eyebrows. No one in the immortal realm is a fool. The main reason is that those dozen true immortals are too extravagant and too attractive. Although Ning Zheng also knew that they didn't do it on purpose, once they suddenly made a lot of money, everyone guessed that it was related to you, Shirong. Sure enough, my 100 million high-grade immortal stones are not easy to take. Ning Zheng sighed. How much money you take, how much you get beaten, there is a destiny in the dark, and it really attracted attention. No wonder I became the headline of the immortal realm today. I guess a lot of other true immortals are jealous of this very valuable information. Why do you, a group of true immortals, team up to make a profitable business, but don't take me to play? I want to see what research these Jindan members are doing inside. Now, the headquarters of the Jindan franchisee is very busy. Some immortals in the Immortal Realm system, who cannot eat golden elixirs, also came in person. They don't purchase golden elixirs themselves, but they want to buy online game elixir as a medium of entry. Now it's just a small-scale fight among the immortals, but if it continues like this, it will sooner or later be targeted by the immortals who have been hiding from the world. Ningzheng smiled. Anyway, I make this money and run away directly. As the leader of the Taoist civilization, let's see who will be caught between me and the painter. After reading the intelligence, he threw it to Jimyuking and Jukarong to let them understand the situation outside. One manages the villa. The other manages the wild monster map outside the villa. The two people are doing their own jobs. In fact, Jukarong is obviously more obedient and sensible, but Jukarong can't control the troublesome old subordinates of the Calm Kingdom, and has to let Jimyuking suppress them. Even if Ningzheng manages these old subordinates by herself, it is easy to be exposed, so there must be a medium. Then, Ningzheng threw the population to Jimyuking, asking her to take them to settle down and reproduce. Yes, sir, I will do it, Jimyuking said. Ningzheng nodded. The fairy world is undercurrent. I am afraid that there will be unprecedented upheavals in the near future. At that time, I may take you to the fairy world to join in the fun. Thank you, sir. Jimyuking was happy. May I ask if you are leading the team to attack? Those crazy villa blacksmiths are also taken with you. Yes. Ningzheng nodded. They are equivalent to the automatic combat puppet army of one disaster and one catastrophe. They are very weak, but they can be used as fairy soldiers. That's right. Jimyuking knew that there were fairy puppet troops, and even her own Jiomu sect had a puppet army for fighting and killing. These blacksmiths are equivalent to automated puppets. When they fight, they only control their mouths. But can these people really attack the fairyland? Jimyuking said. Ningzheng shook her head. We are not attacking the fairyland. We are taking advantage of the possible riots to help some friends. Although the blacksmiths are not good at fighting, they are good at stealing. Ningzheng is going to recreate the Battle of Xenia's city in the past. Taking advantage of their turmoil, she will send a group of blacksmiths to move the streets, rob the market, and plunder the sect. Ningzheng said, Now, you are going to be a wild monster map, and they will fight in the dungeon. Use various methods to train them, and train them as an army. Jimyuking suddenly realized, I will definitely train them. Ningzheng smiled. There is also the population, and it needs to be settled and reproduced. Jimyuking said yes, but secretly cursed him in her heart. You bastard, you really treat me like a cow and a horse. Transformed into a game planner, design dungeons for them, and train the army. I have to support you. I have to appease those old subordinates, and suppress those who don't obey you. This bastard. This afternoon, she also sneaked into Zhujian Villa and chatted with those blacksmiths. She made a few good friends, such as Ryusu Yunyang. She also learned the catchphrases and ways of speaking of this era, and couldn't help but learn a few sentences. This guy, like Jiuzai Rome, is a hateful capitalist and should be hung on the street lamp. My lord, I will do my best. Jimyuking cursed in her heart, but kept a smile on her face and turned away. After sending Jimyuking away, Ningzheng began to think about the future and didn't care about her mood at all. Embers, it was originally logic, thinking that I would be tired, but in fact I would not be tired at all. If you only work for a few hours a day and then get lazy, in the words of the blacksmith, your Ember baby's qualifications are too useless. He popularized the population and prepared to build statues according to the pattern of the Destiny world, reducing 2 per person per day. And Ningzheng did not intend to let the people in this tomb cultivate their luck value. All of them were mortals, and raised as breeding pigs. All the daily luck value -2 was handed in. Cultivate luck? What to cultivate? It is the most perfect to spend a life quietly. 300 billion population. According to the previous experience of Jojo, after repeated brainwashing, let them worship the statue, there will be about 10% of real unconditional trust -2. My own income can also reach an exaggerated level of 60 billion per day. This is the gold content of a world ranch. Chapter 988. Of course. This is the theoretical value. In fact, if they are constantly taught new religions and become fanatics, there will probably be a transition period. Ningzheng does not intend to let Jimyuking take all the trouble of establishing a sect and spreading the doctrine. He plans to hand it over to the blacksmith, issue daily tasks, and go to NPC towns in various places regularly to spread the doctrine, So this NPC sand table map must be established. Huh? Things are almost done. Retreat to improve the realm of heavenly immortals. Ning Zheng decided to start rolling inward, rolling the painter and Xian Shichen to death, and Jiusui, who was secretly rolling inward somewhere. Because he could not take Jumuking out, Ning Zheng pulled Jumuking out of his shadow, rooted in the artificial ground vein, and then switched identities, and came to the cave in the fairyland again. In the usual eyes of the beautiful front desk, Ning Zheng walked into the lower grade cave. He sat on the futon, lit the incense burner, spread his palms, and began to count the harvest this time. 100 million high-grade immortal stones. Before he left 50 million high-grade immortal stones for Jumuking and Jukarong to use for development and operation in all aspects. After all, it is necessary to spend resources to support them. There may be a lot of minerals and magic weapon resources in the tomb, but the tomb has been there for so many years, and these energies have long been exhausted. The tomb world that needs immortal stones to replenish energy is exhausted. Don't think that 50 million is a lot. If it is really distributed to each sect will only have a few hundred high-grade immortal stones, which is barely enough to maintain expenses for a period of time. It's like you have 10 million yuan in your pocket, but if you put it in the company and support hundreds of people, it feels that it is not enough to pay a few months of basic salary, let alone carry out projects. But I have to spend my money. The tomb world will be the base camp of my sword forging villa. The game maps and sects outside will be the map areas of the online game sandbox in the future. Even the sect apprenticeship and various NPCs in the mountain village are necessary. Only in this way can we form a serious online game world in the mouth of blacksmiths. It is inevitable to enrich the world with immortal energy, invest in blacksmiths and affiliated military forces, so that you can get more returns. It costs money to support the world. No wonder those real immortal forces are crying poor. Ning Zheng sighed. And for the remaining 50 million immortal stones, Ning Zheng is going to take out 20 million to make another 200 dolls of the initial stage of human immortals. Yes, 100,000 high-quality immortal stones can get a doll of the lowest level, the most kidney deficient, and no energy in the body. Ning Zheng's energy level is too high. Even if his dharma is only at the beginning of the human immortal level, it costs a lot more than a normal human immortal. A full 100,000 high-grade immortal stones were enough to make ordinary immortals dumbfounded. Ning Zheng was going to use the remaining 30 million in his pocket to make a breakthrough in the cave. For other cultivators, the energy required for a breakthrough is the least expensive part, because the interval between their breakthroughs is very long. But for Ning Zheng, it was a bit expensive, because he was in a hurry. He could only spend money to pile up energy. Before, it took tens of billions of luck to break through a realm of immortals. The luck value in my pocket was enough to break through several realms of immortals in a row, but I didn't break through. In the final analysis, I didn't have immortal stones. With luck but no energy, what can I use to break through? Now I have 30 million high-grade immortal stones in my pocket. I wonder how many realms I can break through. I should be able to enter the high level of celestial immortals. Ning Zheng showed a pained look. For a perfect monster like him, it takes hundreds of times more resources than the weakest celestial immortal of the same level to break through. Just look at one thing. Why do the saints fight? Because even the immortal masters can only raise one of this level in each generation. Because raising a leader of the true immortal sect with the appearance of an immortal master can raise hundreds of rubbish true immortals to control industries in various places. But no one will cultivate rubbish with potential. In the extraordinary world, quality wins, and one person suppresses thousands of troops. Everyone will cultivate one person, not thousands of heavenly soldiers. Therefore, only one successor of the leader can be raised in one generation, and even the immortal masters are crying poor. Of course, the beast control style of Mo Meijin is also very expensive. No matter how strong or weak, my family has 10 big households. Close yourself in seclusion, don't think too much. Ning Zheng calmed down and began to break through. As expected, when he started to break through other celestial realms, the difficulty became much greater. Gold, 10 billion. Water, 20 billion. Wood, 30 billion. Fire, 40 billion. Earth, 50 billion. In each celestial realm, the later the cycle, the higher the difficulty. And Ning Zheng also went through several enlightenment dreams in succession, traveling through many worlds in the long dream and breaking through one realm after another. But fortunately, Ning Zheng's previous long dream provided a lot of experience and foundation, making his subsequent breakthroughs relatively easier. Celestial, 7th level. I have completed the yin-yang and 5 elements. Only the 3 cycles of body, life, and soul of the 3 flowers on the top are left. Ning Zheng felt his empty wallet. The 30 million high-grade immortal stones in his pocket were gone. They were all spent. But this was expected. His worst Dharma clone cost 100,000. His original body broke through several realms. It was normal to spend this price. I'm short of money. The 100 million high-grade immortal stones I just cheated are gone. Ning Zheng took a deep breath. His face was extremely complicated. He was poor, too poor. It turned out that he was rich. It was just an illusion. He walked out of the cave and looked at the beautiful fairy at the front desk. The beautiful receptionist couldn't help but say, "You finally went into seclusion honestly." Not bad. Because this seclusion took Ning Zheng more than 1,000 years. In the case of 100 years a day, more than 10 days have passed in the outside world. It's not long, but it's much more normal in the eyes of this receptionist. Ning Zheng ignored him, and suddenly saw a painter celestial being walk out of the cave in the distance, saying hello to his companions, and going out together. His eyes suddenly became serious. Even this place has been infiltrated. The number of painters. Is it too many? Can the painter paint it all by himself? Or did the painter also specialize his embers, like Ning Zheng after becoming an immortal, and turn them into painting embers? Like Ning Zheng's shadow embers, can it be matched with his own magical powers? Ning Zheng took a deep look at the painter, turned around and left. A disaster is about to happen. The painter really thinks that people can't find him, spread the virus, bring disaster to the fairy world, and then quietly leave. Will he not wander around, bring eternity to the fairy world, and then find a tomb to hide? In any case, Ning Zheng has to be more vigilant. More than 10 days have passed, and I don't know how my automated human immortal blacksmith army is training. If I really get the chance at that time, this fourth disaster army will inevitably launch a formal attack on the immortal world, and take advantage of the fire to rob. Let those immortals feel the brick-moving art of these crazy players, and then go out to rob hundreds of millions of high-quality immortal stones for themselves to develop the sword-forging villa. Killing and arson gold belt. Transform into a horse bandit to rob the immortal world's money, and openly sell war military supplies. Golden elixir, rob and make war money at the same time, so that you can quickly achieve class leap. Chapter 989. Sword Forging Villa. Wild monster map outside the gallery tunnel. On a coastline, a group of blacksmiths are trying to defeat the boss in the dungeon, which is a huge sea dragon, with its fangs and claws bared, causing ripples. Hurry up, we're about to win. Back off, keep backing off, the vanguard will take over. He's going to die. Boss, go for it. As expected of a boss, I go meet you offline when I have time. You seem to live in Chungwan domain? On the beach, the sea is boiling. A group of blacksmith players, and a group of native immortals, who have landed in the human immortal level are fighting the boss. Recently, the players have been so happy that they finally play a serious online game, brushing tasks, and raiding dungeons day and night. In the past 10 days, these foreign monks have also found that the blacksmiths are a little crazy, but they still have advantages. They speak very nicely. The most important thing is that they don't have the arrogance of immortals. They wanted to experience the fun of fighting monks, and took the initiative to help carry luggage, explore the way, help camp, and cook. It's not bad to be teammates, and they have been bragging about themselves so much along the way, it's really hard to leave them shamelessly. It's just an illusion anyway, just treat it as a little more difficult for yourself. And the blacksmiths gradually got familiar with the immortals, making all kinds of jokes and learning all kinds of experiences from the immortal monks. After all, the blacksmiths' battles are automated. But many choices, advances and retreats, and tactics in battles still rely on their brains. The edge of the ocean. On a high peak, Ning Zheng and Jiao Cairong overlooked the dungeon battle of more than a dozen people below. They have only been in these places for more than 10 days, and they have already integrated into these places. Their adaptability is really strong. Ning Zheng smiled. Jiao Cairong said with a smile, "No, this is the daily pattern in our hometown, a fantasy adventure world that returns to this kind of battle structure." Ning Zheng was in seclusion for more than 10 days. The entire Game Villa online game ushered in the biggest change. The game version was greatly updated. With the assistance of NPC geomooching, the terrain landscape of the entire tomb was adjusted on a small scale. It became a variety of towns of different sizes, each of which has tens of millions of people, and even large cities have hundreds of millions of people. And there are nearly 10,000 such cities, to accommodate the 300 billion purchase population. And in the future, the novice village, sword forging villa, players who come out can establish guilds in various cities. And the blacksmiths in various places will complete Ning Zheng's main task, preaching, and worshipping statues for NPCs. As a result, the Sword Forging Villa sandbox world is officially open, and there is also a mobile radar map built into the Eye of Appraisal. The map also has various sects written on it. Jiumu Sect, Xian Shui Sect, Kongwa Palace, Shunling Sect, Luanmu Temple, Roaming Mountain, Baigu Sect, and other factions. And there are marked secret realms, various valleys, oceans, mountains, are all marked in detail. It can be seen how hard Jiu Muqing and Jiu Kairong worked during the time Ning Zheng was away. In Jiu Muqing's words, the boss says one word, and the employees run their legs off, damn capitalists, but Ning Zheng said, this young immortal seems to have been led astray by some of the customs of Zujian Villa, and his speech has also become a bit silly. You said that she, a cinnabar, has no learning ability, staying at the moment of her death, but she can learn a few of your catchphrases. At this time, Jiosai Rong said, Old Steward, now, more than 3,000 Shirong members above the level of Celestial being enter the illusion of Tianming Village at the foot of Zhujian Villa every day. They regard us as a relatively free training place. After all, compared with other illusions, ours is more valuable because it is real. Ning Zheng thought this was normal. After visiting the illusions of other black market forces, he also knew that to make a realistic illusion, a strong illusion computing power was required. Especially in battle, this kind of computing power is very expensive. Ning Zheng's is both real and relatively cheap. Well, 100 high-quality immortal stones a day is a bit expensive. But it is valuable because it is real and worth the money. Ning Zheng smiled. The fairy world is not big, the 13 domains are the same size as the 13 states, but they are actually very large, and a lot of their area is in the illusion. Jiosai Rong nodded. In the fairy world, illusion training is popular. According to Jiu Muqing's news, in the early years, they all went down to the mortal world to train when they realized the Great Way. Many of them separated a wisp of consciousness to reincarnate. It's not as convenient as now. With enlightenment pills and illusion books, you can train in the illusion without going out. Jiosai Rong felt. The civilization of this fairy world is highly developed, just like a large super internet. The bosses overlapping various illusions that can be logged in are covered in the fairy world with various frequencies. Just like the future technology in the movie. The immortal monks, guarding the sect in seclusion, log into various tea parties, secret meetings, and illusion city research laboratories in their consciousness, and do research with other companions. Every day is very busy. After all, in reality, research requires various expensive materials. And these research masters have already moved their laboratories to the fantasy world and conducted research and development together. For example, now, the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace in Tianmingren Village has attracted 3 groups of senior life research true immortal organizations, Qiangming Mountain, Yangti 13 Immortals, and Dumang Qisha. The latter 2 are underground dark organizations that operate black markets in certain areas, specializing in human body research and various harms to life. Putting aside the evil research of their own family, they came to me to find inspiration for the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, which also made Ning Zheng a little confused. The various login forces under my own Zhujian Villa are really getting more and more mixed. However, in a sense, it is also a successful infiltration into a group of fantasy black market forces, which seems normal, isn't it? A large-scale fantasy gathering place cannot be established by everyone. You need someone to guarantee to issue your network. It is also because Shirong Jindan has various backers, and true immortals, as guarantors, that it has emerged as a new force, and legally owns a network in the fairy world. In the eyes of outsiders, Ningjiang Shirong Jindan Merchant Alliance has developed to such an exaggerated level in just a few months, with true immortal members and large-scale illusions. It has joined the ranks of many old true immortal sects, which is simply a miracle in the fairy world. In fact, Ning Zheng, the head of the true immortal force, is only a 7th level celestial immortal, although his combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary true immortal in the early stage. Jiosai Rong patiently explained, Anyway, we have completed the task you assigned and put the initial operation of Tianming Village on the right track. We will continue to macro-control the market economy in the future. In addition, the land is ready to start selling, and we have invited some true immortal bosses to help us study new types of Jindan in the illusion. Jiosai Rong counted on his fingers. Sure enough, the model of the fairy world is very mature. As a secret organization, Fantasy Realm can hire a group of people to help with internal research and development. He is really busy, but he is happy and sad. Because they had a lot of ideas for magic tools before, but they didn't have the ability to do it. What about now? The real immortal boss joined the laboratory. It formed a business alliance similar to Dukuhong and Cine Baishan to help them do various research. Even the automatic AI combat headband was promoted by them, and the real immortals helped them update several versions. This is the friendship of the real immortals. If you don't have the golden elixir industry and money, the real immortals may not accept your orders to study these magic tools. Ning Zheng smiled. How is the combat training of our blacksmiths going recently? Jiao Cairong's expression suddenly became serious. Our training is mainly AI training Jiozhong, collecting the combat data of their immortals. Now the mainstream login character here is still the Iron Boy. The immortals here brainstorm and continuously develop various corresponding spells. Our Iron Boy's idle combat mode has been basically perfected. In addition, our current blacksmiths have undergone more than 10 days of battlefield training, constantly conquering dungeons, and there are free immortals to follow and teach, so the experience is not bad. Ning Zheng smiled. Well done. Ning Zheng never wanted most blacksmiths to go out of the route of individual great power. After all, that is unrealistic. For example, a magic sect in the 10,000 Beasts domain can only raise one Momei true immortal. And Ning Zheng will spend more resources alone. He himself is not enough. How can Zhujian Villa raise a second single soldier master? The blacksmiths don't have that qualification. Ning Zheng is enough for the pyramid of my own strength. The middle and lower levels of the pyramid are held by these fearless heavenly soldiers and generals. The second echelon of combat power currently consists of Sun Moon Su Yunyang, Ning Jiao Jiao, and other barely qualified ones, but they cannot even be raised at present, and can only be semi-released. Of course, there are also Wild Knight Emperor, Zhongwu Emperor, Jian Xian and the like. There are people raising them outside, and Ning Zheng does not care what they grow up to. The players' bodies must be mass-produced. After all, with the cooperation of their own servers, only suicidal players can play the greatest advantage. Therefore, the automated mass-produced body of the idle heavenly soldiers plus the wretched brains of the blacksmiths are the perfect form that Ning Zheng wants. Chapter 990. The next day, Ning Zheng went to see Jumyuking again, and studied the strength of each old subordinate. Jumyuking was also reporting on his work. The 5 elements, Yin and Yang, and Holy Spirit sects in various places have also been restarted, and our world formation has been repaired. Well done. Ning Zheng nodded. How can the ordinary world withstand the tossing of immortals? Therefore, the ancient immortals established a formation. Internally, 5 elements, Yin and Yang, consolidate the 7 laws in the world, Jiumu sect, gold, Xinshui sect, water, Lunmu sect, wood. Externally, the Holy Spirit sect, as the membrane of the universe, wraps the world. In this way, the laws of this world are strong enough for the immortals to toss and fight at will. Otherwise, why would the Space Immortal Lord let those immortal lords stay in his home? Wouldn't it be better to send out other world lines to garrison and infect the princes? The Space Immortal Lord has other secondary immortal lords infect. Most of them are like this, only these 8 guard the old nest and solidify the world. Ning Zheng sighed. How much of the 50 million high-grade immortal stones given to you are left? Jiao Muqing shook his head. Restart the 5 sects, the formations of the upper Yin and lower Yang, and the outer universe creature wall membrane. There are not many left. We are short of funds again. Ning Zheng pondered. Jiao Muqing said, but our basic profit projects have also been put on the right track, such as the production of storage rings and storage bags at the foot of the mountain, which have already started to be sold, and the golden elixir factory on the mountain. Ning Zheng nodded. The return on investment in his own industry is already considered fast. With this money, the golden elixir factory and storage factory have already started to work. Maybe it won't be enough for Ning Zheng to break through a realm in a few days, but this money is more than enough to expand her own power and support such a group of subordinates. Well done, you can go down, and don't let those foreign immortals find out your identity. Ning Zheng rooted her back to her shadow as a bound earth spirit. Yes, I will be careful. Jumyuking's identity is a bit sensitive. Ning Zheng dared not let him show up in front of the true immortals. It is possible that some true immortals have seen the real Lianing Immortal Venerable. For example, the Danding True Person took a look at Jumyuking and immediately shouted, "Meet the Immortal Venerable. What should I do?" in the next few days. Ning Zheng also began to relax, focusing on relaxation. Start to consolidate the foundation and slow down the cultivation. After all, there is no money in the pocket, so I can only wait for the next batch of money to arrive. And the 200 new Dharma Phase troops, Ning Zheng did not put them into the mine to work. First, there are too many painters in the mine, and it is easy to be discovered. It is enough to throw more than 100 people. Second, Ning Zheng is preparing to form a special forces team. Similar to Geomuching, the body of a doll, the shadow of a shadow crocodile. Use your own Dharma image to parasitize other creatures, and give them a buff. With 50% of your own power, you can play with it. You can even give a group of core blacksmiths as a temporary buff for control. After all, the blacksmiths were used to chopping themselves to split bubbles, merging into a huge mountain villa shadow crocodile giant nuclear bomb Dharma image, and flying out for long-range combat. It's just that the previous thing has been eliminated, and now the new shadow crocodile Dharma image is stronger, a super single soldier mecha. Take advantage of the rest time. When there is no immortal stone to break through, it's time to study magic. Ning Zheng's expression was slightly solemn. Now he is just a blank celestial immortal value, and he can only punch and kick, and his 7-color magical power can't be fully exerted. Go and see Jian Xian. How is his recent study of swordsmanship? After all, stealing his moves is cheaper than adding points. Let's see how his current skills are. Ning Zheng's eyes fell on the sect of Mo Mei Zhenqian. After all, with the invitation of Yi Di in recent years, Jian Xian has completely joined the Mo Mei Mountain sect and become a member. After all, free rice is still the most delicious. Observer's perspective. On a mountain, Jian Xian also broke through the realm of celestial immortals, and was practicing his Taoist swordsmanship every day. Minus 100 million. Ning Zheng couldn't help but add 100 million points of luck value, turned on the epiphany mode, and began to carefully observe someone's moves and learn from them. As a qualified leader of Taoist civilization, how can he not have Taoist sword moves? Ning Zheng decided to observe his own league Jian Xian, and then innovate on his swordsmanship. And he also found that Zhang Wuti strengthened his golden body after becoming an immortal. Good stuff. Ning Zheng's eyes lit up. Jian Xian is pure attack, and Zhang Wuti is pure defense. Now that my Taoist civilization has these two people, it is destined to rise. Immortal world. 13 domain giants jointly govern the world. In fact, in the eyes of some old cultivators, there's a saying that it is divided into upper and lower immortal domains. Chongshan domain, Wanshou domain, Holy Spirit domain, Mofa domain, Lianding domain, Xianmai domain. It is the legendary upper immortal domain. Back then, these 6 giants, under the leadership of the immortal venerable of the Holy Spirit domain, built the immortal world together. Moreover, they invited the 7 strongest civilizations of Yin Yang and 5 elements, which were relatively weak but just matched their attributes, to become the cornerstone of the fairyland. So, fire domain, gold domain, earth domain, water domain, wood domain, yang domain, yin domain. They became what people call the lower fairyland. Because these 7 domains were indeed weak, they could not even rank in the top 10 with their civilization level at that time, but could only rank outside the 30th or 40th. Most of them were not qualified to join the fairyland. Only because their attributes matched. The 7-color spiritual roots just matched the construction of the fairyland and solidified the land of this world. They were invited to come and build the fairyland together and become one of the founding elders. Because these 7 attributes were solidified, the rivers and mountains in the fairyland were more difficult to break. In other worlds, you may be able to sweep the mountains by yourself when you are in the tribulation period. But in the fairyland, it is good enough for you to break a small hillside in the tribulation period. At this time, in the fire domain, inside a beautiful palace built of red jade. In the study, a fire immortal showed anger on his face. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. This is the unchanging truth of this world. It seems that we are the 13 giants who rule the fairy world together. They just regard us as the cornerstone of the fairy world, just like the 7 load-bearing pillars in a house, just beautifying that we are the masters of the house. In the dark, a figure who could not be distinguished between men and women smiled. So, have you made your choice? Overthrow them, defeat them, and you will also be the giants of the fairy world. The fire domain immortal showed a trace of entanglement, but, my father? Although your father is the current fire domain immortal, he is indecisive and timid. The voice in the shadows sneered. The voice was vague and uncertain, but it seemed to carry endless temptation. If you tell him about this plan, he will scold you and put you in solitary confinement. After all, he is already an immortal master and has reached the peak, but he can't help you break through to the immortal master. Your own chance of becoming an immortal master, and your own chance of becoming a god must be taken by yourself. Why should we, as cultivators of our generation, fear a battle? The figure took out a bottle and smiled slightly. This is my special immortal master resurrection medicine. Even I don't have much, only this bottle. Why not just accept my gift and revive your ancient ancestor, the first generation of the Fire Domain Immortal Master. Resurrect your ancestor, and let your ancestor educate your disobedient father. The true immortal was slightly moved. Educate my disobedient father? He was moved. His father educated him all day long, saying that he was an unfilial son who was disobedient, and humiliated him, beat and scolded him in front of his relatives and friends, not giving him any face. He also has a sense of dignity and temper, but in his opinion, our Fire Domain cultivators are all hot-tempered and upright, proud and face-conscious, while his father is not like a Fire Domain cultivator. His philosophy is very bad, cowardly and timid. If he, the unfilial son, awakens the ancestors, and lets the ancestors educate his father, the unfilial son, maybe he can let his father taste the pain of being called an unfilial son. The first generation of immortals, who established the immortal world in their Fire Immortal Domain, has fallen into sleep because of heavy injuries and various Taoist injuries. In fact, he is basically dead. It is just that a trace of consciousness has been retained through specific means, so that he can make a last move as the foundation of the Fire Domain. And can this resurrection medicine that subverts one's worldview really revive the immortal lord? Seeing this Fire Realm true disciple struggling constantly, the cultivator in the shadow sighed softly. Forget it, I only have this bottle in my hand. If you don't want it, other immortal lords in the lower immortal realm will also need it. Many of them are sleeping and waiting to be resurrected. Wait! The true immortal finally spoke. I am willing to give it a try. After all, my sleeping grandmother and grandfather have also been resurrected. Your magic medicine is incredible. The figure turned around and handed him the bottle of medicine expressionlessly, saying lightly, join the glorious evolution with me, let the immortal realm be defined in eternal splendor, rise up in blood and tears, fight in the flames, and overthrow the high immortal lords together in rebirth again and again.